They're the best. So reach for High Boy Donuts. They're the freshest things in town. They come in all varieties. Sure to please, sure to please. Orange glaze or applesauce, the freshest things in town.
High Boy Donuts. Good.
High Boy Donuts are the best. They're the best. They're the best. So reach for High Boy Donuts. They're the freshest things in town. They come in all varieties. Sure to please, sure to please. Orange glaze or applesauce, the freshest things in town.
High Boy Donuts. Good.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Sam, where have you been? I don't know what to tell them.
Tell who?
The reporters, everybody. They all say you're the first private detective in the history of San Francisco to get rich honestly. Oh, Sam! When I think of all the back salary I'll be getting, the fur coats...
Easy, girl, easy. Prepare yourself.
Sam?
Yep.
You mean...
The $50,000 is not available to employees of the network or sponsor, which unfortunately I happen to be.
Sam!
But cheer up, girl. Think of the taxes we'll save. Now, make everything fast. I'm on my way. Meanwhile, puzzle me this. You ready?
All right, Sam.
Why does a man who was going to blow his brains out set his mental clock ahead 4 hours?
Sam, that doesn't make sense.
Ah, but it does. Mull and ponder, sweetheart. I'll be down in a trice, 1951 model, with an intellectual type report to challenge serious thinkers everywhere. To wit, the BIDDLE RIDDLE caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer, director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
All alone by the microphone. Pizza. Iffy?
Sam, I just can't get anywhere with this.
Never kick on the third down, cherub. Give it another try.
No, it's no use, Sam. I'm mentally through.
Well, you know best.
I just give up. Sam?
Huh?
What are those funny little bumps on your cheek?
Go ahead, guess.
Smallpox? Plague?
You get more.
Looks like little waffle marks.
That's what happens when somebody hits you with a microphone, sweetheart. Now, if you look closer, just above the marks, under my eye, clearly and distinctly, in reverse, of course, the 3 letters of a network known far and wide for its hospitality to unemployed private detectives.
You mean?
Shh, not here, girl. Poise the pencil. Who knows? A sponsor may be listening. Ready?
Yes, sir.
To Mr. Tracy Abbott, Drake Carlton Hotel, copy to Dundee at homicide. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the BIDDLE RIDDLE caper. Dear Tracy, it had a nice conventional start, this one. A nice conventional phone call telling me to drop up to room 402 of the Drake Carlton around 3 in the afternoon. But when I got there, I found that over the nice conventional number on the door was hung a temporary sign reading Olympic Radio Productions, Tracy Abbott, editor, director, and producer. Bidding farewell to the nice conventional part, I made bold to enter the door. Abbott, 5'8" of solid Hollywood, was waltzing with what I took to be a musician, composer, or some such.
We open Cold Bunny like this. Now, Killer at Large. Banging with the theme. Theme. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. A great big wonderful chord there, Bunny. Check.
Check. And then the teaser. Quote.
Don't go away, you out there. Stick right close to that radio set of yours, because the next half hour might put $50,000 in your pocket. Yes, $50,000 will be paid by the sponsors of this program for information leading to the arrest and conviction of a killer at large.
Ba, da, ba.
Tonight, that's it, sustain the chord.
Yeah.
Tonight, the murder... Tremolo. Tonight, the murder of Carol Stevens. Then, da-da-dee-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Check. What's that?
Cymbal crash.
Do it again. Don't need it. Check.
Check.
Big, wonderful.
Lush.
That's the word, lush. With scope and sweep and power.
I got it. Well, I'll get as lush as I can with 8 pieces.
Scope, sweep, importance. Gotta sound important. Check?
Check.
Oh.
I'm Sam Spade, Mr. Rabbit.
Oh, yes, Spade. Glad to see you. Please sit down. No, on the other hand, you'd better stand up. No time to lose. You have 24 hours to find a man for me.
Well, that's pretty short notice. How
Mr. Spade, killer at large is real. We keep a sensitive finger on the pulse of the people.
Well, that's nice.
We deal in real facts, real people, real crimes, and real criminals. Check?
Just how do you do this? How do you accomplish all this on the radio budget of today?
Now, you see before you, Spade, the mechanical marvel which makes this possible, the tape recorder. You're familiar with the tape recorder?
Oh, more or less.
Check. Tomorrow night at 9 p.m. PST, with the aid of the tape recorder, we shall reconstruct one of San Francisco's more sensational, unsolved crimes. The murder of Carol Stevens.
You mean the burlesque dame 3 years ago?
2 years, 8 months, and 29 days. You remember much about it?
Well, let me see. She turned up dead on the floor of her apartment, didn't she?
Check. Victim of the well-known blunt instrument. In this case, a bronze bookend carrying the bas relief of Abraham Lincoln. Much ado. Headlines by the yard, a parade of witnesses, but no arrests, period.
Fine. Now, what about me?
Our show, Spade, is made up of the simple, honest, spontaneous statements of the witnesses themselves. We're set on this one except for one man. The most important one in the case, of course.
Oh, who's that?
Jimmy Biddle, the doorman at the Broadway Burlesque. At the time the Stevens girl was killed.
Oh.
Knew her, some say he loved her. Top suspect until he came up with an alibi. Our advance men have combed the city for 2 weeks trying to find him, but no luck.
So he's blown Tom.
That's what I thought until this morning.
You mean you've heard from him?
I heard from someone who said he was Biddle. He also said he knew who killed Carol Stevens.
And he wanted the $50,000.
Right. I mean, check.
Oh, fair enough. Well, that's what you advertise, isn't it?
Not to people who hang up when you get curious. If it was Biddle, I've got to record his story. I want him here by 8 tomorrow night. Check?
Well, since you keep bringing it up, check. Yes. You can make it out for $100. At Homicide, I cased the files on the Stevens thing. San Francisco's answer to the Black Dahlia. A cheap killing of a cheap dame in a cheap apartment that used a lot of expensive newsprint. She'd taken her last turn under the blue spot around 10:30, left the theater, and hustled straight home, because at 11 sharp, according to the neighbor across the hall, someone had tried the Abraham Lincoln bookend on Carol for size. She hit the floor just as the 11 o'clock news came on. Biddle's alibi had to be good, and it was. It came, as a matter of fact, from the greatest little alibi factory in town. Biddle was drinking old fashions with Joseph P. Norgard, the well-known criminal lawyer at the time of the killing. So I trotted over to Norgard's office on Market Street, found him tied up, and settled down in the waiting room next to a gimlet-eyed youth in a neon-striped suit who looked like he made a living sticking up crap games. He was filing his nails.
Buddy.
Yeah, buddy?
You sure you're in the right office, buddy?
Positive, buddy.
I just thought I might save you some trouble, that's all. Sam Spade, ain't it?
Hey, you're a smart kid.
I try hard. I still think you'd be wise to blow.
You know, this is quite a turn you do, buddy. Study nights with Richard Woodmark.
Sam, I told you I want to save you a bad time. You're a nice guy.
Thank you.
Must be a lot of things you can do around town to make a buck without coming here. Now, why don't you lift it out of that chair?
I'm not going to do it, Mr. Norgard, and that's fine.
I'll get with you later.
Bye, buddy. The guy who bustled out of Norgard's office was flabby, florid, and frightened. Pinstripe gave me a last baleful look and sidled out into the hall after him, which was nice because I was running out of punchlines.
Luke, I thought I told you to. Oh.
Mr. Norgard?
I am?
I'm sorry to barge in. My name's Spade. I'm a private detective.
Of course you are. And a hungry one.
Well, we're polite in here, too. Why do you say that?
You're the fourth today.
Oh?
I'm about to prepare a mimeograph statement entitled, What I Know About the Stevens Case, or You Too Can Make $50,000. Like a copy?
You know, I can't remember when I've been treated so nice. What do you know about the Stevens case, Mr. Norgard?
It's all in the homicide file. On the fateful night, I ran into Jimmy Biddle as I was coming out of a bar in Chinatown. He'd hit the skids. But he used to be a useful friend, so I asked him up to my apartment for a drink.
Cozy?
Sat him in a chair, made him an old-fashioned, loaned him $5 and hustled him out.
Mm-hmm.
Total elapsed time, 45 minutes, from 10:45 to 11:30 p.m. And that is all I have to say at this time.
Have you seen Biddle since?
Not since the investigation. I don't know where he is now, and I don't know who killed Carol Stevens, period.
Paragraph. Do you think Jimmy knows who killed her?
Maybe.
Well, he says he does.
Oh? Where did you see him?
He's hungry, too. We work the same bread line.
Oh, I'm sorry I said that, Spade. Who are you working for?
Olympic Radio Productions. Killer at large.
Yes? They want me to come to the studio tonight and record a statement for them.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if I ought to tell them what I really think.
What's that?
About Biddle. There's no point in talking around it anymore. I think he killed her.
Well, that's a neat trick if he was drinking your liquor at the time.
Oh, I think he did it after he left my place. Two things place the time of death. The medical examiner's report, which could be off as much as 3 hours. And the neighbor who thinks he heard the girl fall as the news came on. How reliable is that?
Well, they usually think of those things during an investigation.
But they didn't think hard enough. You say you talked to Biddle?
He called my client.
Why?
He had 50,000 good reasons, according to him. You know, funny things happen when the dough gets into it. Bought people don't stay bought. Lost people get found.
Yeah. Well, I've told you all I know, Spade. If you have no more questions.
Oh, just one more. Who's the little weasel in the pinstripe?
You mean Luke?
Yeah.
Oh, I put him out there to scare off the hungry ones. Nothing to do with you.
And the fat character he's tailing has nothing to do with me either, huh?
You really want to know?
Love to.
He's a pastry cook. I'm representing his wife in a divorce action. Thinks he's Casanova.
Pressure cooker, eh? Shoving Norgard, Pinstripe, and the flabby pastry cook in the look-up-later section of my hat band, I took off for Biddle's last known address, a boarding house on Pacific Avenue. There I held hands with the landlady long enough to learn that A, she hadn't seen Biddle since a few weeks after the murder, but B, when last heard of, Biddle had gone on from the burlesque dame to something even more extremely female. According to the landlady...
Name's Rosalie. Understand she's working on the line at the Pacific Ballroom. Red hair, blue eyes, and boom, boom. You get me?
I got you. Pacific Ballroom, eh? Would you do that last again?
Boom, boom.
Yeah, just checking. Thanks, Mrs. Landlady. Hello?
Hi. Am I the lucky girl?
Well, you look like your name ought to be Rosalie.
Oh, you're psychic. Got your tickets?
Here, let me know when they're used up, huh?
Don't worry. Hey. You know you're a pretty good dancer?
Arthur Murray, class of 1906. Only I didn't come here to dance.
Oh.
I'm looking for Jimmy Biddle, you know him?
Yeah, I know him. You a cop?
Not exactly.
Oh, what's the difference, cop or no cop? You'll find him one of these days.
Where?
In the bay, maybe. Or the morgue. He knows it. That's the funny part. He knows it, and he can't do anything about it. It's got him.
Rosalie, baby, look, I'm a...
That's enough about Jimmy. Let's dance, huh? That's what you're paying for, isn't it? Well, come on.
Where is he?
You're wasting your time. I won't sell him out. I'm through with him, but I won't sell him out. Ah, here's your ticket.
I sauntered over to the soft drink fountain and mulled the problem over a Coke for a minute or two. There are ways of dealing with dames like Rosalie. Some of them are a little cruel, as this one was going to have to be, but time was of the essence. I kept out of sight for 20 minutes or so, watching her dancing in the arms of a moonstruck plumber, then sidled into a phone booth. The Pacific Ballroom does not permit telephone conversations while the girls are working. When I said it was the police, the plumber was turned over to a new candidate, and Rosalie came to the phone.
Hello?
This is Sam Spade, Rosalie. I was dancing with you a little while ago.
What is it?
I found Jimmy Biddle's apartment.
Oh? What's the matter? He's hurt?
That's right.
Bad?
I'm afraid so. He wants to see you.
Oh, okay. I'll be right over.
She didn't stop for a rap, just plowed a zigzag furrow through the mob at the main door and climbed into a cab at the curb. The driver must have been an old fan of hers because they were almost out of sight by the time my cab got rolling, and That's the way it was across Market Street and all the way out Van Ness to the marina. Her cab was pulled up in front of an apartment on Jefferson Street, and she'd just gotten out when we slid in behind them. Hiya, you want to go up together?
But you said you...
I'm sorry, honey. I know it was a dirty trick, but now that's no way to be.
You shut up.
The gold card holder by the doorbell listed the tenant as W.R. Smith. Mr. Smith was evidently not home. The lady manager in the apartment next to his was, and after the usual license showing and more than the usual sweet talk, she came up with a key. Biddle wasn't wealthy, but he wasn't hungry either. The place had the well-fixed man-about-town look, right down to the last crystal martini glass in the portable bar in the living room. Next to it was a mahogany desk, in which were sundry checkbooks and deposit slips indicating Biddle had found a prosperous widow or had been doing rather well at canasta. A clock chimed 4 in the next room. Since it was after 10, I wondered why I went in to take a look. Maybe I was psychic, like the girl said. There was a tape recorder against one wall, the same kind I'd seen in your office, Tracy, with a microphone and a roll of tape in it, half used up. Holding the microphone with one hand was Jimmy Biddle. In the other hand, a .38. He wasn't hurt, as I'd told her. He was dead.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. This Sunday, there's another outstanding production by Theater Guild on the air. It's a 1-hour adaptation of the thrilling tale of intrigue in post-war Vienna, The Third Man. Joseph Cotton and Senia Hasso star in this Theater Guild on the air broadcast. And Sunday over most of these NBC stations also means The Big Show, an hour and a half of the finest in comedy, music, and drama. Tallulah will be your hostess, and just listen to a few of the stars. Fred Allen, Marlene Dietrich, Danny Thomas, and Fran Warren. There'll be many more, too, so tune in this Sunday and every Sunday for The Big Show. And now back to the Biddle Riddle Caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
In accordance with Chapter 5 of the Private Detective's Manual entitled How to Keep Your License, I called Homicide and gave him the facts and figures, then went back to the study. Jimmy Biddle was surrounded by props like Part 1 of the photocrime puzzle. I carefully reached over his shoulder and pressed the button on the tape recorder.
My name's Jimmy Biddle. The DA will remember me. We saw a lot of each other during the week after Carol Stevens hit the deck in her apartment 3 years ago. At just about this time of night. I fooled him then. I could probably go on fooling him, but I'm tired of it. I'm tired of living this way. So here it is. I knew Carol Stevens well. I was crazy about her, and I was jealous, too. That's why I killed her. Thought I could go on and on, playing hide-and-go-seek for the rest of my life, but sooner or later this kind of thing gets too heavy to pack around it. You gotta get rid of it, one way or another.
Period. End of report. I rousted the landlady again, and we went over the room together. A helpful type landlady. She contributed 1,000-odd bits of gossip about Jimmy Biddle, only one of which struck me as interesting. She'd come in this morning, she said, to clean his apartment, and among other things, had wound and set the 8-day clock on the mantel. The same clock, which was now exactly 4 hours fast. Looking closer at the tape recorder, I saw a small label pasted above one of the knobs, reading Murgas and Reed, recording technicians. Next scene, the manufacturing section of Sansom Street. A 5-story building, all dark at this hour, except for a light in the office on the second floor back, which happily turned out to be the one.
Murgas? Reed! Anybody!
Hello.
What do you want?
Well, the pastry cook.
I'm sorry. We're closed, you see. Office hours 9 to 5.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute, pastry cook.
I'm not a pastry cook, sir. My name is Murgas. I am one of the proprietors here. Just a moment, sir.
Sorry. It was getting cold out in the hall. Oh, so you're Murgas, huh?
I am. And I don't care who you are. I know all about it, sir. I know it wasn't a practical joke.
What wasn't a practical joke?
That tape. You can march right back to the man you're working for and tell him he can't buy me off. Is that clear?
Not very.
There's no use denying it. I saw you in his office this afternoon when he threatened me. What are you Get down, okay? What is it? Oh!
I crawled out on the fire escape in time to see my buddy in the pinstripe suit hit the bottom. The alley, praise be, was blind at one end, so Luke took off toward the street. I caught him in one leg. He stumbled, fell, smacked his head against the brick wall of the alley, and took the count. I was frisking him when a prowl cop who'd heard the shots moved up. I convinced him I wasn't rolling a drunk and left him to run back upstairs. Fergus? Fergus!
Here.
I better get you to a hospital.
Who are you?
Sam Spade. I don't work for Norgard. Right now I'm trying to hang a murder rap on him.
Told me it was a practical joke. A gag.
What?
Tape. Jimmy Biddle. Tape.
Jimmy rented the machine from you and made the tape himself, right?
Yes. He Norgard.
What about Norgard?
Tried to beat me into it. Beat me. I wouldn't give it to him.
Give what? Tape.
No.
He tried to point to the desk as he passed out, and so to this already bubbling stew, we had a crucial typewriter. While waiting for the ambulance, I cased it and found nothing. Then stuck a piece of paper into it and began to type. 4 quick brown foxes had jumped over 4 lazy dogs when the sound changed. I looked closer, then tackled a messy job I always leave to my secretary. I hate to play with typewriter ribbons, but this wasn't a typewriter ribbon, since said ribbon had come to an end and I was pecking away at a piece of sound tape. Come on, Rosalie.
No, I don't want to talk.
Look, come on. My feet are even more tired than they were an hour ago. Okay, you first. All right, now.
I'm sorry, Mr. Spade. I thought you were lying when you said Jimmy was hurt.
Look, let's not go into that now. He was blackmailing Norgard, right?
I don't even know who Norgard is.
You knew Jimmy was shaking someone down, didn't you?
I never knew where he got his money. I just knew it was dirty money. He'd laugh and say he was living high, but not for long.
He never mentioned Norgard?
No, he just said he was going to make $50,000 in a radio program.
Did he say how?
Singing. I thought he was kidding, then he showed up with that tape recorder.
Well, he wasn't kidding. Then what?
He wanted to be alone, he said. He was going to make an audition and send it to a sponsor.
Well, that's where he made the mistake. He sent it to the wrong sponsor.
Huh?
He figured to hit Norgard for the biggest touch of all. Thought hearing it might make him dig deeper. So he recorded his statement, sent it to Norgard for a sample. But there was something he didn't think of.
What do you mean?
He should have studied up on his tape recorders, baby. With a pair of scissors and a good technician, Jimmy's eyewitness account turned into a first-class confession. The final phase of the Biddle Riddle was, as you will recall, Tracy, enacted on one of the sound stages of the nation's leading network, where, as you will also recall, you were busily transcribing the testimony of various witnesses on the Carol Stevens case. How you got him there, I'll never know. But there he was, as big and legal-looking as ever, perjuring himself once more into one of your microphones.
I walked out of the Twin Dragon on Grant Avenue. As I remember it now, Biddle was across the street. He apparently recognized me, though, and...
Excuse me, will you, fellas?
What?
Spade, you idiot. You ruined it.
I'm sorry, Tracy.
Oh, we'll have to start it over again, Mr. Norgard.
Would you mind if I record a few remarks?
Spade, please understand my position. Biddle's confession has changed everything.
I know.
The killer is not at large.
Yeah.
24 hours we spent recording the show. Now it'll all have to be done over again.
Sorry.
These people at this house...
Listen, Tracy.
All right, Spade, what is it?
I'm only trying to help. Now, where's Biddle's confession?
On the machine there. We're going to dub it onto the main tape.
Good. Now, be a good lad and show me where you're starting to stop it, huh?
Right there.
Okay.
So, what is this, Spade?
This is going to interest you, Mr. Norgard. Now, let us turn to the tape, keeping our eyes on the spool as it slowly feeds Jimmy Biddle's last statement.
My name's Jimmy
the
Biddle.
amplifier.
The DA will remember me. We saw a lot of each other during the week after Carol Stevens hit the deck in her apartment 3 years ago. At just about this time of night. I fooled him then. I could probably go on fooling him, but I'm tired of it. I'm tired of living this way. So here it is. I knew Carol Stevens well. I was crazy about her, and I was jealous, too. That's why I...
There's a riddle for you, Norgard. He said the girl died, quote, at just about this time of night, unquote. But the clock struck 3 times. We know she died at 11. What happened to the other 8 chimes?
Spade, this is no time.
Be patient with me, Tracy. What about it, Norgard?
Well, how do I know? The man was crazy, maybe.
No. He wasn't crazy. Stupid, but not crazy. So we take this spool of tape off and put this one.
What's that?
This is the part that was cut out. Got it from the guy who did the splicing job for you, thinking it was a practical joke or something.
Sam, do you know what you're saying?
Yeah, but Biddle says it better. The last thing we heard was I was crazy about her, and I was jealous, too. That's why I killed her. Only he didn't say killed her. Just, that's why I...
Well, standing outside in the hallway of her apartment the night she died. I'd seen her leave the theater with a guy I recognized. And I followed them home to her place. Heard the argument, everything, but I had no idea he'd kill her until I heard her hit the floor. Door busted open then, and he came out looking like a crazy man. He didn't even see me, just ran down the back stairs as fast as he could go. I went in and saw her lying on the floor, dead. I could have killed him then, but I thought of something better. He's good pay. The cash comes right on time. But I'm tired of living this way. So there's the story. The man who killed Carol Stevens...
That's what it went to, right?
Which is as far as Biddle got, since Norgard had grabbed a stand mic and slammed it into the recording machine. In the rhubarb which followed, he also slammed it into my face, which is why I carry the imprint of the nation's #1 network just below my right eye. So that's about the crop, Tracy. Norgard and Pinstripe now lie cheek by jowl in the jail hospital trying to think of an honest lawyer who'll defend them. While you, Tracy, with a 3rd round of interviews before you, are considering tossing out Carol Stevens and doing the shooting of Dan McGrew. Period. End of report.
Sam, how unfortunate.
Unfortunate?
You never got to explain about the clock. It was 4 hours fast.
Why, sweetheart, that's self-explanatory. The clock said 4, you see?
Yes.
But it was 12. It'll have been dead an hour, which makes it 11. Carry 1. Subtracting 4 from that leaves 7.
7.
And assuming he'd been there an hour before that makes 6.
Sam, what relentless logic. Just like Ellery Queen.
Effie, on this program, we do not plug rival products. Now go and type that up while I figure this out. Scoot.
Yes.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's mystery and music every Saturday on NBC. For Mystery Tomorrow, Herbert Marshall stars as the man called X. The man called X is a man without a name who travels the world over combating the forces of international espionage and intrigue. For Music Tomorrow, your hit parade brings you the top tunes in the land, played by Raymond Scott's orchestra and with vocals by Snooky Lanson and Eileen Wilson.
Thank you, dear one. I see by the furrows in your brow that you have not as yet solved the matter of the missing chimes.
Or why Norgard set the clock ahead when he shot Jimmy Biddle.
How to approach this? You realize Norgard cut a hunk out of the tape,
Yes.
removing Biddle's eyewitness account, setting him up as a suicide, right?
But Sam...
Don't make me change my grip, Ed. Though Biddle, by his own statement, made the recording at the time of the murder of Carol Stevens, to wit 11 o'clock. Now, in cutting out the crucial words, Norgard also had to cut out 8 chimes. This, he realized, would be noticed. So he set the clock ahead to make the number of chimes jibe. Chimes jibe. Chimes jibe. Nice ring.
Sam, will it be all right with you if I just say I understand when I really don't?
Sure, sweetheart.
I'll just type and answer the phone, and you use your feet and your head.
And together we'll end up...
I know, with good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Enjoy The Magnificent Montague, then Duffy's Tavern on NBC.
Golly, what a wallop! He rang the bell again.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Cheerios gives you a kind of nourishment that really counts. Cheerios is a cereal that really helps you build up strength and energy. So for your better breakfast, always start with Cheerios. Cheerios. Cheerios.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight, instead of joining the doctor at his home, we're all meeting here at Camp Roberts in California, where the doctor's going to tell his story before a large audience of GIs, and as usual, I'm going to tell my story right now. It's about Petri California Sherry. And I want you to know that Petri Sherry is the best beginning a good meal ever had. Before you sit down to dinner some evening soon, just pour yourself a glass of Petri Sherry. Look at that rich, dark amber color. Just smell the fragrance of those wonderful grapes. And then taste that Petri Sherry. Is that ever good? And say, if you like your sherry on the dry side, not sweet, then just wait till you taste Petri Pale Dry Sherry. If some of your family like regular sherry and some like pale dry, don't buy one, buy two. You can't go wrong so long as you buy Petri. Petri. Petri Sherry. And now let's join Dr. Watson and get on with our story.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell.
Well, Doctor, your study seems a little bigger than usual this week.
Yes, my boy. I felt that as tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was rather an exciting one, the men here at Camp Roberts might like me to tell it to them in person.
I'm sure they will, Doctor. Which particular story have you selected?
One that I call The Strange Case of the Murder in Wax. It concerns one of the most sinister mass murderers who ever threatened the peace of London. It was in the summer of 1900, and the city had been rocked by a series of ghastly murders on Hampstead Heath.
Hampstead Heath?
Yes, Hampstead Heath. That's a large rambling park in the suburbs of London, Mr. Bartell, and noted as a rendezvous for young lovers. It was here that the elusive murderer, knife in hand, was wont to roam at night time, searching for his prey. All of his victims were young girls, and despite the frantic efforts of the police, each murder seemed to be as baffling as the one that preceded it. Finally, of course, as usual, Scotland Yard came to Sherlock Holmes for help. It seems almost like yesterday, Mr. Bartell, that Inspector Lestrade stood in our Baker Street rooms, imploring Holmes to handle the case.
Mr. Holmes, you've got to help us. I don't mind telling you the yard's at the end of its rope.
I sympathize with you, Lestrade, but I don't see that there's much that I can do. Only the police can handle the widespread, detailed work necessary to this case. The private detective is helpless.
Yes, perhaps if you'd come to Mr. Holmes in the first place, Lestrade, he might have helped you.
But the murderer hasn't finished yet. There'll be more killings if we don't catch him, you mark my words. Mr. Holmes, please help us, won't you?
Before I commit myself, Lestrade, give me the exact chronology of events, will you? All my information on the murders has been derived from the London newspapers, notoriously inaccurate in matters of fact.
I can give you all the particulars, sir. I've been on the case right from the beginning. All the murders have taken place on Hampstead Heath at night time, and all the victims have been young women.
Who was the first one?
A girl by the name of Oakley, Bessie Oakley. She was a shop girl who worked at Derry and Tom's in Kensington High Street. 3 weeks ago, she was out on the Heath with a young fella by the name of Alfred Smith. From what he told me, it was a moonlight night that night as they sat there out on the...
Oh, Bessie, give us a kiss.
Oh, go on, Fred. Don't be so soppy.
I ain't sloppy. Come on, Bess.
Hello. Who's this coming towards us?
Bloomin' prowler. Here, you, what you want?
Can't you say something?
Look out, Bessie's got a knife. No, you don't.
You devil, you hit my Fred. Keep away from me. Keep away from me, you...
And that's all I know, Inspector Lestrade. I never got a good look at him. He caught me on the head, and when I come to, there was poor Bessie with a throat cut.
Yeah, that's your story, young fella, my lad. All right, Sergeant. You can book him on suspicion of murder.
Sir George, we shouldn't be walking on the Heath. Didn't you read about the murder here 2 days ago?
It's a fine thing. I take you out in the moonlight, and you talk of murders. Let's talk about us, Violet, darling.
It seems to me we should talk about your wife.
My wife doesn't mean anything to me anymore. Violet, if I could get a divorce,
There's someone behind that tree. He's coming towards us.
Who are you, son? What you... No, you don't.
Don't come near me. Don't.
Inspector Lestrade, she's dead, poor girl, I know, but a scandal can't bring her back. If there's any way to keep my name out of the papers,
Yeah, I'm afraid you'll have to take your chances, Sir George. Oh, and Sergeant...
Yes, Inspector?
You can turn that boy loose, Weevil, for questioning. The man who did this is obviously the same killer. I'm afraid we're going to hear a lot more from him.
Live edition evening paper. Hampstead Heath murderess strikes for 5th time. 9 girls murdered on Hampstead Heath. Live edition evening paper here.
Now, look here, miss. You can't go walking by yourself on the Heath. It ain't safe.
Thank you, Constable, but I'm not frightened. I want to be by myself. I want to think.
Well, I can't stop you by law, I suppose, but you shouldn't do it. I don't know how to handle these modern young things, and that's a fact. Inspector Lestrade, he must have killed her the moment she got out of my sight. I searched the old ruddy Heath, but I couldn't find the murderer. But I did startle him. He left his knife in the body.
Good, Jackson. The body's not been identified yet, eh?
No, Inspector.
We'll print her photograph in all the papers. We've got to find out who she is. Mr. Bishop, is this the body of your missing daughter?
Yes, it's Rosie, my Rose. Inspector Lestrade, if I ever lay my hands on that murdering fiend, I'll kill him. I'll kill him with my bare hand.
Here's the story, Mr. Holmes. Rose Bishop was the 10th and last girl murdered.
But she was the first girl murdered when she was alone. Eh, Lestrade?
Yes, sir.
You found no clues?
Well, none that proved anything when we checked on them.
Let me ask you a question or two, Lestrade.
Or anything you like, sir.
You've taken the obvious precautions, of course.
How do you mean?
You posted a heavy police guard on the Heath?
Well, yes, sir. We've had 100 plainclothesmen walking there at night ever since the second murder. But he seems to slip through our fingers.
I suppose you've also posted policemen dressed in women's clothes.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. And we've hired girls to walk the Heath in couples with our plainclothesmen. But the murderer won't seem to rise to our bait.
He's a cunning brute.
Yes, he is, Watson. Obviously a morbid madman obsessed by a hatred of love. He'll be hard to catch. Lestrade, you mentioned clues that amounted to nothing when you checked them. What were these clues?
Well, footprints, a couple of cigarette butts dropped at the scene of the crime. Nothing that helped us. The only important clue was the knife we found in the body of Rose Bishop, the last girl murdered.
Of course, the experts at the yard examined it.
Yes, sir. Didn't tell us a thing, though.
You got the knife with you?
Here it is, Mr. Holmes. I knew you wouldn't trust us. you'd want to look at it yourself.
Thank you, Lestrade. Yeah. Interesting.
Well, what is it, Holmes?
This knife is a collector's item. It's at least 100 years old, I should say. May I keep this overnight, Lestrade? I should like to conduct a few experiments of my own.
Why, of course you can, sir.
Then you're going to take on the case, Holmes?
Let us say that I'll take it under advisement. I'll do my best, Lestrade. I'll do my best.
Well, thanks.
If any further developments occur, communicate with me at once, will you?
Yes, sir.
In the meanwhile, I'll smoke a few pipes on the problem. But I promise nothing, my dear fellow. I promise absolutely nothing.
3 o'clock in the morning, Holmes. You're still peering through your microscope at that knife Lestrade left for you.
That's true, old chap. That's quite true. I must be a very dull companion. Why don't you go to bed?
Oh, because I'm afraid I may miss something. Confound it. Have you discovered anything?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, what?
The handle of this knife is corrugated. On the underside, I observed a slight diffusion in the markings. Under the penetrating eye of the microscope, I found a minute deposit which had caused the diffusion. I have just analyzed that deposit. It's wax, colored wax.
Colored wax? Well, what does that signify?
Oh, by itself, very little. But when you combine it with a knife that definitely belongs to another century, it does suggest a certain origin.
I got an idea. Perhaps it came from the theater. An 18th century dagger could belong in a period play. And the colored wax might easily be part of an actor's makeup.
An excellent deduction, Watson.
Oh, thanks so much.
However, my own theory would be that this dagger came from a waxworks exhibition.
Oh, wrong again.
Putty is used in theatrical disguises, but I don't recall the use of colored wax.
Whereas it is used in making waxen effigies, and of course the dagger would belong as part of the costume.
Precisely, my dear fellow. It's a long chance, but I think in the morning we'll make a tour of the various London waxworks exhibitions. If my deduction is a false one, at least we'll have the pleasure of a busman's holiday. We can visit all our old friends who died on the gallows. Any tired, old chap?
I must say I'm a little weary. This is the 4th waxworks exhibition that we've been to.
The 4th and the last. We fail to find any clues here at Levesque's Museum. We can return to Big Street.
Oh, thank heaven, this is our last port of call. I'm so dizzy from looking at waxworks that they begin to look like human beings to me. Did you notice that I asked directions from the wax policeman at the entrance door just now?
Yes. Well, I'm sure many people have been deceived in the same way. Here we are.
Oh, Monsieur Levesque doesn't believe in understatement, does he? Look at that sign there.
Gracious me. The Chamber of Horrors. Come in and see the pageant of murder. All the great killers of history reenacting their famous crimes. Well, let's go in, Watson. We should feel thoroughly at home.
Creepy in here, isn't it? I've heard that Monsieur Levesque will pay £100 to anyone who will spend all night alone in the Chamber of Horrors.
Yes, I've heard of that challenge, too. Are you thinking of accepting the bet?
Great Scott, now I wouldn't spend a night here for 1,000.
A very comprehensive collection of killers, aren't they? Let's see. Williams, Wainwright. The Marchioness de Brinvilliers.
By George, yes. She was an attractive woman, wasn't she? As trim a pair of ankles as ever I've seen.
Yes, but you wouldn't have liked her cooking, Watson. She used the most lethal condiments of almost any woman in history. Hello.
What is it?
Look over there.
I was wondering when we'd come to one of your cases. Dr. Grimsby Rylott and the murder at Stoke Moran. Or the case of the Speckled Band. By Jove, Holmes, the tableau's extraordinarily realistic, isn't it?
Yes. One of other old friends of mine are represented here. Should rather like to renew acquaintance with Ricoletti of the Clubfoot and his abominable wife.
Ricoletti? I don't remember him, Holmes.
Oh, one of my earlier cases, old fellow. I must tell you that story sometime.
I wish you would. Holmes, look, that veiled figure over there. Read the placard in front of it.
The Hampstead Heath murderer. Well, how very interesting.
The face is covered with a black veil.
Is this pure showmanship, I wonder, or does Monsieur Levesque know more than Scotland Yard and I?
Good day to you, gentlemen.
Great Scott, you startled me, sir.
Are you admiring my collection of murderers?
Monsieur Levesque?
Yes, sir. And haven't I the distinction of addressing Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
That is my name, and this is my friend Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do, Doctor? I am greatly honored to meet you both. What do you think of my Chamber of Horrors?
Oh, it's very impressive. We're particularly interested in this veiled figure of the Hampstead Heath murderer.
Yes, indeed we are, sir. Is there a face beneath that veil?
I'll let you in on a trade secret, gentlemen. There are no recognizable features behind that veil. This is purely for publicity purposes. The public always expects to see the latest horrors here. And I thought I'd titillate their morbid palates by having a mysterious figure representing the killer. Of course, if he is captured, I shall add his effigy to my collection.
You think he will be captured, then?
One can only speculate. He's a clever man, Mr. Holmes.
By the way, Monsieur Levesque, does your offer of £100 to anyone who will spend a night in the Chamber of Horrors still hold good?
Oh, yes. Are you thinking of accepting the bet, Mr. Holmes?
No, but Dr. Watson would like to.
I don't recommend the experience, Doctor. It's an ordeal that calls for nerves of steel. However, I shall be glad to arrange for it.
I haven't the slightest intention of...
Backing down now? Of course you haven't, old fellow. What time shall my friend return, sir?
About 11:30 tonight. I'll be waiting for him at the main entrance.
Splendid. Come on, Watson.
Oh, Holmes,
Good day, Monsieur Levesque.
Good day, gentlemen. I shall be waiting for you tonight, Doctor.
Holmes, what the blazes do you think you're doing? I haven't the slightest intention of keeping that appointment tonight.
Well, of course you haven't. I shall keep it. Disguised as you.
You keep it? For heaven's sake, tell me what you're up to, Holmes. You didn't even mention that missing dagger to Levesque.
No, because he knows something about the murderer. I'm convinced of it.
Well, why'd you say that?
As we were standing there talking to him, a breath of air from the open window blew back a corner of the veil. I'll swear that there are clearly defined features beneath it.
And so you're going back there tonight to find out?
That's right, old fellow. The superstitious used to believe they could use a waxen image to kill a man. Tonight, Watson, we shall prove that a waxen image can be used to trap a killer.
Dr. Watson will continue his story in just a second, so I'm just going to remind you that there are lots of ways to make good food taste better. But the easiest way is to serve that food with a good wine. A Petri wine. If you like a white wine with chicken or with fish, you'll love that wonderful Petri California Sauterne. If you like a red wine, then rich, hearty Petri California Burgundy is your wine. But if you don't know which you prefer, why not try them both? Petri Burgundy and Petri Sauterne. Red and white. Don't buy one, buy two. But always buy Petri. Well, Doctor, so Sherlock Holmes decided to disguise himself as you and spend a night in the Chamber of Horrors,
Yes,
huh?
that's right, Mr. Bartell. After dinner that night, he began to apply the makeup. It's uncanny to sit there in Baker Street and watch Holmes slowly turning into a very convincing replica of myself. As he did so, we discussed last-minute arrangements.
I'm roughly at 11:30, Watson. If I'm not back here by 2 o'clock, you better come out to me.
Mr. Demi can't wait outside, old fellow, just in case there's any trouble.
No. You'd attract attention. By the way, do you recall the name of the last girl murdered on the Heath?
Yes, Bishop. Rose Bishop, wasn't
it? Exactly. The only girl who was murdered when she was unescorted. The body was identified by her father.
Well, what of it, Holmes?
Levesque is a French name, and yet the gentleman had a decidedly English accent. I should say that he adopted a foreign name as being more suited to his profession.
I don't see what you're driving at. What's the connection between Levesque, the owner of the waxworks, and the father of Rose Bishop, the murdered girl?
Levesque is the French word for bishop.
Great Scott. You think that he knows who the murderer is and...
I know only one thing, Watson. I must see what is beneath that black veil.
There. Now, how's my disguise?
Wonderful. You look exactly like me, but... How'll you manage about the voice?
Well, I don't think that'll be too difficult, old man. Rebecca knows very well.
I can't understand half what you're saying.
In your own case, old chap, that's a handicap that I've suffered from for years.
Rubbish. I'm perfectly intelligent.
Now, let me see, the bullseye lantern, yes. Watson, I think I'll borrow your revolver, too. I probably won't need it, but for once I think it might be safer for me to go armed.
Here, Holmes. Now, Do be careful.
I will, old chap. Don't worry. Goodbye. And if I'm not back by 2 o'clock, you better come to the waxworks and see what's happened to me.
Dr. Watson, you don't mind if I search you?
Oh, gracious, no. No, of course not.
No lantern, please. The moonlight will give you all the illumination that you need. Oh, dear me. A revolver in your pocket. I'm afraid I can't allow that.
Oh, no.
Once before, a young man who unwisely accepted my bet left bullet holes in some of my finest waxworks before he finally went raving mad.
Gracious me, raving mad, did he? Miss Holmes were here.
Don't be frightened, Dr. Watson. Many of the waxwork murderers here are all friends of yours. They'll be good company. I shall come and release you at 8 in the morning.
Yes, but no. I mean, how will you know if I'm
I've sealed all the windows with string and wax. I shall seal the door behind me as I leave.
Oh, it's very unkind of you.
Midnight. The bet is on, Doctor. You still wish to go through with it?
Yes, I suppose so.
Very well, then. I shall leave you now. Good night, Dr. Watson.
Good night.
Pleasant dreams.
Pleasant dreams, all of them. What's that? Who's there? Swan, I heard something shuffling about in the shadows. Miss Holmes is here with me.
The window. Quick, Scott, it's Watson. And now before his time. Well, here go the seals and the string. Come on, up with it. Holmes, are you all right? Shh. Yes, I'm all right. You came early, but it's just as well. You're carrying a lantern. Levesque took mine with him. Come on in. There we are. One over quiet. I'm glad to see you, Watson. But what made you decide to come here so early?
After you left the start, came to Baker Street. He told me there was another murder on the Heath at 7 o'clock tonight.
Another murder, eh?
I started worrying about you, Holmes. I had a premonition of impending danger, and I decided to come over here. You're not angry with me?
Of course not, my dear fellow. I'm glad of your company, and I appreciate your concern.
Have you looked under the veil of the waxwork figure of the Hampstead Heath murderer yet?
No, I was just about to. Your lantern will be most useful. Come on, Watson.
Oh, what have you been doing? Just doing nothing?
Yes. I wanted to give Levesque an impression that I was here for the night, and I also wanted to do some serious thinking. I smoked 2 pipes on the problem, Watson, and I think I know the answer now. I'm willing to swear you'll know the face you see when I lift the veil from the waxen dummy.
Here's the figure.
Now, hold your lantern a little higher, will you, won't you? That's it. I lift the veil, and who do we see?
Good Lord, it's the waxwork figure of Levesque himself.
Precisely, Watson. An unparalleled example of the self-betrayal inherent in criminal egotism. Levesque couldn't resist the...
Holmes, the waxwork is moving. Great Scott, it's alive.
Yes, gentlemen. Which is more than either of you will be in a few minutes.
You re-entered this room by a secret door, I suppose?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. And since you've displayed such a flattering interest in the Hampstead Heath murderer, I decided to remove the wax figure and appear in person.
Look out, Holmes, you've got a revolver.
Oh, no, Doctor. This isn't a revolver in my pocket. What would the Hampstead Heath murderer want with a revolver? This is a knife. I feel so much more at home with a knife.
There are 2 of us, Levesque, remember that.
And both unarmed. Which one of you meddlers wants to die first?
Look out, Holmes!
Watson, both together.
The lantern smashed.
Yes, and the moon's fading. What a pity.
Holmes, where are you?
Over here by the effigy of Macbeth. How very thoughtful of you to provide him with a dagger, Levesque.
A wooden one, my dear Holmes. You can't escape me. I can feel my way in the dark here. I know every inch of this room. You're doomed, both of you.
Don't strike a match, Holmes. You'll make a target of yourself.
The devil with that. I'm lighting this newspaper. It'll make an excellent torch to set light to the nearest waxwork.
Now! Don't burn my waxwork!
Wax on a wooden frame should blaze brilliantly. There we are.
Oh, you devil! You're destroying my life's work! Holmes, that burning wax is pouring all over the floor. The curtains are catching light. The whole place will burn down.
Oh, my beautiful museum!
I thought this would smoke you out. Quick, Watson, at him again.
What's that knife, Holmes?
Well, Mr. Holmes, you've done it again. You've solved the case in a blaze of glory. Get the point, sir? A blaze of glory.
Yes, Lestrade, I get the point. Thank you very much. Pass that marmalade, will you, Watson?
Holmes, is that the morning paper you brought with you, Lestrade?
Yes, Doctor. Want me to read you the headlines?
Yes, please do.
Yeah. Hampstead Heath murderer captured in fire that destroys waxwork exhibition. You know, Mr. Holmes, you and the doctor were lucky you weren't burned to death. Never mind the chance you ran of having your throat cut by that maniac.
It was fortunate that the police and firemen were on the scene as quickly as they were. Lebec had the strength of 10 men.
Yes, the strength of a madman. He'll never stand trial, of course.
No, Doctor. He'll end up in an asylum where he belongs. Mr. Holmes, what made you suspect Lebec?
You first gave me the clue yourself, Lestrade. You told me that all the murdered girls were accompanied by men when they were attacked. All of them save one, Rose Bishop. Therefore, if the murderer was venting a hatred of love, he had to be someone very close to Rose Bishop to know that she was a suitable victim. That point alone, which I was shockingly slow in observing, should have told us to focus our attention on the father, Mr. Bishop, alias Lebec.
Well, your theory was certainly right, Mr. Holmes. You should have heard his ravings after the arrest. He swore his daughter had been ruined, so he'd killed her too.
Holmes, the waxwork figure of the killer, the one with a veil over its face, the features underneath were those of Lebec himself, weren't they?
I'm certain of it, old fellow. You see, he had two great prides. The first, his natural pride as a fine craftsman in wax. The second, his perverted pride as a prominent and successful murderer. These two prides combined suggested to his crazed mind he make a waxwork figure of himself and range it with the other great killers of history.
Yes, but he was cunning enough to protect himself by placing a veil over the face.
Precisely, my dear fellow. And when he saw us yesterday and we accepted the wager, he undoubtedly became suspicious and removed the wax figure last night and made his personal appearance as the murderer with every intention of killing us both. Yes, we were very lucky, old chap.
Yeah, if you ask me, Mr. Holmes, you've been very smart.
I quite agree, Lestrade. I think you solved the case brilliantly, Holmes.
No. I've been very sluggish. I solved by circumstance and melodrama what should have been a purely intellectual problem. I'm not pleased with myself. Lestrade, I hope that my name has not been used in that newspaper report.
No, it hasn't, sir.
Excellent. I want no credit in this case.
Well, do you mean to say that you're going to let Scotland Yard get the praise for catching him, Holmes?
Why not?
Well, that's very generous of you, Mr. Holmes. It'll make things a lot easier for me.
Yes, it certainly will. Holmes, I can't see why you reproach yourself.
Because, my dear Watson, like the Hampstead Heath murderer, I, too, have my pride as a craftsman. This case had a clearly defined pattern, and I was unable to recognize it. If you should have occasion to chronicle this story, Watson, and I should prefer that you didn't, I would like you to entitle it The Education of an Idiot.
Oh, come now, Holmes. The education of an idiot? That's absurd.
I know. But if you do tell this story, it'll probably end up as The Strange Case of the Murderer in Wax.
Well, Doctor, that was sure a swell story. You know, that's the kind of story I like. Lots of action.
Well, that's the kind of story I like to tell. You know, Mr. Bartell, although our broadcasts were heard overseas every week through Armed Forces Radio, this is one of the few occasions that I've had the privilege of really telling my story directly to the boys. And it's been a great pleasure for me to be here at Camp Roberts.
Well, that not only goes for you, but for me too, Doctor, and for the Petrie family. There are no words to describe how much our country owes our servicemen. And to all of you, the Petrie family wants to say, just as every American wants to say, thanks for a swell job. Well, Dr. Watson, what story are you planning to tell us next week?
Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you one of the strangest adventures that ever happened to Sherlock Holmes. It takes place in a monastery high in the mountains of Tibet and concerns itself with an avalanche, an execution, and a murder.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Adventure of the Second Stain. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday night on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Don't. Not again, please. I can scarcely think now. I won't be able to think at all if you do it again. Please, I couldn't stand it. There just won't be anything left if you do. Please.
Another Saturday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the weird story of Shadow of a Mind. See that man working there in his laboratory? That's Dr. William Richter. He's brilliant. He works hard at his research because he believes he can do more for posterity through research than he could had he continued his regular practice as a surgeon, a brain surgeon. It's good that a doctor can retire from his practice and have a laboratory all his own, with all expenses paid where he may carry on his experiments. Good also that he can afford an assistant.
Ernest? Ernest?
Yes, Doctor.
Come here, will you? Think there's something here you should see?
Certainly, Doctor. Yes, Doctor? What is it?
This piece of tissue. I've just taken it out of the solution.
Oh, yes, that's the tissue from the monkey's brain.
Yes.
Seems to be alive still.
Yes, the solution has kept it in perfect condition, at least to all outward appearances.
Of course, we can't really tell until it's tried along with undisturbed tissue.
That's right. That's just what we're going to do.
Today? You're going to try it today?
Yes. Remember the little chimpanzee we brought in last week?
Yes.
Prepare him, will you? We'll try the experiment at once.
Oh, it will be wonderful if it works. Wonderful for humanity, I mean.
Well, that's why I'm doing this work, Ernest. Because of the great benefit it will be to mankind if I can find a way to keep tissue living when completely severed from a body.
And then replace it. That will be wonderful.
I don't mind telling you, Ernest, that if this experiment is successful, we will have gone a long way toward proving the feasibility of tissue transplantation. Then there will remain only to try it with larger sections of tissue. Who knows? Perhaps sometime, due to our experiments, man will be able to perform this operation on complete sections of the human brain.
It's a great work you're doing, Doctor.
Yes. Now, prepare the animal, will you?
Yes, Doctor.
Yes, a great work, Doctor. Such a benefit to mankind. And such a benefit to you if it's a success, and to those whom you love.
Come in. Oh, Elaine. Hello, I'm glad to see you.
Oh, I didn't want to disturb you, Father, but I've wonderful news. Terribly important news.
Wait a minute. Don't you think you should give me an opportunity to at least say good afternoon to your young man?
Oh, I'm sorry, Father.
How do you do, sir?
Hello, John. And now, Elaine, what is this news that is so vital?
It's about John and me. That's why I brought John along. We're going to be married.
We came to ask your permission, sir.
You are in love?
Oh, yes, Father.
Very much, sir.
Oh, at least that's what you think now.
But, Father...
Oh, I know. Love hits you hard when you're young. I just want you to be sure, my dear. You see, this comes as rather a surprise to me.
A surprise?
Yes, a surprise, and I might say a slight disappointment.
Disappointment?
Yes, I'd hoped you'd finish your school and then come here to help me.
Oh, I know how you feel about your work, Father. I know how important it is to you. It's important to me, too. I want you to continue it, but... Well, I don't want to give up love simply to assist you. Don't you see, it's your work, not mine. Marriage is what I want.
Yes. How soon do you wish to marry?
As soon as possible, sir.
Then I can only tell you that I advise strongly against it. As you know, Elaine, I cannot order you not to marry this man.
No, Father, you've been wonderful to me. I want to repay your kindness. And I think I can do so better if I'm leading a happy, normal life.
I hope you're right, Elaine. I can still only advise against this marriage. If you do it, you will do so against my will and judgment.
The specimen is ready, Doctor.
Huh? Oh, thank you, Ernest. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm in the midst of a rather important experiment.
Just a moment, Father. If there's something about John to which you object, I think it's only fair that you should tell us now.
Oh, my objection has nothing to do with John. I admire him. I've always considered him a brilliant young man.
Oh, thank you, sir.
If I wished you to marry anyone at this time, I should as soon it were John as anyone else.
Then why? What is it, Father?
It is simply my wish that you do not marry at this time. You see, my dear, I'm not young, and the thought of losing you perhaps makes me slightly selfish about you. I only ask that you consider my request. I do not demand that you obey it. Oh, I'm talking too much. I must go. Think it over. Carefully.
Oh, I'm sorry, Johnny. I had no idea he'd behave this way about it. I thought he'd be glad. He's always been so nice to me. I thought, of course, he'd be happy to see me married.
Well, he didn't seem much concerned over your happiness. He seemed more interested in the effect your marriage was going to have on him or his works.
But if I were happy, you'd think he would be. I don't see how marrying you could have any adverse effect on him.
I wonder.
Several days have passed during which John has thought about it. Wondered why the doctor doesn't want his daughter to marry. Thought and searched for a reason. And he's found that reason. But he hasn't told Elaine. Not until he has another talk with the doctor privately. John and Elaine are driving along the twisting highway to her home.
Why on earth did your father ever have his laboratory in such an out-of-the-way place?
Oh, he works a lot with animals. They might disturb people if he had close neighbors.
Yes, I suppose so. Looks as though he might have picked a straighter road.
Johnny, why are you so certain that you can convince Father our marriage is the right thing?
Well, the only reason he objected was because of what it might do to him. I know what that was. And I can assure him that the result of our marriage won't be what he feared.
But why won't you tell me?
Oh, now, darling, don't you worry about that. Here, give me a kiss.
Oh, Johnny, Johnny, look out! The bridge! Look out, we're going over!
You were careless, John. You needn't have had that wreck if you'd been watching. Even in your haste to settle things with the doctor, you should have been more careful. More careful with the life of the woman you loved. Now her father works feverishly trying to bring her to.
Will she?
Quiet. Looked pretty bad. I'm afraid it's a concussion.
Yes, but will she?
I suppose you are satisfied now. Should have forbidden her seeing you rather than suggesting it would be better for her not to marry you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I wouldn't have had her hurt for the world.
And why did you insist on going out with her?
I love her.
Oh.
I do love her. I hope she loves me. And if she's still willing, I'm going to marry her just as soon as she's able.
Well, looks as though it would be some time before she's even able to discuss such a matter.
But she will be all right, won't she? I mean later. You'll do all you can now, won't you?
She is my daughter. I shall do anything in my power to help her. However, I shall undertake it because I want her to get well, not because you do.
Oh, I know how you feel about me. I came here to tell you that our marriage would make no difference in your plans. But that's not important now. The only thing of importance is her recovery. I want you to know if there's anything I can do, you can count on me.
What you can do probably will not be much. However, we shall see.
Not much you could do, John. If you'd only realized then just how much you would do, maybe you wouldn't have been so anxious. It hasn't been pleasant, though, has it, all these days of waiting while Elaine came out of her coma and then lapsed back in again. And when the doctor operated on her, that was hard on you, too. These short visits you've been allowed with her. Does it seem strange that the doctor won't let you stay too long in the room with her?
You will have to leave now, John. Remember I told you could only have a few minutes.
Oh, yes, all right. I'll come again soon, Elaine. And don't you worry. Everything will be all right.
Goodbye, John. I hope you can come again soon.
What does he mean everything would be all right?
Oh, just about us.
Well, what does he know about it? What does he know about your condition?
He thinks as I do that I'll soon be well.
Oh, does he?
Yes. Won't I?
We shall see. What else did he tell you?
That he loved me enough to give up anything in the world for me.
Are you still as much in love with him as you were?
Oh, yes, Father. More so.
Then I want you to tell him that you will marry him.
Oh, Father, Oh, Father, I knew you'd see. I knew you'd want me to be happy. I knew you'd see what was best.
Yes, I do see what's best. Probably better than you.
Well, what do you mean?
Elaine, you know how much you've always meant to me.
Yes, you've always been very good to me, Father.
Then believe me when I tell you I know what's best for you. Tell John you will marry him right away.
But why so soon?
Because it is important.
But your attitude has changed, so... Have you grown to like him?
Oh, I've scarcely seen him.
But then what's the reason for this sudden reversal of your feelings?
I was looking at it before from the standpoint of an ordinary marriage with the average benefits and drawbacks. But now, my dear, we must look at it differently.
I don't understand.
This will be no ordinary marriage, Elaine. It will be a marriage in which you alone will benefit.
I don't understand.
Oh, my dear, I would rather do anything in the world than to tell you what I have to, but your accident, well, it left... Well, you're just not improving satisfactorily.
What do you mean?
A growth has started where I removed that clot. I've got to operate again, and I cannot say how successful I'll be.
You mean you're afraid it won't be a success? And that's why you want me to marry John?
Yes, because I know what may happen if it isn't. And I want you to have all the things you want while you have the chance.
But that wouldn't be fair to him.
He's always said he would give up everything. Well, now he will have the chance.
Oh, no. I won't do it that way. I wanted to marry him because I thought we'd have a happy life together. I don't want him to do all the giving.
You've got to, Elaine.
No.
But you are going to need him, Elaine. Need him more than you can possibly imagine. And so that is the way things are, John. She told me how much you love her, and now's your chance to prove it.
Elaine, the poor girl. It's awful.
Oh, there's not a thing I can do except try and prolong the final outcome. She may go on for years this way, but someday she will crack and her mind will become a complete blank. She's going to need somebody then. Somebody that loves her as much as you say you do.
Oh, there's no question about that. Of course I love her.
And you will still marry her after what I've told you?
Well, yes, of course. That can't make me love her any less.
Then you will try and convince her that it is best that she marry you.
Yes, I will. Because, you see, regardless of what you think, I do think it's best. I always have.
I think so, too. Now.
But don't you see, darling, this can't make any difference in my love for you. Simply that you've got to undergo another operation.
Yes, but Father said he couldn't be certain how it would turn out.
I think he's pretty certain.
He told you then?
Yes.
And it doesn't really make any difference?
Except that I've waited longer. And now I love you more.
Oh, John.
So please, darling, say you'll marry me.
You still think it's wise?
Yes, I know it is.
All right, John. I'll marry you.
When? How soon?
Any time you say, John.
It's good to know that someone loves you enough to marry you even when you're ill, isn't it, Elaine? Only you don't know what John knows. You think you have a chance, but John knows better. The doctor told him. He loves you enough to give up anything, though. Yet he doesn't suspect what he's going to be called upon to do, and neither do you, Elaine. Neither do you. But the doctor knows. He knows what sacrifices both he and John must make for you.
Oh, Doctor? Doctor, can I speak to you for a moment?
Oh, of course. What do you want?
It's about Elaine. She seems to be getting worse. She's been in a coma every time I've seen her in the last several days.
Yes?
Is she really worse? Do you know what's causing the comas?
I do.
Well, isn't there something you can do, some way to stop them?
I have something in mind. I shall have the opportunity to try it soon.
And you think you can?
We can only hope. Oh, by the way, I may need your help in the morning. I suggest you get a good night's rest.
Well, are you going in to see her now?
Yes.
Then may I go in with you?
You're very nervous tonight. I don't think your presence would be good for her. Besides, I want you to rest. We have quite a task ahead of us in the morning.
Oh, yes, but...
I suggest you go to your room now. Oh, here. In this envelope are some sleeping powders. Be sure you take them. You'll need a good night's rest.
Yes, but Elaine,
If you will cooperate, I think I can assure you that Elaine will improve rather rapidly from now on. Now, please do as I say.
Well, all right then. And good night. And please let me know in the morning.
I shall. Elaine? Elaine, dear, are you awake? Elaine?
Oh, Father.
Wake up, Elaine.
I didn't realize I'd been asleep.
Didn't you?
No, I don't feel as though I'd been asleep exactly.
Oh, don't worry about that. I want to talk to you.
What about?
Please, my dear, don't let this upset you too much, but I'm afraid we have to operate again.
Oh.
That is our only way out, otherwise you lose your mind.
My mind? Oh, Father.
Easy, Elaine. I told you there's a way out.
Way out?
Yes, you see, I have known for a long time this was going to be necessary. The growth has started again, and it's spreading. And wherever it's spread, that part of your brain is dead. So I must remove that part.
But I must trust you, Father. I know if any surgeon can do it, you can.
I can remove it, I'm certain of that. The question is in what condition it will leave you.
What do you mean?
Well, it's too large a part of your brain to leave you, well, entirely the same. It's the part that controls your will. We can't just remove it and leave you that way.
But how?
That is where John and his willingness to sacrifice for you comes in.
I don't understand.
I'm going to perform the same operation on John.
But there's nothing wrong with John's brain.
No?
He has a brilliant mind.
I know. That's why we chose him.
We chose him? I don't understand.
I told you once that you were going to need somebody that really loved you. Somebody willing to give up everything for you.
And that's why you wanted me to marry him.
Yes. You see, it was the only way to save my little girl. He seemed like a very intelligent young man. That was important because, you see, I didn't want just anybody's brain taking the place of that part of yours, which I shall remove.
You mean you're going to...
Yes.
Oh, Father, listen to me. I love John. You can't do this thing to him. Oh, let me die. I don't want to live if it means this. Please, Father, listen to me.
I'm probably the only brain surgeon in the world who can do it, and I've prepared well. Everything is ready, including John.
Father, please.
Oh, you mustn't become overwrought, Elaine. Here, I'll just give you this hypodermic. There, as it will quiet you.
Oh, but Father...
Don't you see, my dear, if I succeed in this, it will be just like handing back life to the little girl whom I love.
But if you fail... If you fail, Father...
There's no reason why you should fear any ill effects.
But John...
I'm perfectly confident that the operation will be a success from John's standpoint as well. But even if I do fail, it will be better than letting you live on without a mind.
Father, you can't do this. You're mad. That's it. You're mad. Father, you're mad. You couldn't dream of such a thing if you weren't.
I not only can dream of it, I'm going to do it. And when it is over, you'll be glad you had a father who was willing to do this for you.
Father...
Quiet, Elaine. Soon the medicine will take effect and you'll be unconscious. And when you waken, a part of John's brain will have taken the place of that part of yours that's diseased.
The operation was a success, a complete success for Elaine. A fine piece of surgery, Doctor. You must feel highly pleased with your ability. A pity this operation can't become a contribution to surgical science. But I doubt that you'd want the world to know. And you, Elaine, you look so different since you've been up and around. Your will seems so strong. And your attitude toward John. What's happened to your love for him?
Elaine. Elaine, what are you getting ready to do?
I'm going out.
You're going out again?
Yes, do you mind?
Well, I thought maybe you'd stay with me tonight. You were out last night. It's awfully lonesome just sitting here in this room. Never getting out, never seeing anyone.
You're in no condition to see anyone.
But I'd like to see you, Elaine. When you stay home, I like to see you.
Well, I'm not staying home. I'm not sitting around here spending another dull evening with you.
I suppose I am dull. I can't think. I had something I wanted to tell you. I remembered it this afternoon, something I intended doing before we were married. I can't remember what it was.
Oh, you can't remember anything. All you can do is sit around and whine.
Oh, why do you talk to me like that, Elaine? You used to love me. I remember you said you loved me once. And I love you, Elaine. I've always loved you. What have I done to make you stop loving me?
Don't you know?
Well, it seems like there was something I did that concerns you, but I don't just remember what it was.
You really don't remember, do you?
No.
I wonder if you ever really knew.
You're very smug about it, Elaine. Is that a normal way to treat a man who gave up so much for you? Oh, but you're not entirely normal anymore, are you? Maybe that's because you're no longer completely Elaine. You have parts of two minds, yours and John's, his will. You couldn't be expected to have completely normal reactions. No, not with two minds.
Elaine, may I come in?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Not at all. What do you want, Father?
Elaine, I hardly know how to say this, but I've got bad news for you. About your trouble. Those X-ray pictures we took, they show a return of the growth. We didn't get it all last time.
Is it bad?
Well, it's very small now. If we get it soon enough, we should be safe.
Then you're going to have to operate again.
Yes, if we're to save your mind.
And what about Elaine? What's going to happen to her?
What did you say?
I said... Funny, I don't remember what I said.
Never mind. Do you think John will be agreeable?
Oh, he's agreeable to anything I want. He doesn't seem to do anything of his own volition. Just what I wish him to do.
Then you had better tell him.
All right. John, come in here.
He's been a very good husband for you, Elaine.
Yes, hasn't he? Not as husbands go, perhaps, but...
You tell me to come in here, Elaine?
Yes.
Well,
John, do you still love me?
Oh, you know I love you. I always have.
Then you can do something more for me.
Oh, well, that's good. What can I do for you, Elaine?
The same thing. Again.
The same thing? Well, I don't remember. Oh, no. No, I didn't do anything for you. You did something to me. Don't do it again. Not again, please. I can scarcely think now. I won't be able to think at all if you do. I couldn't stand it. There just won't be anything left.
Oh, yes, there will. There will be me. And you love me. Remember, John?
Another good job, Doctor. Another great piece of surgery. No one else could have done it. The first time, taking just the part of John's brain which controlled his will, giving that to Elaine and making her will so strong she cared nothing for anyone but herself, and leaving John so that he'd resist no more. That was well done. And this time, just a little bit more. Only this time you made a mistake, Doctor. This time you took too much of John's brain. This time you took the part that remembers. You took too much, Doctor. And now John is dead. You've given his will to Elaine, and now his memory. And the part of John's mind that remembers also hates Doctor.
Come in. Oh, Elaine, my dear. Come in, my child. I didn't expect you so late. Elaine, what are you doing with that gun?
I have something to settle with you, Doctor.
Why? don't understand. You have never called me doctor before, Elaine.
It is not Elaine you're dealing with, Doctor.
What do you mean?
This is John. You killed my body, but you put my mind in this body. My will and my memory. This body is Elaine's, but these thoughts are John's.
That is impossible.
Not for you, Doctor, not for the great brain surgeon. Well, this time you've gone too far, you and Elaine. You took my mind, only you took too much of it. And now it is no longer Elaine. It is I, John, who controls the actions of this body. And the mind of John hates you for what you did.
I only did it to save my little girl.
But had you not objected to the marriage in the first place, nothing would ever have happened.
What do you mean?
I remember now. Now John's thoughts remember what it was he found out about your objection to the marriage. That's what we were coming to tell you when we had the accident. John found out about your wife's will.
What?
The money that made it possible for you to continue your work would all go to Elaine when she married.
Oh, but...
You didn't want that, did you, Doctor? Because you weren't her real father.
I've always loved you as a real father. I've done everything for you.
Excuse me, Doctor. For Elaine. You forget you're dealing with the memory of John. And with his will and his memory in this body, you can see why it's perfectly natural to kill you.
Wait, now listen to me. For a long time I've known that something went wrong, and I didn't intend it that way, but I have prepared for it. I have a signal bell connected with this room to the laboratory. Ernest has been instructed to come here immediately upon hearing it. Well, I've just rung it. He'll be here in a second. You wouldn't dare to kill me because you'd be convicted as a murderer.
How many times do you think a man can be afraid of death, Doctor?
Oh?
Remember, you've been through the process of killing my body for a long time now. I shall be easier on you. I shall kill you quickly now with this gun.
What is it?
That gun, stop her.
Good heavens, stand back, Ernest. I have no desire to harm you. He's the only one my memory hates. The only one my will says to kill.
You killed your father.
No, Ernest, I didn't.
But I saw. I stood here and watched you kill him.
Yes, but Elaine didn't pull that trigger, and he was not my father.
I'll call the police.
Stop. Stand over there in that corner. Now throw me the keys to the car. That's it. Now stay here. If you try to follow me, I'll kill you.
And so you've settled scores, haven't you, John? Your mind, together with Elaine's body, have made him pay for his greed. But where are you going? It's really over. Why do you hurry so? Why do you drive so fast? Do you know where you're going? Remember, this is a crooked road, and that bridge ahead, that's where it all started, remember? The wheel. Is something pulling on it? Pulling it off to the left? Pulling harder than you can pull? What could have a hold of it? You're alone. But something is pulling the wheel around, isn't it? Pulling it until... That's really the best way. They couldn't go on with John's mind and thoughts in Elaine's body, and now they're all dead. John, William, and Elaine. John, the innocent victim. Elaine, the guilty accomplice. And William, the great brain surgeon who tried so hard to save Elaine. You think so? Well, what neither of them knew was that there was never anything wrong with Elaine's brain in the first place. Her comas were induced by medicines administered by William in his efforts to convince them that something was wrong with her. Because that way, he'd have a reason for attempting his fiendish experiment in brain surgery. He was a good surgeon. He was too good. But he didn't think his transplantation of brain tissue might also carry with it the will and memory. And when a will as strong as John's combines with the memories he had, well, you could hardly blame him for killing the doctor, could you?
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's story was written by Dwight Hauser and directed by J. Donald Wilson. The Whistler originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Prescriptions are compounded as carefully as can be at the Hill Rexall Drugstore where delivery is free.
They're specialists in vitamins.
Drugs and sundries there galore. So go to Hill for it, Hill Rexall Drugstore. Prescriptions are compounded as carefully as can be at the Hill Rexall Drugstore where delivery is free.
They're specialists in vitamins.
Drugs and sundries there galore. So go to Hill for it, Hill Rexall Drugstore.
Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, with Felix Mills in the orchestra, and our guest tonight, Lawrence Tibbett. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, tomorrow is Election Day, and we find George and Stanley's cigar store making last-minute plans to win that coveted public office, second assistant substitute city councilman from the 3rd District.
Well, Stanley, these last 2 boxes of Perfecto Royale cigars may turn the trick. I'm passing them out to every man who has a vote.
Yes, Mr. Burns?
It was darn nice of you to give me a special rate because I bought so many of them.
Oh, that's all right. At 4 for a nickel, I still make a profit.
They're top-notch smoke. Have one, Mr. Perkins?
No, thanks. My doctor advised me to stay away from tobacco, but not that far away.
Okay, have your little joke.
Oh, hello, George. I thought I'd find you here.
Oh, hello, sweetheart.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Hello, Stanley. You're not selling my husband more of those cigars, are you?
Don't blame me.
I'm getting these for the voters. You know, to pass out.
Well, they certainly will if they smoke those.
Darling, I don't believe you know Mr. Perkins. This is the real estate man, Mr. Grafton Brookhouse Perkins.
Oh, how do you do?
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Perkins? Well, gentlemen, wait till you hear the clever thing I just did. I put an ad in the newspaper calling George's opponent, Gordon Cates, a moron.
But you can't do that. He'll sue us.
Oh, I was too smart to mention his name. The ad says, do you want a moron for your councilman? Vote for George Burns.
Oh, fine. I'm ruined.
Oh, say, that political commentator's on the air right now. If you folks would like, I'll tune him in.
Oh, swell. Then we'll see what he thinks of the election tomorrow.
And all indications point to a clean sweep for Henry Garson in the 2nd District. Now, over in the 3rd District, where George Burns opposes Gordon Cates, it looks like a real fight.
Gee.
With everyone fighting to vote for Gordon Cates.
Oh.
And now, political notes from here and there. Last week, the state of Louisiana turned the governor's chair over to Jimmy Davis, whose successful campaign, you remember, featured the singing of Mr. Davis. Music in politics seems to be an important new trend.
Stanley,
and
quick,
it wouldn't
turn that
surprise
off.
me if...
Why, what's wrong, Mrs. Burns?
George, you can croon your way into office just like that governor did.
You think so?
Well, of course, darling. Oh, here we've been knocking ourselves out, and all the time you've had the election right between your tonsils.
I'd love to call you Rose, dear, but roses fade away.
Oh, no.
What do you mean, oh, no? In Louisiana, that man singing got him the governor's chair, didn't it?
yes, but...
Oh, why, George may even get to be governor. It wouldn't surprise me if his singing gets him the chair.
Well, come on home, Gracie. I've got a lot of practicing to do.
But wait a minute.
I'd love to call you Rose.
Oh, murder. I'm in for it now.
Why, Mr. Perkins?
Well, I'm the agent for the house next door to Burns, and for months I haven't been able to rent it because of his singing.
Well?
Well, he's been quiet lately, and just yesterday I managed to rent the house to Lawrence Tibbet.
Lawrence Tibbet?
Yes. Oh, George's singing will drive him crazy. Say, I better telephone him.
Oh, yes. Mr. Tibbet might get mad and throw George right out of the neighborhood.
Yes, he might. Never mind the telephone.
I'd love to call you Rose, dear, but roses fade away.
Louder, dear, louder. Those vocal cords haven't been used lately. They're a little dusty.
The roses die when wintertime appears. What was that?
Oh, our new next-door neighbor knocking on his window. He's the noisiest man. His little son runs away, and all day long he stands at the window yelling for him. Figaro, Figaro, Figaro! I don't know. They must be Spanish.
Yeah. I'd love to call you Daisy. But... What was that?
Oh, the man next door again. Flies must be bad over there. Closing all his windows.
Hope they don't come over here. I'd love to call you Daisy, but Daisy's always there. What we thought.
George, what are you doing?
Vocalizing, Bill. I need something to loosen up my throat.
Well, here's a knife.
Bill, George is going to win the election tomorrow with his singing.
Oh, no. I don't get it.
Well, we'll get all the voters in the Hollywood Bowl tonight. George will sing for them, and tomorrow they'll vote for him.
Well, Gracie, even if that'd work, it's no good because Lawrence Tibbet is using Hollywood Bowl tonight.
Lawrence Tibbet? What office is he running for?
Well, he's not running for any office. He's giving a concert.
Hey, that's bad. All the music lovers will be there listening to Tibbet. I won't have anybody to sing to.
Well, there's only one thing to do. We'll find Lawrence Tibbet and ask him to turn his concert over to George.
Oh, Gracie, that's impossible.
Why, I'll bet if George walked out on that stage and started singing, the people couldn't tell him from Lawrence Tibbet.
They could, too.
They could not.
They could, too. Tibbet has a mustache.
Well, now I've heard everything.
And if I call you Buttercup...
Say, Gracie, why don't you tell the people if they vote for George, you'll help them get one of those wonderful full-color baby pictures you're sending out?
Oh, there are no political strings attached to getting those pictures, Bill. All the folks have to do is send me a dime to cover the cost of handling and mailing, and then I'll send them one.
Gee, it's a cute picture, Gracie.
Oh, yes, it shows a whole boatload of happy little red-cheeked babies sailing along, having the time of their lives. It makes you feel good just to see them.
Yeah, it's a big picture, too, 12 by 15 inches. Printed in full color on such heavy art paper, you don't even need a frame.
And there's no advertising on it, Bill.
That's right, Grace. And all the folks have to do to get one is to send a dime to Gracie Allen, Box 84, New York 8, New York. That's Gracie Allen, Box 84, New York 8, New York.
Now, please, everybody, send for your swan picture with all those cute babies in it. Now, before they're all gone. Send me your dime tonight. Don't miss this year's swan's baby picture.
That address is Gracie Allen, Box 84, New York 8, New York. Well, Gracie thinks that George can get himself elected councilman if he can just sing in Hollywood Bowl tonight in place of Lawrence Tibbet. Gracie is trying to get in touch with Tibbet, not realizing that he is their new next-door neighbor.
Oh, let me see now. Where would I be if I were Lawrence Tibbet? Oh, I know, at Nelson Eddy's house.
If you were Tibbet, you'd be at Nelson Eddy's?
Sure, throwing rocks through the windows.
Gracie, I'd give up this idea if I were you.
Oh, don't be silly. If I could just think where Lawrence Tibbet might be.
Figaro! 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 Hey! Figaro!
Oh, he hasn't found that kid yet. Hey! Keep quiet over there. I'm trying to think. Let me see. Where would Lawrence Tibbet be? Now he's lost his daughter.
Hey, wait a minute. That's a great voice. Did you hear that E flat?
Oh, that's nothing. George's E's are much flatter. Oh, let's see now. Oh, maybe if I call the Hollywood Bowl, I could find Mr. Tibbet.
Mimi, Mama, 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 Mama.
Well, now even his mother's run out of him.
Listen, I don't know who that guy is, but he's got a wonderful voice.
Oh, Bill, it's only good if you don't hear George sing.
Can I tell you something, Gracie? It's only great if you don't hear George sing.
Oh, Bill, I'm glad you agree.
Oh, sweet mystery of life, at last I found you.
Show him up, George.
I'd love to call you Rose, dear. I'd love to call you Rose, dear. I'd love to call you Rose, dear.
Oh, not.
That did it, George. Old leather lungs gave up. Well, I better go out and look for Lawrence Tibbet. Bill, what does Mr. Tibbet look like?
Lawrence Tibbet? Well, he's a big, handsome, barrel-chested baritone.
Oh, George is type. George is type, huh?
George isn't that type, Gracie.
He is, too, on a smaller scale, of course. He may not have a barrel chest, but he's got a cute little keg tummy.
Well, I'll see you folks later. Bye.
Oh, Bill, on your way out, will you see who's at the door?
Oh, sure, Gracie.
I want to talk to you.
Why, Lawrence Tibbet.
Now, look here, my good man. I don't want to be a fussy neighbor, but you've got to stop beating that dog over here.
Dog?
Yes, his howling is driving me crazy.
Oh, you must mean Mr. Burns singing.
Now, don't tell me those sounds came from a human throat.
Well, yes, you see... hey, wait a minute. Are you living in the house next door?
Yes, you can call it living.
Oh, this is rich. Gracie doesn't know that you're Lawrence Tibbet. Wait till she finds out.
Well, who was it, Bill? Oh, it's the leather lungs.
Yes, Gracie, the man next door. He's mad about George's voice.
Oh, he is?
Very mad. I'll see you later.
Did you want to see my husband?
Yeah, definitely. You see, I'm trying to get in shape to give a concert.
Oh, I'm sorry. My husband wouldn't have time to give you lessons.
Lessons?
Yes, he's too busy. You see, he's taking Lawrence Tibbet's place in the Hollywood Bowl tonight.
Well. This is very interesting. Tell me more.
Oh, are you a fan of Mr. Tibbet?
Yes. I have been for years.
Oh, you know him?
Intimately. In fact, I shave Mr. Tibbet every morning.
Oh, you're a barber. And you want to give up barbering and start singing, huh? Well, let's hear your voice.
My voice?
Yes, sing something.
On the road to Mandalay. Well?
Well, I hope you didn't sell your shop.
I beg your pardon.
Let's hear you hit an A.
A.
Now hit a C.
C.
Now hit a J.
A J?
Oh, too high, huh?
Say, Gracie, I thought I heard you. Oh, it's old Leatherlung.
Oh, yes, George. He wants you to give him singing lessons.
Now, really,
Well, I haven't got a lot of time, son. But at least I can check up on your voice and see if you got anything.
Now,
No,
look...
don't be nervous. Just open your mouth wide and let me hear you sing. For she could carry a gun good as any mother
But
son. Let me hear you sing. For she could carry a gun good as any mother son.
For she could carry a gun...
No. For she could carry a gun good as any mother son.
For she could carry a gun...
No. No. For she could carry a gun good as any mother son.
For she could carry...
No.
Well, George, I think that's enough for the first lesson.
Well, okay, you can relax, son. A few sessions like that, and you'll be able to get those pear-shaped tones just like I do.
Yes. And after tonight's concert, they'll probably put George's vocal cords in the cement at Grauman's Chinese. Don't you think so?
Yeah, they'll probably sound better there.
Now, see here, Mr. What's your name?
Tibbet. Lawrence Tibbet.
Now, see here, Mr. Tibbet, if the... Huh? You're Lawrence Tibbet?
That's right.
Gracie.
Well, we certainly fooled you, didn't we, Mr. Tibbet? You thought we didn't know who you were. You see, I like my little joke.
Yeah, obviously. You married him.
Huh?
Well, now, if you don't mind, I'm going home now and rehearse for my concert tonight.
Oh, rehearse here, Mr. Tibbet. We want to talk to you about your concert anyway.
No, I don't think I'd better.
Oh, but we'd love to hear you sing.
No, thanks.
Oh, well, then, you sit down and George will sing for you.
Oh, I'll sing.
Oh, George, isn't this thrilling? Grand opera right in our own living room.
No, this won't be opera, though. It's a favorite of mine from musical comedy. Cole Porter's Night and Day.
Night and day, you are the one. Only you beneath the moon and under the sun. Whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are, I think of you. Night and day, day and night. Why is it so that this longing for you follows wherever I go? Traffic boom, in the silence of my lonely room, I think of you. Night and day, under the hide of me. There's no such a hungry yearning burning inside of me, and it's torment won't be true till you let me spend my life making love to you. Day and night, night and day. making love to you day and night, night and day.
That was wonderful. I'm sorry I said you weren't as good a singer as my husband.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, I take it back. You are as good.
Yeah? Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. I think.
Yes, sir, that's a nice little voice you've got there, Larry. In fact, you got me worried. I'm going in and vocalize a little. Oh!
Mr. Tibbet, my husband can get elected councilman tomorrow if you just let him take over your concert tonight.
Oh, I'm afraid that's impossible. The people expect to hear me sing things like Carmen.
Well, George can do that. Which Carmen do you sing, like Lombardo or Miranda?
Oh, just forget it, Mrs. Burns.
Well, I guess George will just have to get the voters over here and sing for them this afternoon.
Oh, no, please, not that. I have to concentrate, and that house next door is the only vacancy in Los Angeles.
Well, it can't be helped, Mr. Tibbet.
Now, look, if I give your husband a part in my concert tonight, will you promise to keep him quiet this afternoon?
Oh, gladly.
All right. Now, have him backstage at the Bowl at 7:45. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye and thank you, Mr. Tibbet. And don't worry about George's voice. He's a regular nightingale.
You think so?
Oh, yes. When he sings in Hollywood Bowl tonight, you really hear the birds.
I'm afraid so.
Well, here I am, Larry, all ready to sing.
Will George have much to sing, Mr. Tibbet?
Oh, yes, he sings every other number.
Gee.
Now, here's the program. First, you sing the aria, O tu che inseno agli angeli, from La Forza del Destino by Giuseppe Verdi.
That's my first number.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm afraid I don't know that one.
Well, I'll sing that one for you.
Oh.
Now your next number is a stirring thing. Viva il vino spumeggiante from Cavalleria Rusticana by Pietro Mascagni.
That's my second number.
Yes. And this, of course, you do very fortissimo. Viva voce, eccetera, eccetera, eccetera.
Oh, well, that's the only way George would do it.
I'm afraid I don't know that one either.
Then I'll sing that one for you, too. Now comes our duet.
Oh, now we do something together.
Yes, we'll do two numbers. Sei il mio nome and Ecco ridenti in cielo from Il Barbiere di Seviglia by Gioacchino Antonio Rossini.
You don't happen to know Strut Miss Lizzie. Or Ta-Ta Tootsie Goodbye?
No.
Strutter's Ball?
No.
Well, Mr. Tibbet, if the whole program is going to be those classical songs, George won't get to sing at all.
Too bad, but I tried. I went through the program, but I just couldn't work anything out.
Well, I thought you worked George out very well.
Well, Larry, while you're out there singing, couldn't you just ask the folks to vote for me?
My dear fellow, George Burns, running for councilman, could hardly fit with Carmen and Faust and Rigoletto.
Oh, I guess it couldn't. Or could it?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing. It's just an idea. You go on the stage, Mr. Tibbet, and I'll bring your music out to you.
But why you?
Well, I'd like to look it over so I'll know what to say when I introduce your numbers.
But I thought the narrator was Bill Goodwin.
Well, I'm taking his place.
Oh, I see. Well, hurry now. The concert begins in just a few minutes.
Yes. lovers, welcome to Hollywood Bowl. It is my pleasure to present Mr. Lawrence Tibbett, who will sing the famous Toreador song from the opera Carmen. Oh, you better read off this music, Mr. Tibbett. It's a special arrangement. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lawrence Tibbett.
For George Burns, that's who we're for. He's the man for second assistant substitute city councilman from the... Hey, wait a minute. Stop that music. Stop it. Mrs. Burns, I can't sing this.
Oh, what's the matter? Wrong key?
Mr. Tibbett, I'm sorry I let Gracie narrate for me and cause all this confusion. Here's another arrangement. Sing this one.
Well, this doesn't have anything about George Burns in it, does it?
Oh, no, sir, not a word.
All right. Let's take it again, Mr. Mills. Toreador, wash with Swan soap, that's what it's for. Hey, wait a minute. Stop. All right.
Mr. Tibbett, what's the matter?
Well, what is this Swan soap?
Well, Mr. Tibbett, that's the new white floating soap. There's 4 soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face, bathing the baby, or for dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy.
But the Hollywood Bowl's no place for Swan soap.
Oh, Swan's great in a bowl. Or a pan, and it's especially wonderful in a tub if you're bathing a baby. You see, Swan's pure as fine Castiles, and Swan is so mild and gentle it's just perfect for a baby's tender skin. And naturally, if it's a soap for baby, well, Swan must be just right for your hands and face, your tub or shower.
Mr. Mills, you play that selection from Rigoletto, and this time I'll sing from memory, and no more special arrangements. Bella figlia dell'amore.
Swan breaks in two. Put half in the bathroom for your hands and face and half in the kitchen for dishes and light laundry.
Hey, stop that music. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a slight delay in the quartet from Rigoletto while I take care of the trio from the 3rd District.
George, are you asleep?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got you into such a mess tonight.
Fine thing. I'll never be elected now. Getting thrown out of Hollywood Bowl in front of 50,000 people.
I'm sorry.
I'll wind up tomorrow with 2 votes. That's all I'll get. Your vote and my vote.
Oh. Just your vote, dear. I'm voting for Gordon Cates.
What?
Well, as long as you haven't got a chance anyway, and he has got a lot of sex appeal.
Good night, dear. Good night.
Folks, I just want to tell you this. Gracie was really on the level about that baby picture we spoke of. If you want to get a swell full-color picture of a lot of babies just as happy and full of fun as can be, here's your chance. This picture is by a famous artist, and it's printed on very heavy art paper. You can frame it or tack it up just the way it is. It's a perfect size, too, 12 by 15 inches. To get your picture, just send a dime to cover the cost of mailing and handling to Gracie Allen, Box 84, New York City 8. That's Gracie Allen, Box 84, New York 8. Better do it now before you forget. Here they are again, George and Gracie.
We're a little late, folks. Good night.
Makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your Columbia station next Tuesday, same time, when we'll have as our guest Georgie Jessel. Remember the same time every Monday and Wednesday when you'll hear 2 other great programs. Lux Radio Theater, and Frank Sinatra. Both the same time in the evening and over the same station as Swan Soap's George Burns and Gracie Allen. Tune in every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at this time. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. Till next Tuesday, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? When a soldier goes into battle, he needs ammunition. When a soldier's wounded in battle, he needs medicine. You can help provide both by saving used kitchen fat. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Candy, over here.
What? Why, Myra Fisher. What are you doing here in a department store with your work clothes on?
I work here, dear. I'm a wage slave.
Well, I must say on you it looks good. What do you slave at?
I'm head of advertising and promotion.
Well, quite a spot, hey, girl?
Well, it was until this morning.
Oh?
Now my neck is in the fire.
What'd you do? Forget to proofread one of your ads?
Nothing so trivial, dear, believe me. But am I glad to have bumped into you?
Maybe you'll change your mind when I tell you I've been shoplifting.
No, I'm serious, Candy. Could you spare a moment and come on up to my office?
Why, sure. And wipe that frown from off your brow. It's wrinkling your makeup.
Well, yours would wrinkle, too, if you had a missing Santa Claus helper on your hands.
Well, now, there's a situation. And it almost broke Candy Matson's heart when someone told her there was no Santa Claus's helper, one Jack Frost. Listen, here she is now to tell you about it.
That's right, what the man said. I ran into a deal where we had a missing Santa Claus helper, Jack Frost. The gent with the icicles was supposed to talk to the tiny tots at the Brownstone, one of San Francisco's larger and classier department stores. I'd gone down there that afternoon shopping. I wanted a bow tie for my old pal Inspector Ray Mallard of the San Francisco Police Department. A bow tie that lit up and spelled Cossack when you pressed the button on the battery. That was when I bumped into this gal, Myra Fisher. We went up to her office on the 6th floor, and she sat me down. Cigaretted me, too.
You think I'm fooling about this Jack Frost thing, don't you, Candy?
Well, now, look, dear, we all have our little peccadillos. Yours just merely happens to be a missing Jack Frost. You'll get over it.
I refrain from hurling this ashtray at you, Candy, only because of our long acquaintance.
Good.
Now listen to me. We've had a Santa Claus helper here for almost a month, and a darn good one. The kids were crazy about him. This morning, he didn't show.
You don't suppose Jackie boy got in the mood and caught the Christmas spirit, do you? The kind that comes in pints?
No, he wasn't that sort of Joe.
Well, your answer's simple. Hire a new one.
They're hired through an agency. I called the one we do business with, and they're fresh out of Jack Frost. And I've got to get one, Candy. Otherwise, I come down 10 notches in the opinion of the brass.
I don't want you to think I'm unsympathetic, Myra, but what can I do?
Well, you get around. You know people. Find me somebody. Anybody who'll take over the job of being Jack Frost.
Well, okay. I'll do the best I can, Myra.
Candy, you're a dear.
Yeah, one of Santa's dears. Okay, I'll try and find you a Jack Frost, Myra, but don't hold it against me if he turns out to look more like Humpty Dumpty. I went home and looked up the Webster definition of soft. It said soft, easily yielding to pressure. That was me, Candy Matson, girl dope. Here I had all my Christmas shopping to do, and I agreed to find a substitute for Jack Frost. I had no idea where to start. So I changed into something red and green for a stop and go, also for Christmas, and went over to see my friendly advisor, Rembrandt Watson. Rembrandt is a photographer, and excellent, too, now that he doesn't have the sherry shivers or the port palsies. He lives on California Street, just kitten rompers from Old St. Mary's, with a statue of Sun Yat-sen for company in a park next door.
Candy, doll. How delightful. Do come in, won't you?
Thanks, Rembrandt.
Oh, Pat, you're acquainted with my friend Diogenes Murphy, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Hello again, Mr. Murphy.
Well, good afternoon, lad. You look prettier than you did the last time I saw you.
Uh-oh, here comes the blarney.
Young lady, Diogenes Murphy, the honest Irishman, never says a word he doesn't mean. Now, how do you think I managed to sell so many used cars at my place out on Venice Avenue?
Because you're an honest Irishman.
Oh, you're so right, lad. Incidentally, if you need a good car, I can get you one at a very reasonable... Diogenes? Oh, sorry, I got carried away.
I didn't mean to barge in on you like this, Rembrandt.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, dear. No, don't be. Think nothing of it, lad. I'm on my way now. Rembrandt and I were only discussing the situation of the world.
And to what conclusion did you come?
It stinks. The bottom of the afternoon to the both of you.
Oh, he's quite a boy.
Yes, I'm very fond of Diogenes. What brings you around this way, dear?
Jack Frost.
Yes. Now, getting on with our conversation, what brings you around this way, dear?
Jack Frost.
Maybe the needle's bad. Shall we try again?
I know how you feel. I reacted the same way myself. I'll give you the pocket-sized edition. The Brownstone department store is without a Santa Claus helper, Jack Frost. He didn't show up for work this morning. I said I'd find him a new one.
Well, that's very sweet of you, Dove.
Very dumb of me, Dove. I know of only one character who even remotely looks like Jack Frost. I met him up in Alaska when I was traveling with the USO.
Won't do you much good down here with it.
No, that's why I came to see you, Rembrandt. Don't you keep a cross file on models you've used in photography?
As a matter of fact, I do. Here in this little book. Let's see. Men, thin, extremely. I have just one, Pietro Tarantello. Would you care for a Sicilian Jack Frost?
In Sicily, yes. Hey, what's that?
Where?
On that chair next to you.
Oh, that's the afternoon paper, dear. Diogenes left it, I imagine.
Yes, but on the front page. Here's the whole story about the missing Jack Frost on the front page. Ooh, what he got in his Christmas stocking. A slug through the head.
That's no way to treat Jack Frost.
And here's a picture of the guy without his false icicles.
What the ham? Looks like he stepped right out of an 1890 Shakespearean play.
I hate to say this, Rembrandt, but he resembles you.
I take back what I said.
Rembrandt.
Divorce yourself from that tone of voice, Candy. I don't like it.
Rembrandt, I've got an idea.
You usually do.
You like little children.
Can't stand them.
You like to talk to people.
I abhor conversation.
You like to be charming.
Lost me charm.
Gay.
Lost me gay.
With the help of a few icicles, Ducky, you're going to be Jack Frost. Rembrandt fought, he argued, he paced the floor, he had the vapors, he fainted. I brought him to. I won the argument. I got my friend Myra Fisher on the phone and informed her that one R. Watson would assume the role of Jolly Jack Frost on the morrow. She was delighted. I couldn't say the same for Rembrandt. Then I went home. I was greeted by a sound very much like that of a phone ringing. Using my keen instincts, I figured it was the phone. It was. Hello, Candy Matson.
How do you do, Miss Matson? Allow me to introduce myself.
Allowed.
My name is Burke, Prentice Burke. I'm the first assistant vice president of the Brownstone.
Brownstone. Oh, yes, that's a store of some kind, isn't it?
Yes. Now, the reason for my call. There has been, shall I say, a rather unfortunate occurrence in our store today.
So I read.
I need the help of a professional sleuth. You were highly recommended by the head of our advertising department, Miss Myra Fisher.
Aha, the thick plotting.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, no need to. You didn't do anything. Okay, care to talk to me now, Mr. Burke?
I'd much rather have you come down to my office, Miss Matson. This matter is of an extremely confidential nature.
I'm your girl, then, figuratively speaking. How long will you be there?
As long as necessary. That's up to you.
Very well, I'll be there in half an hour if I can find a place to park. I only had time for a fast change, so I made it from Andescray to Taboo. I sniffed at it and felt I was on the right scent. Then I climbed in my car, drove down Kearney Street, waved a crisp single under the nose of a hotel doorman, and had my car taken care of. Then into the Brownstone and up to Mr. Prentice Burke's office. I flipped a hip past the girl's secretary and walked on in. Burke was waiting for me. That was obvious. I could tell by the expression on his face. It was worried look number 12B. How do you do, Mr. Burke? I'm Candy Matson.
Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. Now, our subject is what?
A man named Jordan.
That's on another network.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, that's all right. Now about this Jordan.
Yes, Ralph Jordan, to be exact.
Well, that's a relief. For a moment, I thought you wanted to talk about Jack Frost.
That's just it. He was Jack Frost.
Oh, me and my big mouth.
He was working here up until yesterday afternoon. Maybe you read about it. He was found shot today.
Yes, I read about it.
That's the reason I've called you.
Why didn't you have your own store detectives take over, Mr. Burke?
No. That would never do. I want no one in the store to know what's going on.
Ah, intrigue.
Quite possibly. I have reason to suspect that Jordan was killed by someone in our employ.
I want to find out who that someone was before the police do and get it splashed all over the front pages.
Publicity, can't you say?
Business has been off all year, and any bad breaks in the press would hurt us that much more.
Maybe you've got a point there, I don't know.
I know I have.
Okay, I'll take the job. You say you have a suspicion. What is it?
Well, nothing tangible. It's just a feeling I have.
Oh, that's a big help. Well, I'll mush around and see what I can pick up. I'll bill you tomorrow for my first day's work. It's much easier to sustain a friendship on a daily basis. I left Burke looking as though someone had just called his store a bazaar. It was closing time, so I hefted my way through the crush and retrieved my car from the doorman. The Hall of Justice is right on my way home, so I decided to drop in on my old pal Mallard, Inspector Ray Mallard of San Francisco Homicide. A nice guy to serve coffee to on Sunday mornings if you could ever lasso him. I never could get strong enough rope.
Candy, what brings you around here?
I hate to have my Christmas ruined so early. What about that Jack Frost character?
Oh, yeah. Poor guy got it good.
Where'd you find him?
In his apartment over on 17th. He lived near Seal Stadium. Why so interested, Candy?
Rembrandt's a dead ringer for the guy.
I still don't get
the gal who's head of advertising for the Brownstone was going out of her head for another Jack Frost. I talked Rembrandt into taking the job. Does sound funny, doesn't it? Bring me up to date, Mallory. Did you get any dope on the killing?
Nothing but a .45 slug out of the guy's wall. Ballistics is checking it now.
Nothing else?
If I did, I should tell you.
No, I guess not.
This goes beyond just a normal curiosity, Candy. What are you drilling for?
Oh, it's only that I'm worried about Rembrandt. I got him the job. I'm responsible. I wouldn't want anything to happen to him.
Ask a silly question, Mallard, and you get a silly answer. Okay, let's forget it. How's about dinner tonight?
I've fought this thing long enough. Okay.
Candy.
Yes, Mallard.
We've known each other a good long time, haven't we?
That's right. Ever since the fair on Treasure Island.
We've had our little quarrels, little misunderstandings.
Oh, but they never seem to last long, though, do they?
No. That's why I feel I have every right to ask you a question.
Wait, yes, I'd say you do, Mallard.
Maybe I'll ask you tonight.
No, go ahead. Now's as good a time as any.
Perhaps it is, Candy. You get around a lot. You meet people. Do you know where I can get a couple of tickets to the Rose Bowl game?
My brain lit up like a Roman candle. I stormed for the door, turned back, stood there, my jaw waggling helplessly. Then I stuck my tongue out at Mallard and left. It was the only thing I could think of doing. Oh, he can make me so mad. But inside half an hour after I got home, I started to laugh. Felt much better. Just as I was puttering around getting ready, the apartment buzzer buzzed. That Mallard, much too early. But I was wrong. It wasn't Mallard. Well, Myra, what a surprise. Do come in, won't you?
No, thanks, Candy. A friend of mine's waiting in his car outside. He's driving me home.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can't stay for a moment?
So, my dear, I just dropped by to leave this. Merely a little token of thanks for getting me off the hook.
Oh, Myra, there wasn't any need to do that.
Just a few pair of old stockings, dear. Getting me my new Jack Frost means more than you know. Here, please take them, along with my very deepest thanks.
Thanks so much. A girl can always use them. Are you all set with my friend, Mr. Watson?
Oh, yes. He came in this afternoon and filled out his withholding tax and so on. Very nice.
I think you'll find him very efficient, Myra.
Oh,
what's the matter?
Pardon me. I didn't mean to frighten you.
Oh, Mallard.
Silly of me. I must have jumped a foot.
Oh, that's all right. He frightens me, too. Myra, I'd like to have you meet Inspector Mallard. Inspector, Miss Fisher.
How do you do?
Oh, fine, thank you, now that I've caught my breath. Do forgive me, Candy, but I must rush. See you soon, I hope.
Tomorrow, Myra, I'll be down to see how my lad's doing as Jack Frost. Thanks for the stockings.
Well, aren't you going to invite me in?
No, I'm not. Here's my coat right here. What's our hurry? Come on, let's go. I'm starved.
I thought we could have a cocktail here before we left.
You thought wrong. 2 tickets to the Rose Bowl. From now on, you earn your cocktails, Mallard. We went downstairs, and as I locked the front door, a car was just driving off. It was Myra, and she waved. And driving, if these tired old eyes hadn't deceived me, was Mr. Prentice Burke, Vice President of the Brownstone. Well. Oh, well. Mallard and I climbed into our car and drove out to the Cliff House. It was that kind of an evening. We had dinner, and after I suggested we walk a bit. The night was crisp and clear, and the evening star was hanging out above the dark waters of the Pacific like an iridescent Japanese lantern. We cut across a little road above Sutro Baths, where an old car barn had once stood, and worked our way over the cliffs and stood high above Land's End. It was exhilarating.
Penny for your thoughts, Candy.
Inflation is still here.
All right, take it 2 pennies.
Well, I was just thinking, Mallard, dear, when you see a star in the sky, soft water below, feel Christmas in the air, how can there be violence in the world?
An age-old question, pal. One I can't answer. I'm too small. Hey, you're cold. I better put my arm around you.
Mallard, no.
What's the matter?
The headlights from that automobile are shining right down on us, and we... Mallard.
Candy, what's wrong?
Got your flashlight with you?
Sure. Also my gun and my handcuffs. Anything else we need? A mortar, maybe?
The lights from that car. They shone on something. Down there, under that tree.
Oh, Candy, just for once, can't you stop digging up a mystery? Be human?
I am being human. Come on, Mallard. I want to see what's under that tree. We scrambled around through the brush, slipped into some sliding sand, and rode the crest down to the tree. It wasn't easy to get around some of those brambles, but get there I fully intended doing because what I saw was red, bright red.
You okay, Candy?
Nothing that a new pair of nylons won't fix. Shoot the flashlight over this way a bit, Mallard. There. That's it. Now, do you think I'm dreaming things up?
What is it?
Wait till I hold it up.
Wow. Looks like some kind of a costume.
Right. And look, if those aren't bloodstains, I'm a Labrador retriever.
No, you're Candy Matson. Those are bloodstains.
How was your boy dressed when you found him?
Torn slacks, sweater, shoes, no socks.
This was most likely his costume, then.
Yeah. Don't move around too much, Candy. I want to have a good look at the ground.
Hey, what are you doing down there?
Who's that?
The police. Now get up here and don't try any tricks.
That's all right, officer. This is Inspector Mallard. Homicide.
Oh, sorry, Inspector.
That's all right. Stay right where you are. We'll be right up. Now, this is a break, Candy. I want you to drive me to a phone. I'll leave the officer here to guard the place. You can go home. I've got work to do here, okay?
Yeah, sure. For once, we had dinner before you had a chance to break the date. This baby was hard to reconstruct. Was the guy knocked off out there at Land's End, or was he bumped off at his apartment, the killer driving way out to the beach and hiding the costume? Only time would tell. I went home, climbed into bed, and logged about 8 hours, enough to give me fuel for the next day. In the morning, I went down to the brownstone. The shoppers were already swarming through the place. I spotted a floor walker and strolled over to him. Pardon me, sir. I said, pardon me, sir.
I'm very busy, young lady. Make it as brief as possible.
You do work here, don't you?
Of course.
You are the floor walker assigned to this section?
That is correct. Come to the point, please.
Of all the... Well, I've a good mind to report you.
As you wish. As I said, I'm very busy. Now, what is it you wanted to know?
The words are like gall in my mouth now, but where do I find Jack Frost?
Right over there, in the back, 2 aisles over.
Thank you.
Not at all.
Very much. All the high-handed characters. People like that make me steam. I was getting up a full head of dander, but it simmered out before I had a chance to boil over. Because as I rounded a corner, I saw Frosty Boy, or Rembrandt if you choose, up on his platform with the cutest little blonde kid sitting in his lap.
Well. Look who we have here. A great big boy. Hello there, son.
Oh, Jack Frost.
What is your name?
Topper.
Topper. My, what a fine name. How old are you, Topper?
5.5.
5.5. Well, you must go to school, Topper. Which one?
Garfield.
Garfield. That's a good school. Now, tell me, what would you like to have me tell Santa Claus to bring you for Christmas, Topper?
An electric train and a baseball bat, and I like to be in the sales for Lefty O'Doul.
Well, I'll see what I can do to arrange that, Topper. I'll tell Santa Claus. Bye now.
Goodbye, and thank you, and Merry Christmas.
I hope you can make the boy's wish come true. O'Doul could use him.
Candy, I'm so glad you're here, Dove. Duck around into the back room for a moment. I've got to talk to you.
Aren't you working, Frosty boy?
I got 10 minutes off every hour. I'll take the break now. Right around there, Candy.
Okay, I'll see you in a moment. What's the matter, Rembrandt? Even under those icicles, you look warm under the collar.
Here, look at this. Every now and then, one of these moppets toddles up to me with a Christmas letter in its hand. A little red-headed girl handed me this about half an hour ago. I've been shaking ever since.
Let me see. Dear Jack Frost, a word to the wise is sufficient. When you take your lunch hour, keep on going. Don't come back. Otherwise, you'll meet the same fate as your predecessor. Just about what I expected.
Andy, you mean to say that you're deliberately using me as a sacrificial lamb?
By no means, Ducky. Go ahead, take your lunch. Then do as the note says. Keep on going. As a matter of fact, why don't you take off now? I'll meet you at your place in about an hour.
That's the best news I've heard since Nelson's victory at Trafalgar.
I whipped upstairs, reported to Prentice Burke, got my first day's check, and on my way out told his secretary she'd better get Burke some smelling salt. Then I went back down on the floor again. Sure enough, there was my boy, the floor walker. I wanted to have a few more words with him.
Oh, you again.
If you don't mind. I was just up to see Miss Myra Fisher. She wasn't in. Have you seen her down here?
No, and what's more, I won't see her all day. She phoned saying she was feeling ill. Most inconsiderate, I must say, during the holiday rush.
Yes, I must say. Could you give me her address? She's a friend of mine. I've got to see her.
Her address? Why, yes. I write it down here on one of my cards for you. Myra Fisher, 227F, Union Street. There.
Thank you. You're so kind. I had all the ammunition I wanted. A check signed by Burke and a card written by the floor walker. His name was Simon Liggett. With that, I ducked into a phone booth and called Mallard.
Homicide, Mallard speaking.
Good boy. This is Candy. What did you find out at Land's End last night?
A couple of very juicy footprints. They give us nothing.
Did you make any casts of them?
Why, sure.
Mind if I borrow a couple of them for a few hours, Mallard?
Well, I don't see how it will hurt. Sure, okay.
Thanks, Mallard, dear. I'll be by in a moment. And, I want to borrow you, too. I stopped by the Hall of Justice, got the cast of the footprints, shoved Mallard into the car, and then picked up Rembrandt. The thing was only a hunch, but my hunches have paid off, so I never ignore them. First, we went out to an address on 5th Avenue near Clement. We got in the back door and went to work. Nothing made sense there. So we drove over to Reseda Way in the marina. Again, we got in and did some sleuthing. This time, we hit the jackpot. A pair of shoes in the closet matched the casts we had brought with us. Rembrandt, go out in the kitchen and see if this place has any ketchup.
I'm not hungry, Dub, but I'll look. What are you up to, Candy? We've got enough to swing a case here.
I'm working for a voluntary confession, Mallard. Tell me, what was the position that the Jack Frost was in when you found him dead?
In a chair, like that one. His head slumped down on his chest.
Good.
Here's the concert, Dove. When are you putting it on?
You.
What?
Without the bun or relish, Ducky. Sit down there, will you, Rembrandt? Now, just go limp and let your head hang down. That's it. Now for a little seasoning.
Oh, Candy, you're smearing me with this sticky stuff.
Oh, no, for the sake of art. Hold still. There. How does he look, Mallard?
Why, Candy, it looks like the same guy, the real thing.
Good. Now, Rembrandt, you just sit like that. Don't move. Mallard, you duck into that closet over there, and I'll hide in here. We've got a good view of the front door from both places. Okay?
Okay. There are times, Candy, when I admit I admire your genius.
Genius, schmenius. Come on, let's hide. The golden shafts of sun splashing in through the window from the ocean slowly turned pink, then purple, and into twilight. The minutes ticked on. Once... Bless you, but quiet, though, Rembrandt. You'll muss up your ketchup. 5 minutes. 10. Then we heard muffled footsteps coming down the hall and a key inserted in the lock of the apartment door.
Oh, no. It can't be. The old fool I killed. No.
Okay, buddy, that'll be about enough.
Oh, no. You...
Get him, Mallard. He's ducking.
Now get him.
Nice tackle, Mallard.
All right, Mac. You're going to remain peaceful, or do I have to give you a little tap?
No. I'll be quiet. You cut me. I did it. I did it to both of them. I killed them. I killed them. I killed both of them.
Both of them?
Yeah. Look behind the sofa. The sofa. The girl. Jack Frost. The sofa.
The sofa? Wait a minute, Mallard.
I had to do it. I couldn't. But then they were going to do it.
Oh, Mallard.
More trouble, Candy?
I killed both of them. I'm glad I
Yes. An old friend of mine. The late Myra Fisher. The whole thing was jealousy. Not the jealousy of a man for a woman, but the jealousy of a man for a job. Simon Liggett had been with the Brownstone for almost 20 years. He'd worked himself up from the stock boy to a place where he'd been promised the job of head of advertising and promotion. He almost got it, except at the last moment, Prentice Burke gave the position to Myra Fisher. That had only been 2 weeks before. He knew that Myra was on a probationary term, so he did everything he could to undermine her. Little things like changing ad copy, sending out false stories to newspapers. He figured that if he could keep the store without a Santa Claus helper, he'd break Myra's back and get the job by the first of the year. He paid a visit to the first Jack Frost and tried to bribe him into quitting, but the guy would have none of it. There was a struggle. Liggett lost his head and whipped out a gun and shot him. He was still in his costume, so Liggett stripped him, put some old clothes on him, drove out to Land's End, and ditched his costume. Then he felt sure there would be no Jack Frost the next day. But that's when Myra met me, and I talked Rembrandt into taking over. By this time, Liggett was in a frenzy and would stop at nothing. He trailed Myra and Burke to Myra's home, killed her, took her body over to his place, and ditched it behind the sofa. The next morning, he wrote a note to Rembrandt and gave it to one of the little girls waiting in line to see him. Fear and envy were taking their toll on the poor guy's mind. I wanted to compare the handwriting, so I had Burke write me a check and Liggett write Myra's address on a card. Also, we had the footprint cast. Between the two, everything pointed toward Liggett. That's when I staged my little parlor charade with Rembrandt playing the part of a corpse. The sight, with Rembrandt's resemblance to the dead Jack Frost, would shatter anybody into a confession. But Christmas, in spite of everything, is a lovely time of year. And there is a Santa Claus. 3 of them for me, as a matter of fact. Mr. Prentice Burke, who sent me a very nice check for my efforts. Rembrandt Watson, who, out of sheer love for the job, went back to playing Jack Frost for all the kids at the Brownstone. And last but not least, Inspector Ray Mallard. He gave me a Christmas sock, right on my mouth, just where any well-placed Christmas sock should go.
Listen again next week at this same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial
Candy Matson, and a Merry Christmas to you all. Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were Helen Klebe as Myra Fisher, Lou Tobin as Prentice Burke, and John Grover as Simon Liggett. Jack Thomas plays the role of Rembrandt Watson, and Henry Leff is heard as Inspector Mallard. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and produced by Monty Masters. Sound effects were created by Bill Brownell and Jay Rendon. Eloise Rowan is heard at the organ. The characters in tonight's story are entirely fictitious, with the exception of the part of Topper, which was played by himself. Any resemblance to actual people is purely coincidental. The program came to you from San Francisco. Dudley Manlove speaking. You are tuned for the stars on NBC.
And now, Mystery Theaters. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Come in. What's that? Yes, it is rather dark in here. You see, we never turn on the lights. We don't need any. At the Radio Mystery Theater, all we illuminate is your imagination. We fill it full of ghostly radiations, mysterious emanations, the eerie glow of terrifying images. And now we have a most unusual image for you. The image of a doll. Yes, I said doll. And a very pretty one, too. Long, silky blonde hair, innocent, round blue eyes, a charming dress of taffeta and lace. This is the central character of the story you're about to hear. Of course, you're asking, what makes a doll an image of fear and horror?
You've got to find it, Jimmy. You've got to get that doll away from him.
Okay, honey, okay. Give us a little time.
I don't have any time. If something happens to that doll, I'll die.
Our mystery drama, The Doll, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Joanne Linville and Ross Martin. Our story begins in the classroom of a small coeducational university. Not a very unusual setting. But today, these young men and women are hearing an unusual lecture. The guest speaker is Professor Eric Douglas, and the subject of his address is written in chalk on the blackboard. Let's step a little closer and see what it says. Homeopathic magic, ancient and modern. Let's be quiet and listen.
For thousands of years, people believed they could injure or destroy their enemy by injuring or destroying an image of him. And so they made likenesses in cloth, in wood, in clay. The ancient Egyptians used wax. The wizards would take a drop of a man's blood, clippings from his hair, or parings of his nails, and knead them into a wax figure.
You mean like a voodoo doll, Professor?
Voodoo belongs to the modern era, but the idea is exactly the same. Once the doll was made in this fashion, the victim was at the mercy of the sorcerer. So, you see, the doll is really man's oldest toy and perhaps his deadliest.
You mean that stuff really works?
Well, that is the strangest part of all. Sometimes it works very well.
You've got to be kidding, Professor.
Young lady, I wonder if you'd like to help me with a little experiment.
Me, Professor?
Yes. Will you come up front, please? Now, just for the fun of it, shall we make a doll?
Huh?
All right. Now let's see. What shall we use? Now this little towel will do fine. I'll just tie a knot to make the head. There we are. And now let's dress it up a little. Can you help me?
How?
Well, with some part of you, a hair from your head, perhaps. Now, how about something you own? That ring, maybe. May I borrow that?
Well...
Well, yeah, thank you. Now, we'll put that around the neck. And voila. We have an instant voodoo doll. Fascinating, isn't it? To know that the doll is meant to be a representation of you? Now, look at it.
I'm looking.
Yeah, well, keep looking. Now, don't take your eyes off of it. You can almost see your face in the cloth, can't you? It's almost as if the doll is you. Whatever happens to the doll happens to you. You, the doll. You, the doll, sharing one body between you. One life, one destiny.
I still think it's silly.
All right. And let's see what happens when I take this letter knife.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. I'm merely going to plunge this knife into a meaningless piece of cloth.
No, don't!
Prudence? Prudence?
You called me Professor?
Yes. I want to know what you think of this record. Fred Cartwright sent it to me. Claims it's an authentic Damballa ritual march.
I could not say, Professor.
I think it was probably recorded on Hollywood Boulevard. Well, that's enough of that. Well, what's become of Laura? Isn't she home yet?
She's just arrived, sir. She's in the living room.
Oh. Laura, darling. I didn't hear the door. You're very late.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eric. The match wasn't over until 6. It went 5 sets.
And who won?
You know you don't care the first thing about tennis.
That's a young man's game. Not for old birds like me.
Oh, come on, stop that. You're far from old. Oh, Prudence, I hope I didn't spoil your dinner.
It's all right, Miss Fletcher. I'll go see to it now.
Eric, why won't she ever call me Laura?
Oh, it's just her way. You know how it is in the islands. A servant's place is a servant's place. Tradition.
It's more than that. It's resentment.
You've got your father's sensitivity. Harry was always thinking that people resented him.
Maybe he had good reason. He wasn't very popular among his colleagues.
Your father was a renegade. That's why. It's one thing to investigate primitive cultures. That's an anthropologist's job. But to spend your life among them, to raise your child among them...
No, I never complained.
Well, you managed to turn out pretty happily. But you're still half savage, of course.
Am I?
You can't fool me, Laura. You're still a child of voodoo, just like Prudence.
No, don't be silly, Eric.
I know you, all right. When the full moon rises and the drums start to beat in the jungle and the serpent god Damballa raises his hooded head...
Eric, stop it.
What's the matter?
I'm sorry. I have that awful headache.
Again? Well, come on, let's take care of it.
No, don't bother. I'll be all right in a moment.
Best time to stop it is early. Right now. You listen to Dr. Douglas here, and we'll get rid of that pain in 2 minutes. Come on now. Lie back.
All right.
Now, just relax. Just remember how we've done this before.
Yes. I remember.
That's right. Now, shut your eyes, Laura. Think of your mind as a large, empty cavern. And in the cavern, you hear my voice. Very faint, as if I'm speaking to you from far, far away.
Yes.
You feel at peace, relaxed, happy. Your head is clear. Your pain is gone.
Yes. It's gone.
Oh, you're happy now, Laura. You're happy to be here with me. With me, my darling. Aren't you?
Yes. I'm happy.
You love me, Laura, don't you? Not in the way you loved your father. You love me as a man. I'll say it, darling. Say, I love you, Eric.
I love you.
Say my name, Laura. My name.
I love you, Jimmy.
What is the matter with you, Prudence?
I'm sorry, Professor. The dish fell from my hand.
What is it? What happened?
Nothing, my dear. You're fine. You're just fine. Prudence just dropped something.
I came to tell you that dinner is ready.
Well, so you had a good tennis game, did you? Was it mixed doubles?
It was, as a matter of fact.
Oh, who was your partner? Not someone named Jimmy by any chance?
Why, yes. How did you know?
Oh, well, no mystery. You spoke his name while you were hypnotized. Who is Jimmy?
Well, his full name is Jimmy Collins.
You known him long?
About 3 months.
3 months? Well, you never mentioned him before.
Oh, I'm sure I did. I had left for you to meet him, Eric. I'm sure you two would get along.
What's he do for a living besides mixed doubles?
He's in Wall Street.
Well. Maybe you've started choosing your friends more carefully, darling. I'm glad to see that. But, just the same.
Eric, I wish you would stop talking to me like a scolding father.
I am not your father. I was talking to you as a friend.
I'm sorry.
Do you wish dessert now, Professor?
No. No, Prudence, no dessert. Gotta stay in trim. Who knows? I might take up tennis yet. Laura, I tell you what. Why don't you bring this Jimmy around? I'd love to meet him.
No, I'm afraid I don't know much about Haiti, Professor Burnside. I've never been to the island.
Oh, well, of course, Laura has told you of her life there.
Oh, yes, she's told me all about it. In fact, you spent some time there yourself, didn't you?
Yes, a few years. That's where I met Laura and her father, as a matter of fact.
You can see that Eric brought back half the islands.
Well, I have my souvenirs, like this thing, for instance.
What is that? Looks a little tacky to me.
Well, they call it an Ouanga packet. It's a charm the voodoo men use for every purpose. Some good and some bad.
We should throw out that awful thing, Eric.
Well, it was a gift made for me by an old Mamaloi in Port-au-Prince. It's a protective charm, guaranteed to ward off the devil, and, of course, Laura can tell you more about it. Laura's much more of an expert on voodoo than I am.
You mean just because she was raised on the island? Well, it's an interesting primitive study, otherwise sheer nonsense, of course.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that. You've offended Laura dreadfully. Laura's a believer, you know. She played with voodoo dolls the way other children play with Chatty Cathy and Betsy Witsy.
Eric, please stop it.
Ask her, Jimmy. Go ahead, ask her if that isn't so.
Oh, I'd feel very foolish asking that question.
Oh, Jimmy, of course it isn't so.
Well, that's good to hear, frankly. I mean, it'd be a heck of a thing on our honeymoon, waking up and finding an Ouanga bag in my slipper.
Did you say honeymoon?
Yes. Didn't Laura tell you? Laura and I are engaged. We're going to be married next week.
Professor.
What do you want?
It's late, Professor. After midnight.
Leave me alone, Prudence. Go to bed.
There is no chain strong enough to hold her.
What'd you say?
The girl is not of your blood. Why do you struggle to keep her?
Prudence, I can't lose her. You hear me? If I lose Laura, I die.
No, Professor.
Oh, you've got to help me. If you want me to live, you've got to help me.
There is nothing anyone can do.
There is something that you can do.
What is that?
I've been thinking about it all night. Prudence, you can make a doll.
Well, what have we here? A four-sided triangle? Professor Eric Burnside, young Laura Fletcher, Jimmy Collins, a servant named Prudence. Or is this going to turn out to be a five-sided triangle with the fifth member of the equation, a doll. We'll find out what Prudence can do to help the professor in his emotional dilemma when I return shortly with Act 2. A week has passed since Laura Fletcher made her earth-shaking announcement to Professor Eric Douglas. The announcement which turned the professor's world completely upside down. But for a man who has looked into the future and found it bleak and empty, Eric seems like a happy man at the moment as he listens to the sound of the Damballa ceremony and waits for Laura Fletcher to enter the room.
Eric? I'm here.
Laura. Well, let me stop this racket. Well, don't you look lovely?
And don't you look well? Eric, I can't tell you how good it is to see you smiling.
Well, I've got something to smile at, all right? Myself. I don't know what came over me that night, Laura. I just was not myself. I couldn't let you run off and get married without my blessing. And a suitable present, of course.
A present? Eric, you shouldn't have.
You've always admired this ivory charm, and I want you to have it. You and Jimmy.
Oh, Eric. It's beautiful. It must be priceless.
Well, it's not as priceless as our friendship. I wouldn't want anything to happen to that.
Oh, thank you so much. Jimmy will be as thrilled with it as I am.
I think we should talk before you go away, darling. I think we should talk about your father.
What about him?
I have to ask you this, Laura. Whether or not you've ever told your fiancé the full story.
I've told him quite a lot.
Including the way it ended for him?
Don't talk about it now, Eric. Please.
You know, I still blame myself. I knew that Harry wasn't right in the head. I could see the signs. And I shouldn't have let it go as far as I did.
Please, Eric. You know that I cannot bear to remember that time.
I know. You were only 14, but you witnessed it all. His mad delusions.
Don't. Oh, my head.
Laura, what is it?
It's that.
The pain again?
Yes.
Oh, poor darling. Here, come on. Lean back.
It happens every time I remember my father.
Shh. Now. Don't talk. Just lean back. Relax. Close your eyes.
Yes. Thank you, Eric. Thank you.
Now breathe deeply, darling. Deeply. Now, you remember how we do this together. How we make the pain disappear. How you clear your mind of everything but the sound of my voice.
Yes.
You can't hear anything but me now, Laura. Just my voice echoing in your mind. You're asleep now. You're so deeply asleep that you won't waken until I tell you. You won't know anything but what you hear me say. Do you understand?
Yes. I understand.
That's it, my darling. Deep. 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 Prudence? Prudence?
Yes, Professor. I'm here.
Bring it to me.
No, Professor, this is wrong.
Bring me the box, Prudence.
Very well. Here.
Yes, Prudence, a beautiful doll. That's a beautiful likeness. Laura, open your eyes.
Yes.
What do you see, Laura?
See I see.
There, darling. There. It's all right. Don't cry anymore.
What happened? What happened to me?
Nothing at all. You were asleep and you had a bad dream.
Asleep?
Yes. You had one of your headaches, do you remember? And I put you under hypnosis, and then I decided to let you sleep it off. You seem so tired.
I feel so strange.
I know. The truth is, well, I'm not sure that you're well.
What do you mean?
When do you and Jimmy plan to get married?
This weekend?
I can't help wondering if that's wise.
What do you mean?
I wonder if you're well enough. You seem so run down, and the headaches are obviously worse. It took a long time to make you lose the pain.
Eric, Jimmy and I are getting married this Saturday. We're driving to Crompton late, and we're getting married by the Justice of the Peace. Nothing is going to change that. Nothing.
You sure you feel okay, Laura?
Yes, I'm all right.
Hardly said a word since we started out.
Well, a girl doesn't run off to get married every day of her life. I need time to reflect.
Haven't changed your mind, I hope.
No, I haven't changed my mind.
Well, then what's that cold sweat all about? It's not another one of your headaches, is it?
No, it's just nerves. These bridal jitters. Now, maybe if you didn't drive so fast.
I can't help it. I'm in a hurry.
Don't have to rip the bell off the door, young man.
I'm sorry about that. My name is Collins. I called this morning about the wedding.
Oh, the judge is inside. He's near deaf as a post, so better make the I-do's good and loud.
I intend to.
Oh, come in. Come on, come in, folks. Mom will act as witness.
Fine.
Young lady, you stand here, next to young man.
Honey, are you all right?
Huh? Oh, yes, I'm fine.
You sure you wouldn't like a glass of water?
Oh, no. No, thank you.
Steady, honey. It only hurts for a minute.
Dearly beloved, we're gathered together here in the sight of God, in the face of His company, drawing together this man and this woman, holy matrimony.
What's wrong?
Which is an honorable estate instituted by God.
Just a little shortness of breath.
Signifying unto us,
Laura.
union as betwixt Christ and His church, which holy estate Christ adorned.
Oh, Jimmy,
what's the matter?
What's the matter? What?
I've got this awful pain. This terrible pain.
It's raining.
Oh, Jimmy. I'm so sorry.
Now, come on. Don't be sorry. Just take it easy, that's all. That's what the doctor said.
I do feel better now. Much better.
Oh, who would have thought the day'd turn out like this? Stuck in a cheap motel across the street from the Justice of the Peace. We're not even married yet. It'd be deliciously sinful if it weren't for this miserable room.
Jimmy.
What is it?
Oh, God. Jimmy, help me.
What's the matter, honey? Is the pain again?
No, it's something else. Jimmy, I have to get up.
Oh, come on,
I have to get
up,
up.
darling. You heard the doctor.
I have to move.
Laura!
Jimmy! Oh, Jimmy!
Lord, you hit the wall.
I can't stop myself. Oh,
Laura, stop!
Hold me, Jimmy! Hold me! I can't stop
Come on,
myself!
don't bite me! Don't bite me! Stop! Flinging yourself around this way.
Oh, I can't help it. I can't. I have to move.
Look out for the table!
What's happening to me? I have to get control of myself. I don't belong to myself anymore.
Laura!
I can't tell you how sorry I am, Jimmy, but I also can't say that I'm surprised.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, my field is anthropology, but I'm not a complete stranger to the psychological sciences. In my opinion, Laura's problem is the result of a conflict, the difference between two worlds, the world of everyday reality and the dark world of superstition. No matter how much she laughs about it now, Laura grew up believing in devils and zombies and voodoo dolls.
Come on, I just can't believe that.
Well, that's why I feel so strongly that Laura, well, she just isn't ready for marriage. Well, here, let me show you something.
What is that?
It's a doll. Now, as you can see, it's a very good likeness of Laura. Prudence is an artist of sorts.
Your servant made this?
Yes. It's her hobby. It's a sort of sculpture. But, what do you suppose Laura did when she saw this doll? She screamed. She was horrified. She thought it was a voodoo effigy. And whatever happened to the doll would happen to her.
No, Professor, I'm sorry. I just can't buy that explanation.
Yes, I was afraid that you wouldn't.
Laura's too sensible. This is all such childish
Would
stuff.
you care to test the theory?
Test it? How?
Yeah. Well, would you be willing to conduct a little experiment?
I might. Depends on what it is.
All right, I'll tell you. At exactly 9 o'clock this evening, I will take our little doll here and bring it to that fireplace. And I'll hold the doll over the flames, high enough so that it won't be scorched, but low enough so that it can feel the heat.
Oh, the dolls don't feel.
No. Dolls don't. But Laura is another matter. You tell her what I'm doing. Tell her about the experiment. And then see how she reacts.
I'm sorry, I don't like politics, Professor.
I just want you to know what you're up against, Jimmy. Now remember, exactly 9 o'clock.
I don't understand you sometimes, Jimmy. I mean, I know you saw Eric. You told me you were going to.
All right, I saw him.
And?
He just told me a lot of nonsense, that's all.
About me? And my father?
About you and voodoo dolls.
What did he say exactly?
Laura, why did he have that doll made?
What doll?
You know, the one that looks like you.
What are you talking about?
You said you saw it, didn't you?
No. I never saw any such thing, Jimmy. He must have been joking. He must have been putting you on.
I saw the thing, darling.
You what?
I saw the doll. It was about this big and obviously hand-carved and... Well, it did look like you, Laura. Same long blonde hair, blue eyes, very much like you. That woman knows how to carve.
Woman? You mean Prudence? The servant?
Yes, that's what he said. She made the doll, and that you actually think... Laura, you can't believe in voodoo. Not really.
Oh, dear God. Then that explains it. That explains everything.
What?
The pain in my chest. It was like the thrust of a needle.
Oh, now, come on.
And the way I lost control as if I did... Like I was being flung about like a doll. It was exactly like a helpless doll.
Now, cut that out. You know that isn't so. You're just convincing yourself of this nonsense. It's all in your mind.
But what else explains it, Jimmy? What else? As long as he has that doll, he has me.
Shh. Honey, please, that's crazy.
You've got to find it, Jimmy. You've got to get that doll away from me.
Okay, honey. Just give us a little time.
I don't have any time. If something happens to that doll, I'll die.
No, Laura, you can't really believe that. I want you to prove that isn't true, and you can tonight.
What do you mean?
That nutty friend of yours said he was going to try a little experiment tonight, just to prove the point to me. Well, I want you to disprove it.
What sort of experiment?
He said that exactly 9 o'clock he was going to take the doll and bring it to the fireplace.
Oh, no.
He said he was going to hold it over the flames high enough for the doll to feel the heat, and he said you'd feel it, too.
Oh, Lord, Jimmy. Well, what time is it?
It's 20 of 9. We'll get out of here.
No.
We'll go back to my place and we will prove him wrong, darling. Prove him a liar.
Oh, God. I'm getting warm. I'm getting terribly warm, Jimmy.
That's your imagination.
No, it...
Oh, honey, he said 9 o'clock. Wait a minute. My watch isn't going.
Jimmy, look. That clock on the wall, it is not.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Oh, Jimmy, it's happening. It's really happening.
No, don't. Come on, you've got to fight this. It's only suggestion. It's hypnosis.
He's killing me. He is burning me alive.
Honey, no, darling, no.
Stop it, Jimmy. I'm on fire. I'm on fire.
Yes, the mind is a powerful weapon. And when it's turned against ourselves, it's the most dangerous weapon on earth. Can Laura Fletcher find a way to stop her own mind from tormenting her and possibly ending her life? At least she isn't alone in the struggle. We'll find out what Laura and Jimmy can do about the deadly doll that menaces her when I return shortly with Act 3. Professor Douglas's experiment has succeeded only too well. And it's also succeeded in convincing Jimmy Collins that something has to be done to save the sanity and even the life of the woman he loves. And that the best place to be in would be the home of Eric Douglas, his servant Prudence, and the doll itself.
Oh. Hello, Miss Fletcher.
Hello, Prudence. Is Professor Douglas home?
No, miss. He's gone.
Gone where?
On a lecture tour. He took the early morning train not half an hour ago.
When do you expect him back?
Not for days, he said.
Prudence, I have to talk to you. Please let us in.
Yes, miss.
Prudence, when my fiancé was here the other day, the professor showed him a doll.
A doll, miss?
He said you made it.
I made no doll, miss.
I saw it, Prudence. It was in a black cardboard box about this big. And he took it out of this break front here.
I know nothing of a doll, sir.
All right. Suppose we look for ourselves.
Please, sir.
Jimmy, is it there?
No, it's empty.
Please. I cannot allow this.
All right, where's the doll, Prudence?
I don't know.
Please, you have to help me, Prudence. You don't know what he's doing with that doll. He's making voodoo magic with it. Do you understand?
I am a Christian, Miss Fletcher.
You know what I'm talking about. He's putting a spell on me, Prudence. He's using that doll you made to make me do his bidding. He wants to stop me from marrying.
He thinks only of your happiness, miss. You are like his daughter.
He is torturing me. Would a father torture his own child?
You've got to help us find him, Prudence. You must know where he's staying.
I'm sorry. I know nothing.
All right. Then the least you can do is give him a message. You tell him for me, for both of us, that his game isn't going to work. That Laura and I are leaving too, and we're not coming back. He'll never see her again. Did you get that? No matter what he does, he'll never see her again. Did you get that? No matter what he does, he will never see Laura again.
Prudence? Prudence? Where are you?
Dear Professor, did you have a good tour?
Yes. No. But I don't remember. It was endless. Seems like far more than 3 days.
They were here, Professor.
Who?
Miss Fletcher and her young man. They came to see you and to find the doll.
You didn't let them?
No. It is still hidden.
Good.
The girl says you are torturing her.
Only for her own good, Prudence. I swear that. This man Collins is wrong for her, and I had to prevent the marriage.
Why, Professor?
Because her father asked me to watch over her, to protect her. That's why I asked you to make the doll, so that I could trick her into believing that I had some control over her. Nothing else would have worked.
It was not a trick.
Of course it was, Prudence.
No, Professor. The doll was made because Damballa commands. With her image, her hair, a drop of her blood. Now the girl and the doll have become sharers of the same soul.
Prudence, you're slipping back into the jungle. Doll has no powers. Laura reacted only to suggestion.
The doll is her. She is the doll. Only the sorcerer can break the spell.
I'm tired, Prudence. I can't cope with mumbo-jumbo tonight.
Professor, lift the spell from the doll.
Oh, for heaven's sake. There is no such thing, Prudence.
Call the girl. Tell her I will ask Damballa Uida to unchain her spirit from the doll.
No. I will not do anything of the kind.
Why? Because you don't want her to marry?
That's right.
Because you want her for yourself?
What kind of talk is that? I'm more than twice her age.
But you still want her. I have eyes. I have ears. I will call the girl. I will tell her that the doll is here. And that you will lift the spell from it.
Stop that. Put that phone down. Now, you stay out of this, you hear me?
I made the doll for you. Now I will unmake its evil.
I told you to put that phone down.
Sean.
Now stop. You're scratching my face. Look what you've done, you witch. You've drawn blood.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
You have meddled enough in my life. Now get out of here. I don't want to see your ugly face again. I want you out of here by tomorrow morning. Do you hear me?
Yes, Professor. I heard you.
A moment. Laura.
Hello, Eric. You know Jimmy Collins, of course.
What are you doing here?
Sorry to be such early arrivals, Professor. We wanted to make sure you didn't go off to another lecture this morning.
I have nothing to say to you, Mr. Collins.
Don't plan to stay long, Professor. Only until you give us that doll.
The doll?
That's right.
But for heaven's sake, you're really serious, aren't you? You really believe that doll has some mysterious powers.
It doesn't matter, Eric. I'd just feel better if you'd let me have it. I know it's here.
How do you know that? Who told you?
Prudence called me.
Prudence?
Yes, very late last night. She told us that the doll is in the hall closet. In a black box.
She lied to you. Woman's gone crazy. I had to fire her.
Want me to look in the closet, Professor?
How dare you? I could have you arrested for what you're doing.
Eric, please. We've been friends. Friends for such a long time.
That is a beautiful word, isn't it? Friends, almost as good a word as father. That is all I ever meant to you.
Oh, Eric.
Let's have the doll, Professor.
Oh, yes, the doll. The voodoo doll. Mr. Collins, I think that you are as mad as she is.
Maybe I am mad, Eric. But I am afraid of the doll. I can't help myself. So please let me have it.
I'll give you 1 minute to lead us to the doll, Professor.
Oh, and then what will you do? Pump me full of lead?
And I'll find it myself. In the course of it, I might break quite a few things. Quite a few things in the process. Things you may value.
All right, I will show you the doll. There. Is that what you're after?
It does look like me. I think I remember seeing it once before, but it's as if it was in a dream.
I'll take that, Professor.
Stop right there.
What?
Now, suppose I didn't give you the doll. Suppose I smashed its head instead.
Eric.
All I have to do is smash the head against this wall. One sharp blow, and the head is broken. The skull caved in. The pretty blue eyes shut forever. Huh? Shall I, Laura?
Eric, why are you doing this to me?
You smashed my life, didn't you? You didn't care what happened to me?
Oh, Eric, but I do care.
You walked out with him. You left me for him. Well, here's what he... Then... you, Laura.
Professor. Eric, what's the matter? Jimmy, what's the matter with him?
My chest...
Jimmy!
It's a heart attack. I think he's dead.
Oh, my God. Are you sure?
Look at his face.
Oh, no.
There's no sign of a pulse. He's gone, Laura. Lord, just like that. Must have been the excitement.
No, it was not.
Prudence.
The spell is lifted, miss. When the sorcerer dies, the spell dies with him.
What's that in her hand?
Prudence, what are you doing with that knife?
It was the only way, miss.
Wait a minute. She's got something else. Some kind of doll.
Prudence, you didn't.
His skin and his blood from my fingernails. His curse from my lips and heart.
Oh, Jimmy. How horrible. She killed him.
Oh, no, Laura, no. It was a coronary. Only a coronary. I think.
Well, personally, I don't think I'll ever trust a doll again. Not Raggedy Ann, or Betsy Wetsy, or even that paper doll they used to sing about. Of course, there's no question in my mind that Professor Douglas died of natural causes as opposed to supernatural. There's a great deal to be said for the power of suggestion, which, of course, is why you're about to hear the following suggestion. We hope that the story you just heard hasn't given you any ideas, that you're not all rushing out to the local toy store to buy up their supply of dolls in order to try some grisly experiments on your least loved ones. Take our word for it. It doesn't really work. But on the other hand, why do I have this sticking pain in my left shoulder? Our cast included Joanne Linville, Ross Martin, Virginia Gregg, and Carl Swenson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Direction of Irving Reese. Danse Macabre.
Midnight. In his twilight graveyard world, death sits, alone with his mist-hung silent tombs. The chill night wind moans in the linden trees. The shades of shadows flee each other in the ghostly gloom. And death makes music on his violin, striking his heels against a hollow tomb. Death's fingers pluck the vibrant strings. tune is now an airy dance, and now a plaintive dirge. The doleful cadence echoed by the mournful wind. The gaunt trees and the gravestones silently attend the phantom concert in the world of night.
I cannot play. I am lonely, for all men shun me. And the black night is my only friend. The black night and its wild winds, shrieking music in the void. My realm is desolate and bleak. In life, men laugh and sing. Their hearts are light and filled with joy. There I can play and find a company to mingle gaiety with my music. I'll go among them and banish this melancholy humor. I'll go to life.
Lord, it's cold in this hut tonight. What's keeping that daughter of mine so long? Maria! Maria!
Yes, Father, I'm coming.
Hurry, then. I've been back from the pasture since sundown. The stars are out already, and no supper. Well, come in, girl, come in. The hut will be freezing if I keep the door open much longer.
Look, Father, I've been milking.
So I see.
Oh, the cow looked very funny today. Do you suppose,
Maria,
Father...
for the love of heaven, set that pail down before you spill the milk. And get me some supper. Hurry. Now, what is it? Come, child, I'm sorry I scolded you. Now, stop your crying. There's a good girl. I'll bring you a beautiful gift from the fair tomorrow.
Oh, now I've got something beautiful to think about all night. First I could want a ring, but then I'd say a ring isn't such a much. So I will want an orange. But anyone can have an orange. So I would rather have...
Now, who can that be? People shouldn't go about after dark disturbing other people's supper. Well, go to the door, girl. What are you waiting for?
In a minute. I'm coming. Oh, come in, sir.
You have kept me waiting.
Come in, stranger. We are not accustomed to visitors at this hour.
I seldom come where I am expected.
A traveler? Oh, a musician. Well, after supper, you can play for us.
My time is short. I cannot stay to supper. I shall play for you now.
Now?
Yes, if your daughter will dance for me.
For me, Dad?
She'll do no such thing.
I thought it the custom of the land never to deny a guest. I have come far in search of laughter and of music. My eyes are hungry for the sight of wanton grace. You are simple folk and good. You will grant this one request. Tell the girl to dance.
You have come unbidden to my hut, and I have not had my supper yet. Let there be no more talk of dancing.
You do wrong to deny me.
I don't know who you are, or to what you're accustomed. This is my hut. I am master here, and I want supper and no dancing.
Your hearts are cold. There is no gladness in them. I must seek elsewhere for companions, and I shall take with me what you have treasured least, the joy of life.
Maria! He's disappeared.
Disappeared?
No sign of him anywhere.
No.
Oh, well. Good riddance. Wandering vagabonds coming into people's homes, telling them what they must do. Still, he might have stayed to supper. What's the matter with you, girl? Can a man find no peace in his home? Supper waiting, strangers calling, and now you clumsy creature, dropping all the food?
Water, Father. Water.
What is it, child? What's come over you? Dear God, her face is turning purple.
Oh, I'm so thirsty. So thirsty.
Her lips are black. And her eyes. It couldn't be. Plague. It's a plague. My little Maria is dead. And I wouldn't even let her dance.
No, Peter, it isn't much fun playing anymore. There's only the two of us now. That's why you want to play with me. There's nobody else to play with.
Well, it isn't so much fun, but it's better than sitting in the house all day. Everybody's crying. When they aren't crying, they're playing.
Yes. I'm afraid to go home. It's so creepy. I don't know what to do. Peter.
Yes, Lima?
Peter, where are they all gone? Bess and your brother John and Ruth and Richard. Where are they?
My mother told me they went to heaven.
That's where my mother is. My father said she went there.
Oh, don't cry, Lima. You always cry. We ought to play tag.
Peter, where's heaven?
I'm not sure. Up over the sky somewhere.
I'm awfully frightened.
There's nothing to be afraid of, really.
But suppose you should go to heaven.
I'm not going.
But suppose you did. And my father. There wouldn't be anyone left.
I told you I'm not going. You're not going either. We'll stay right here, you and me.
Hold my hand. That's right. Peter.
Now what's the matter?
Is there a heaven?
There must be. That's where they all went. All the people that died.
Hold my hand tighter. That's what I'm so afraid of.
Heaven?
No, because they told me what heaven's like. Well, angels and beautiful things. But you have to die to go there. Don't let go of my hand. And I don't know what that's like.
I wish you wouldn't talk so much.
What's it like to die, Peter?
Hush. Here comes Tom the fiddler. No, it's not Tom. It's a stranger.
Let's run. He frightens me.
Oh, I am.
But Peter, you haven't answered me.
Wait. Even the children run from me. Poor innocents. Their hearts are filled with fear. Must they be punished too? Why won't they dance for me? Why do they shun the gaiety I bring? How strange that men can make no better use of life. The gift of death I bring them scarcely teaches them to value life the more. Yet I must seek the dance of life for which I came. And woe to those who deny
My father just died.
What do we do? A stranger came to our house.
And he asked for dances.
We don't dance for strangers.
And then the baby died.
My father.
My son.
My child. He's been seen in the hills.
The stranger.
The stranger.
He asked for dances. And the plague's broken out there, too.
Who is the stranger? He says he's a fiddler. Curse him. Curse him. Curse him. We need help.
What shall we do?
Let's go to the king.
We need doctors.
We need food for our sick ones. We need to banish the stranger. To the king. To the king. To the king.
Pandor. Yes, Your Majesty?
What's that infernal row out there?
Your people are seeking an audience.
Well, they can't have it. Listen to them howling like wolves. They'll wake up the whole palace. Send them away.
I cannot. If Your Majesty will be good enough to go to the window, he will see that there are thousands. They've been gathering all through the afternoon.
Oh, dear. You see what it is to be a king. No peace, no privacy. Listen to them. You'd think they'd have some consideration.
They're in great trouble.
Trouble? What trouble? Why hasn't anyone told me of it? Am I not the king?
Death has come to the land. Thousands are dying of sickness. The crops have failed. Water is scarce.
So? And all of this has been going on without a word of it breathed to me? I must say, Pandor, that you've sadly abused my confidence. Who's responsible for all this?
No man, sire. A foe more deadly. Plague.
Plague? Here in my kingdom? How terrible. Do you have it?
I assure you,
Don't come near me.
There is nothing to fear. As long as we remain in the palace, we are safe.
Oh, what a misfortune. What will the Queen say?
There are strange rumors of a half-mad fiddler who wanders over the countryside asking the passers-by to dance. Some say that he is seen whenever death will strike. I deem it an old wives' tale.
Why don't they stop that horrible wailing? I can't help them.
Speak to them, sire. A king must be first in his land and bravest in times of danger.
Let's go to the window. Bravest in times of danger. Yes. What a lot of them there are. I have a great many subjects, Pandor? And they're all afraid. But I am brave. Is that it? Exactly. Throw open the windows. My people, I know your desperate plight. I shall help you. Have I ever failed you? No, never. Do not tremble. Face your troubles calmly as I do. Never let it be said that we bowed our heads before the enemy.
March forward bravely like soldiers.
March forward bravely like soldiers and men.
Clear your throat, Your Majesty.
Shall it be said that we're heroes or cowards?
Gold, sire, gold, the treasury.
I hereby decree that 10,000 pieces of gold be taken from the treasury and distributed among the people who are neediest. How was that, Pandor?
The people were pleased, sire.
Shall it be said that we were heroes or cowards? They seem to like that pretty well. I must make a note of it. Wait. What was that part about money? What did I say there?
You promised them 10,000 pieces of gold.
10,000? But that's ridiculous. We haven't that much in the public treasury.
500 pieces will do as well. After all, it's the sentiment behind the gesture that's most appealing. You bolstered up their morale. That's half the battle.
Oh, most wise counselor. Good Pandor. How very clever of you. Come, we must tell the Queen how clever we were. What's this?
The charwoman's bucket, sire.
I can see that, you idiot. What's it doing here? Miranda! She should be punished for this. Miranda! Where is that stupid old woman?
She is there, sire.
What? Lying outstretched on the floor? What sort of conduct is this? Get up off the floor, Miranda. Panda. Look at her face. It's black. And her eyes. What is it, Panda? Can it be?
Plague. The woman is dead, Your Majesty.
Jan, dear, you can't sit on the palace steps throughout the night. Come away from here.
But where can I go? The accursed plague has taken my mother away from me.
Don't cry anymore. I wonder that you have any tears left.
That's all I do have left, my darling. Even my dreams are gone.
No, don't think that. I know it's terrible for you. Terrible for everybody in this dreadful time. The plague, the dying all about it.
My mother.
Try to forget.
Forget my mother and all she's done for me. Forget that she scrubbed floors. Yes, even the king's floors for me. Forget.
No, Jan. I don't want you to forget your mother. I want you to remember all the wonderful things we planned in her lifetime.
Gina, I have no hopes. No plans now. Don't you see? We can't marry. And even if we were willing to risk it, even if we had that terrible courage, your father would never consent.
Father isn't cruel, Jan.
No, he isn't cruel. But he wants what is best for his daughter. You haven't forgotten that the merchant wants to marry you? Think of it. The richest man in town. You say he has more money. Why, they say he has even more money than the king.
I don't care. I don't care about money.
But the world does.
I don't care about the world.
But your father does. Do you think he'll permit his only daughter to marry the poor dead charwoman's son?
But I don't love the merchant. I love you.
Well. You know, my girl, you'll have to choose your friends more carefully when you marry me, the charwoman's son. Poor taste. Sets a bad example.
Oh, fool's right. We would set a bad example. Goodbye, Gina.
Jan, you mustn't go. Jan, come back. Oh, no.
Well, there you are. He's gone off without answering, ill-bred puppy. But then what can you expect from the judge?
Don't speak to me. I despise you.
Gina.
I do.
Now, my dear, calm yourself. Well, I'm sure your father wouldn't approve of that frown. Oh, couldn't you smile? One sweet smile for me.
Smile at you. I'd as soon smile at a toad. You're oily and fat.
I'm a trifle robust, but...
disagreeable, and you're old enough to be my grandfather.
Grandfather? Why,
Except
dear...
that I've died before I'd admit knowing you, much less marrying you. I loathe you. If you ever speak to me again, I shall go to the king. I hate you. I hate you.
Gina, you're well of all the little devil. What strange creatures women are. I'd never have believed it could arouse such emotion in her. What a fine little wife she'll make. Why,
Good evening, merchant.
Good evening to you, stranger.
I have a small favor to ask of you.
I'm sorry, sir. If it's money you want, you'll have to go elsewhere. Everyone comes to me in these troublesome times, and not for love of me, mind you, but for my money. Plague's a costly business. Well, I didn't start, and I'm not going to pay for it. So if it's money you...
I do not ask for money, merchant.
Well, then?
Will you dance for me?
Dance for you? Well, of all the preposterous... What do you take me for, you scatterbrained fool?
I am a fiddler, merchant. I must have dancers for my tunes.
Well, find them elsewhere. I have important affairs to attend. Go play your fiddle for the rabble in the square.
I shall play.
Bah! Fiddling at midday when there's so much to be done. What's the world coming to? What's the world coming to?
How do you feel today, Pandor? For one of my years, I may say well. Very well indeed. Well, you mustn't be too certain about that. Only yesterday, Moneybags, the Minister of the Treasury, said the same thing. And a few moments later, he died before my very eyes. It was horrible. His face grew black and his eyes stared from his head, and then his tongue stuck out. In the presence of his king. But then Moneybags was never overly courteous. He was too proud. Death. We'll all be destroyed. Pandor, if I live, I shall be a king of shadows. My people are being struck down like blades of grass, and I'm powerless to defend them. What shall I do? Do? Why, nothing. Compose yourself, sire. Death is not in itself an evil thing. It's the fear of death that torments us. In my youth... Pandor! I've just had a terrible thought. Another, sire? Moneybags is dead. So you said. And the royal treasury is empty. Oh, is your majesty certain of that? Positive. I looked myself this morning. There's a bag of silver and some family jewelry. You know what that comes to. Oh, this is indeed serious. We must find a successor for Moneybags. Yes, who? Let me think. I have it. There's a merchant in the town who's grown prosperous, selling pine boards and silver ornaments for coffins. A prudent man. A worthy man. Pine boards. Why don't I think of such things? He will make an excellent minister of the treasury. Fetch him at once. I must speak with him.
Never in this world.
Where did you come from? Why can't I speak with my subjects when and where I wish?
The merchant is dead.
Dead? He, too, is no one to be spared.
What man can tell?
You dare? You miserable vagabond, you dare address the king? Who are you?
A fiddler.
I should like to hear your music. Something cheerful would go well. Come, play for us.
Will you dance?
Dance now? What nonsense. Play. Play, I command you.
I play when I choose. I am not to be commanded.
What impudence. I will teach you to address a king.
King. A king is only a man with a crown and scepter. And what is a man? A thing of earthly substance, easily mortified. Look upon Panda, this divine philosopher, this worthy patriarch. Can you not see where death already claims his due? His very countenance is bare and shining as a skull.
Your Majesty, I appeal to you to stop this fellow's insane gibbering. I don't know, Panda. There's something in what he says. You are an evil-looking old man. Death hangs about you like a shroud. But I have wisdom. I have looked into the hearts of men.
I've studied the ways of nature and torn her secrets from her. I've even ventured where most men fear to tread, into the dark, mysterious realm of the unknown.
You speak words, and words die with the man.
But not wisdom. The questions I have asked of life are answered for all men to know, and men have profited by my counsel. You, your majesty, cannot scorn me while I have the power that is thought. Without me, you'd not long be king.
Hear the fool. Am I not handsome and brave? You are old and feeble, but I am king. My word is feared.
By all but fiddlers, it would seem.
By all but fiddlers, villain, what new subtlety have you invented now?
If you are all you say, how is it that you can't make this fellow play for you?
So that's it. Fiddler, play. You hear me? Play, or I shall punish you. I'll have you put to death.
Death. Little king. I too am a ruler in another land. My subjects are as numberless as the sands. No man knows the limits of my realm. Yet I am lonely. Does that seem strange? For all men shun me. The black night is my only friend. The black night and its wild winds shrieking music in the void. I would make music too. I am a fiddler, as you see. But what's a fiddler without dancers? I came among you longing to find a company who'd whirl and spin to merry tunes and sad. But in your land, I found no light and joy. The dance of life is but a witless brawl. I seek no more. I shall return to my dark realm, but not alone.
A most extraordinary fellow.
It is not seemly for a king to be so frivolous. It is against all precedent. I question it.
Will you dance?
Well,
All men must dance when I have called.
All men.
Listen. Can you hear my music in the wind? Does your mind sicken with its song?
Your heart tremble in its rhythm?
Prepare,
for you have lingered over long.
Prepare.
In my twilight world there are dances. In the blackness of the night there is music. And over the gravestones the clatter of dancing feet. 'Tis well. Untold centuries I have spent in loneliness, whose kingdom is the universe, to whom all life comes in the end. For who has been able to resist death? Look at them, the king and the charwoman, the idiot girl and the philosopher, the oily merchant and the lovely bride. All of them have come to me. All of them are dancing for me. Come, my friends, faster, 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 faster. Look at them. They want for nothing. They know not desire. They have forgotten the needs of the living. I have allowed them no memory. Faster, 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 faster. Like my kingdom, my subjects are leveled and dim. But how fare my dancers? How fare my dancers?
I could dance with you forever, Mr. Pandora.
What is forever, Maria? Or perhaps I should ask, when is forever?
Forever? Oh, I suppose now is forever. Oh, see, you have forgotten to turn me about.
Why should I turn you?
Because that is the way to dance. See, they're all turning.
You're truly a wonderful partner. You never question, and yet you can always answer me. The pattern of existence in this place is splendidly adequate. In this place. Does that mean that there are other places?
Mr. Pandora, there is only here, just like there is only now. And here and now we are dancing.
Yes, you are wise. Only vaguely through a veil I seem to remember other things.
Still questioning, my friend?
No, sire, I am learning to dance with my very amiable partner.
You must learn your steps.
I always said I'd get the prettiest girl in the town, Gina.
And am I the prettiest girl in the town?
Merchant, would you trade your partner?
Trade? Oh, what can he mean? Come, we must dance, Gina.
Yes.
Come, we must dance.
In life, you never would have known that, George. And what have we here? The charwoman and the king. How goes the dance, my friend?
Oh, it has been difficult for me to learn the steps, Your Majesty. You are Her Majesty, aren't you? And such a fiddler, too. It's been hard to learn the steps, but this gentleman here, he just seems so polite and proper. My lady, he says, just follow me.
Oh, but the lady is unduly modest. Her bearing is truly regal. I relax with her. I flower. An amiable partner. Milady, just glide and turn. Just glide and turn.
Here comes the fiddler. What's a fiddler? I don't remember. It's such fun to dance, don't you think? Oh, yes.
What were you saying, child?
I was asking a question. Now I remember. Kind gentlemen, what's it like to die? What did I say?
Nothing, child. Dance.
Now it's forever.
I seem to recall other things.
The prettiest girl in town.
I'm so very pleased. My lady, just follow me.
Oh, the lady's unduly modest.
The gleaming dawn breaks slowly over tomb and stone. Gone are the phantoms from the waking world, and still the strains of death's macabre dance.
The Columbia Workshop has presented as the 33rd program in its series devoted to experimental radio, Danse Macabre, an original radio play by Helen Bergevoy and George Zachary, based on Saint-Saëns' tone poem of the same name. The production was directed by Irving Reese. Columbia Broadcasting System.
Look for the sign of the big M.
The Crest Oil stations invite you.
No better gasoline price, the finest in the nation. So come on in and fill her up at the Crest Oil gasoline station. Save 2 cents in every gallon, too. And the 10-cent power is ready for you when you come on in and fill her up at the Crest Oil gasoline station. Crest Oil in Sioux City.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Ghost stories, weird stories, and murders too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? The House of Purple Shadows, eh? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story. Yesterday we weren't so alarmed.
When he didn't come to the office this morning, why, then we concluded something must be wrong.
If he's here in the house, we'll find out in a minute, Benson.
It's dark in this hallway, Mr. Lamont.
Must be a light switch here somewhere. Oh, yes, here it is.
Oh, there, that's better.
Hasn't been sleeping here at his house for over a year.
No, but they said at the club that he wasn't there yesterday. Hadn't slept in his room there last night.
Well, in that case, he may be here.
That's what I'm afraid of. Maybe he had a stroke or something and wasn't able to get to a phone.
We'll look upstairs first.
Yes, I think we'd better.
Here's the stairway. It's queer, isn't it? If he came here in the evening, wouldn't he have left some lights on?
That's what I was thinking. It's gloomy in this house. No wonder he shut it all up and went to live at the club after his wife died.
Mr. Davison has always been a peculiar man. I haven't been his attorney as long as I have without realizing that.
Do you know which bedroom is his?
Yes, I think this one. At least we'll try this room first.
Is it locked?
Well, it just seems to stick. Must be the door is swelled.
Let me try it, Mr. Lamont.
Oh, I'm getting it now. Here it comes.
Gee whiz.
What's the matter, Benson?
I don't know, but when you opened the door, it was as if something grabbed a hold of my hand.
What?
Well, I know it sounds queer, but it was as if an icicle touched me.
It's just the cold air rushing out of this room. It's as black as night in here. Curtains and drapes are heavily drawn. Now, if I can find a light in here.
Oh, here it is, Mr. Lamont.
He's not in here.
No, not here. Maybe this isn't his room.
If he's going to stay in the house, he'd sleep in here.
This room hasn't been touched for a long time, has it?
Well, I guess not.
Mr. Lamont, isn't it queer that this room should be so cold?
Well, no, there's nothing strange about that. A room that's all closed up gets damp and cold.
I have a feeling that it's going to start snowing in here any minute. This cold air seems to freeze your very blood.
Mr. Benson, I don't think your employer stayed in this house night before last. I don't think anyone's been in this house for a long time.
Well, then, where is he?
I don't know. We'll look in the other rooms up here. Turn off his light.
Shall we close the door?
Yes, leave everything just as we found it. If he finds out that we've been snooping around up here, he may not like it. He's very peculiar.
I know, but certainly he'd want us to hunt for him if he thought we were worried. If we thought he was lying up here, dead.
He doesn't like people prying into his affairs.
That's true.
Yeah, we'll look in this upstairs library. If he's not in there, well, then, means he's not here in the house.
Yes. What was that?
Sounded like a moan.
Yes, it did. Mr. Davison, where are you? Mr. Davison?
Mr. Davison, where are you? Oh, he's not here in the library.
No, it sounded as if it came from downstairs.
Yes, I guess it did. Hurry, let's get down there.
Yes. Mr. Davison, where are you?
He's not here in the living room.
No, but we heard a moan from somewhere.
Sounded like it.
Mr. Lamont, look. Look, do you see what I'm pointing at?
Where?
That book on the table. It moved. It moved all by itself.
What?
It did. I saw it. I saw it. It moved from one side of the table to the other.
Nonsense. That's impossible.
My eyes aren't playing me tricks that badly. I saw it move. Come over here. Look. You see where it's been lying?
Imprint in the dust.
Yes. Now it's over here.
Oh, wait a minute. This is getting a little too deep for me.
Oh.
Benson, what's the matter now?
I felt that touch on my hand again. I did.
Hey, there is something queer going on in here. Look. Look over there at the window. You see that?
Yeah.
It's like someone was touching those drapes and making them move.
Yes. Mr. Lamont, let's get out of here. Let's get out. Hurry.
Right.
They couldn't see me. They couldn't hear my voice. Isn't there anyone who can hear me speak? Oh, if you know how badly I needed help, how hard I tried to make them hear me. You people who are of the world and know it. You who can step to the mirror, look in it, and see your face and body reflected there. Oh, how thankful you should be. Just a few moments ago, I managed to propel myself to the mirror in the hall. I looked into it. I stood directly in front of it. There was nothing there. I have no face, no body, no arms, no hands. And yet a sound came from whatever it is that I am, like a moan. My lawyer, Mr. Lamont, and my bookkeeper, Mr. Benson, came rushing down the stairs. I could see them, but great heaven, they couldn't see me. I called out, "Help me! Help me!" But they went out the door, slammed it shut, left me here alone. Oh, doomed to what? Isn't there anyone who can tell me what's happened to me? 2 days ago, yes, I can still reckon days, I left the office and went to the club. It was about an hour before dinner. I sat reading the paper. Suddenly all the letters began to jump and dance before my eyes. And I distinctly heard something whispering in my ears.
Go to your house. Go to your house.
I threw down the paper. No one seemed to be watching me. I was so frightened I felt I must be ill. But I couldn't tell anyone in the club. There was a buzzing in my ears. And I could hear that voice saying,
"Go to your house. Go to your house."
I walked out the door down the street. Some power seemed to be forcing me to go. I walked fast. I approached my house. I haven't lived in it since my wife died. I looked up at it. It seemed to be weaving back and forth. Black clouds hung over it. I walked up the steps. I reached the outside door. Mechanically, I took the key from my pocket, inserted it in the lock, opened the door. I stood inside. Now, why was I here? Why had I come to the house? I didn't know. I walked into the living room. Suddenly, I felt a great rush of cold wind. It engulfed me, whirled round me, seemed to be wrapping itself about me. Help! Help! What is it? Help! Help! My body is freezing. My blood has turned to ice. Help! 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 I can't move! I can't move! I couldn't move. The room seemed to be bathed in a purple twilight. It was then that I realized that I no longer had a physical body. I seemed to see everything in the room but myself. Look down at your hand and arm. Realize what it would mean to have the feeling of it, but not be able to see it. Can you imagine such torture? I can make things move, but I can't see the hand that moves them. Oh, horrible, terrible calamity that has befallen me. How long am I going to go on like this? What sort of a world am I living in? In the purple shadows between this and the next. Someone have mercy on me. Help me. Great heaven, someone help me.
Mr. Benson.
Yes, Mr. Lamont.
Before we go into the next room to talk to Mr. Davison's niece, I think there are a few things we should settle between us.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday ended a year since the disappearance of Mr. Davison. There's no doubt about it. He's dead.
He must be, sir.
He was kidnapped, which I'm inclined to think happened. Kidnappers must have gotten frightened and killed him.
There were no ransom notes received?
No, because they became frightened after they killed him.
But his body?
Don't know what they did with it. It's possible that though we dragged the river, it's still there. We've gone all over that before. That isn't what I want to talk to you about. It's his house.
Yes.
Police have been through it dozens of times since the day last year when you and I went through it.
I know they have.
If they saw or heard anything peculiar, they failed to mention it. As far as you and I are concerned.
I've never mentioned what happened to a soul.
Nor I. Been so long now, I wonder if it could have been true.
I often think the same thing.
According to Mr. Davison's will, the house and part of his estate is to be deeded to his niece, Loretta Hathaway. She and her husband are in the next room. I think it best, Mr. Benson, that we never tell her what occurred to us that day.
I agree.
She and her husband are not wealthy. Money in the house would be very welcome to them. We shouldn't spoil it for them.
No.
All right. We'll go inside now and read the will to them. Mr. Hathaway will take over Mr. Davidson's business. Think you'll find him a nice man to work for. Come. Let's go inside.
Dan, you think you're going to like it here in this house?
It almost seems to be too grand for us.
I know it. Weren't you surprised to find out that Uncle Jim had willed us so much? Business, half his money, and this house?
Well, rather. But then, of course, there was no one else for him to leave it to.
I know. Dan, have you ever thought he might have committed suicide?
No. I never thought that.
Mother said he wasn't always as peculiar as he was during his last years.
What do you mean?
Well, I remember her saying that it was after he built this house and he and Aunt Mary moved into it that he began to change.
You know, there's something about this place that would make anybody change.
Now, what do you mean?
What I mean, Loretta, is that, why, it's so blamed cold in here.
The house has been shut up for over 3 years, Dan.
I know, but it's warm outside. This house is like an icebox, and we've had the windows open all day.
It'll get thawed out in a few days.
I hope so.
I suppose we better retire. You take charge of the office tomorrow, don't you?
Yes.
Poor Uncle Jim. I still keep thinking that he may have committed suicide. I've often wondered if they went through his desk and things to see if he left any notes.
Oh, yes, they've gone through his things dozens of times.
Dan?
Yes?
It was 3 years ago that Aunt Mary died, wasn't it?
Oh, about that.
She took an overdose of sleeping powder by mistake. Then 6 months after that, Mother died. Then Uncle Jim disappeared. A lot of tragedy in one family in a few years, isn't it?
I wouldn't dwell on that, Loretta. What are you doing?
I just thought I'd go through his desk to see if I could find anything that no one else has discovered.
I wouldn't look through those things tonight. Let's go upstairs.
I will in a minute. Dan, come here.
What is it?
Look at this. Look at this writing.
Well, what is it?
That's what I'm asking you.
Just purple marks on a piece of paper.
I know, but what peculiar marks. Like they were made with a fingernail and written in some foreign language. What do you suppose it is?
I haven't any idea. It's probably been there for ages. If it had any significance, the police would have used it.
I know, but it's lying right here on top of all these papers. As if it had been dropped here just recently. Dan, feel of that paper. It's ice cold.
Yes, it's like everything else in this house. Oh, come on. You can rummage through that desk tomorrow. I'm going upstairs. Do you realize it's nearly midnight?
Dan!
For heaven's sakes, what is it?
Look. See that window blind? Look at it.
Why, it's moving.
Yes. Look at it. It's moving up and down all by itself.
Oh, I see what it is, Loretta. There's something the matter with the roller. You've seen that happen to window curtains before. They fly way up to the top or way down to the bottom of the window when the roller's broken.
But, Dan, it was just as if some unseen hand moved that window curtain. That's what it was like. Some unseen hand moved that curtain.
Loretta and Dan see strange things, too. Can it be that Davison is still trying to make himself known to the people in his house? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Now, the hermit again.
Midnight in the house. Loretta and Dan are sleeping, but not... Well, listen.
No, I am not sleeping. I never sleep. You know that I've been wandering in this, my house, for over a year. Living in hideous torture. Oh, I've tried to make someone understand, but it's useless. They only grow frightened, as Loretta did earlier this evening. But she didn't get frightened enough, no. I'll tell you why. What I've discovered in these long, endless hours that I've spent here. There's something strange about this place. Something horrible. You You hear the wind? It's beginning again. About midnight every night it springs up. There's a queer purple glow over everything. And the cold sears me all through again, penetrating to my very marrow. I know. I have no form that you can see, or I can see. But I can feel pain just the same. Such pain as you never dreamed of in your normal world. Loretta and Dan will suffer the same transformation as I have if they don't get out of this house. I've been convinced for a long time now that it must have been true that my wife, Mary, realized there was something wrong in this house. That's why she took the sleeping powders that night. She took her own life through fear. But why didn't she warn me so that I could die? For as it is now, I may go on suffering like this for ages and centuries. There may be thousands of houses all over the world that are under a spell like this one is. There must be other people living in this strange world like I am. Here it comes again. This wind that lives in this world of purple shadows. I've got to warn Loretta and Dan. I've got to get them out of the house. I must propel myself up the stairs and open the door to their room. I'm climbing the stairs now. I can see in the night. I can see everything but myself. I think my hand is touching the banister. Now, I'm at the top of the stairs. I must open the door to the room. Oh, that wind. It's making me suffer such pain. I must warn them. Loretta. She doesn't hear me. Loretta, you must get out of here. Loretta.
Oh.
She's turning in her sleep.
Oh, what is it? Dan, wake up. Wake up.
What?
Wake up, Dan.
What'd you say?
Wake up. Look, there's a strange light in this room. And where's the wind coming from?
Loretta, get out. Get out of this house. It's going to be too late.
There is a strange light in here. Turn up the night lamp.
It doesn't seem to make any difference. The light is getting stronger and stronger. And the wind is freezing me. Freezing my blood.
Loretta, I feel it too. Let's get out of this room.
Help. I can't move. I can't move.
Loretta, I can't move either. I'm powerless.
Help. Someone help us. Help. I can feel my whole body changing.
Loretta, what's happening to us?
Dan, help me.
I reached out for you and knocked over the lamp. Loretta, I can't see my hand anymore. I can't see my arms or my legs.
Look. Standing in this room. It's Uncle Jim.
Jim Davison.
Yes. You see me now. For you're changed the same as I am.
What's happened to us?
We've entered a strange world. This house, it's under some horrible spell. I've been in these shadows since the day I disappeared.
Uncle Jim, is there nothing we can do? Nothing?
There's our only hope, see? You knocked over that lamp, Dan. This room will soon be all afire.
Yes.
Let it burn. It may burn down the house and give us the freedom of death. It's our only hope, our only salvation. Death, give us freedom. Let us get out of this torture. Have mercy. Save us. Have mercy. Save us.
What's the news, Mr. Lamont? Did they find the bodies?
They've gone through the charred wreck of that house for hours. There's no trace of a body there.
Well, you think they got out before the house burned? Then where are they?
Benson, I don't think they got out.
But they didn't find their bodies, Mr. Lamont.
They didn't find them, but no one will ever hear of them again.
What do you mean?
It's difficult to explain to anyone but you, because you and I know there was something strange about that place.
Yes.
I was with the firemen when we went through the wreckage. It was their bedroom. There was nothing there. But Benson, as we were going through it, smoke, of course, was smoldering there, but a huge purple flame sprung up and seemed to lose itself in the atmosphere. It startled me. I stepped back. Firemen thought I'd found something. Of course, I couldn't explain to them. I don't know that I can explain to you. But it was as if something registered in my mind, and a voice said to me, "You'll never find their bodies. They're gone. Gone forever."
They who lived in the world of purple shadows are liberated forever. They're free, no longer tortured. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Welcome to the CALTEX Theatre, a full hour of dramatic entertainment broadcast over a nationwide network of stations throughout Australia. The CALTEX Theatre is brought to you by CALTEX Oil, marketers of over 1,000 outstanding petroleum products, in association with CALTEX dealers and distributors everywhere. Tonight in the CALTEX Theatre, you will hear a new play based on Charles Dickens' famous classic, A Christmas Carol, and written by English Dickens expert Eric Jones Evans. The play is Scrooge the Miser, and stars in the title role John Alden. Your producer, Creswick Jenkinson. The CALTEX Theatre presents Scrooge the Miser, Act 1.
Oh, so cold in here, so bitterly cold. What a Christmas present it would be if he'd have a decent fire just this one day of the year. Oh, well.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Scrooge.
Oh, Mr. Scrooge. Oh.
Get out of the way, you brat.
Oh, I'd better get back to work.
Get out of the way. I want no Christmas carols. Now be off with you. Be off.
Merry Christmas. Humbug. The whole thing's humbug, I say. Well,
Bob Cratchit, what's this I see?
Pardon, Mr. Scrooge?
As soon as I leave the office, you put more coals on the fire.
Well, yes, I did, sir, but only a few.
6 new coals I can count. You call that a few?
Well, I'm afraid I was feeling very cold, sir.
Yeah, I can see we shall have to part. You'll ruin me in coals.
Ruin you, sir? It's a very small fire, and on a night like this...
You could have warmed yourself with a candle if you were cold.
Well, I tried to do so, sir, but not being a man of strong imagination, I failed, so I took the liberty of adding the coals.
Liberty? You're always taking liberties. However, I heard the outer door closing. Go and see who's in the outer office.
Yes, sir, at once. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Bob. Is my uncle in?
Yes, Mr. Fred. Come this way, sir. Cold, biting weather, isn't it?
Yes, but seasonable for Christmas.
Your nephew, Mr. Fred, to see you, sir.
Well?
I just called in to wish you a Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Merry Christmas, Bah, humbug.
Oh, Uncle, you don't mean that, I'm sure.
I do. Merry Christmas. What right have you to be merry? Tell me now, what reason have you to be merry? You're poor enough.
Come, Uncle, what reason have you to be dismal? You're rich enough.
Humbug.
Oh, don't be so cross, Uncle.
What else can I be when I live in such a world of fools? Merry Christmas. Out upon Merry Christmas. What's Christmas to you but a time for paying debts with no money and for becoming a year older and not 1 penny the richer?
But, Uncle...
Hold your tongue, sir. Now, if I had my way, every fool who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled. Yes, boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart.
Oh, now, really?
Yes, he should. You keep Christmas your way if you must, and leave me to keep it in mine.
Keep it? But that's the trouble. You don't keep it.
Let me leave it alone, then. Much good may Christmas do you. Much good has it ever done you.
There are many things from which I might have derived good, by which I have not profited. Christmas among the rest. But I'm sure I've always thought of Christmas as a good time. A kind of forgiving, charitable, pleasant time. The only time I know of in the year when men and women seem by one consent to open their hearts freely. And therefore, Uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe it has done me good and will do me good. And so I say, God bless it.
Here, Mr. Fred, here.
Let me hear another sound from you, Cratchit, and you keep your Christmas by losing your situation.
I'm sorry, sir.
And you, my dear nephew, you're such a powerful speaker, aren't you? I wonder you don't go into Parliament.
Oh, please don't be angry with me, Uncle. Now, I'll tell you what to do. Come and dine with us tomorrow.
Answer your dam first.
Why, Uncle, why?
Why did you get married?
Because I fell in love.
Because you fell in love. Good evening.
But you've never come to see and... Well, I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you. I would just like us to be friends.
Good evening.
Well, I'm sorry, with all my heart, to find you so resolute. We've never had any quarrel to which I've been a party, but... Anyway, I'll keep my Christmas humor to the last. So once more, a Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Get out.
And a Happy New Year.
Out!
Very well. A Merry Christmas to you and your family above.
Thank you, sir. And the same to you and Mrs. Fred.
Thanks. Oh, how's your youngest child, Tiny Tim, getting on?
Oh, growing strong and hearty, thank you, sir. He seems to get better every day.
Oh, that is good news. He'll soon be walking without his crutch, I shouldn't wonder.
Oh, I hope so, sir. I do indeed. I'll see you out, sir. And a very Merry Christmas to you.
Yeah, there's another fool. Cratchit, with 15 shillings a week and a wife and a large family, talking about a Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam.
Excuse me, sir, but there's a gentleman to see you.
Well, yes. Who is it?
Well, he didn't give his name, sir.
Very well, then show him in.
Yes, sir. This way, sir, if you please.
Good evening, sir. I hope I'm not intruding.
You wish to see me?
Yes. Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?
Scrooge, sir. Mr. Marley's dead. He died, in fact, 7 years ago on this very night.
Indeed. I'm sorry to hear that.
No, you needn't be. He left me his sole executor, his sole residuary legatee, and his sole mourner.
I see. Well, I have no doubt his liberality is well represented by his surviving partner. Allow me to present my credentials, Mr. Scrooge.
Liberality, credentials. I don't understand you, sir.
At this festive season of the year, it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute, who suffer greatly at this present time. Many thousands are in want of common necessities. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common comforts.
Are there no prisons?
Of course, far too many prisons, but...
And the union workhouses, are they still in operation?
Unfortunately, yes. I wish I could say they were not.
The treadmill and the poor law are in full vigor, then?
Both very busy, sir.
Good. I was afraid from what you'd said at first that something had occurred to stop them in their useful course. Very glad to hear it. Very glad indeed.
Yes. Well, under the impression that they scarcely furnish Christian cheer of mind or body to the multitude, a few of us are endeavouring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of warmth. We chose this time because it is a time of all others when want is keenly felt and abundance rejoices. So, sir, what shall I put you down for?
Nothing.
You, wish to be anonymous?
I wish to be left alone. Since you asked me what I wish, that's my answer. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make either people merry. I help support the establishments I have mentioned. They cost enough, too, I may tell you. And those who are badly off must go there.
Many can't go there, and many would rather die.
If they'd rather die, they'd better do it and decrease the surplus population. Now, good evening, sir.
Yes, of course, I'm sorry to have taken up your time, Mr. Scrooge. Pray accept my apologies. Good evening. A happy Christmas to you.
Humbug.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Scrooge, sir, I'll be on my way home now.
Home?
Yes, sir. It's 9 o'clock, just striking.
The church clock's fast. By my watch, it's 5 minutes to 9 p.m. My watch is never wrong. I can only repeat what I told you the other day, Cratchit. I don't pay you 15 shillings to leave before your time.
No, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
I suppose you'll want all day tomorrow off.
If it's convenient, sir.
It is not convenient, and it's not fair. If I were to stop half a crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used. I'll be bound. And you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work.
Well, Christmas Day comes only once a year, sir.
A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December. Well, I suppose you must have it. But be here all the earlier the following morning.
Oh, yes, sir, I will. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. By the way, you completed that special invoice?
No, not quite, sir.
Then you'll come here tomorrow morning and finish it.
Tomorrow's Christmas Day?
Yes, Christmas Day. Be here at 8 o'clock sharp.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir. A Merry Christmas to you, Mr. Scrooge.
Shut the door.
Yes, sir.
And the outer door.
Very well, sir.
Idiots, all of them. Raving idiots. Christmas nonsense should be stamped out. Makes me tired, the whole thing. Infernally tired. Comfortable chair by the fire. The world mightn't seem such a silly place. Comfort. A little warmth. These coals should last the night. Yes, a little warmth. And a nice leisurely study of one's bank book. If only those fools celebrated their Christmas in the same way, they'd have something to show for their time. Figures, additions, making thousands and hundreds of thousands. For anyone with some sense. There surely can't be a prettier sight in all the world than the pages of a successful bank book. What's that, I say?
Scrooge. Ebenezer Scrooge. Merciful God. For you.
What do you want with me?
Don't you recognize me, Ebenezer?
You're the ghost of my partner, Jacob Marley.
How kind of you not to forget my face, Ebenezer.
The ghost? No, there's no such thing as a ghost. And yet, great heavens.
Yes, Ebenezer. You believe in ghosts?
I must, because You are here. I can see you.
As you say, you can see me.
But why? Why do spirits walk the earth? Why do you come to see me?
It is required of every man that the spirit within him should walk abroad amongst his fellow men, and travel far and wide. If that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death, doomed to wander through the world and witness what it cannot share, but might have shared on earth, and turn to happiness.
Jacob, you're fettered, chained. Why is that?
I wear the chain I forged in life. I made it link by link and yard by yard. Is its pattern strange to you? A chain of cash boxes, keys, padlocks, and ledgers. Is it strange, Ebenezer? Or would you know the weight and length of the strong coil you bear yourself? It was full and heavy as long as this 7 Christmas Eves ago. Oh, it's a ponderous chain we wear.
Oh, Jacob, I beg you. Jacob, speak comfort to me.
I have none to give. It comes from other regions and is conveyed by other ministers to other kinds of men.
What are you saying? There is no hope for me? Is that what you mean?
Like me, Ebenezer. You're a captive, bound and double iron. In life, my spirit never walked beyond this counting house, never roved beyond the narrow limits of this money-changing hole. Oh, not to realize that no space of regret can make amends for life's opportunities misused.
But you were always a good man of business, Jacob.
Business? I should have realized mankind was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business. Why did I pass my fellow beings in life with eyes turned down? Never raised them to that blessed star which led the wise men to a poor abode. Were there no poor homes to which its light would have conducted me?
Then if you cannot offer comfort to me, Jacob, why have you come to haunt me?
I come to warn you.
Warn?
To tell you that you have yet a chance to escape the fate that has been mine. I come to show you visions of a Christmas past, a Christmas present, and a Christmas yet to come. Behold, Ebenezer. Look closely and tell me what you see.
I see it. Is that its schoolroom? And a lonely boy seated at a desk.
Do you recognize the boy?
Yes, I do. It's myself, my long-forgotten self as I once used to be. Alone, always alone. When the other boys had gone home for their Christmas holidays, I was neglected. How I wish It's too late now.
What do you wish?
Seeing myself like this and remembering how I used to feel. There were some children singing carols outside my door tonight. I should have liked to have given them something. That's all.
Ah, yes. And now, look again, Ebenezer. Who comes into your vision now?
That's my sister Fanny, dearest Fanny. The only one who ever really cared for me.
Your sister was always delicate, was she not?
Yes, that's true.
She grew up to womanhood and married, and then, alas, died soon after the birth of her first child. Your nephew, Frederick.
Yes, Frederick. Strange. He called on me tonight to wish me a Merry Christmas.
A Merry Christmas? Out upon Merry Christmas. What is Christmas but a time for paying debts with no money, for becoming a year older and not one penny richer?
You were here then. You heard me.
Shall I repeat everything else you said tonight? Everything else you said every day and night over the last 7 years?
No, don't. Please, don't. I can see now.
I was wrong, Jacob, so wrong. No, please don't recall the other words.
Then look again. There now, you see. Look upon her whom you once loved before avarice and gain displaced her in your heart. Look, and hear her too.
Elsa.
Our parting will mean little to you, Ebenezer. Yes, very little. I know you have never sought in words to be released from our engagement, but I have seen your nature slowly changing from day to day, your nobler ambitions falling off one by one, until at last the greed for wealth alone engrosses you. All that made my love of any worth in your sight has now been displaced by your love of gold. When you first declared your love for me, we were both poor and were content to be so. But now all that is changed. Were you to marry me, a girl whose only fortune is her wealth of love for you, you would regret it bitterly. Oh, yes, you would. And so I give you your freedom. May you be happy, Ebenezer. Very happy in the life you have chosen. Goodbye, Ebenezer. Goodbye.
It's true. All of it. I cast her aside in my lust for money. And what has the money brought me? Nothing. I can see the error of my choice only too well now. Now when it's too late.
What you have seen are shadows of the past, your long forgotten past. And now you shall behold the Christmas of the present. You shall see how your clerk, Bob Cratchit, spends his Christmas Day. How much do you pay him, Ebenezer?
I pay him 50 shillings a week.
15 shillings. Yes, well, may you look like that. Every Saturday you give that man who serves you so faithfully only 15 shillings with which to provide the bare necessities for his wife, his children, and himself.
I don't suppose that provides much at all. I know it wouldn't provide enough for them.
They've saved their pennies carefully throughout the year to buy a goose for their Christmas dinner tomorrow, Ebenezer. This is the one meal of the year when they eat reasonably well. The rest of the time, well, you should be able to imagine.
Yes, I think I can.
But now, tomorrow's dinner. Look at them, Ebenezer. Look carefully.
I've mashed the potatoes, Mother. They're all ready.
Good boy, Peter. Just give the applesauce a stir. There's a dear.
Yes, all right, Mother.
Mother, the goose. The goose.
Why, whatever's the matter, Mary?
The goose, Mother. Our goose. I smelt it 3 houses away.
Did you, darling? And how did you know it was ours?
By the smell, Mother. Nobody else's goose could smell as beautiful as that.
Well, let's hope it tastes as good as it smells.
It'll soon be time to go and fetch it, won't it, Mother?
Yes, dear. Very soon now. But whatever's happened to your father, I wonder? And Tiny Tim, where's he? And Martha. She wasn't as late last Christmas Day by half an hour.
Hello, everyone. Merry Christmas.
Oh, yes, she is. Here's Martha.
Hurrah, hurrah. Here's Martha. Hello, Mother.
I was just wondering what had happened to you, Martha, dear.
Oh, with a deal of work to finish up last night, we had to clear away this morning.
Well, never mind, so long as you're here now. That's the main thing. Here, sit before the fire, dear, and have a warm you.
Oh, Mother, I just saw Father pass the window. Oh, quickly, Martha, hide. Let him think you're not here.
Yes, hide, Mother. Hide. Under the table. All right.
Oh, you shouldn't tease your father so.
Shh. Here he comes.
Here we are at last. Down you go, Tiny Tim.
Merry Christmas, Father.
And a Merry Christmas right back to you.
I might have known you'd be waiting along the street for your father to carry you home on his shoulders, Tim.
My father's the strongest man in the street. The way he swings me up on his shoulders so easily. Well, he is.
Of course he is, darling. And you come over here by the fire and warm yourself. Oh, take your hat and coat off, Robert. Sit down by the fire. Dinner won't be long.
Yes, it's good to be in the warmth again. Well, where's Martha? Isn't she here?
Oh, Martha's not coming today, Father.
Not coming? On Christmas Day? Oh. Well, Now, what's going on here?
Here I am, Father. It was only a joke.
Oh, Martha, love.
Hello.
Oh, and a good joke it was, too. And I'm so glad to see you, child. Christmas wouldn't be the same without you.
Indeed it would not. Now, who's going to fetch the goose from next door's oven?
Oh, I will, Mother.
And me. I want to fetch it, too.
Come on, then.
May I go, too, Mother?
Of course, Tim, darling.
Take my hand, Timmy. We'll go together. Come on, but look where you're going. Walk carefully. Yes. I'm all right.
Oh, we're lucky to have such children, indeed we are. I meant to ask you, Robert, how did Tim behave in church early this morning?
Oh, as good as gold and better. Somehow he gets thoughtful sitting by himself so much and thinks the strangest things you ever heard.
Oh?
You know, he told me when we were coming home from the church that he hoped the people saw him there because he's a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember on Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see.
Oh, did he really say that?
Yes, my dear. It almost seemed as if... But there, he's growing stronger every day, isn't he? You see that, don't you? Don't you, dear?
Yes. Yes, Bob. I see it. Oh, yes, of course.
Come on,
Here it is. The most magnificent goose in England.
Oh, smell that aroma. Look at it now. That's what I call a goose. Now, is everybody ready?
Oh, are we ready?
Is everybody hungry? Then take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. The feast is about to begin. Hooray!
Why, they've vanished, Jacob. Please show me more.
More, Ebenezer? But what interest have you in them? They're poor, their clothes are patched and darned, their pleasures so simple and humble.
But they're so happy, grateful, so pleased with one another and contented with the good time they're having. Oh, no, I beg you, let me see them once again.
Very well, Ebenezer. You may see them again.
Well, there we are. Oh. You all enjoyed the goose. Now you can all enjoy the pudding. I do hope it will be all right.
It looks a wonderful pudding, my dear, wonderful. But before we partake of it, I suggest a toast.
Oh, yes, a toast.
And my toast is a Merry Christmas to us all. God bless us.
God bless us.
God bless us, everyone.
Jacob?
Yes, Ebenezer?
Tell me if this lad Tim will live.
If the shadows you saw remain unaltered by the future, the child shall die.
No. Oh, no, Jacob, that mustn't happen.
Why are you so concerned about him? If he has to die, he'd better do it and decrease the surplus population.
No, please, not those words. No, don't say them back to me.
Your own words, were they not? Oh, Ebenezer, if you're a man in heart, not adamant, recall your words before it is too late. Have you discovered what the surplus is and where it is? Will you decide what men shall live, what men shall die? There's still time left for you to reconsider your life. Ebenezer, just one last chance. You must grasp that chance as a drowning man would grasp at a straw, for you're drowning and this remaining chance is no more solid than the straw at present. But you can make it stronger. Oh, yes, you can. Accept the chance and save your soul, Ebenezer. Save your soul.
And so the curtain falls on Act 1 of tonight's CALTEX play, Scrooge the Miser. In a moment we commence Act 2. The CALTEX Theatre now presents John Alden in Scrooge the Miser. Act 2.
Well, Ebenezer, what of this one remaining chance you have? Do you accept it?
I want to, Jacob, but I'm still not quite certain how I should go about it. Show me more of the Cratchit family.
I thought you would have seen enough of them by now.
No, not nearly enough.
Then you shall have one more. Look.
Oh, a beautiful pudding, my dear. Remarkably beautiful. The greatest success you've achieved in all your years of cooking successful meals, if I may say so.
Why, thank you, Robert.
Yes, indeed. And now, my dears, another toast. I ask you to drink with me to the health of the founder of the feast, Mr. Scrooge.
What? The founder of the feast? Well, I wish I had the founder of the feast here, that's all. I'd give him a piece of my mind he'd feast on, and I hope he'd have a good appetite for it.
Come now, my dear, the children, Christmas Day.
Yes, I'm sure it would be Christmas Day, I'm sure, on which one drinks the health of such an odious, hard, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge.
Oh, now.
And you should know he is, Robert. Nobody should know it better than you.
My dear, I shouldn't have to remind you, of all people, that Christmas Day is a day of charity.
Very well, then. I'll drink his health for your sake, and the day's, but not for his.
Thank you, my dear. Then, here's long life to Mr. Scrooge, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to him.
Mr. Scrooge!
Jacob, did you see that? Bob Cratchit toasted me. They drank my health.
So they did, but I also noticed something else, Ebenezer.
What was that?
That the mention of your name sufficed to cast a gloom upon their happiness.
Oh, yes. So it did, yes. But still, Jacob, they drank to me, God bless them. Yes, they wished me well.
True. Remember that. Remember how they wished you well. And now, Ebenezer, I want you to look at something else. A fleeting glimpse into the future, to a Christmas yet to come. You are about to witness shadows of the things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us.
Oh, I fear these more than any I have seen. But as I know your purpose is to do me good, and as I hope, somehow or other, to live from now on as a better man, I will take courage to look upon them, and do so with a thankful heart.
Very well. On then through the teeming city streets to the exchange, where wealthy merchants congregate to discuss the latest business of the day.
Yes, it's certainly seasonable for Christmas. You should get some skating in the frost hole.
Yes, well, I don't skate much, you know. Too much to think of. By the way, I suppose you've heard he's dead.
Dead? No. When did it happen?
Last night, I believe.
Well. You know, I thought he'd never die. What's he done with his money?
Lord only knows. Left it to his company, I suppose. He hasn't left it to me. I'm quite sure of that.
Well, it'll be a cheap funeral, I expect.
Yes, sure to be. But upon my soul, I don't know of anybody who'd want to go to it. I don't suppose you care to help make up a party?
I wouldn't mind if a decent lunch were provided.
Well, I never wear black and I never eat lunch, but I'm willing to go if you are.
All right, let's talk it over tomorrow, shall we?
By the way, there's one thing you can be certain about.
What's that?
The devil's got hold of his own at last, eh? Well, till tomorrow then. Goodbye, and a Merry Christmas.
Who were they talking about, Jacob? Was it you?
How could that be, since I am of the past? Have you forgotten that I died 7 years ago this very night?
Of course not, but
What you saw then was a vision of the future, of a Christmas yet to come.
But who was this man they spoke of as being dead?
You shall know directly. Look once again into the time that lies ahead, and you may profit by what you see.
Evening, Joe. Why, rot me if it ain't Mrs. Dilber.
Yes, Joe, it's me. Come to do business with you again.
Have you now? What might your business be?
Well, take a look at these first.
Oh, yes. Stolen goods, eh, Mrs. Dilber?
And what if they are? Everyone has a right to take care of themselves, haven't they? He always did.
And who might he be?
Why, him what died last night, to be sure. Him what I cleaned house for.
So you've been robbing the corpse, have you?
Well, why not? He won't be the worse for the loss of a few things like these.
That may be true, Mrs. Dilber, but all the same...
Oh, Ian, now. We ain't going to start picking holes in each other's coats, are we?
I should hope not. But stolen goods is stolen goods.
Oh, it weren't no sin taking them from him, Joe. If he wanted to keep 'em after he was dead, the wicked old so-and-so, why wasn't he like other people in his lifetime?
Wasn't he?
If he had been, he'd had someone to look after him when he was struck with death, instead of lying there gasping out his last all alone by himself. It's a judgment on him, that's what it is. Now, how much you going to give me, Joe?
Let's see. A bunch of business seals, one pencil case, 2 old silver teaspoons, a pair of sugar tongs, and a scarf pin. Oh, well, there you are, Mrs. Dilber. That's what I price them at.
Is that all?
I wouldn't give another 6pence if I was to be boiled for not doing it.
Well, all right, then.
What else have you got?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you call these? Bed curtains?
That's right, bed curtains.
You don't mean to say you took 'em down, rings and all, with him lying there?
I do, and why not?
Oh, you were born to make your fortune, Mrs. Dilber, and you'll certainly do it.
I'd be a fool not to take what I can get from a man such as he was, Joe. Here, mind that candle grease, don't drip on them there blankets.
His blankets?
Well, he ain't likely to take coal without them, I dare say.
It's to be hoped he didn't die of nothing catching, Mrs. Dilber.
Don't you be afraid of that. I wasn't so fond of his company that I'd hang about his corpse if he had. Oh, yes, and that shirt you're looking at now, you can look at that till you ache and you won't find no holes in it. It's the best he had, and a fine one, too. They'd have wasted it if it hadn't been for me.
What do you call wasting it?
Putting it on him to be buried in. Somebody was fool enough to do it, but I took it off again.
You did what?
Took it off him. If calico ain't good enough for such a purpose, it ain't good enough for anything. Just as becoming to the body, you know, and anyway, he can't look uglier than he did in that one. So, how much you going to give me for the lot, Joe?
That much, Mrs. Dilber. And it's more than I should. I always give too much to the ladies. It's a weakness of mine. It's the way I ruin myself.
You call this a fortune?
That's your account, Mrs. Dilber. I think you're so lucky to get it.
But then things are worth double less.
Not as stolen goods, they ain't. And if you were to ask me for another penny, I'd repent of being so liberal and knock off half a crown.
All right then, all right. Needs must when the devil drives, I suppose. Funny, ain't it, to think he frightened everyone away from him when he was alive to profit when he was dead, eh? Well, good night, Joe. Good night. Good night.
That's enough, Jacob. Show me no more. The case of that unhappy man might be my own. My life tends that way now, yes. Yes, I can see it all. The lonely figure stretched upon that bare, uncurtained bed, plundered, bereft of all his worldly goods, unwatched, unwept, uncared for. Oh, Jacob, is there no tenderness in death? Can you not reveal to me one instance in which it has no terror or remorse for those who look upon it?
I can.
Then show me, Jacob, show me.
To do so, we must return once more to the humble home of your clerk, Bob Cratchit. There you shall see how death may be transformed by simple faith to something sweet.
Which death?
Tim?
No, I don't want to see it.
You see it now.
And he took a child and set him in the midst of them.
Oh, Mother. It's nothing, Martha, dear, just a slight cold. I wonder where your father is. It must be near his time to come home.
I don't think I'll read from the book any more tonight. I'd say it was past Father's time to come home. But then I think he's walking home a little slower than he used to these last few evenings.
I've known him to walk with Tim upon his shoulders very fast indeed.
Yes, very fast, Mother.
Yes, that's true.
But he was very light to carry, very light. And your father loved him so. It was no trouble. No trouble at all. Oh, here he is now.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Father.
Oh, Bob, how cold you are. Why, your hands are frozen. Come and get warm by the fire.
Thank you, my dear. Oh, nearly finished your sewing, I see. You have been industrious. But I wish this dress you're sewing were in some other colour, not black. However, it'll be finished long before Sunday, won't it?
Yes. You went today, Robert?
Yes, my dear. I wish you could have gone too. It would have done you good to see how green a place it is. But then you'll see it often enough, I suppose. I promised him I'd walk there on a Sunday.
Oh, there, dear. We must all try not to grieve so much.
Yes, you're quite right, of course. There, I'm better now. By the way, you'll never guess who spoke to me today.
Who, Robert?
Mr. Scrooge's nephew.
Oh, did he?
Yes, I met him in the street, and he must have noticed I was looking a little sad, for he stopped to ask what had happened to distress me. When I told him, he said, "I'm sorry to hear of your tragic loss, Mr. Cratchit. Very sorry for you and your good wife." It was nice of him, I thought.
Yes, very nice.
I didn't know he knew so much about you, my dear.
What do you mean, Robert?
That you're such a good wife.
Oh.
Why, everyone knows that, Father.
Well observed, Peter, my boy. I hope they do. And then he said, if I can be of service to you in any way, this is where I live. Be sure and come to me. And he gave me his card.
He seems to be a very kind man.
Oh, yes, very much so. It really seemed as if he's actually known our Tim and felt our loss himself.
It's a pity there aren't more like him about. The world would be a better place if there were.
It would indeed. And, you know, I shouldn't be at all surprised if he were to get our Peter a better situation.
Oh, did you hear that, Peter?
Oh, do you really think so, Father?
I do, my boy. And when that time comes and you have to leave us and go out into the world, I'm sure none of us will forget Timmy or what this first great parting has meant to us.
Never, Father.
Yes, we shall always remember him. Always.
I know you will. And that thought makes me happy. Yes, very happy.
Jacob, this has been... It's a great revelation to me. I see now that gentle grief alone survives the passing of a loved one's soul, and that no terror or remorse can hold domination. Where there is love, only good memories remain. Yes, Jacob, this has taught me quite a lesson.
It is to be hoped so, Ebenezer. There now remains but one glimpse into the future before I take my leave.
One more? What are you going to reveal to me this time? The name of that dead man, perhaps?
Exactly. The name of that dead man.
I fear to know it, Jacob. And yet I must. Show me. Merciful heaven. What is this you're showing me? A lonely graveyard overrun by grass and weeds. Is this where he lies buried?
It is. A worthy place for him.
Am I to see the name on the headstone?
You are. Draw closer and look at it.
Before I do, answer me one question, Jacob. Are these the shadows of things that will be, or shadows of things that only may be?
Look, Ebenezer.
Yes, I will. But
Give me some hope, Jacob. I know men's courses will foreshadow certain ends, to which, if persevered in, they must lead. But if the courses are departed from, the ends will change. Say it is thus with what you show me.
Look, Ebenezer. See the name.
The name there is
Ebenezer Scrooge.
my own name. No, say it won't be so, Jacob. I don't want to be the man who lay on that bed unwatched, unwept, uncared for. Only give me the one remaining chance to reform. And reform I will. Give me the chance to atone, and atone I will, in the past, the present, and the future. I swear it, Jacob. You hear me? I swear it. Have mercy on me, Jacob. Mercy.
I must have been asleep there. Yes, I was asleep. It was a dream. This is my own chair in which I fell asleep. This is my own room. All a dream. This room's so dark, I must have light. Yes, that's it. Light. There's no fog outside, no mist, only golden sunlight, sweet fresh air, and merry bells. Glorious. I don't know what's come over me. Save me, I feel as light as a feather, as merry as a schoolboy, as giddy as a drunken man. To think that I fell asleep last night, such a miserable old devil, and now today. What is today? Hi there, you, boy!
You want me, mister?
Tell me, my fine fellow, what's today?
Today? Why, it's Christmas Day, of course.
Christmas Day! Thank God for that. Christmas Day, I haven't missed it after all.
Missed it? What do you mean?
No, I mean more than you would ever understand, young fellow, me lad. Merry Christmas, Scrooge. A Merry Christmas to you, young man. Bless me, a Merry Christmas to all the world. Oh, Jacob, I thank you for your visit. Where would I be if you had not come? To think the time before me is all my own, in which I can make amends.
Oh, yeah, are you feeling all right, mister?
All right. As a young man, I feel on top of the world.
Oh, well, that's all right then. A Merry Christmas to you, mister.
No. Don't go, laddie. Do something for me, will you?
Oh, what is it?
Well, you know the poulterer's shop at the corner?
I should hope so.
Oh, an intelligent boy, a remarkable boy. And you know whether they've sold the prize turkey that was hanging there?
What, the one as big as me?
Oh, what a delightful boy, what a splendid fellow. It's a pleasure to talk to him. Yes, my buck, yes, the one as big as you.
It's still hanging there, as far as I know.
Excellent, then go and buy it.
Get out of it.
No, my dear young man, I'm in earnest. Here. Here's a sovereign for it. Bring it back with you, and I'll give you a shilling. Bring it back in less than 5 minutes, and I'll make it half a crown.
Cool. I'll be off like a shot, sir.
Oh, admirable fellow. But before you go, you see that portly gentleman on the other side of the street?
Yes, sir.
Well, run after him like a good lad and tell him Mr. Scrooge you'd like to have a word with him. Tell him to walk straight in. The doors are all unlocked. Oh, I forgot to lock the confounded things last night. First time of my life.
I'll tell him, sir.
Good lad. Oh, I give that jolly turkey to Bob Cratchit and start my new life by making them all happy. May God be thanked for the reformation that shall now begin for Ebenezer Scrooge. Yes, no, let's see now, my checkbook. And to think that only yesterday, as I walked through the city streets, people would say, you see what that is? That's Ebenezer Scrooge, wicked old miser. And now, with God's help and strength, they shall say, do you see who that is? That's Ebenezer Scrooge, the benevolent and good, the friend of widows and orphans. My word, they shall indeed. Come straight in.
I understand you wish to see me, sir.
Yes, I do. Come in, my dear sir. Pleasure to see you. Merry Christmas to you.
Why, and a Merry Christmas to you, too, sir.
Thank you, my friend. My apologies for the way I treated you last time you were in this room. If you will accept my apologies. And I also hope that you will have the goodness to accept this cheque for your worthy fund.
Oh, Chris, my dear Mr. Scrooge, such a large sum? Are you serious?
If you please, I will not allow you to accept a farthing less. There are a great many back payments included in it, I can assure you.
But, my dear sir, I don't know what to say.
Oh, don't say anything, please. Except that you'll come to see me again sometime.
Well, of course. Yes, most certainly I will.
Then I'm very much obliged to you. I thank you 50 times. God bless you.
May he bless you, Mr. Scrooge, for your great kindness. Goodbye, sir, and a Merry Christmas.
Here we are, sir. It's a turkey.
Oh, excellent fellow. Oh, magnificent bird. 25 pounds if it's an ounce. Even bigger than I first thought. And that deserves nothing less than 5 shillings for you.
5? Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Ha ha! Merry Christmas, sir.
And to you, my lad. Ha ha! What do I see coming through the window? Oh, nothing other than Bob Cratchit. And 10 minutes late, no less. Oh, the very thing I wanted. Work now. No, I must be at work when he gets in.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm very sorry.
Cratchit.
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by being late?
Well, I'm extremely sorry, Mr. Scrooge. I'm afraid I am a little behind my time.
10 minutes behind, to be exact.
Yes, sir, but it won't occur again, sir, I promise. You see, I was helping my wife prepare the goose for dinner, and...
devil you were. Now, I'll tell you what, my friend. I'm not going to stand this sort of thing any longer. And therefore, you have to take what's coming to you. Pick up that parcel on the table. Pick it up.
Yes, sir.
It's heavy, eh?
Well, yes, it is, sir, but I don't understand what you mean.
I mean it's yours, Bob. Turkey, that's what it is, a magnificent turkey. And furthermore, I'm going to raise your salary, Bob. What do you think of that?
Mr. Scrooge, you're not well.
Well, I've never felt better in my life. Merry Christmas, Bob, my friend. A merrier Christmas than I've ever given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary, and I'll... Oh, by the way... how's your son, Tim?
Quite well, thank you, sir.
Thank heaven for that. We must all see that he stays that way, and he shall. Oh, yes, he shall. Now, off you go.
Go? Where to, sir?
Home to your family, of course. It's Christmas Day.
What about the invoice, sir?
Oh, to the devil with that. It's Christmas Day, I say so. So off with you. As fast as your legs can carry you.
Mr. Scrooge. Oh, Mr. Scrooge, may I shake your hand, sir?
Thank you, Bob. It's a great honor for me to have you wish to shake my hand. Now, go home and enjoy yourself.
Oh, I will, sir. And, would you come with me? I mean, we'd be so happy to have you share our Christmas dinner with us.
Next year, Bob. No, this year I'm going to my nephew's. If I'm still welcome there.
You will be, sir.
Yes, Freddy's a good lad. Yes, I suppose I will be.
Of course. Oh, Mr. Scrooge, I've never been so happy in my life. A Merry Christmas to you, sir.
Thank you, Bob. The same to you with all my heart. And may God bless us, everyone.
So ends our CALTEX play, Scrooge the Miser. In a moment, we will give you tonight's cast. Ladies and gentlemen, the producer of tonight's CALTEX play, Creswick Jenkinson.
Thank you. Scrooge the Miser is a stage play adapted by Eric Jones Evans from the novel by Charles Dickens, A Christmas Carol. Tonight's radio adaptation was by John Crane. In the starring role, you heard
I played Ebenezer Scrooge.
This was John Alden. The supporting cast was as follows. Marley, John Gray. Bob Cratchit, Stuart Ginn. The gentleman, Hugh Stewart. Mrs. Dilber, Diana Perriman. Mrs. Cratchit, Neva Carglin. Martha, Jeanette Craig. Fred, Neil Fitzpatrick. Tiny Tim, and the little boy, Nairi Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkinson. Now this is your compere, Rick Hutton, inviting you to be listening for another outstanding CALTEX theatre presentation next week, and bidding you good night on behalf of your hosts, CALTEX Oil, marketers of CALTEX Super Gasoline and CALTEX Gasoline, the world-famous RPM 1030 Special Motor Oil, and Marthac Lubrication.
Transcribed. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. What? Oh, Fritz. Yeah, I thought it was the outside line. Yeah? Yes, thanks. I'll be right down, Fritz. Boss, Mr. Wolfe, will you please hurry?
You're well aware that it will avail you nothing to hurry me. Why, Mr. World, be in such a rush today?
But the car, it's downstairs waiting. Fritz is all ready.
Let him wait. Isn't it enough that I've agreed against my better judgment to leave the comforts of home to go rushing through the crashing traffic of the city?
To a dinner? That should be an inducement.
Fritz could have prepared a delicious dinner. He has truffles in the pantry.
Well, why did you promise Arthur Merle? You didn't have to accept the invitation.
Quite so. He's an old friend. Besides, he does set an excellent table. It's just that I don't like the traffic.
Traffic? I know why. It's that awful oxygen in the atmosphere outside. It's not the traffic.
Archie, you're talking much too much.
I know, boss. I'm impatient. Would you mind giving me some slight indication that you intend to move from that chair?
Just as soon as I finish this beer.
Sure you wouldn't care for half a dozen sandwiches before we go to dinner?
If we were going anywhere other than to Arthur Merle's, I'd agree with you. He's the only person in the world I know of, except myself, of course, who has a proper appreciation and respect for the art of preparing good food.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chair-borne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
We usually refer to this story as the case of the final page. Under normal circumstances, the last page of a manuscript would be absolutely worthless unless you read all the preceding pages. But in this instance, the final page held the answer to a murder. Without that page, we couldn't arrive at the solution. Actually, we didn't even know the problem. Anyhow, I finally got Nero Wolfe to the lobby of Arthur Merle's apartment building.
Going up. Up, please. Are you going up, gentlemen?
Are you, honey?
Certainly. It's my job.
Then so are we. After you, boss.
When did they install women elevator operators in this building?
I've been here for 2 years. Floor, please.
Arthur Merle's apartment, I believe it's 814.
That's right. Are you Mr. Wolfe?
No, this is Mr. Wolfe. I'm Archie Goodwin.
Although the name Wolfe would be much more appropriate for him than for me.
How did you know he was Mr. Wolfe?
Mr. Merle came in half an hour ago. He mentioned that he was expecting you.
You see, Archie, you rushed me unnecessarily. We practically preceded him here, and we'll probably have to wait interminably for dinner.
I just hate to be late.
Arthur Merle has never been on time in his life. He's no more punctual than any other writer. He's never been known to meet a deadline on time.
This is your floor, gentlemen. Arthur Merle is just down the hall to the right, 814.
Thank you. And, by the way, I want to compliment you on your congenial attitude, miss. I'll speak to the management.
Oh, thank you, sir. Decent of you.
What's your name, huh?
Women are usurping everything.
Really costs to live here. Merle's really in the chips.
Every book he writes sells 1 million copies.
Remember the last time we had dinner with Arthur Merle?
I do. Delicious. Mountain quail. Shot them himself.
Yeah, he's quite a marksman.
Archie, such proficiency as Arthur Merle displayed in hunting is evidence of a wasted life.
Sure, he probably never made over $500,000 a year in his whole life.
Well, ring again. Don't just stand there.
Surely he's expecting us.
The elevator operator said he was?
Yeah, she seemed quite well informed.
If I were a judge of women, which I'm not, I'd say she has a line on every male in the building.
She can get a line on me anytime she wants.
Archie, your insatiable interest in the female seems sometimes to border on the psychopathic.
You know a more pleasant way to go crazy?
Phooey.
It's strange, there's a light on in there. I can see it under the door. Shall I try the door?
Do so, Archie.
Thank you.
Unlocked. But at least we can get in. He may be in the bedroom.
Probably in the kitchen.
I'll just sit here. I must forgo the comforts of my own home. I certainly intend to avail myself of the comforts of Arthur Merle's. Very much over-decorated.
You wouldn't like heaven unless they had orchids and beer.
Not a chair in the place worthy of the name. Well, I'll try that divan while you have a look around.
For what?
Arthur Merle, of course. Suppose you have a look in the study. Maybe writing. Have a look, my boy. I'm exhausted and thirsty. See if he has any...
Boss!
Good heavens, Archie, don't shout. I'm coming.
It's Arthur Merle. Look, slumped over his desk, a knife in his back.
Yeah, he's quite dead. You haven't touched anything?
Certainly not. I've been around long enough to know that.
Well, you just call Inspector Kramer at Homicide.
How long do you think he's been dead? I'd say a half hour.
From all appearances, yes. And perhaps only 10 minutes.
I can't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Arthur Merle? Everybody liked him. Last man I'd expect such a thing to happen to.
The answer is probably a considerable distance from the question, Archie.
Inspector Kramer, Homicide.
Archie Goodwin, Inspector. Just a minute. Nero Wolfe wants to speak to you.
Oh, no. Don't tell me you two have stirred up something on a night like this. It's 10 below zero.
I'm sorry. Here you are, boss.
Hello, Inspector.
Yes? What is it this time, Wolf? Find a dead body under Grant's tomb?
I'm sorry you'll forgive any apparent failure to find humor in your little witticism. But I'm at Arthur Merle's apartment. I suggest you come here at once. Seems that Arthur finally met a deadline.
So you just walked in here and found Merle dead, huh?
We were invited here for dinner.
Anyone else around when you got here?
No.
You see anyone, Goodwin?
Only the elevator operator who brought us up.
Well, Mr. Wolfe, since you were in on the ground floor, maybe you've got some ideas.
Sorry, Inspector. Had I been able to solve the crime so soon, I would have advised you, Inspector.
Yeah. Well, it's obviously murder.
Obviously.
You knew him well?
Quite well.
Ever know of his being in any trouble?
No.
Everybody liked him. Arthur Merle, I felt, didn't have an enemy in the world.
Is that so? I don't think anybody pulled this as a little friendly gesture.
Don't jump to conclusions, Inspector, that this murder was committed necessarily by an enemy of Merle's.
Meaning?
It could have been an absolute stranger.
A woman?
Or a burglar, or a madman, or a crank, or... As far as we know, it could have been anybody in the city, Inspector. Arthur's been dead nearly an hour. And an hour ago, I was in my own home, sitting comfortably in my own big, easy chair, drinking a delectable glass of beer. Someone at the door, Archie.
Yeah, just a minute. I'll answer that.
Mr. Merle?
No.
Well, is Mr. Merle here?
Yes, he's here.
But he's not seeing anyone.
Well, he's expecting me. I'm from the Serve Right Catering Company. We're ready to serve for 4 here tonight.
The dinner has been canceled.
Oh, but it's been ordered. Breast of guinea hen, cooked in wine and cloves, delicious. It's prepared and waiting. I'm afraid that I must insist on seeing Mr. Merle.
Mr. Merle has been murdered.
Well, I'm afraid I must... Murdered? Oh, my goodness, but... Well, in that case, Yes, good evening.
Don't you think you might have taken a bit more time with the fellow, Inspector?
Why?
You might at least have let him serve the dinner. Guinea hen, wine, and cloves sounded positively delectably...
Look, I've had dinner.
I'm afraid you're too busy, Inspector. So busy that you've just passed up an extremely interesting bit of information.
What are you talking about, Wolfe?
He said he was to serve dinner for 4.
Well?
Arthur Merle, Archie, and myself are only 3.
Well, who else was supposed to be here?
A 4th guest who either hasn't arrived yet or who arrived earlier and left.
Oh, I see what you mean, Wolfe.
Good. In that case, I'll leave you to pursue your deductions from that premise. Archie, will you please stay with the inspector and be of any help that you can? As for myself, I'm going back to my own home, which I should never have left in the first place.
Okay, that finishes the apartment search, Goodwin.
And what have we?
Nothing. Except that Merle had over $300 in his pocket, and he was wearing a ring worth a couple of $1,000, so it couldn't have been robbery. And I don't think it was premeditated murder.
Why not?
The weapon. Obviously, if someone had planned on killing Merle, he'd have prepared it better. Used a better weapon than a blunt paper knife. No, as I see it, someone was here before you and Wolfe arrived, and for some reason that person found it necessary to kill Merle, and he did it on the spur of the moment.
I'm listening.
Well, it's obvious. Merle was slumped over his typewriter. The sheet of paper was in it. He'd been working.
May I see it?
Yeah.
Starbreaker. Strange title. Page 189. He was getting well along with his latest mystery.
Apparently.
Okay. Gregory Thorne slipped the paper into his pocket. It was just an ordinary piece of paper, but Gregory knew its value. Used properly, as Greg knew how to use it, it would be worth $100,000. He walked away briskly, and as he... That's all.
Yeah, that's all. Must have been writing.
No, I'd like to read the rest of it.
We didn't find any more of it.
Any other ideas?
No, at the moment we seem to be right where the murderer himself left off. Oh, what is this, open house?
Sorry to be so... Oh.
Oh, what?
I expected to see Mr. Merle. Is he here?
Well, who are you?
Cynthia Roberts.
He expecting you?
Well, no. That is...
Come on in, Miss Roberts.
Thank you.
Maybe the young lady is trying to say that he didn't have to expect her. Maybe she felt free to call without advance notice, Inspector.
Inspector?
What did you want to see Mr. Merle about?
I'm his fiancée.
Oh.
Had dinner yet, Miss Roberts?
Why, yes, I had dinner earlier.
When were you last here, Miss Roberts?
Last night, after the theater. Arthur and I were... What's the matter? Is something wrong?
I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Miss Roberts, but Arthur Merle was murdered. And you say you hadn't talked to Mr. Merle all evening. Is that right, Miss Roberts?
Yes, that's right.
You didn't have a date with him tonight?
Oh, no.
Then why did you come here?
I told you we were engaged. I just came by, that's all.
I see.
Any more questions, Inspector?
None for the present. How about you, Goodwin?
Nope. But maybe Wolfe. Let me call him.
Yes, I guess under the circumstances we can't very well leave him out. Go ahead.
Oh, Arthur, I just can't believe it. Why would anyone want to kill him?
That, Miss Roberts, is a question we'd all like to know the answer to.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss, I'm still at Merle's. We haven't found out anything new except that Arthur's fiancée dropped in a few minutes ago.
Did she know anything of interest?
I don't think so.
What does the inspector plan to do about it?
Just a minute. He wants to know what you're going to do with her.
Well, hold her, of course.
He's going to hold her.
Let me speak to him.
Okay. He wants to talk to you, Inspector.
All right. Hello.
Inspector, I suggest you let the young lady go.
Are you crazy? I haven't got enough suspects in this deal to be letting the hottest one go free.
You can't consider her suspect simply because she knew Arthur.
Now, see here, Wolfe.
If you go around arresting people at random, you'll certainly be tipping your hand to the real murderer, admitting that you don't have a real clue to go on.
And just what do you suggest?
Find a motive, Inspector. Find a motive. Then, if you stumble on a suspect, you'll have some basis for making an arrest. At the moment, I suggest that you let the girl go and tell Archie to stop wasting his time down there and come home at once.
So that's the story, boss. We went over that place with a fine-tooth comb. Nothing. There's not a single suspect. The last person to see Arthur alive was the elevator girl.
Correction, Archie. The last person to see Arthur Merle alive was the person who ended his life.
Well, I just can't imagine that pretty little elevator gal.
You don't solve crimes by imagination, Archie.
Then there's Cynthia Roberts, his fiancée.
You suspect her?
Not exactly, but just suppose she did have a motive. Maybe he threw her over. Wouldn't it have been very clever of her to come back to Arthur's apartment after the police arrived, allegedly looking for him?
I thought you were the admirer of the fairer sex, Archie. So far, the best you can do is practically accuse the elevator girl and Arthur's fiancé of murder.
Well, who else is there? Certainly the fellow who came with the food doesn't count. I repeat, who else is there?
The entire population of the city, Archie.
Thanks. Well, that's all I get. Oh, there was something else.
What?
This. Page 189 of what appears to be Arthur's latest novel was in his typewriter. As you can see, just started the page.
Starbreaker. Very interesting. What's the rest of it?
That's all we found.
What? And there was something missing. Archie.
Yes, boss?
First thing tomorrow morning, get the address of Mr. Morton, who publishes Arthur's books. Then get over to see him right away.
Yes, may I help you?
I'd like to see Mr. Morton.
Did you have an appointment?
Tell him I'm from Homicide.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes?
Mr. Morton, I know you have someone with you, but there's a gentleman here from the Homicide Bureau. He wants to see you.
Tell him I work for NERO, WOLFE. My name's Goodwin.
His name is Goodwin.
Send him in.
Yes, thank you. You may go right in, sir. The large door to your right.
Thanks.
Come in, Mr. Goodwin. Come in. I understand you're from Homicide.
Not exactly. I'm NERO WOLFE's assistant. We're working with Inspector Kramer.
And what can I do for you?
You've heard about Arthur Merle.
Yes, I received the word when I came in this morning. It was a great shock. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Goodwin. This gentleman is Henry Childs.
How do you do, Mr. Childs?
Glad to meet you, Mr. Goodwin. You're with NERO WOLFE?
I'm his assistant, man Friday.
Mr. Childs is a publicity agent. He handled all publicity for Arthur Merle.
I've not only lost an excellent client, but a very good friend. Did you know Mr. Merle?
Yes, I'd met him a number of times with Mr. Wolfe.
Yes, indeed. Arthur Merle was a great writer and a fine citizen. He'll be missed by millions. Mr. Goodwin, when was the murder discovered?
Last night, shortly before dinner.
Well, what do you think the motive was?
Don't know as yet, Mr. Childs. A little early for that.
Well, it's certainly a shame.
I wanted to ask you a few questions, Mr. Morton, privately. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Childs.
Oh, no, not at all. I was about to leave. I'll run along now, Mr. Morton.
See you again soon, Mr. Childs.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Well, Mr. Goodwin?
You did a lot of business with Mr. Merle, Mr. Morton?
I published every one of his novels for the past 8 years.
And you intended to publish his new one, the one he was working on?
Yes, we had a contract.
The usual agreement between you.
Naturally. Although I didn't know the story, I was always sure that if Arthur wrote it, it was good. Mr. Merle's name on the novel was a guarantee that it would sell 1 million copies.
You don't know what this last one was about?
Haven't the faintest idea. We relied completely on Arthur's judgment.
Not even any carbon copies, huh?
Not that I know of. Why?
When Mr. Merle was killed, the only thing missing from his apartment was the novel.
The novel?
The first 188 pages, all we found of it were a few lines of page 189 in his typewriter. He must have been working on it when the murderer stabbed him. The rest of it's gone.
You mean, Goodwin, the novel's gone? Oh, this will cost me $1 million.
Well, it cost Arthur Merle his life.
Arthur Merle dead and his novel gone. I can hardly believe it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Morton.
Oh, I hope I've been of some help, although
I'm
don't
sorry
quite...
you haven't. But we may call on you again. Before it's over, you may be a great help.
NERO WOLFE speaking.
Archie, boss. I just finished with Morton. He doesn't know a thing. Merle never discussed his stories with anyone, and as far as Morton knows, he never made carbons.
I see.
Where do I go from here, boss?
See Cynthia Roberts.
Oh, then you haven't dismissed the possibility that she may have had something to do with it.
Being his fiancée, she probably knows more about Arthur than anyone else. She may know who the fourth guest was to have been last night, and she also may know what Merle's novel was about.
Right, boss. I'm anxious to know what the novel was about, too.
I personally don't give a hang what the novel was about. What I want to find is someone who does know the story. Because I have a hunch that whoever knows that is the person who killed Arthur Merle.
Miss Roberts, I know you want to help us find out who killed Arthur.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll do anything.
Nero, Wolfe, and I were invited to have dinner with Arthur Merle last night.
Well, I knew he was having friends in for dinner, but I didn't know who they were.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hoped you'd know whom he invited.
No, he didn't tell me.
Miss Roberts, we have reason to believe that there was to have been a fourth person there last night.
A fourth?
The caterer came to deliver dinner for 4. Now, the fourth party never did show up, or else came earlier and left after Arthur was killed.
You mean someone Arthur invited to dinner might have killed him?
Maybe.
Oh, there's no one that I can think of who bore any ill will toward Arthur.
We're convinced that this was done on the spur of the moment. Unpremeditated murder. Arthur Merle suddenly became a threat to someone. Now we've got to find out what the threat was and who was threatened. We'd hoped you could help.
I'm sorry.
Did he ever discuss his new novel with you?
Oh, no, he never talked about his stories until he'd finished them.
So his latest mystery contains the answer to an even greater mystery. Unless we find the first, they'll both go unanswered.
Mr. Morton?
Yes?
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Oh, yes. Your man Goodwin was here to see me.
I presume you are interested in seeing Merle's murderer brought to justice?
Certainly. Arthur was a close friend of mine.
And his death cost you a bestseller, I know. Now, would you be willing to help a bit?
Why, yes, if
I prepared a statement for the papers. I want you to call the literary editors first thing in the morning. Here's what I want you to tell them. Got a pencil and paper?
Yes.
And take this down. Quote, Mr. Carlton Morton announced today that the last work of the late Arthur Merle will be published according to schedule. Fortunately, it was Mr. Merle's custom to furnish his publishers with carbon copies of each day's work. Consequently, with the major portion of his...
Boss!
Good heaven, Archie. Please don't be so loud.
Look here. In this morning's paper, why, that rat, he lied to me. That...
What on earth are you talking about?
That publisher, Morton, he said he didn't have copies of Merle's manuscript, that he didn't know what it was about. And listen to this. Mr. Carlton Morton announced today that the last work of the late Arthur Merle will be published according to schedule. Fortunately, it was Mr. Merle's custom to furnish his publisher with carbon copies of each day's work. Consequently, with a major portion of his latest work, Starbreaker, in the hands of his publisher, together with a complete synopsis, including the denouement, it will be possible for a ghostwriter to complete the novel. It will be published posthumously and proceeds with... Boss, did you hear that?
I did, and it couldn't have been more to my liking if I'd written it myself. Now, excuse me. I want to make a telephone call.
Who?
Publisher Morton.
Yeah, I'm beginning to see. He lied about the whole thing. I still don't see why he'd kill Merle, but on...
Hello, Mr. Morton. This is Nero Wolfe. Yes, perfect. Now I'll call Kramer, and he and Archie will be waiting for you. Remember now, if anything comes of it, you are to say the manuscript is in the safe in your home, and you steer the party here. Say you've recently rented this place. I hope we'll be seeing you. Yes. Goodbye. Oh, and be careful. Remember what happened to Arthur. The manuscript is in my desk in the middle drawer.
What the... You mean...
Archie, look out of that window.
Huh? Yeah?
Out there is a city of some 5 million people. In that 5 million, there is one who murdered Arthur Merle. Now, we don't know who it is, so we can't go out and put a finger on him. But, Archie, since we can't go to him, we have only one other choice: make him come to us.
Will you tell me why we're sitting here in the dark in Wolfe's office?
Yes, Inspector Kramer. Mr. Wolfe promised us a caller. Mr. Morton is to pretend that he's rented this place recently.
Well, who's the caller?
Can't tell you until he or she gets here.
You seem certain he'll come.
I'm quite certain.
I'm just hopeful.
You trying to tell me that Morton killed Merle?
You're almost as dense as Archie was. No, Morton didn't do it.
Unless Mr. Wolfe is very wrong, which is doubtful, before the night is over, Morton will know who did. And it won't be long until we know, too.
You should get on a quiz program. You're so good at guessing games.
Shh. Listen.
Huh? Someone's coming.
A brilliant deduction, my dear Creamer. I hope there are two of them. Inspector, behind these drapes. Quick! I'll get behind the screen.
All right, Mr. Morton. So far, you've been very cooperative. Just keep it up.
I have no intention of doing otherwise. Your gun has me completely convinced, Mr. Childs.
Get the manuscript.
Yes, just a moment. It's in my desk.
Wait a minute. I thought you said it was in the safe.
A mistake, Mr. Childs. I don't have a safe. Shall I get the manuscript?
Yes, but no tricks. You be careful.
I'm being exceedingly careful, Mr. Childs. There you are.
Starbreaker by Arthur Merle. Yes, this is it. Thank you, Mr. Morton.
Now, I trust that's all you want of me?
I'm sorry. I wish that were true. Unfortunately, you see, it's not the actual novel that I want.
Oh?
My interest in this copy is the same as it was in the original.
And that is?
That no one should ever learn the content.
I take it you know what it's about, then?
Yes. You see, Mr. Merle made the mistake of telling me when I called a bit early at his apartment for dinner last evening. I was forced to deprive him of his life once I learned the storyline of this novel. This story must be kept secret.
Why?
Most of you people in the publishing business know me as a public relations and publicity agent for several prominent writers.
Yes?
Actually, I've been as successful as I might in this business, because a few years ago I stumbled onto a very neat and foolproof method of blackmail. Unfortunately, Arthur Merle thought of the same thing and based this story on it. If it got out, I'd be exposed and sent to prison. So you can see why I had to stop it, why I had to kill Arthur, and why... Now I'll have to kill you, too.
Oh, child, for heaven's sake.
The contents of these pages condemn me. You know what's in them. Further, I've confessed to murder to you. You don't think I could let you live after that, do you?
Child, you're insane.
I'm sorry that I must repay you for your trouble in such an ungrateful manner. I'm sorry to do this to you,
Child,
but I can't...
Child, please, enough!
Sorry, Mr. Childs. There wasn't time to ask you to drop the gun.
All right, Mr. Childs, get your hands up and stay where you are.
Nice going, Mr. Morton.
Who are you?
That took courage, Mr. Morton. Sorry we had to wait so long, but we had to make Mr. Childs here convict himself.
Convict? What do you mean?
We've been waiting here for you, behind the drapes all the time. We heard every word. Mr. Childs, you're under arrest.
Police?
Yes, Mr. Childs. Only one person could have been so anxious over a copy of that novel. That's the person who killed Arthur Merle for the original. And we heard you confess to that.
And that's all we need to convict you.
We didn't have any proof until we set it up for you to make a second try to cover up for the first. Fortunately, the setup worked.
Setup?
Take a look at the rest of the manuscript, Mr. Childs.
What?
Oh, the front page is there, all right, but look at the rest.
Why, they're blank. They're just blank pages. You didn't have a copy at all.
No, but we certainly got a murderer. Eh, Inspector?
Childs! Stop, Childs! Stop!
Well, that's one way to avoid standing trial.
Well, Archie, I'm glad you and Kramer got Childs. Some beer, please.
That was a clever scheme, boss, making him think there was a copy.
Yes. In a way, though, I wish it hadn't been just a scheme.
Meaning?
I wish there had been a copy of Arthur Merle's novel.
Why? You never read detective stories.
No, but I've drummed up so much curiosity over this one, I'd like to know exactly what that blackmail gimmick really was. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Don Arthur was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production and is directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Evelyn Eaton, Peter Leeds, Lucille Alex, Marna Keneally, Herb Butterfield, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Telltale Ribbon. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's excitement for you Sunday when talented servicemen compete on The Phil Regan Show. And Sunday on NBC also means another delightful adventure with Cary Grant and Betsy Drake when they star as Mr. and Mrs. Blandings, the proud but bewildered owners of the famous Dream House. The chimes are your invitation every Sunday to Mr. and Mrs. Blandings. Tomorrow for excitement, hear Herbert Marshall in The Man Called X on NBC.
Time was when the sedan chair was considered the height of luxury. When you think of all the places you go and all the things you now do by radio, a sedan chair doesn't seem like much of a luxury at all. Tuned to a radio network like the CBS radio network, you can, in a matter of moments, travel to foreign capitals to learn what's happening to individuals or whole nations at a time. Because a network like CBS Radio is made up of many stations, stations like the one you're listening to now, the smartest supper clubs from New York to San Francisco invite you to dance to the music of their big-name bands night after night. Because CBS Radio's vast network facilities extend in every direction, you can laugh with the funniest comedians in Hollywood or on Broadway. Then move on to a serious discussion of space-age problems, and all in the course of an evening. By all means, use that sedan chair if you have one. But if you want to go places fast, take CBS Radio along.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. The lady tourist was a school teacher out after glamour, and she got it. But only after she learned that in Hollywood the 3 R's could be reading done in a dark room, writing found in a dead man's pocket, and arithmetic that added up to murder times 2.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Rustin Hickory.
Hot in my apartment, even at 10 o'clock at night. The sultry wind blowing through curtains at the far side of the room didn't help a bit. It was the kind of night that made me wish I was something else, a butcher, baker, candlestick maker, anything. After a long, hot day spent in the downtown courts of law, listening to the petty arguments of a petty larceny case, I was tired of petty people. The paper I had picked up on my way home wasn't helping any. 10 killed in an air crash. Mental cruelty, says local songbird. I made myself another highball, lots of ice, easy with water, and picked up the paper again. It was still more of the same. Cy Nestor killed in office on Sunset Strip. Cy Nestor. He'd hit the papers before. Bookie, B- picture producer, general racketeer. Somehow I wasn't too surprised he was on the receiving end for a change. My drink was good for 10 more pages of equally dull reading, and I was set for the next in line when the phone rang.
Mr. Philip Marlowe?
It was the first attractive voice I'd heard all day.
Mr. Marlowe?
And you know, I thought she might be fun.
My name is Joan Rustin, and I'm only here in Hollywood from Ferndale, Nebraska on a vacation, and I wanted to have some fun. You know, see the nightclubs and the stars
hey.
and that sort of thing.
Hey, wait a minute.
I
Joan.
don't want trouble, Mr. Marlowe.
Hold
I'm
it.
least of all
Teacher.
any...
Hey.
Yes?
Let's back up a little, huh? Now, your name is Joan Rustin. You're from Ferndale, Nebraska, which you're right, I've never heard of. Also, you're a school teacher. That much I got. But the rest about the sights, the last part, the trouble
but
with...
don't you see? They're the one and the same.
Oh?
I wanted to step out. Nightclubs, movie stars, glamour. But it didn't end up like that because he was shot, and then I didn't know what to do. And his name's Aubrey Nichols. He's the man who took me out to show me the clubs. Anyhow, after it happened, I ran.
Why?
Why? The publicity, of course. Mr. Marlowe, I'd lose my job. You see, I'm a school teacher.
Yeah, you said that, honey. Now, look, where are you, Joan?
The Tulip Room. It's a bar on Sunset and La Cienega Boulevard. You'll come right over, huh? Huh?
Yeah, I'll come right over, huh? Goodbye, Joan.
Hey, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, but where are you?
Over here in this booth. Hurry.
Okay, hurry it is. Hello. Now tell me why all the secrecy and you... Oh,
And what? Oh, what are you staring at?
you. Unexpected braids, Joan. Horn rims, calico maybe. Not ice blue satin, drape plunging, and,
Yes?
Yes. Start at the top, honey, and slow this time, huh?
Well, yesterday I met this man, this Aubrey Nickel I mentioned. Oh, he's really nice, Mr. Marlowe. He's a photographer, has a darling place up on the Sunset,
Sunset Strip. You want that to have your picture taken?
Uh-huh. I wanted something glamorous.
That's easy.
And look here what I got. Oh, by the way, I ordered a drink for you. A Scotch drink. Here. You like Scotch drinks, don't you?
Yeah, Scotch drinks are my favorite drinks, Joan, thanks.
You're welcome. Now, isn't it wonderful? The picture, I mean.
I'll say it is. I'd never say school teacher.
No, that's the idea. Just like a model in a fashion magazine, isn't it? Aubrey took it from inside his photo shop while I was outside on the street looking in his window. You know, like a smart career girl just strolling along the avenue.
Mm-hmm.
And see how he faded out the background? That way I'm the focal center.
Focal center.
Isn't it nice?
Oh, yes, it is, yeah. But look, Joan, the rest of the story now. The man was shot. You don't want publicity, remember?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, we made a date, Mr. Marlowe, for tonight. I was to be at his place, his shop on the strip at 8, which I was. But when I got there...
He was gone.
Well, no. He might just as well have been for all the attention he paid to me.
Oh?
He had something on his mind. Acted as though he didn't even expect me. Why, I had to mention his picture here twice before he got it out of a drawer for me. But then, just like that, he changed. Said if I wanted glamour in nightclubs, why not?
Oh, by all means, why not?
And off we went to Cyrano's, no less, and sat at a table with 2 men and a woman who was actually Irmgard Fury.
Actually, who?
Irmgard Fury, the starlet.
Oh.
Don't you read the papers? Oh, golly, her picture's been in every theater section and magazine for the last 6 months. Of course, she hasn't made a movie yet, but she probably will.
Wait a minute. Irmgard Fury. She has red hair, a figure, lots of each, huh?
That's right. Oh, and so sweet to talk to. Well, believe it or not, when we were in the powder room and she couldn't find her lipstick, she used mine.
Now, that's really democratic. Look, Joan, there was a shooting. You remember that. Now, you were sitting at a table with 3 men and this Irmgard Fury?
That's right.
Well, go on. What happened next?
Well, when Miss Fury and I got back to the table, Mr. Lacey and his friend were gone. And then a minute later, Aubrey excused himself to make a phone call.
And then?
And then a waiter brought me a note from Aubrey which said I should go back to my hotel and wait there till I heard from him. Then it happened.
Look, Joan, if I'm going to help you on this, you got to tell the whole coherent story.
Well, suddenly there were some shots, maybe from outside, and people were yelling. It was terrible. I was scared to death. And I ran outside. People were crowded around someone. It was Aubrey. He was dead.
What'd you do then?
I took the first taxi I could get to my hotel, the Beverly Crest. I started for my bungalow, but didn't go inside because there was a man hanging around. I'd seen him before someplace, and I didn't like his looks and turned away, and he called to me. Oh, he was awful, Mr. Marlowe.
Awful looking like a frog, maybe? Sloping shoulders, bulging eyes?
Yes, and when... Mr. Marlowe, how do you know what he looked like?
Promise not to tell.
Promise not to... Oh, Mr. Marlowe, he's here, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Been watching us for quite a while.
Oh, holy smokes, and I didn't get away from him. Oh, Mr. Marlowe, I had nothing to do with this shooting. What can I do? I simply can't be mixed up in this terrible business. Oh, please, Mr. Marlowe, I'll pay you anything, only get me out of this, please.
We'll talk about that later, Joni. Now, look, when we get up, keep talking and don't look away from me. Then when we're outside and around the taxi stand there, duck away from me fast and get in close to the building and stay there till the frogman is gone. Then head for your hotel bungalow and wait there till you hear from me. Now, you got that?
Oh, yes, but I don't understand why he's going to leave us.
You will, if our little coup works. Come on. It played easier than I'd expected because, like a good shadow, the frogman gave us a small head start, which was all I needed. The second Joan darted away from me, I moved quickly up to the first cab in line, opened and slammed the rear door fast, said goodbye out loud to Joan, who was not in the back seat, then slipped the driver 5, winked hard, and practically shouted a very far-away address at him. When he lurched from the curb, I stood there and waved a minute. It was what was still supposed to be Joan. Then, even as I saw the frogman dart across the street, pile into his own car and take off after the cab, I walked slowly back into the bar where I had another Scotch drink and did some fast checking on the current location of Aubrey Nichols, which was the Dawson Memorial Hospital. Then I started outside for my car after stopping en route at the booth where Joan and I had been sitting to pick up a pair of gloves and glamour portrait my new little client had left on the seat. The school mom had been upset indeed.
Dawson Memorial Hospital, Dr. Chambers? Yes, one moment, please. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Oh, I want to know the condition of a patient who was brought in here a little while ago, Mr. Aubrey Nickel.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We're not allowed to give out such information. You'll have to inquire at the superintendent's office. Third door
I
on
wouldn't bother, Phil.
Well, Detective Lieutenant Matthews, good evening.
Good evening. Nickel is dead, Marlowe. We
Oh?
did not get a statement from him.
That's too bad. Any idea who did it?
No. Have you?
I didn't even know him. A client of mine.
Yeah, Mr. Smith.
That's right. That's remarkable. Yeah, Mr. Smith, he asked me to inquire about his condition.
Uh-huh. Well, it happened about an hour ago in an alley behind CHEERIOS. Aubrey Nickel was a photographer up on the strip, but pretty much of a phony. A big front boy, strictly.
That's all there was to it, huh?
Walk down here with me a little.
Oh, sure.
We figure there may be some connection between this shooting and Cy Nestor's death this afternoon. Nestor also had an office on the strip.
What do you figure the tie-in is, Matthew?
A man named Ham Lacey. You ever hear of him?
Yeah, he was one of Nestor's #1 boys in the racket, right?
Yeah, something like that. Of course, officially, Ham Lacey is known as the vice president of Nestor Enterprises Incorporated. Also production manager of that second-rate movie studio Nestor owned. Well, anyway, Lacey, another man, and Aubrey Nickel were at Cyrano's tonight with a starlet named Irmgard Fury, and another gal we haven't been able to tag yet. Now, tell me...
Wait a minute,
Phil,
Lieutenant. When Nestor was killed, did it look like the usual mob tactics?
No. Nestor was beat up by fists. Not sapped, not cut up with brass knuckles. His death was caused by a blow to the temple from a poker that was standing next to a phony fireplace in which he could have hit his head when he fell.
Well, probably not Lacey and Associates, huh?
Probably not. He's got an alibi.
Yeah?
Besides, we already got a fair line on who did it and why. We found a note in Nestor's pocket signed D. Tobin, which threatened Nestor with a beating if he didn't stay away from the undersigned's wife and send her back home at once. Nestor, you may or may not happen to know, had this Irmgard Fury or something under contract to him, saw lots of her. So, again, the two deaths more or less tie together.
Yeah, you've already talked to... oh, by the way, her name is Irmgard Fury.
No, I ain't talked to her. I figured I'd wait till I knew a little more. Also, I didn't figure Nickel would die without saying anything.
No.
Oh. Well, now it's your turn. We found this negative in the alley near Nickel's body. This is a night shot of the Sunset Strip and nothing more. Means anything to you?
No, why should it? Now, look, I told you before, Lieutenant, I never even met Nickel.
Yeah, and I listened, didn't I?
I noticed.
Yeah, but now let's level a bit, huh, Phil? Who your client is and what he or she has to do with this is one thing as long as we're both on the same side. But playing dumb when it might count is quite another. Now, once more, Phil, huh? The picture?
Still 0, Lieutenant. Honor bright. Anything else?
Yeah, just to save you a little time, Phil.
Yeah, let's do.
Irmgard Fury's address, 441 West Bedford Drive, Beverly Hills. You got a
441 West Bedford Drive.
Now, play it close. Be sure to call when you think it's time. And if you're wondering about why all this help from me, try this. What you know and won't tell, plus what I know and will tell, might do the trick. Say goodbye to me, Phil.
Goodbye.
Yes?
Miss Fury, my name's Philip Marlowe. I must talk to you at once.
About what?
Your husband, I'm a friend of his, and he asked me to get in touch with you. It's because of what happened this afternoon up on the strip.
Oh. Well, what's wrong? Is Dave here in town?
Yeah, he is, and he's in trouble. You see, the police are after him.
All right, hold it, mister. You've said enough.
Huh?
What are you, cop or reporter?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Miss Fury. I've already told you I'm a friend of Dave's.
Whose name happens to be Douglas. Mr. Douglas Tobin. Keep that in mind when you try this next time. Good night.
Not so fast, baby. The mistake was mine, but I still want to talk to you.
So do a lot of men.
I'll bet.
Now beat it before...
Irmgard?
Before I forget myself.
What's the trouble, Irmgard?
Oh, no trouble, Hamilton, darling. This gentleman was just leaving. He had the wrong address. He made a mistake. Didn't you, Mr. Marlowe?
Yes, a blunder. 1,000 apologies, and good night, Mrs. Tobin. For what it was worth, it worked. At the mention of the name Tobin, Ham Lacey spun around like he was built on a pivot, and his eyes that were narrow slits with all the come-hither look of a cobra's never left me. As I slowly walked away from him and past the yellow convertible he'd just driven up in. License number 6969X, California. And on out to the street. All of which only meant that Lieutenant Matthews was probably right about there being some connection between Cy Nestor's murder and the death of Aubrey Nichol. When I opened the door of my car and started to climb in under the wheel, the voice in the night helped not at all.
If you don't do as I say, I'll kill you.
Okay.
Knock it out.
Take it easy.
All right. Now close the door and turn around. You're back to me.
Now look, if this is a stick-up, Busty, you can save us both a lot of time.
Shut up. I'm not a hold-up man. Now, move over there, close to those trees. Go on. I want to ask you a question. All right, that's far enough. Now, what have you got to do with Helen?
Helen who?
Helen Irmgard Fury. That's what she's known as now. What have you got to do with her? Tell me.
Very little, Mr. Tobin.
You know who I am?
And so do the police. So why don't you call it quits while you're still in one piece?
Oh, no, not quits. That's what you want, what all of you want. Me arrested and out of the way in jail and maybe out of the way for good. No. But that won't be. Helen's mine and you're not going to harm her.
Careful, Tobin, you're getting excited.
Yes, excited enough for this. Go!
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, a thrill-a-minute, high-tension suspense from the word go. Dramatic excitement that builds and builds until it explodes in a smashing climax. That's Inner Sanctum, the great mystery show that's another of CBS's top-notch Monday night programs. You'll find Inner Sanctum one of the most entertaining spots in your Monday night listening schedule. And remember, Lux Radio Theater is back for its 15th year of great dramatic presentations. Inner Sanctum and Lux Radio Theater every Monday night over most of these same CBS stations. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Rustin Hickory.
When the whirling pinwheels of light slowed down to being street lamps again, Douglas Tobin had pounded shoe leather on enough sidewalk to be safely out of sight. But it took a full minute of rubbing the bruise where his pistol had glanced off my head before I finally remembered that it was a good time to call Joan. I looked back at Irmgard Fury's house first and saw the lights still on, the cream-colored convertible still parked in front, and all apparently quiet inside. So I limped as far as the phone booth on the corner. I warned my client that the trick we'd pulled on the frog wouldn't hold up forever. But instead I found out just how far this side of forever it had collapsed.
Yeah, hello.
Hello? Hey, what number is this?
Well, Shamus. You got the right number, Shamus.
What are you doing there? Where's Joan Rustin?
Oh, the babe's here, but she ain't in much of a mood to talk. Incidentally, thanks for giving me this free time, Dibby.
What are you talking about?
That fast shuffle you tossed me, Dibby. That now you see her, now you don't gag with the taxi. For an old shell game operator like me, that one was as tough to see through as a glass-bottom boat.
All right. You get your diploma in the morning. But listen, you, if anything happens to Miss Rustin, I'll break you.
Skip it, Dippy. You're wasting your breath. It's already happened. I'll see you around. So long.
Oh.
Joan, come on, baby. Come on, snap out of it.
Oh, stay away from me.
Hey.
Get out of here,
Hey, hold it. It's me, Joni, Marlowe.
Marlowe?
Yeah.
Oh, Marlowe.
Come on, honey. What happened? Are you hurt, Joan?
That man, the one with the gruff voice.
Yeah?
He forced his way in here, Marlowe. He was looking for something. I tried to stop him. I was going to scream, but I guess that's when he put the bite on me.
That's slug, baby.
Well, anyway, he hit me hard. And I've never been treated that way before in my whole life.
You've never been buddies with murder before, either. Come on, honey. Get up off the floor, huh? Easy now. There. Hey, he turned your place inside out, too, didn't he? What was he after, Joni?
Oh, I don't know. He just told me to quit stalling and hand it over. I didn't know what he meant, so he shoved me. Then he pulled out all the books there, tore up the rugs.
He was looking for something small and flat like a... Wait a minute. Sure. The cops found a negative near Aubrey Nichol tonight, but it was worthless. There must have been another one, an important one. And Lacey and Froggy, who no doubt's his helmet, must think you've got it.
Me? Well, that's impossible. All I had was my picture, and, well, I don't even have that now.
No, but I do, out in my car, and it gives me a great idea. Come on.
Well, where, Marlowe? I don't get it. What's my photograph got to do with this?
Maybe plenty. You see, When Aubrey printed that picture of you, he faded out the background almost completely. You remember?
Uh-huh.
That's a stunt in fashion photography to make a subject stand out. But in this case, Joan, I figure it was played strictly in reverse.
How do you mean?
That Aubrey took you to CHEERIOS tonight on business, big business. And you were holding the merchandise for him all the way.
Oh.
Here. Let's take a look.
Oh, Marlowe, my pretty picture frame.
Better this than your pretty head later, sweetheart, believe me. Yeah, here it is. Look, see? A negative the size of a postage stamp. But I'll bet old flashbulbs the $10 bills this baby's really loaded.
Marlowe, I'll bet that baby's loaded, too.
What are you talking about?
The gun in that man's hand there behind you.
Oh, fine.
Wait. Easy, Marlowe. I'm not looking for any more trouble. I just want to be sure that you'll help me first. You're a private detective. I searched you before, so I know. I'm in a jam. It's worse than I figured. The cops are after me for murder.
No kidding. I can't understand it, Tobin. All you got is a motive deep enough to swim in, and you've been dropping clues like Hansel and Gretel drop pebbles.
All right, but I didn't do it. Well, I beat up Cy Nestor, sure, but he was going with Helen, my Helen. I hated everything and everybody in this phony town because they took her away from me. Even changed her name for her, Irmgard Fury. But I didn't kill Nestor. I swear I didn't. You've got to help me, Marlowe.
With that 38 in your fist, are you asking or telling?
Oh, I'm asking, brother. Here, take it. Take the gun. I'm in a fix and I know it.
Okay, hothead. I'm already in Dutch for hiding Matthew's key witness here. Think how I'll look keeping his chief suspect under wraps, too. Yet, maybe I'm a sucker, but I believe you. All right, where do you hang your hat?
The Country Cottages, number 7. It's a kind of a motel court down on Melrose Street.
Number 7. Now go there and stay out of sight. And I mean stay out of sight.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Marlowe. Say, I'm sorry I batted you down tonight.
That makes a lot of difference to the lump on my head. Go on, Tobin, beat it.
Okay.
I'll keep in touch with you.
And where are we going, Marlowe?
Call a friend of mine. We need a big enlargement of a small negative.
Chronicle Photo Lab, Sherman speaking.
Hiya, Shermy. This is Phil Marlowe.
No kidding. Gee, how's business, Phil? Long time no see.
Yeah, I know. Now, look, are you busy? I got a job that's right down your alley, Sherman. It's important.
What is it, Marlowe?
Well, it's a 35mm negative. I want it blown up to about half as big as a house.
Okay, bring it in.
I can't. I've got to check a couple of other things at the same time. Now, look, Shermy, can you meet me at the Aubrey Nickel studio on the Strip in about 10 minutes, back door?
Wait a minute, back door?
Yeah.
How come the back door, Phil?
So we can kick it in without attracting too much attention. Shermy, I'll see you in 10 minutes. I piled Joan into the car, drove down the Strip, and once past Nickel's studio, which was enough. Joan had posed for a picture in front of the place, and directly across the street, behind her, just as I knew it had to be, was the neat plastic sign reading Cy Nestor Enterprises on the diminutive but glossy imitation Swiss chalet, where Nestor's body had been found. We turned double back through the alley and found Sherman bobbing up and down like a nervous gopher. 5 minutes of not-so-subtle persuasion got us past the lock and inside Aubrey's studio where something else checked. The walls were practically papered with pictures of Irmgard Fury, taken from every conceivable angle, including some that were not. Things were beginning to make a lot of sense.
Marlowe, is this all right? Coming in here, it's sort of uninvited and all.
Breaking and entering, lady. You can get 5 years for it. I sure hope you know what you're doing, Phil.
Yeah, this must be the dark room. Yeah. Now, here's the negative, Shermy. Do your stuff.
Well, what do you really expect to find on the film, Marlowe?
A murderer, baby. It's got to go one of two ways. Douglas Tobin for jealousy or Ham Lacey for ambition. Aubrey Nickel caught one of the two in the background when he took your picture. And he was familiar enough with all parties concerned over there to think he could put the screws on somebody. How's it coming, Shermy?
He can be out in a minute. 15 by 20, okay?
Yeah, it's good. If there isn't a man in the background, I'll eat it.
Better get the salt and pepper, pal, because it's nothing but a car.
It can't be. Oh, brother, that's more than a car, Shermy. It's a yellow convertible that belongs to Ham Lacey. Look, you can even see the license, 6969X.
696. Oh, now how do you suppose...
What's the matter, Marlowe?
I just thought of something. Without this picture, both Tobin and Lacey are suspects. But with it, we have proof Lacey is implicated. That means Lacey thinks he has Tobin sitting in the perfect frame, right where he wants him.
Oh, Marlowe, listen.
Now, look, you two get out of here. Go back to the paper. I've got to get to Tobin fast and let him know.
Oh, Phil, listen,
Look, baby, you're no doubt terrific in the 3rd grade. But some things they don't even teach in college are going to pop any minute, so I'll take it from here, huh? Stick with Shermy, honey. I'll call you.
Oh, but Marlowe, wait, listen.
I made it from the strip down to Melrose and then east to the cluster of dusty lean-tos with baths known as country cottages in something under 10 minutes. Walked down the street and cut back through the alley on foot. I got to the door of cottage number 7 with about 30 seconds to spare.
No. Wait a minute, mister. You got me wrong.
Oh, no, I haven't, pal. You can tell me you didn't knock off Sinestro, and I'll believe you. Nobody else will. I've got you right where I want you.
Now, wait a minute.
Because of your note found in Nestor's pocket. You're the jilted boyfriend, the hick from back home, who came to Hollywood with murder in your heart and knocked off the guy who stole your wife.
Now, look.
And then you went after the cheap photographer who gave her her start.
Oh, yeah?
And after that, you knew you couldn't escape, so you blew your brains out. And by the time I leave here, that's the way it's going to look.
Not tonight, Ham. Yeah, stand still, Lacey. Toss the gun over on the bed. Go on. That's better. So you figured Aubrey was lying about having a picture that pegged you as Sinest's killer, didn't you? You figured Aubrey saw something but had no proof, so you shot him. But you were wrong, Ham. He had all the proof we need.
Oh, Marlowe, look out!
What's going on? Who's out there?
Oh, Phil.
Joan.
Phil.
Joan, are you all right?
Jerry, I hit her. She's the one who killed Sinestro. I tried to tell you that. I followed you here to tell you, but instead I saw her with a gun pointed at you. I grabbed the first thing I saw, this broken rake handle, and I hit her with it. I hit her awfully hard, Phil. But she isn't moving. You don't think she's...
Dead? No. She's probably thinking over the big lesson you just taught her with that stick there.
What? Oh, what's the matter?
Hey, Teach. You know what that rake handle's made of?
What? It's hickory, isn't it?
Yeah. What else could it possibly be but a hickory stick?
All right, Marlowe, all right. Nobody can hear us. Now, what is it?
Well, it's that Miss Rustin here is a school teacher, Matthews, and it's imperative that we keep her name out of this.
Oh, well, we can arrange that.
Oh, good. You know, Matthews, it's funny how one step leads to another.
Yeah?
Ham Lacey never would have gone so far as to kill Nestor on his own. But when he learned that Irmgard had done it, he saw an opportunity to turn the whole situation to his advantage. He and the girl agreed to frame Tobin and then go along as a team.
You know, of course, that that's just your theory.
Just a minute.
Now,
What do you
sit down
mean?
over there and be quiet for a change while Miss Rustin and I wind this up.
Matthews, listen.
Now, quiet, please.
Pulling rank, huh?
Phil. Now, Miss Rustin, in solving this case...
Just a minute. She didn't solve the case.
Miss Rustin, if you hadn't solved it, and right when you did, you'd be talking to this guy exclusively via Ouija board from now on, let's face it.
Oh, what a corny pitch.
Now, tell me, Miss Rustin, how did you peg Irmgard Fury?
Well, when we got the picture of the yellow convertible, I remembered that I'd gone to the powder room at Cyrano's with Miss Fury to freshen our makeup. But she couldn't find her lipstick. She emptied her purse looking for it, and she finally had to borrow mine, you know.
Oh, how democratic.
I said that.
So now you own it? Now tell me, Miss Rustin, how do you figure the lipstick figures?
Oh, it wasn't the lipstick. I happened to notice among the things from her purse a chain with car keys on it and an identification tag in the form of a little license plate.
Oh, and the numbers were...
6969X.
That's right.
And since Ham Lacey had an alibi and those keys were in Miss Fury's bag, you figured it was her who'd been driving.
It was she who'd been driving, yes.
Isn't this revolting?
Yeah. She wanted to kill Nestor because he wouldn't turn loose of her so she could claw her way on up to the bitter top. And when she found him unconscious, it was easy.
How literary.
Well, that's that, I guess. Thank you very much, Miss Rustin. I hope your stay in our town has was... Oh, what's the matter?
Tony, baby, don't cry.
I just thought of the most dreadful thing. I've had a wonderful time. I went to Cyrano's. I hit a movie star on the head, and I helped solve a murder. But I'll never, ever be able to say one single word about it to anybody in Ferndale, Nebraska. Darn it all.
It took a few minutes to put on a new touch of mascara and get the pink off her nose, but she was smiling again when we said goodnight to Matthews and stood on the steps at headquarters and looked at the glittering lights of Hollywood. There was still plenty of time for supper and even a dance or two, and she wanted to go. But suddenly, from somewhere, there was a smell of autumn in the air, of dry leaves on the ground and ripe red apples for the teacher. She shook her head wistfully and spoke of an appointment she had bright and early next Monday morning.
It's a very important appointment, Phil.
So, I took her to a hotel, said goodbye. All the way home, for some reason, I kept wondering, whatever happened to Skinny McDonald? The only kid in school who could shoot a better spitball than Marlowe. Has it really been that long ago?
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe star Gerald Moore and are transcribed and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
There was a tapestry found under a tomb. They were all after it. The worried importer, the man with half a face, the Englishman in an L.A. slum, and the lady wearing a green veil. But before it was over, none of them had it, and 2 of the 4 were dead.
Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We present My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, the record of a happy marriage. 2 people who live together and like it. The comfortable front bedroom of the comfortable suburban home of the Cougats doesn't look very comfortable this morning. Articles of clothing are strewn about the floor and across the bed. George hurriedly plows through the debris getting dressed, while Liz tries to cram all of their things into 3 suitcases.
Liz, dear, what's all this stuff you're packing? We're only spending the weekend at your mother's, not the whole summer.
Well, I'm only taking the bare necessities. Slacks, sunsuit, a few dresses, shoes, cosmetics, hose, undies.
Well, what have you packed for me?
Your toothbrush and trunks.
Is that all?
I want you to get a good tan.
Pack some clothes for me, Scatterbrain.
I wish you were driving out to Mother's with me, George.
No, it's impossible, darling. Can't miss my board meeting.
I wonder what the surprise can be that Mother's been telling us about.
I'm afraid to guess. Her last surprise was the wrestler she was sponsoring. Remember? He called himself the Hawk. Oh, what a wrestler.
Yeah, in his first match, the Hawk flew clear out of the ring.
Well, if she has another wrestler, I'll just throw him out of the house. Woody? Evidently, you've never heard of Gorgeous George.
You are gorgeous, George.
Finish your packing.
Where's my new bathing suit? I can't find it.
Your new bathing suit? Well, maybe a moth had a spare second and ate it.
Here it is, and it isn't that skimpy.
It's shameful.
You're too prudish.
You're too nudish.
You should see Alice Sturm's bathing suit. She got arrested at the beach.
Must be pretty bad.
Oh, it was. But they couldn't prosecute.
Why not?
No evidence. Which nightgown should I take? My canary yellow or my parrot green?
What about your goose chartreuse? Well, gotta run now, honey. See you tonight. Drive carefully.
George Cougat, don't you criticize my driving. I'm a good driver.
Sure, honey. You've never driven up a telephone pole.
Of course not.
Anyway, not to the top.
Ha ha, very funny. I read in a magazine the more accidents were caused by men than by women.
Yeah? When did you read that?
The other day while I was driving downtown. Mother!
Oh, Liz, darling.
Mother, you look marvelous, so young and healthy.
Oh, it's this country life, dear. I found there's nothing better than fresh milk and clean soil.
Well, it's certainly done a lot for you.
Yes. Makes a wonderful mud pack. Where's George?
Well, he had to attend a board of directors meeting. He'll be up later.
Oh, they're having them during the day now. That's nice. Your father always had to go to the board meetings at night.
At night?
Yes, poor dear. Tell me, are they still holding them at the Whoopee Club?
No, Mother. Now the bubble dancer comes to the bank.
Oh.
Mom, what's this big surprise of yours? I've been wondering about it all the way up here.
Oh, well, see if you can guess.
Well, some of the things you do, Mother, I'm almost afraid to guess.
Oh.
Let's see now. Pole vaulting?
No.
Motorcycle hill climbing?
No.
Skywriting?
Oh, no, you're way off.
Well, I'll have to think of something a little more sensible.
But this is very sensible.
Chickasaw Indian tap dancing.
Oh, Liz, really? A Chickasaw Indian tap dancing. Oh, I wonder if they teach that at Arthur Murray's.
Now, we're not talking about Arthur Murray. What's your surprise?
Well, you'd better sit down.
I don't need to sit down. What is it?
I'm going to get married. I see you decided to sit down.
I always do when my knees buckle.
You seem so surprised, dear. I suppose you thought that I was too old to get a husband.
I thought no such thing. You're very beautiful.
Oh, I do have a few wrinkles, though. Of course, just on the outside.
That's right, Mother. And they're just happy little crow's feet.
Oh, I know you're going to love your new father, Liz.
Well, tell me all about him. Who is he? Where'd you meet him? What's he like?
Well, his name is Daniel Carson, and I met him in Houston. Oh, he's a real Texan, Liz. He's just like Gary Cooper. Not quite that tall, of course, and a little older, and he wears bifocals.
Oh, but he's just like Gary Cooper.
Well, they're both men.
Well, he sounds grand, darling. How'd you meet him?
I was walking past the theater, and as he rushed up to buy his ticket, he knocked me down. He was in quite a hurry. It was a Randolph Scott picture.
He really did sweep you off your feet.
Skinned both my elbows. He apologized, and he asked me to see the picture with him. But, of course, a young girl couldn't accept an invitation from a man she didn't know.
Of course not.
But I'm not a young girl, so I accepted.
Mother, do you suppose this man could be after your money? Not that you aren't beautiful.
Oh, no, dear. He's quite wealthy himself. He owns several oil fields. Oh, he has a huge ranch, factories, and... oh, dear.
What's wrong, Mother?
You don't suppose I'm after his money, do you?
Let's see now. You were in Houston last April. Have you been engaged all this time without telling us?
Oh, no, dear. Dan and I have been corresponding, and it just happened. He asked me in his last letter.
What'd he say?
Dan isn't a man of many words, dear. Well, here's his letter. You read it.
My dear Louise, howdy. Love, Dan. P.S. Will you marry me?
Oh, I've read it over and over again. I almost know it by heart. You know, he's coming in on the 5 o'clock train, Liz. I've made all the arrangements for the church.
Now, just a minute, Mother. Before you go any further, I think we'd better have a little talk.
A talk? Well, what about, dear?
Well, Mother, you're getting married, and I think there are a few things that you should know.
Oh, Liz, dear, Liz. Don't you remember 10 years ago when you were going to get married? Didn't I take you into the parlor for a little talk?
Yes.
Well, I haven't forgotten any of the things you told me. Dear, I thought little Susan Palmer could be the flower girl, and maybe George could be the best man.
Oh.
Why, Liz, dear, what's wrong?
I'm just so happy for you.
Well, then why are you crying?
Well, you cried when I married George.
Well, that was different, dear.
Oh, Mother. My little mother.
Oh, Liz, darling.
Please don't cry. Oh, Mother, I can't help it. You'll understand someday when you have one of your own.
Liz.
In here, George.
Oh, hello, honey.
Kiss, kiss. Come on, give me a kiss. Kiss, kiss, kiss. I want a kiss. Give me a kiss. What's the matter?
I never board a train when it's moving.
Well, it's standing in the station now, ready for refiring.
Nut. Okay, conductor?
Mm-hmm. Steam's way up.
Careful you don't burst your boiler.
When there's any danger, the whistle blows. Kiss me again. Watch out, George.
Yeah, can I carry your bags, ma'am?
Oh, George, wait till I tell you about Mother's secret.
Yeah, what is it?
I can't tell you. It's a secret.
Liz.
George, a secret's only a secret if it's kept a secret. You know about the whispering grass. The grass told it to the trees, and the trees told it to the breeze. You understand, George?
Yes, very clear. Your mother's been out in the grass whispering to trees.
Just forget about it, darling. You'll find out. Better get dressed for dinner.
Won't tell me, huh?
Uh-uh.
All right. You have your secrets. I have mine. I just thought of something. Oh, what are you laughing about?
Nothing, but if you're going crazy, I want to go with you.
I'm not going crazy, Liz. I was just thinking about the time I took Myra Ponsonby on the hayride. You've always wanted to hear what happened.
You're not going to get me to tell you Mother's secret that way.
No, of course not. Forget it, dear.
You think you're pretty sly. Who cares what happened when you went on the hayride with Myra? What could happen on a hayride? You're just trying to arouse my curiosity, but it won't work. I've gone on hayrides, lots of hayrides. They were all in the spirit of good fun. We'd go down some dark, lonely country road, stop the wagon. Some of the couples would go blackberry picking. We'd just sit there in the hay and... George Cougat, what happened on that hayride?
It's a secret, remember? The grass?
The heck with the grass. What about the hay?
Now, you tell me your secret, I'll tell you my secret.
All right, Mother's getting married. Now, what's... George, what happened?
I bit the stem off my pipe. Your mother's what?
Getting married. Now, what happened on the hayride?
Oh, Jimmy Paterno dropped his cigar and we had a weenie bake instead. Now, Liz, now what's this business about your mother getting married?
Well, we're going to meet her fiancé tonight. Mother met him in April. They've been corresponding, and in his last letter, he proposed.
Where'd your mother meet him?
In Houston, in front of a theater.
You mean he picked her up?
He knocked her down first. Now hurry and get dressed, George. We want to look nice when we meet him.
All right, but I wish your mother had consulted me first. I might have refused his proposal.
I should hope so. You're already married. Mother, sit down and relax.
I can't, Liz. Dan will be here any minute.
Now, you've got to calm down, Mrs. Elliott.
Yes.
I remember how nervous I was when Liz and I got married, but I had a simple formula for overcoming it.
What was it?
He fainted.
I didn't faint. I just relaxed. All of a sudden.
I'm so nervous. I haven't been this upset since the day my scales were broken, and I thought I'd gained 200 pounds.
There's your man, Mrs. Elliott.
Now, don't all of you stare at me. I'll let him in.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, Dan. Will you come in?
Reckon I will.
Are you embarrassed, Dan?
Nope. Well, reckon I'll be going now.
Dan, you just arrived.
Well, just don't know what to say, Louise. I ain't a man of many words. Had me a long-winded speech wrote down on the back of a cigarette paper. forgot and smoked it.
Well.
Yeah.
Mother.
Liz, dear, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess we kind of forgot our manners, Louise, standing here chattering like a couple of blue jays.
Yes. Dan, this is my daughter, Elizabeth.
Hello, Mr. Carson.
Even prettier than the picture your mama sent me.
Mother sent you my picture?
Yep. Laying on a blanket, taking your bottle.
Well, I've changed quite a bit since then.
Yeah. You're a lot longer now. Got a little more hair, too.
Well, when I was a baby, I used to wear my hair very close to my head, under the skin.
I'm George Cougat, Liz's husband. How do you do, Mr. Carson?
Well, hiya, George. Say, I like the way you shake hands, real tight, like you mean it.
Oh, you have quite a grip yourself.
Yeah, I hate wishy-washy shakes. Like to feel a friendship there. Ain't never forgot Herb Jackson, the friendliest feller I ever met. Broke 7 bones in my hand.
We'll be having dinner in a moment, Dan. Would you care to go upstairs and wash?
No. Took care of it before I left Houston.
Well, I'd better wash. I've never been to Houston.
I got a little surprise for you, Louise.
Oh, a surprise, Dan. Well, what is it?
Oh, it's coming later. Yeah, I guess I'm ready for Chuck now.
Chuck, Mr. Carson?
Yeah, that's what we call dinner in Texas, Lizzie.
What about late at night when you go down to the icebox and sneak a snack? What do you call that?
Snuff.
Enjoy your dinner, Mr. Carson?
Oh, I reckon it did, George. It's mighty fine grub.
Grub? What's grub?
Chuck.
I'm waiting for that surprise, Dan.
Well, it ought to be here in a little while, Louise.
Mr. Carson, I understand you have some oil property in Texas.
Yeah. It was originally my granddaddy's. He got it from some Indians. Swapped them for it.
Swapped them for oil property? What did he give them? Colored beads, bits of cloth, fire water?
No, $650,000.
Did you ever meet an Indian, Mr. Carson?
Yeah, Lizzie. Sorry I did, too.
Oh, did you have trouble with him?
Kinda.
Did you kill him?
Nope.
Did you hurt him?
Kinda.
With a gun?
Nope. Backed over him in a gas station.
Mr. Carson, I understand along with your oil properties, you have quite a ranch, too.
Oh, yeah. Got me a nice big ranch. Ain't it, Louise?
It's really tremendous.
What do you call your ranch, Mr. Carson?
Dallas.
What about my surprise, Dan?
Well, it ought to be here any minute, Louise. Let's see. Well, this is sure going to be a fine wedding. A pretty bride.
And you'll be a rather handsome groom yourself, Dan.
Well, I went to a lot of trouble for the ceremony. Spent all day yesterday at the chiropractor's having my legs straightened out.
You should have kept your pants on. They're still bow-legged.
Tell me, do you have a horse, Mr. Carson?
Oh, now there's something that I like to talk about. You bet I got me a horse. His name is Shotgun.
Shotgun? Do you feed him or load him?
Oh, he's a good old horse. Had him for 18 years. Showing his age a little. Graying around the tail.
Oh, now that's nice. I think a gray tail makes a horse look distinguished.
As I always say, an old horse is just as good as a new horse.
I've never heard you say that, George.
Well, you've never been around while I was talking to an old horse.
Why don't we all go out on the porch?
Oh, I reckon that's your surprise now, Louise. Excuse me.
Oh, what do you suppose that silly boy's gotten me?
Mother, you're holding that third finger out too conspicuously.
Well, here's your surprise, Louise. Come on in, Slim.
Greetings from Texas, everybody. Gee-ho!
Slim's my old saddle buddy, Louise. He's gonna be our best man.
Oh?
Dan, you old hornswoggle son of a rattlesnake.
Slim, you old saddle-sore mule-buster.
You old leather-eating coyote.
You old thieving noose dodger.
You old horn-toad.
You old siffy cat.
You old prairie dog.
You old...
You...
Dan, he's going to be our best man.
Yeah, some surprise, huh, Lou? Oh, Slim, this year is Louise.
So that's her. Well, doggone. Twang my banjo, bust my britches, doggone. Gull dern, ding dong darn. Dan.
Slim says he likes your figure, Lou.
Oh, Mother's always had nice galderns.
Oh. There's a little galdern something I brung you, Miss Lou, for when you and old Ding Dong Dan set up galdern housekeeping. Doggone.
Thank you. Towels. How nice. Aren't they, Liz?
Oh, yes. Look, George, a set. Hers and his'n.
I'll be right back, Liz. I think we're going to need some smelling salts.
I heard that. If you don't like my vapor, just open some windows. Doggone, Dan. Who's the strawberry roan?
Oh, this is my daughter, Lizzie.
God darn it, she's pretty. A ding-dong redhead, too. Makes me want to kick off my boots and jump smack dab barefoot into a doggone tub of sow belly. Bust my britches. Bust my britches.
Bend over.
Doggone, Dan, I just can't wait no longer. I got a gall-darn surprise for you outside. Music for your wedding.
Music, Dan?
Yeah, just a minute. Oh, I mean, just a doggone minute.
Oh, Slim, you brought the sons of the singing sagebrush.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take that sunshine away.
Whoa!
Howdy, Clam.
Dan, what did Slim say about music for our wedding?
Oh, I know they ain't the best, Miss Lou, but Spade Cooley weren't available.
Oh, there ain't no finer music in the sons of the singing sagebrush.
Sing some of that there wedding music for 'em, sons.
I'm ahead for the last roundup.
Oh, horse.
Make up your mind.
Gentlemen. Ben. Son.
Mr. Carson, have you ever thought that Mrs. Elliott may have other plans for the music at her wedding?
Lou? Why, Lou is loco about the sons, ain't you, Lou?
Well, Dan, they were all right when we went to the barn dance in San Antone, but I had planned on other music for the wedding, and I more or less thought that George could be the best man.
Oh, I'm being the best man. Who's George?
I'm George.
Now, look at here, George.
Shoot him, Slim.
George is going to be the best man, aren't you, George?
I say I'm gonna be the best man. What do you say, George?
Well, Liz, I think Slim really has his heart set on it.
Is this gonna be a wedding, or is this gonna be a wedding?
That's a very good question.
Well, let me hear some more of that wedding music, son.
Oh, promise me that someday you and I will take our love together to some sky.
Wahoo! Son! Oh, shut up!
Shoot him, Slim! Shotgun sure would love this.
George, where are those smelling salts?
How's your mother, dear?
Doctor says she'll be all right. All she needs is quiet.
Fine. I got a room in town for the surging sons of the screaming sage.
Did they mind leaving?
Yes, I think they were a little hurt. As they walked away, they were singing something called I Don't Think They Like Us Here and I Wish We Were Back in Texas Blues.
Poor mother. The way she tried to smile when Slim brought in that box of dirt so their marriage could be held on Texas soil.
I can see the write-up of the wedding in the paper. To the soft strains of Beat My Desert Doggie 8 to the Bar, Louise Elliott and Daniel Carson were married. On the altar, campfires blazed brightly.
And the highlight of the affair was when the bride threw her bouquet of cactus and pinned 3 flower girls to the parson.
I won't let your mother go through with it, Liz.
Well, Mother confided in me, George. She doesn't want to go through with it.
She doesn't?
No. But unless Mr. Carson leaves, she'll have to marry him.
Oh, fine. Well, what could possibly make Mr. Carson leave? Who is it?
It's me. It's Dan.
Well, speak of the Carson.
Hello, Liz. George.
Why, Mr. Carson, you look so sad.
Well, I can't help it, Lizzie. It's a terrible thing that's happened. Terrible thing.
Oh, Mother's going to be all right, Mr. Carson. Don't worry.
It ain't your mother. Shotgun's down with a hoof and mouth disease.
Shotgun? You're more worried about your horse than Mrs. Elliott?
Well, I reckon I'd be pretty worried about her, too, if she had hoof and mouth disease. Poor old Shotgun. I just got a phone call about him from a Western Union office. I got to go to Shotgun.
You aren't leaving?
Yeah, reckon so. But I'll always remember Louise. I'm gonna keep the picture I got of her. And I'd be obliged if she'd keep my box of dirt.
Well, I'm sure she will, Mr. Carson.
Well, goodbye, Liz. Bye, George.
Goodbye, Mr. Carson. Don't bother to shake. I'll just slam the door on my hand.
Goodbye, and I hope Shotgun gets his hoof out of his mouth.
Liz, he's gone.
And Mother has a box of dirt.
What'll she do with it?
Oh, it'll make nice Christmas presents for people who don't have dirt.
Darling, he's gone, but let's not make light of it. He was a nice old guy.
Yeah.
You don't have anything against him, do you?
Why, certainly not, George.
I hope his horse will be all right.
Be a shame if Shotgun popped off before he got back.
Liz, I can't get over the coincidence of this thing. Here we're sitting in our room, and you're saying how nice it would be if Mr. Carson left. Mm-hmm. In walks Mr. Carson. Had a phone call from Western Union, and he's leaving.
Positively amazing.
Well, I guess we can go break the news to your mother.
She already knows about it.
What?
I made the phone call from her room.
Liz.
Want to send a telegram? George, are you asleep?
No, dear. I can't sleep.
Why not?
I keep lying here waiting for you to say, George, are you asleep?
Do you love me, George?
Madly.
Would you swim oceans to be at my side?
I'd swim oceans to be at your side.
Would you climb mountains to be at my side?
I'd climb mountains to be at your side.
Would you get up and get me a glass of water?
No.
Why not?
I'm pooped from climbing those mountains and swimming those oceans.
Please get me a glass of water, George.
All right. What smells so good?
I left the top off my taboo.
I thought it was night blooming jasmine.
Why does jasmine only bloom at night?
Oh, they have a very strong union.
I love you, George.
I love you, too.
Remember, I want cold water. That's the left faucet.
Yes, Liz, the left faucet.
Oh, George, I changed my mind. I'd like a Coke instead.
Okay. Which faucet is the Coke?
Oh, never mind. You'd have to go downstairs. I don't want you to leave me. I'll take water.
Here you are, darling.
Thanks, little cuddle puddle.
You're welcome, little drip. Good night, honey.
Good night, dear.
What's the matter, Liz? You got a feather leak in your pillow?
No. I was just thinking that I'm pretty clever. Today I figured out a way to make someone not marry someone. And if I wanted to, I could scheme a way to make someone marry someone.
You really think you could?
Mm-hmm. I did it once.
You schemed a way to make someone marry someone?
Yes.
Who?
Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
With your permission, we'd like to talk shop for just a moment. CBS Radio Shop. Recently, one of the foremost publications in the broadcasting field polled 465 critics and editors the question, which radio network programs do you rate tops? When the answers from these 465 experts were tabulated, the final ratings were overwhelmingly one-sided. Total honors accorded CBS radio programs exceeded those of all the other networks combined. Let's put it another way. The final verdict of hundreds of critics, reviewers, and editors was that CBS Radio had more top shows than all other networks put together. CBS Radio was pleased, naturally, at the result of the poll, but not surprised. Great programming is no accident. It's long been a policy of this network to devote every effort to maintaining the highest broadcast standards. Whatever listening fare is for you, you can be sure you're hearing the best when you're tuned to CBS Radio.
James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the western territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. Meet the safe driver. If you know what makes him stay alive on the highways, you may be able to follow his good example. He always keeps his car in A1 mechanical condition. He shows courtesy for other drivers. He knows that speed is his greatest enemy. And most important, he knows and obeys the laws. Remember, few accidents happen with safe drivers. Are you one of them? Now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
I sure couldn't figure it. I'd ridden down the whole main street all the way from Seth Tooley's bank to Ma Benson's rooming house, and I hadn't seen a single solitary person. The stores were closed, shut tight. There wasn't even a wagon or a horse out in front of them. It looked like the town of Elk Point had just up and gone to sleep, but that didn't make sense either. Not at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Whoa, Scar. Whoa. Well, Ma Benson didn't know what the trouble was. She always had a pretty good notion about everything that went on in Jackson County. You know, folks always used to say that's why the Elk Point Gazette kept going broke. You know, old Sadie Benson was too much competition.
Who is it?
Brett Ponset.
Brett?
Yeah.
Well, how do I know it's you?
Well, opening the door might be one way of finding out.
Does sound like you're all right. But if it ain't, I'm just a poor widow woman without a cent to my name. I don't think you're going to get...
Come on now. Come on, Ma. Open up the door.
Oh, Britt, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Well, don't just stand there. Get inside, quick, so I can lock up again.
Oh, sure. All right.
You can't imagine what a fright you gave me when I heard you knocking out there. Oh, but I must say there ain't anybody I'd rather see today.
Well, now, that's a very flattering greeting, Ma, but what's behind that?
Oh, now stop joshing me, Britt. At a time like this when we all might be murdered any minute.
Murdered?
Stacy Gault is headed this way. Don't tell me you didn't know.
Gault?
That's what I said. Stacy Gault.
Stacy Gault? Oh, I hadn't heard he was in these parts.
You hadn't heard?
No.
Then what on earth brought you to Elk Point?
Oh, I was just passing through on my way to White River. I thought I might stop off long enough to have one of those fine home-cooked meals yours. Isn't that reason enough?
Well, you're heaven sent, Britt Ponset. That's what you are. Heaven sent. Come on out in the kitchen with me while I give you the news.
Sure.
I was fixing a batch of cornbread. I had to do something to keep myself from thinking about what might happen. Oh, you can draw up that stool there if you like.
Oh, thanks.
Before you sit down, hand me them eggs, will you?
Eggs? Oh, sure. Here they are. Here you are.
Well, now, the first sign of trouble was when Gault held up the Fargo station over at Fort Shafter. That was 10 days, maybe 2 weeks ago.
Well, Shafter's 200 miles from Elk Point.
That's why folks didn't get too excited. Not then, anyhow. We never figured he'd come this far west. He never had before.
Yeah, I guess that's so.
But last Monday, he was in White River.
Oh?
Robbed the White River First National. Got away with over $50,000. $50,000. Marshal Andrews, he's the district marshal over to White River. He trailed Gault 5 or 6 miles out of town, and then he lost him. But there wasn't no doubt which way Gault was fixing to go. Oh, now where to put that pan? Oh, yes, here it is. Well, anyhow, just this morning, Ed Scott came barreling into town. He's got the old McBride Ranch out in Easter Canyon, you know.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Well, Ed seen him last night riding through the canyon.
He's Gault, huh?
Couldn't have been nobody else. Ed recognized him right off, he did.
He did. I thought you said Gault had never been around Elk Point before.
Well, there's pictures of him, ain't there? On them wanted posters?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now, I know I've left something out of this batter. If I could only think what... Oh, my stars, bacon powder. You know, when you use sweet milk, you got to put in bacon powder, or the bread just don't raise up at all.
That's fine.
That cupboard right behind you, Britt, please.
Back here?
Yeah, that door there. Right there. There. Yeah, it's on the second shelf. Little red can.
Red can.
That's the one. Well, now, like I say, Ed brung the news to town this morning.
Mm-hmm. And that's when everybody took cover, huh?
Well, what else was we to do without a single able-bodied man to defend us?
Oh.
Eddie Scott rounded them all up, formed a posse, and went out hunting Gault.
Oh, now, what about Sheriff Henry? It sounds like that'd be his job, wouldn't it?
Sheriff Henry ain't here.
Oh, I see.
Just when we need him most, he's delivering a prisoner over to county jail at Jackson.
I see.
And, of course, that gave Ed Scott his chance to take charge. He's always been the pushing type, wanting to run everything. I guess he figures if he can capture Gault, it'll be a real feather in his cap. Not to mention the $10,000 reward the White River First National is offering.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
It sure is. 10,000. Oh, can you open the oven for me?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Now, be careful, Britt. Now, don't you burn yourself. You better use that dish towel there on the rack.
All right.
I don't know why I bothered making cornbread. Won't be anybody here to eat it. Except maybe you, Britt. You'll stay for supper anyway, won't you, in spite of this GAULT business?
Well, it would take more than Stacy Gault to do me out of some of your cornbread. Gee whiz, I'd ride 20 miles just to get a whiff of it.
Oh,
I would, yes.
Britt. Well, my cooking's all right, but it ain't nothing exceptional.
No,
Oh, you always was one to hand out the blarney. Oh, my, you don't stop it. You'll have me so flustered. I won't know whether I'm coming or going.
Yeah, I think I'll go out and put Scar in the barn.
Well, you're welcome to feed him. There's plenty of hay.
Thanks. Ma.
Yeah?
Now, you weren't serious about there only being two of us for supper, weren't you?
Well, I sure was.
Well, but they used to have plenty of boarders, more than you could take care of.
Oh, I've still got my boarders, Britt. But they're all out with Ed Scott's posse.
Oh, I see.
I told you. There ain't a male between the ages of 10 and 60 left in town. Besides you, of course. Why, even old man Fletcher went along with that posse.
No.
I had to help him onto his horse, but he went. Well, you better hurry now, Britt. I'll have supper on the table by the time you get back from the barn.
It is quite a supper, too. Baked ham with brown sugar dripping down the sides, and mashed potatoes swimming in gravy, enough green lima beans to feed the whole population of Elk Point. And that cornbread, gee whiz, it just light yellow and fluffy with homemade maple syrup to pour over it. I tell you, when I started eating it, I figured I'd have a hard time making a dent in the plate Ma put before me, but the next thing I knew, I was asking for seconds. No, just a thin slice, Ma. No, that's too much. That's too much.
Now, I'll only have to throw it away.
No, just go easy on it. No, I don't know, though.
There. A few more potatoes?
No, I don't want any more potatoes.
All right, then, just a few.
No,
beans?
No, I don't want any more beans.
Now, you can't eat ham with nothing to go with it.
No, I don't want any.
Oh, goodness. Here you are.
Well, gee. Well, how about you, Ma? You've hardly touched any of your food.
Oh, what you cook yourself don't taste as good somehow.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're not still worrying about Stacy Gault?
Oh, certainly I'm not. Not since you showed up. If he come into town now, you'd take care of him.
No, I don't imagine he'll get past Ed Scott's posse.
And you don't know Ed Scott very good. Why, he'll have that posse running around in circles. I'll bet you could drive a herd of cattle right through the middle of them men, and they wouldn't even notice.
You want me to answer it?
No, I'll see who it is. You might keep your right hand free, though, just in case. Who's there?
Who's there? It's Seth Tooley. Yes.
Seth. What are you doing back? You ain't caught Gault, have you?
No, we ain't caught him. Is Britt Ponset in town? My wife thought she seen him going into your place this afternoon.
Yeah, he's here, but get
out of the way. Oh, I gotta talk to Britt.
Hello there, Seth.
Britt, he's in Elk Point. Stacy Gault is in Elk Point.
No.
Yes, he is. I saw him not 5 minutes ago riding over the South Creek Bridge. He means to rob my bank. I know he does. That's the only thing he could have come for.
Well, you've got more than enough men to take care of him, haven't you, Sam?
The posse's still out combing the hills, way out in the hills, yeah.
What?
Well, my rheumatism started acting up. It was paining me something terrible. I had to drop out and come back alone.
That rheumatism of yours is sure a convenient sickness sometimes, Seth.
Well, you can be mighty thankful for it tonight. Otherwise, Gault might have got by unnoticed. Oh, we got to move fast, Britt, before he reaches the bank. I brought my 44. I figured the two of us together could...
Now, just hold on, Seth. What makes you so sure the man you saw was Gault?
It's got to be him. Fits his description to a T, to a T.
Pretty dark out there, you know.
He was on the trail from White River. There's nowhere else could come from. Britt, we all know Gault was headed this way.
What did I tell you? He got through Ed Scott's posse just like I said he would.
Yeah, he might have at that. There was a couple of times when we sort of lost our whereabouts. Well, come on, Britt. You ain't going to leave me to take care of Gault all alone, are you? Not that I'd be afraid to try it, of course.
All right, Seth. I'm coming. I wasn't quite finished my supper, but
Well, now who on earth? Now, wait a minute. Wait. Don't answer it, Ma. Why, that might be Stacy Gault.
Oh, now, why would Gault be coming here to Ma's place? Now, I'll see who it is.
Well, I'll cover you, Britt. While you open the door, you ain't got a thing to worry about. I'll cover you.
Howdy.
Sign out front says rooms. I'm looking for a place to stay.
It's him, Ma.
Well, come on in. Here, this is Ma Benson. This is her rooming house.
Evening, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I'm full up.
Oh? Well, that's too bad. I was only going to be here one night. Any place else I might stop over?
No, that is not that I know of.
Well?
Before you go, mister.
Yeah?
We don't mean to be nosy or anything like that, but would you mind telling us what you're doing here in Elk Point?
I got some business at the bank tomorrow.
The bank? Oh.
That's right. What are you doing with that gun, mister?
What?
Here, let me pick it up for you.
No. Never mind. Just leave it there. Just leave it.
Laying on the floor?
Well, it ain't loaded anyway.
A man's a fool to carry an unloaded gun. Say, what time's the bank open up in the morning?
It ain't open tomorrow. Tomorrow's a holiday.
That's so? Funny, I didn't know.
Well, it's kind of a special holiday just here in Elk Point.
Oh.
You came from White River, didn't you, mister?
That's right. And how did you... Oh, you heard about me. I was on my way here, huh? News sure travels fast, don't it?
Yes, it sure does.
Well, if you haven't got a vacant room, I...
You sure you can't squeeze them in somewhere?
Yes.
You know, since some of your regulars won't be back tonight anyway, you could... How about it, Ma?
Well, I guess I could find a place for him if you really think...
I'd appreciate it, man.
Well, just follow me upstairs and I'll see what I can do.
Thanks, mister.
No trouble.
Well, what's the matter with you, Britt? Get Ma to let him stay here.
Well, if he's Gault, this way we'll be able to keep an eye on him, don't you think?
If he's... You seen that satchel he was carrying, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, don't you see? That's where he's got the stolen money. You can bet your bottom dollar on it.
Mm-hmm. No.
And, Britt, you heard what he said about my bank. He was telling us plain as day that he means to rob it. That's the way Gault is. Everybody says so. You better stop that, Eden, and listen to me. He comes right out and announces what he aims to do. Don't make no bones about it. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't hear him mention anything about robbing you, Seth.
You didn't. How much plainer could he make it?
Yeah, well.
And you, Britt, I'm surprised at you. He was standing there wide open. Why, you could have outdrawed him without even half trying.
Well, I guess either of us could have done that, Seth, seeing as how he wasn't wearing a gun.
Keep up. What?
Pass me that cornbread, will you?
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. When it's entertainment you're after, you'll find the very best on this station of the NBC radio network. Thursday night, for example, Robert Young portrays Jim Anderson on Father Knows Best, a program which is based on the assumption that the man of the family can put one over on the wife and youngsters. The same night, you can enjoy the zany stunts on Truth or Consequences with Ralph Edwards. When Ralph sends a contestant off on a consequence, it usually ends up as one of radio's funniest. And if you like Western songs and adventures, hear The Roy Rogers Show. Then, to top it all off, hear the little-known stories of show business that Eddie Cantor tells on his Show Business Show. Yes, Thursday is packed with stellar entertainment on the NBC Radio Network. Now, Act 2 of The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
Seth Tooley just stood there watching me finish up supper, and the expression on his face didn't help my digestion much. He sure did look disgusted. But I just wasn't convinced that this new fella and Stacy Gault were the same man. I'd never seen Gault before, of course, and the fella Ma took upstairs did look something like the wanted posters, and he had come from White River. That was all true, but no doubt, the poster pictures and the satchel and where a man comes from just don't prove he's an outlaw. At least not for certain.
You gonna sit there eating all night?
No.
Britt Ponsett.
No, I'm done now.
Well,
he's not robbing your bank, Seth.
Well, what do you want me to do? Wait till he tries it?
No, now look. Now, we're not sheriffs or deputies, and we can't arrest somebody just on suspicion. And besides, I don't think he's Gault.
Oh, you don't?
Now, they just don't stand to reason. Now, why would Gault come riding into town here? He knows everybody's on the lookout for him.
Well, with that posse out in the hills, he's a lot safer here in town than he would be anywhere else. And don't think he don't know that, too.
Well, it's about time to turn in.
Britt!
Now, look, Seth, when Sheriff Henry comes back, he can arrest this fella if he wants to. I think he's making a mistake. I think he'd be arresting the wrong man, but, well...
Britt Ponsett, I'll never forgive you for this. Not if I live to be 70. 90.
No, Ma.
Leaving me at the mercy of a killer. Why, we'd have been better off if you never showed up in Elk Point at all. This is terrible.
Now, just take it easy, Ma.
Take it easy? Stacy Gault staying right under my own roof?
Now, you could be jumping to conclusions, same as Seth here.
Oh, am I? Do you know what's in that satchel?
Nope.
Money. Stacks and stacks of it.
No, now, Ma.
I watched him through the keyhole. He took it out and started counting it. And there's slips of paper fastened around the bills. And the printing on that paper says White River First National Bank.
There, you see.
You sure of this, Ma?
Well, I'm sure my own eyes, ain't I?
Well...
All right. And that ain't all he's got. You remember what it said on the wanted poster about how Gault always wears yellow leather gloves?
Yes, I remember.
Well, he's got the gloves, too. Right there in the satchel with the money. Ha! You satisfied now, Britt? Seth, you gotta find the posse and bring him back here as soon as you can.
All right, Ma. You'll see that he don't get away, Britt.
Yeah, yep, I'll see to it.
Well, for heaven's sake, Seth, hurry.
Sure, Ma, sure. Hurry.
Gee, I'm sorry if I got you into something, Ma, but I just can't believe...
You can't believe what, Britt?
Nothing, Ma, nothing. Well, Ma cleared off the table and took the dishes out in the kitchen. Well, I offered to dry, but she said she'd rather do them herself, so I went into the parlor to wait. The fellow upstairs was moving around and getting ready for bed. At least, that's what I hoped he was doing. His room was right over my head, and when the bed springs gave out a little creak, I felt a little better about things. About 20 minutes later, Ma came out and sat down in her rocker beside the fireplace. She was crocheting one of those doodads you put in the arm of a chair, you know. We didn't do much talking. Not for the next couple hours, we didn't. And then about 11 o'clock, the posse came riding up. Well, must be them, Ma.
Oh, it's about time. Well?
Maybe you'd better wait in the kitchen in case there's any trouble, huh?
There won't be no trouble now, thanks to Seth Tooley.
Yeah. Well, anyway...
Oh, all right, Britt, all right.
He's still here, Britt?
Yeah, he's asleep.
Oh, you know Britt Ponsett, don't you, Ed?
Yeah, sure. Now, here's the plan. The rest of the boys have got the house surrounded.
Whole house surrounded.
Gault couldn't get out no matter what happened.
Uh-huh.
All right, now. The three of us will go upstairs. Come on. Now, as soon as we get to his room, I'll kick the door open. Then we all blaze away at the bed.
No. Just hold on here a minute. Just hold on.
Yeah? Well, what's the matter?
Now, what you're talking about is cold-blooded murder.
Oh, just giving him a dose of his own medicine, that's all.
That's all?
Yeah. Now, Ed...
Now, don't tell me you still ain't satisfied that he's GAULT.
Maybe he is. That doesn't matter. He's entitled to a trial just like everybody else.
Oh, use your head, Britt. If we try taking him alive, he's bound to get one or two of us first.
Uh-huh. Well, that's the way we're going to take him, anyway.
Now, Britt.
Now, you wait here, both of you. I'll bring him down to you. And I want your word that he goes to jail in one piece, huh?
I can't promise nothing like that. The boys outside are pretty mad about it.
Maybe the boys would like to shoot it out with both GAULT and me.
Britt, you don't...
What do you say, Scott?
Well, all right, Britt. He goes to jail. But so help me...
Seth, how about it?
Sure, Britt, sure.
But if anything happens to you, you got nobody but yourself to blame.
Only yourself.
Upstairs hall was pitch dark. I moved along quiet as I could. I'm trying to remember where the doors were. It's been a couple of years since I'd stayed at Benson's. I wasn't just sure which room. I pressed my ear against the door and listened. I couldn't hear anybody breathing inside, so I headed for the next door. Right there now. I had my hand on the knob when I hooked my leg on the hall table and I reached out to catch him. Oh, he'd be awake now, so I had to move fast. I swung the door open and brought up my gun.
Who's there? What do you want?
Now, stay where you are, and don't reach for anything.
What? Huh? What are you talking about?
The lamp right beside his bed gave off enough light so I could see him. I leaned over and turned it up. He hadn't moved. He just sat there, eyes wide open, blinking.
What's going on here, mister?
I think you better put your clothes on.
Oh, sure. Whatever you say. But why? What's all this about?
Well, there's some boys downstairs want to talk to you.
Me?
That's right.
What? I don't know anybody in these parts.
Well, they know you. At least they think they do.
Oh?
Yeah, they claim you're Stacy GAULT.
GAULT?
That's right.
Why, they're crazy, plumb crazy.
They are?
Ain't they heard? How could I be GAULT?
What do you mean?
GAULT's in jail, White River. He was captured, locked up day before yesterday.
You sure that?
I ought to be. I captured him.
You...
The proof's right there in my satchel. Reward money. White River First National paid it to me yesterday.
No.
And Marshal Andrews gave me GAULT's yellow gloves as a sort of memento of the occasion. Along with a letter of congratulations. Yeah. You see him?
You captured Stacy GAULT?
Well, it was kind of accidental. You see, I'm a drummer. Travel around selling gadgets and things. I didn't know the cabin was GAULT's hideout. Looked like any other cabin to me. Thought there might be some kids living there. So I was getting up my samples when the door opened. Guess he thought the six-shooter I was holding was a real thing. Of course, it did look mighty genuine for an imitation. You sure make realistic-looking toys these days.
And he didn't try to shoot it out with you or anything?
No. All he said was, okay, you got the drop on me. I didn't know what he was talking about, but I was too surprised to say so.
Yeah.
Next thing, he handed me his gun, and, well, it was about then Marshal Andrews come riding up. Marshal was real nice about giving me all the credit. Want to see the letter he wrote?
No. But you bring that down along with you, will you? What I want to see is Ed Scott's face when you show him that letter. That's what I want to see. So when he got finished putting his clothes on, I took Amos Foster, that was his name. I took him downstairs, and Ed and Seth, they were standing at the bottom, covering us with their guns. The letter from Marshal Andrews finally convinced them. They put their guns away and marched outside. And that was just about the unhappiest posse I ever saw, considering that they'd caught their man. Ma Benson, she came out of the kitchen in time to hear the tail end of Amos's explanation. She didn't say anything, just shook her head and then offered to make some coffee and heat up what was left of the cornbread. That sounded real good to Amos. Sounded good to me, too. except for one thing. I knew there wasn't any cornbread left to heat up. I sort of finished it off at supper.
You know, defense is one job we can't put off. Because if we want security for our home and country tomorrow, we've got to do something about it today. How? By investing in United States savings bonds. You'll get a return of $4 for every $3 you put in, and in less than 10 years. In addition, you can hold your bonds beyond maturity and earn further interest. 3% interest compounded semi-annually for as long as 10 additional years. Sign up today for freedom. Join the payroll savings plan or the bond-a-month plan. You'll feel more secure tomorrow if you buy United States savings bonds today. The Six Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and the transcribed story is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Eleanor Audley, Barney Phillips, Forrest Lewis, and Seth Tooley was played by Parley Bear. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Hal Gibney speaking. Hear Exciting Stroke of Fate tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Time now for radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Tonight over the Columbia Broadcasting System from April 18th, 1946. It's Keenan Wynn in The Night Reveals. Tonight's tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you the MGM star, Mr. Keenan Wynn, as star of The Night Reveals, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Keenan Wynn in a remarkable tale of suspense.
Go ahead. Tell us the story, Mr. Jordan. It might help to get it out of your system.
Yes. Go ahead, Harry.
Well, to hear Marie in front of you?
Sure. I can stand it if you can.
Well, all right. I'll tell it. From when I first began to know, for sure, 2 weeks ago. I should have known before that something was wrong. I should have known by her eyes. There was a queer look in them, staring at me 1 minute and avoiding me the next. Well, I came home late one Monday night. They were asleep, my son Johnny and my wife here, Marie. I lay in bed reviewing my day's work. You see, I'm an investigator for the Herkimer Fire Insurance Company, and while thinking about the fire on 2nd Avenue, I fell asleep. Suddenly, I was sitting bolt upright, wide awake, with a strange feeling of being alone in the room. I looked towards Marie's bed. It was too dark to see. I called. Marie? Marie? No answer. I got up and I walked to her bed. The quilt was bunched up. I pulled the covers down. The bed was empty. In the bathroom? No, she wasn't there. And not in Johnny's room either. Johnny was alone. Marie wasn't in the apartment. I put on the light. I looked at my watch. It was 2 a.m. I got dressed, walked out, rang for the elevator. It was nothing. Of course, it was nothing important. But my heart kept hammering away.
Oh, morning, Mr. Jordan. Kind of late for you.
Yes. Good morning, Steve. Did you see my wife go downstairs?
Yeah, Mr. Jordan, about half an hour ago, I say.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Did you see which way she went?
Yeah, sure. She went towards 3rd Avenue. Said she was going to the...
Going to the drugstore, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. There's one over on 96th Street, open all night, you know.
Oh, thanks. Well, that was it. She went to the drugstore. I was worried over nothing at all. I didn't know what to do quite. I didn't want to follow her, but the elevator boy was watching me, so I strolled easily along toward 3rd Avenue. I stood on the deserted dark corner and looked up and down the street. Then I saw her coming. She was walking toward me briskly.
Harry, what are you doing here?
Well, I got up and saw you were gone.
I couldn't sleep. Had a dreadful headache, so I decided to go down for some aspirin.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course. The drugstore on 96th Street. But you were coming from 98th Street.
I took a little walk, thought some fresh air would do me some good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a nice night.
I've only been gone about 10 minutes.
Well, Steve said you were gone about a half an
It was
hour.
only 10 minutes. What time is it now?
2:35.
I've been out for about 15 minutes.
Oh, it's more than that.
15 minutes, no more than that.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Well, everything seemed all right, but still I felt something was wrong. We got into our apartment and we both went to bed. For a minute or so, we said nothing.
Listen. A fire. A fire.
Yeah. Yeah, not far. Over east a couple of blocks. By the river, I'd say. Yeah, it's my district.
A fire.
Hello.
Hello, Harry. Sorry to wake you in the middle of the night, but there's a bad one over near you. Between 2nd and 3rd. Maybe a total loss.
Between 2nd and 3rd, Mr. Parmenter? Oh, an apartment building.
Yeah, 98th Street. 340 East 98th. I told you because I'd like you to go there direct first thing in the morning instead of coming to the office. Okay, I'll meet you there.
Okay, Mr. Parmenter. Good night.
A fire on 98th Street.
Yeah. I couldn't see Marie in the dark, but I knew. I knew she was staring at me. I was very tired. Good night, Marie.
Good night, Harry.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you a star, Keenan Wynn, with Kathy Lewis in The Night Reveals by Cornell Woolrich. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Tomorrow, Saturday, most American households will be busy with preparations for Easter Sunday dinner, the traditional feast ending the Lenten season. Time-honored accompaniment to gracious Easter dining and entertaining is wine, enjoyed throughout the ages by families and friends for pleasure and companionship in a sensible, moderate way. A fine wine that will add good taste and friendliness to your Easter day is Roma, the wine most Americans prefer. And most popular of all Roma wines is Roma California Sherry, a light, mellow wine of inviting fragrance and unusual nut-like taste. The centuries-old custom of sipping sherry before dinner is now more popular than ever. And today, millions of Americans, especially those who seek good living, enjoy Roma Sherry before each evening meal. Yes, Roma Sherry is truly America's first call for dinner. Try Roma Sherry before dinner. Discover how it increases your mealtime pleasure. Get Roma Sherry tomorrow, in time for the Easter weekend. Remember, that's Roma. R-O-M-A. Roma. America's favorite wine.
And now Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Keenan Wynn as Harry Jordan and Kathy Lewis as his wife Marie in The Night Reveals, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Mr. Jordan. Well, gentlemen, the next morning I went over to 98th Street to inspect the remains of number 340 to see if there was evidence of anything suspicious about the origin of the fire. And Mr. Parmenter was there.
There it is. Got it. Guess we'll be paying off on this one, all right.
Yeah, completely burned out. Anyone hurt?
A few. No one dead. Lucky they just installed the new fire escapes.
Just the walls left. Fire must have been quite a sight in the height of its glory.
Yeah, quite a sight. Say, those walls look pretty bad. Might collapse most any time.
Oh, the building will have to be raised. That fire did a good job.
Oh, there's the commissioner.
Oh, hello, Parmenter. Jordan. How are you, Morrell?
Know anything about the fire, Commissioner?
No, not a thing. Well, we'll have a look. I wouldn't go in there, Jordan. Those walls. Oh, I can take care of myself.
Maybe you better not go inside, Harry.
Now, don't worry about me. I know fires as well as anyone. You stay outside, Mr. Parmenter. I'm going in. I walked gingerly into the black and ruined hallway, in ashes up to my ankles, until I reached the remains of the stairway. Underneath were several baby carriages, just twisted pieces of metal. Burning fragment of something fell nearby.
Come on back, Jordan.
Oh, I'm all right. Poked around near the carriages, sifting through the fine, clean ashes. Something caught my eye. A glob of yellow metal. I picked it up, and I worked my way out.
She's burned through, isn't she?
Yeah, clean through. Nothing left of her.
Did you find anything, Harry?
Oh, nothing much. Fire started in the hallway, all right. Cellar's untouched. Fire works its way up.
What's that in your hand?
Oh, that? Oh, it's just a piece of metal I found.
Oh.
Here. Just picked it up for my kid. He likes shiny things.
What do you think, Commissioner?
Oh, probably one of those gadgets they have on baby carriages.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
It isn't anything.
But it was something. I had run my fingernail across this glob of metal. It looked like gold. I would examine it in detail at home.
Hello, Daddy.
Well, how are you, Johnny?
Mama says I was bad today.
Harry, you're home early.
Yeah, I got through sooner than I expected.
What is it? What is it, Harry?
Your locket. You're not wearing it. You've never had it off before.
My locket? Well, don't you remember?
Daddy, can I go over to see Davy Taylor for a minute?
Yes, Johnny, go ahead.
All right. Gee, thanks, Daddy.
You shouldn't have done that, Harry. I didn't want him to go. He hasn't had his dinner.
Never mind, Johnny. What did you say happened to the locket?
Why, I gave it to you.
Me?
Well, I put it in your pocket. You have it fixed. The catch was loose.
I don't remember.
I put it in your pocket, Harry. I forgot to mention it to you. I wanted you to take it to the jeweler's, get the catch fixed. I just put it in your coat pocket while you were shaving.
When?
Yesterday? Yes, yesterday morning.
Oh, then it should be in my pocket now. I wore this suit yesterday, too. Nothing in my pockets, Marie.
Well...
Marie.
Yes, Harry?
Is anything wrong with you?
I'm perfectly all right. There's not a thing wrong with me.
Well, you look worried, as if you had something on your mind.
No, it's nothing. I've just been having a headache.
Maybe you ought to see a doctor.
No, it really doesn't amount to much.
Well, I think I'll take another look for the locket. Which suit did you say you put it in?
Your blue suit, I think. Maybe it was the gray, though. I
couldn't make it out. What had she done with the locket? Had she pawned it? Had she given it away? And then I remembered something. I went into the bathroom and locked the door. I looked at this shapeless little glob of yellow metal. I rubbed the blackened spots away until all of it was gleaming. I took a nail file out of the medicine chest and began to file it. I kept filing until I had enlarged the crack to the full length of the piece of gold. Then I slipped the nail file inside and pried it open. Tiny fragments of glass, and then I saw a piece of scorched paper. It was a photograph. A picture of my son, Johnny. This glob of metal was my wife's locket. I put the locket and the picture in my pocket and walked out.
All right, now, what's the largest continent in the world?
I know, it's It's Asia.
Mm-hmm. And the next largest?
That's easy. Africa. Full of jungle. That's where Tarzan lives.
Isn't it time for Johnny to be in bed?
Yes, I had no idea it was so late. You run along to your room, Johnny. I'll be in a minute.
All right, Mother. Good night, Dad.
Good night, Johnny. Sleep well.
He's getting along very well in school, except for arithmetic. Seems to be having a little trouble.
Johnny will be all right.
Yes, Johnny will be all right. I know he'll be all right.
I watched her. She seemed very uneasy. I walked over to my pipe rack where I kept several books of matches in a jar, but there weren't any there. All this time I knew she was watching me closely. I looked behind the rack. There wasn't a match around. What the devil happened to all my matches?
I have a match here. Here, let me light it for you.
Did you take the matches out of the jar, Marie?
Well,
Did you?
Well, yes, I needed them in the kitchen. Shall I light your pipe for you?
No, I'll light it myself. I picked a match out of the booklet. It was a clean white match with a green head. I struck it against the side. The match sputtered up into a yellow flame, fringed on the bottom with blue. Marie stared at it until I felt a sharp bite of the flame on my thumb.
Would you like a cup of tea, Harry?
No, dear, I don't think so. Marie! Leave the matches on the table.
I need them. I'm rather short of matches. The pilot light isn't working.
Is this the only book of matches in the house?
I'll have to get some tomorrow. Where are you going, Harry?
Get a drink of water?
No, I'll get it for you, Harry.
Never mind, Marie. I'll get it myself. I went into the kitchen. There was a paper bag alongside the gas range. Matches, all thrown in helter-skelter. Books of matches and safety matches, all mixed together. I walked back and sat down in my chair. Marie, you've been having headaches lately.
I'm just tired. Nothing serious.
Well, how would you like to go away for a few days? Take a vacation. I'll get a maid to take care of Johnny and me. It'll do you a lot of good.
No, I don't need a vacation. There's nothing wrong with me, but, Harry, there is...
Yes?
There's nothing the matter with...
You were about to say something else.
I've got to go into Johnny's room and see that he's covered. He always throws the covers off.
I sat there, looking at the door, and then I glanced about the room. There was the pack of matches lying open on the table. I closed the cover, and my eye caught her purse lying nearby. It was bulging.
Harry.
Oh, what's the matter?
My purse.
Yeah. Yes, your purse. Here, look. See, the handle's loose. And it's full of matches. A dozen books of them. And these newspaper clippings.
Give it back to me.
Why are you saving these clippings? Why do you carry matches with you?
I bought the matches in a store. A dozen suffice.
And these clippings. Fire on 112th Street causes severe damage. And these others. Why are you saving these clippings, Marie?
There's nothing wrong in that. I'm interested. I'm interested in your work. I intend to keep a file on fires. It will help you in your work.
That's very considerate, Marie.
Oh, Harry, you're so good. Why should this have to happen to us?
Towards midnight, I went to bed. Marie did not follow me. I lay in the semi-darkness, wide awake, trying to think what I should do. I couldn't collect my thoughts. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see the flame of the match, yellow and blue, crawling along the matchstick.
Here, drink this, Harry. It will help you sleep.
What is it?
It's cocoa. It's very good for you.
I'm not the one that's having trouble falling asleep.
We both couldn't sleep last night. I'm taking some of this myself as soon as I go to bed.
All right. Leave it on the nightstand.
You'll be sure to drink it while it's hot.
Yes, Marie, I will.
Good night, darling.
Good night, Marie. Cocoa. And then suddenly I knew. I looked around quickly for something to pour it in. There was the radiator pan. It was empty. I poured the cup of liquid into it. And then I lay back and waited. Waited for her next move. About a half an hour later, I heard the door open softly and Marie tiptoed toward my bed.
Harry. asleep?
I didn't answer. Just kept breathing evenly. She hovered for a moment over me, and then she tiptoed out, carefully closing the door behind her. I dashed out of bed and hurried into my clothes. Quickly, I poured the liquid from the pan into a bottle and put the bottle into my pocket. Then I grabbed my coat and followed her. I rang for the elevator. She only a few minutes headway. I'd catch up with her easily, and then we'd have a showdown. Steve looked at me with controlled amazement. Hello, Steve.
Hello, Mr. Jordan.
My wife went down a moment ago, didn't she?
Yeah, Mr. Jordan. Just took her down.
She went toward 3rd Avenue, didn't she?
I think so, sir. She sort of stopped for a minute, then turned toward 3rd Avenue. I had to get back to the elevator because you were ringing.
When I reached the corner, I looked up and down 3rd Avenue. Then I saw her. She was walking north. I crossed to the other side of the street and followed her, keeping at a distance. At 98th Street, she turned east. Down the middle of the block, with the remains of that last night's fire. She paused in front of the gutted building. For a long time, just stood there, looking at it. Then she walked inside. I waited for a few seconds and then followed her. It was pitch dark in the burned-out hallway. Ahead of me, I could see the glow of a match. And I saw what she was doing. She was collecting the charred debris near the baby carriages. How foolish. There wasn't anything that could burn there now. She lit another match. I watched the flame light up her face. Face so intent upon her work that she didn't hear me approach. Marie!
Who's there?
It's me, Harry.
Harry, why didn't you?
Come along, Marie. We'd better get out of here. Police. I took her hand, and without a word, she came along. We walked home in complete silence. We both knew. When we came to our apartment house, I stopped and rang for the elevator. In the light of the hallway, I could see her face. My wife's face. Ashy gray. Her eyes bright and painful. You run upstairs, Marie. I'll be along in a minute.
Harry, where are you going?
I'll be right back.
Please, Harry, don't do anything.
You run along, Marie.
You're not going to...
No, I'm only going to the drugstore to get something. I'll be back in a few minutes. I came home a half an hour later. She was waiting for me.
Did you do it, Harry? Harry, please tell me. I've got to know.
I had the cocoa you gave me analyzed.
I'm sorry. I had to do it. Don't you see? I couldn't help it.
It was very easy for the druggist, especially when I told him what I thought was in it. That sodium stuff that makes you sleep through an earthquake.
Please try to understand, Harry. You must understand.
Is the kid asleep?
Yes, Johnny's all right.
Well, I was sorry for Marie. She looked so haggard and worn. It wasn't her fault. I was sorry for myself. My head was roaring. I wasn't feeling too well. I kept seeing sparks in front of my eyes. I closed my eyes for a moment.
Let's go to bed, Harry.
Marie, we can do something. Let's burn up every match. Every match in the house. We'll never bring another match in here.
No, Harry, we can't do that.
You don't want to?
No, Harry, not now.
See? This is the first book. It's turning black. We'll do it with every book of matches.
It's no use. It's no use, Harry.
Strange, isn't it, that this should happen to me? Me, a fire inspector. Oh, that's funny. Give me the matches, Marie. All the matches.
No, I can't do that. I won't.
Give them to me.
Please don't. Please don't take them. I'll do anything you want, anything.
Where did you hide them? Tell me. Where are they?
Inside the range behind the paper bag.
I dropped her hand and she sank to the floor in a puddle, weeping. Then I went into the kitchen and I got all the matches.
Please, Harry, don't burn them off.
By now, my anger was cooling off. Look, Marie. Look up. See? I light each book of matches one at a time until they're all gone up in smoke. The yellow flame licked its way down the matches. The cover caught fire and blackened. I watched her look at the flame with dazed eyes.
Listen, Harry, do you hear?
It's just someone in the hall.
It's more than someone. Something's happened. Something has happened.
I'll take a look.
You can't possibly go downstairs.
The house is afire.
Yes, Marie. Wake up Johnny.
Johnny!
We'll have to hurry. The flames are coming up the stairs. There's an upward draft.
What's the matter? The house is afire. The house is afire. We've got to get out.
It's too late to go down. We'll have to go up through the roof.
I've hurt my leg. Wait for Mother.
She'll come along.
No, I want to wait for Mother. It's all right, Johnny. Go along with Daddy. I'll follow you. No, I won't.
Hold on to my arm, Marie. Hold on. Come on. Give me your hand, Johnny. Now, don't be scared. The fire won't hurt you. It won't hurt you at all. We made our way upstairs very slowly because of Marie's sprained ankle. Finally, we got to the roof. There were some firemen on the next roof, about 10 feet separated the two buildings.
All right, don't get panicky. We'll get you off safely.
We're going to have to jump across, Daddy. Mother won't be able to jump. How far? It's all right, Johnny. Don't be scared.
Putting a board across the roof. We'll just walk across.
All right, now. One at a time. Tie a rope around you and come across.
Johnny, you go first. Now, don't be afraid there. The rope will hold you in case you slip.
Mother, you gotta go first. I'll go right after you, Johnny. You promise.
Go ahead, Johnny. Mother will follow you. No, don't turn around. Keep walking.
All right, the kid's safe. Now you ready? Oh, be careful. Hey, the board slipped. Hey, everybody, you guys get to the board. It's all right. Your mother's gonna be all right.
You pushed the board off, Harry. I saw you do it.
No, I didn't, Marie. I didn't.
There it is. Okay, lady. Just tie the rope around you. Don't be afraid. Don't look down. Ready? Okay, boy. There, she's all right. Now you, mister.
All right.
That's right. Tie the rope around you. All set. Okay.
We stood there, the three of us, watching the fire. Sparks were shooting up through the hole where it had bitten through. Great flames shot out, stabbing at the sky. The top of the roof was burning now. A red flame crawled along, searching out the inflammable spots. A wooden pole caught fire and blazed up in a long, narrow, curving arc. The wind was helping it. And all this time, Marie was shaking violently. Not with cold. I pitied her. And then she threw up her hands and shrieked. Now, darling, don't.
We can't go on this way, police.
Now, don't do it, Marie. There's no need. Not the police. You don't know what you're saying.
What is it, lady? What is it?
Pay no attention.
No, it's no use, Harry. Officer, these awful fires. They're not accidental. There's a pyromaniac, a criminal. I know who it is. You got to arrest the person. Arrest him. There won't be any more.
All right, lady, all right. Now, what is this? Who's the pyromaniac?
The criminal is my husband, Harry Jordan. This man here. Arrest him, officer.
About all there is to the story, gentlemen. Then I was brought here. Must have sounded kind of, painful for you to hear it all over again, Marie.
No. It was all right, Harry.
I wonder... I got a cigarette. Could I?
No. I'll light it for you, Harry.
You don't have to worry. I won't try and keep the matches here. She's been awful good to me, gentlemen. Take care of her, won't you? She tried everything to help. She hid the matches so as to keep them from me. She even tried to give me sleeping pills so I wouldn't...
It's all right, Harry.
I'm sorry about the locket, dear. Must have fallen out of my coat when I was in that building at 98th Street.
It's all right, Harry. You can buy me another one sometime.
Can't blame anybody for liking fires. It's not their fault. Fires are beautiful to watch. so bright and clean. They burn up
cattle on the hill.
dirt. And they're magnificent to watch, especially the big ones. The way the flames roar and crackle, lighting up everything around you. The beautiful fire. The beautiful fire. Beautiful fire.
Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Men, when the holiday mistletoe is over your doorway, be sure you do your kissing with a smooth, smooth kisser. The preliminary is shave with Colgate Brushless, the shave cream of champions. Spread this rich, fluffy cream over your skin, then get going with your razor. No drying out or quitting halfway with Colgate Brushless. It keeps busy to the end of your shave, keeps the toughest whiskers soft so your razor can shear them off close and clean. No wonder over half the men in America now enjoy the speed and convenience of shaving the brushless way. No wonder so many of them enjoy Colgate Brushless, the shave cream of champions. Ask for Colgate Brushless, the shave cream of champions, in a 9-ounce jar tonight. And now, back to Bill Stern. Reel 6, Colgate.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you the Kraft Music Hall every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. You know, I've just learned from several mothers in the neighborhood that their meal planning problem is not 3, but 4 meals a day. That is, if you count in the after-school snack that means so much to healthy growing children. But I found out, too, that many mothers make short work of that in-between meal. Along with a glass of milk, they serve a slice of bread spread with Parkay margarine, and their youngsters are really satisfied. For Parkay, the quality margarine made by Kraft, is both delicious and nourishing. It's made to order for grown-up wartime appetites as well as for hungry youngsters. Yes, Parkay margarine has become a favorite mealtime spread for bread because it has such a grand, appetizing flavor and because it's one of the best energy foods you can serve. What's more, every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. So buy it tomorrow. Parkay, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parkay margarine made by Kraft. Now let's look in on the Great Gildersleeve. It's a cold winter Saturday, and he's at home, occupying himself with some papers that look very important, while Leroy plays happily by the fire with his Christmas puppy.
If you claim a credit in line 15, disregard lines 19A and B, complete schedule L1 on page 4, and enter result in line 19C. Gibberish. Has the puppy eaten this morning, Leroy?
Oh, sure, he ate and ate and ate.
I wonder if I could put him down as a dependent. Yeah, I suppose not.
When are you going to help me build a house for him, Unc?
A house? Not today, Leroy.
But you promised.
I know, but I got to get started on this confounded income tax.
I thought it didn't have to be until March.
Don't worry, it'll take till March to finish it. Let's see. If line 20 is larger than line 21D, enter the difference here and also as item 20, page 1. If not, see item 23. The dog is right. Line 20. Confound it, Leroy. You'll have to keep the dog quiet. This thing is very complicated.
Well, if he had his own house, he could go there and not bother anybody.
I can't build it today, my boy, but I've got to have quiet.
Okay. Have to be quiet, Stinky.
Yeah. What'd you call the puppy, Leroy?
Stinky. That's his name.
Since when?
Since yesterday.
Well, I won't have him called that. We'll have to find something more suitable.
Oh, gosh, he likes it, Unc. It suits him fine.
If you'd give him a bath, it wouldn't be so appropriate. Why don't you go and give him a bath right now?
It's bad for puppies to have baths in the winter.
Nonsense. Who told you that?
You did.
Oh.
Uncle Mort, has the mail come yet?
Mail? I don't know, my dear. I haven't looked.
Oh, what's the matter, Stinky?
Marjorie.
What did
did I do?
I do not like the name for the puppy. Can't we get a more dignified name for him?
Like what? He wants to call him Rover.
I didn't say anything about Rover. Although Rover's a nice name for a dog. Here, Rover. Here, Rover.
Doesn't seem to go for it.
You can't expect him to know it the first time.
Here, Rover. Nice, Rover. Come to Uncle Mort, Rover. Rover. Don't you growl at me, you little mutt.
He's not a mutt, he's an Airedale.
An Airedale? Well, he behaves like a mutt.
Oh, he can't help it. I'm going to get the mail.
Yeah, why don't you go somewhere too, Leroy? Take the dog with you.
Oh, it's too cold to go out. What is that to do?
Go practice your piano. You haven't practiced all week.
Okay. Come on, Stick. Come on, Rover.
Victory tax credit. This is a Lulu.
Here you are, Uncle Mort. Some lovely mail to cheer you up.
Huh? What is it?
A bill from Dr. Hargrave.
Certainly didn't lose any time. I wonder what he'll have the nerve to charge me. All those fancy instruments, complicated tests. Well, I won't pay it, that's all. The robber.
Well, what is it?
To professional services, $2. What does he think I am, a pauper? Leroy. Say, there's something about deducting medical expenses on your income tax. Here, instruction 15. The deduction is limited to such expenses as...
Leroy! Leroy! Oh, Leroy!
Leroy, answer Bertie. Confound it, I've got to have quiet here.
What do you want, Bertie?
Did you feed Stinky this morning?
Bertie.
What's the matter, Miss Gilsleeve?
That's not the name I want that puppy called. It's very offensive.
It sure is, but it fits him. What I want to know is how long you going to be sleeping in my kitchen?
Yeah, if he had a doghouse.
Quiet! I've got to have absolute quiet here.
Yes, sir.
That's more like it. Now, single person not living with husband or wife, 25%, plus 2% for each dependent of line 4, but not more than $500 plus $100 for each dependent. By George, I give up. Come on, Leroy, let's build a doghouse for Stinky. It's dark as your hat down here. You go ahead, Leroy, and turn on the light.
I will if I can find it.
It's right over where the workbench is.
I know, but where's the workbench?
Right under the light.
Big help you are. Ouch!
What's the matter?
I bumped into something.
Well, why don't you watch where you're going? Who left that there, and what is it?
It's my sled.
What's your sled doing in the cellar?
I'm just polishing my runners.
If I find it here again, Leroy, I'm going to burn it. Now, turn on the light.
I've got it. There.
Leroy, I thought I told you to clean up this place way before Christmas.
I did, Unc.
You did. Just look at it.
I know. Isn't it terrible? You clean up anything around here, and right away somebody messes it up.
Yes.
It's discouraging.
I give up. Let's get on with the doghouse.
Yeah, let's. Here's a soapbox I've been saving.
Soapbox?
I thought if we cut a hole in one end for a door and put a roof on it.
That's no good.
Why not?
In the first place, it's not big enough. We need something about 3 feet 6 inches.
3 feet 6 inches? The dog is only a foot long.
He won't always be a puppy, you know. You have to remember we're building for the future here. Besides, whatever's worth doing at all is worth doing well. Remember that. Get me one of those long boards over there.
They got nails in them.
We'll pull them out. That's the stuff, my boy. Now lay it on top of this soapbox, and we'll saw it into lengths.
Can I saw, Unc?
Perhaps after I've shown you how.
For corn's sake, I've been sawing all my life.
Well, there's a right way and a wrong way to do everything, my boy. You might as well start by learning the right way.
Okay.
First, you observe, I take the ruler, and I measure it off very carefully. Exactly 3 feet and 6 inches. Then?
Unc.
What?
The ruler. Wrong end.
Oh. Don't mark these very clearly, my boy. There. Now, the saw.
Here you are.
Thank you. Now about saws. There are 2 kinds of saws. The crosscut and the other kind.
Rip.
Where? What?
Rip saw. That's the other kind.
Oh, very good. Rip. Do you know how to tell them apart?
No, how?
Well, takes experience. All these things call for experience.
What kind is this?
Huh?
The saw, is it a cross cut or a rip saw?
Sort of in between. Now, observe the way I hold it, Leroy. Lightly, yet firmly, being careful at all times not to drop it or bang it against anything. Teeth are very delicate, you know.
I know.
Now, you take your piece of wood, so. You place it on the box, and you put your knee on top of it to steady it. Are you watching?
I'm watching.
Next, I raise the saw, take careful aim, and start in with a smooth, even stroke.
You hit a nail, Unc.
Darn bored. That's the trouble with it.
That's bad for the saw.
You don't have to tell me, Leroy. Only it wasn't my fault. But I'll tell you. We'll make the doghouse 3 feet 5 inches. That way we'll miss the nails.
Yeah, but there's a knot.
A knot?
Yeah.
All right, 3 feet 4. That'll miss the knot.
Well, we may have to take a couple inches off the dog, but let her rip.
Darn wood. Fine. Must be green.
You know, Unc?
What?
I figure we're going to need about 48 pieces like this.
48?
Well, there's the bottom, 2 sides, 2 ends, and 2 pieces for the roof.
Gee, all this for a dog.
Smaller, Unc, tired?
Oh, no, Leroy.
Hey, Unc, your coat.
Never talk to a man when he's sawing, Leroy.
But your coat, you're sawing it.
Oh, confounded thing. Stand back, Leroy.
Good work, Unc. That makes 17. Only 31 to go.
31?
Oh, Mr. Gill, please.
Down here, Bertie.
My goodness, you've been down here all afternoon?
Never talk to a man when he's sawing, Bertie.
Don't be impudent, Leroy.
Excuse me, Mr. Gilsey. Miss Ransom's on the phone.
Oh, Mrs. Ransom?
Yes, sir. She wants to know, could you come over to our house for a little tea?
Could I?
Oh, Unc.
Tell her here I come, Bertie.
But, Unc, what about the doghouse?
Well, you get the idea now, Leroy. I'll leave the finishing touches to you.
Finishing touches? We haven't even started. I don't know how to go on.
I'll tell you what to do. You find a nice soap box and cut a hole in one end for a door. Tell her I'll be right there, Bertie.
Gosh, what a character.
How do you like your tea, Throckmorton? Strong or weak?
Well, I'm not much of a tea hound, to tell the truth. I like it anyway.
You like it strong, probably, because you're so strong.
I suppose you like it weak.
Oh, silly. Tell me, what are you doing this evening? Have you any plans?
Plans? Not a thing.
Oh, good. You'll stay to supper then.
Oh, will I? Leela, what's up? Come on, tell me.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're so impetuous.
All right, I'll sit over here then. Now tell me.
Well, drink your tea first. You know, Throckmorton, I've had a feeling you've been a little put out with me lately.
Put out? I don't know where you got that.
It's true. You know it is. Tell me, is it because of Dr. Hargrave?
Why should I be put out about him? He means nothing to me, one way or the other.
Well, I thought maybe it was because of that party New Year's Eve and because I've been seeing so much of him lately.
Have you? This tea is good.
I'm glad. I'm glad you like it. Tell me now that you've been to him, don't you agree that he's wonderful?
Who's wonderful?
Dr. Hargrave.
I don't see what's so wonderful about him. Just a doctor.
Oh, but I think all doctors are wonderful.
Ever hear you rave about Dr. Pettibone? Of course, Pettibone doesn't kiss your hand.
Throckmorton, if you're implying that Dr. Hargrave has made advances to me, you're mistaken. Gracious, he's much too busy to have any interest in poor little me. All he cares about is science. That's all any real doctor cares about, science. I love science. I think he looks a little like Walter Pigeon, don't you?
Who's Walter Pigeon?
tell me you've never seen Walter Pigeon in the movies?
I can't tell one movie actor from another.
Oh, I saw him in The Life of Madame Curie last week, and he was wonderful, even with a beard. Oh, so was Greer Garson.
Huh?
All she did was stand at his side day and night and be a help to him and bring him little things to eat. That's all I'd ask.
What?
Just to be allowed to stay at his side and feel that I was contributing my little bit to science.
Are you talking about Walter Pigeon or Dr. Hargrave?
Throckmorton, you're laughing at me.
No, I'm not. Only
Well, he doesn't laugh at me. He told me he'd take me along with him on a case sometime.
Leela, if you got me over here just to tell me how wonderful Dr. Hargrave
Oh, I'm sorry, Throckmorton. I know you're jealous, and I shouldn't.
I'm not jealous. Just because I'm not a doctor. Gosh, you'd think doctors were the only people who were wonderful.
Oh, we can't all be doctors, Throckmorton. I know that. It takes all kinds.
Thank you.
Now, you're a businessman. That's wonderful, too.
Well.
It is. You understand about financial things and all. Things that just make my poor head swim.
Matter of training, that's all.
Well, it's more than that. It takes genius.
Well, of course, if you want to call it that.
Oh, I just admire anyone so when they can add and subtract and everything.
I bet Hargraves can't do it. I bet Walter Pigeon can't either.
That's why I asked you over this evening, Throckmorton.
What? Why?
Well, I thought we'd be here together and we could just... Well, you see, I got my income tax this morning, and I declare I can't make head or tail of it.
So that's it. Leela?
Oh, but I'd stay by your side every minute, Throckmorton, and bring you little things to eat. Please, pretty please.
By George, I wish I'd stuck to Stinky in the doghouse.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. During the coming drive for victory, we're all going to need extra energy to get the job done. And that's why it's so important to see that the family diet includes a plentiful supply of well-balanced, nourishing foods. Foods that really taste good, like Parkay, the famous spread for bread made by Kraft. Parkay has a delicate, appetizing flavor that really satisfies. It steps up your family nutrition program because it makes the family want to eat more bread and other foods that contribute to glowing health and strength. And as for energy, Parkay margarine is one of the very best energy foods you can serve. And remember, every pound contains at least 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for flavor, for good nutrition, and for economy, be sure to ask your dealer for Parkay. Parkay. Parkay margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. 2 hours have passed, but he's right where we left him, trapped by the Widow Ransom's silken snare and floundering around in her income tax.
Well, let's see here. Business or profession? Fill in Schedule C, 2. Farmers keeping no books or account. Well, she's not a farmer. That much I know. And she's not in the armed forces.
Throckmorton, supper.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, don't get up, darling. I'm bringing it to you on a tray.
Oh, what do you got?
Well, it's just a sandwich and a glass of milk.
Is that what Walter Pigeon gets?
Silly. I thought as long as we'd had tea, you wouldn't be wanting much, and this way you won't have to interrupt your work.
Oh, that's great.
How are you coming? Oh, I can see you're doing just fine.
I haven't even started yet, Leela. If you want me to help you with this thing, you'll have to give me the necessary information.
Oh, I'll be glad to, Throckmorton, if it's not too personal.
To begin with, Leela, have you had any net gain or loss from sale or exchange of property other than capital assets?
Oh, gracious, how should I know? I'd have to ask Judge Hooker.
Well, why don't you? Why don't you get him to make out your whole income tax? He's your lawyer.
I know, but I've asked the judge to help me with so many things lately. I just couldn't ask him to do any more without charging me.
Yes, well, he'd be glad to do it.
You really think so?
He'd be delighted. Yeah, let's call him up and get him right over here. Huh?
Oh, I couldn't ask him, Throckmorton.
Then I will. Where's the telephone?
Right over there under that door. You just lift up.
Oh, cute. It's right in the judge's line, Leela. He'll be... Hello, Judge. How'd you guess? Say, listen, you old son of a gun, where you been keeping yourself lately? I haven't seen you in a week. Is that any way to treat your friends? Oh, me too. Say, Judge, guess where I'm phoning you from? I'm at Leela's. Yes. Having more darn fun. Well, we got to thinking about you, Judge, and Leela said, gee, I wish Horace were here. And I said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to call him right up and see if he can't come over. How about it, Judge? Great. Hurry now. And, oh, Judge, be sure and bring your glasses. You see? Just leave it to your Uncle Throckmorton. He'll be right over. That can't be him.
Oh, excuse me. Why, it's Mr. Peavy. Come in.
Peavy.
Good evening, Mrs. Rancho.
Well.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Won't you take off your coat?
Oh, no, I won't stay, Mrs. Ransom. I was on my way home to supper, and I just dropped by to leave this.
Kleenex. Throckmorton, it's a box of Kleenex.
Kleenex?
Oh, you don't know how hard it is to get. Oh, Mr. Peavy, you're a lamb. I declare I could just kiss you.
Well, no, I wouldn't do that. As a matter of fact, I had it put away for you under the counter. Then I went away for a few days.
I heard you had the flu, Peavy. How are you feeling?
Oh, just fine, Mr. Gildersleeve. Fit as a fiddle.
Oh? Fit as a fiddle and ready for love, huh?
Well, I hope I'm not interrupting anything here.
Oh, no, Peavy. Stick around. We weren't doing anything.
Just my income tax.
No rush about that. You say you were out of town for a few days?
Yes, Mrs. Peavy and I had to go down to Belleville.
Oh, great. Have a good time?
Well, we were there on a rather sad errand.
Oh.
My mother-in-law, Mrs. Peavy's mother.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, I guess we all have to go sometime.
Well, perhaps it was all for the best.
Well, I raised that point, but Mrs. Peavy... She couldn't seem to see it my way. Of course, she was upset.
Oh, of course.
But it was a nice service. Dr. Kaltenmeyer spoke a few words, and we saw a lot of people we hadn't seen in a long time. Everything was very nice.
That's always such a comfort, I find.
Yes. You know, the old lady lived with us for a good many years before she went to Belleville to live with her son.
I guess it won't seem like home without her.
Well, now, I guess I'd better be getting along home.
Don't rush off, Peavy.
Oh, no, don't. We're not doing anything. Just trying to finish my income tax.
Yes, income tax. Have you looked at the thing yet, Peavy?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I looked at it this morning. And there's one thing I wish someone would tell me.
Oh? What's that?
Are they kidding?
Thank heaven. Must be Hooker. I'll go. Well, hello, Judge. Come on in.
Thank you, Gildy. By golly, I'm glad you called me up. I'm just in the mood for a little diversion.
Oh, well, you came to the right place, Judge. Here, let me have your coat.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Plenty of diversion. Charming hostess.
Indeed she is. Where is Leela?
In the other room. Plenty of diversion, Judge, and a chance to do a New Year's good deed, too.
Good deed?
Uh-huh. Say, Horace, let's help Leela with her income tax.
Gildersleeve, you're a dirty dog.
Why, Horace, the poor little girl is desperate. Are you going to let her think you're unwilling to help?
Well, I'm not unwilling. I just don't like to be invited to people's houses under false pretenses.
Oh, Horace, now, come on, be a sport. We'll have it done in no time.
Well, I guess you haven't seen the new tax form.
Well, Leela, here's Horace. Many hands make light work, you know.
Oh, Horace, you're an angel to help me.
Glad to do it for you, Leela. Glad to do it. Got your checkbooks here, deposit slips?
Throckmorton, I knew he'd think of something practical right away. Here they are, Judge.
Fine. Now, these represent all the money you received during the year, do they not?
Well, practically. All my big checks are deposited. Only once in a while I get a little bitty dividend, and I just cash that.
This is going to be worse than I thought.
Now, let me see that list of your securities. Now, write down all the dividends, whether you got them or not.
Here's the list. Remember, you made it out for me yourself.
Yeah, I remember. Now, let's see. 1 share of Happy Valley Light and Power, $5. 1 share of Fizdale Improvement Company, $5.
Leela, let's go in the other room and let the judge concentrate.
He might want to ask some questions.
No, he's got all the stuff right there. Come on.
Throckmorton, I don't feel right sneaking off like this while the judge is working.
We weren't helping him any. When there's something I can do to help, I'll do it. Come on. Let's sit by the fire.
No, I don't think we'd better somehow.
Oh? Oh, I've got a great idea. Let's dance.
Oh, no, the radio would disturb the judge.
We won't use the radio. I'll just sing softly in your little ear.
Well, just for a minute.
All right. Why do I love you? Why do you love me?
Oh, you do dance nicely, Throckmorton. Now, let's just dance, shall we?
Let's go downtown someplace and dance, Leela. Just for a little while. The judge will never notice we've gone.
Why, Throckmorton, what a disloyal idea. You got Horace over here to help you.
Yeah, and he's being a big help. Listen, Leela.
No, Throckmorton, stop.
Hey, Gildersleeve, what's going on?
Oh, we were just dancing, Judge.
Dancing? I don't see any orchestra.
Oh, Throckmorton was singing for the music.
Well, that sounds more like what I came over for. Gildersleeve, suppose you go check my audition while I tread a few measures.
Judge, I'll take your audition on trust.
Well, I'd feel much better if you check it, Throckmorton.
This is no fair, you old goat.
Leela, may I have the pleasure of this dance?
I'd be delighted, Judge.
All right. Play, orchestra, play. Put on your old gray bonnet with a blue ribbon on it while I put old Dobbin to the shade. For we're off to Dover through the fields of clover on a golden wedding day.
My goodness, Horace, you certainly dance vigorously.
Thank you, Leela. You're a very good dancer yourself.
Oh, thank you.
You're looking very handsome, too.
Now, Judge.
Say, why don't you and I go down to Peavy's and get a soda? Throckmorton will never notice.
Why, Horace, look, I thought you came over here to help me.
Well, I did, but Gildy's doing so well, I thought... Oh, come on. Just take us a few minutes.
Judge, you ought to be ashamed.
Is this man annoying you, madam?
Well, are y'all through with the audition, Throckmorton?
Yeah, and the judge made a mistake, too.
I don't believe it. Where was it?
That's for you to find out. It's there. Come on, Leela. It's my dance.
Oh, now you boys are being ridiculous, both of you. Let's go and finish up my poor little income tax, and then we can all have fun.
But, Leela, it's my turn.
Now, you have the first turn. Now you're all even. Come on, Throckmorton, let's finish up.
Oh, well, come on, Judge.
All right. Now, let's see. Leela, did you make any contributions during the year 1943?
Well, I put 50 cents in the plate every Sunday. Oh, mercy, who can that be? Excuse me, Horace, Throckmorton.
All right, Judge. Contributions is easy. But what about net capital gains? Let me see you explain that if you're so smart.
Good evening, Mrs. Ransom.
Why, Dr. Hargrave, what a surprise.
Well, I warned you I'd need your help on a case sometime. Would you like to be an angel of mercy for a little while?
Oh, I surely would, Doctor. Only...
I've got a call about 20 miles out in the country. Some farmer's broken his leg, but it's a nice moonlight night, and my tank is full of gas.
Oh, how exciting. How exciting. The broken leg, I mean.
Well, are you game?
Well, I'll tell you, I've got 2 income tax men here working on my return, and I don't...
Oh, we'll be back in 2 hours, I promise.
What is it, Leela?
Oh, Throckmorton,
Oh, hello there, Gildersleeve and Judge Hooker.
Good evening.
Hello, Hargrave. What do you want, your $2?
No, I've got an emergency case I've got to see Gildersleeve, and Mrs. Ransom has very kindly consented to go along as my anesthetist.
Oh, Dr. Hargrave.
Now, look here, Leela.
Leela, this isn't fair.
It's only 20 miles.
20 miles?
Oh, where's my coat?
Is this it?
Oh, yes, thank you. Now, you boys keep working. You hear? I'll be back in an hour.
But, Leela.
Goodbye.
I'll be doggone. What's he got that we haven't got?
A C card. That's women for you. Leroy, it's 8:30. Bedtime, my boy.
Why, so it is, Unc. I've been working so hard I didn't notice.
Well, doing your homework?
Oh, no, I finished that Saturday.
Huh?
I've been cleaning up the cellar.
Well.
Good night, Uncle Mort.
Phew. I wonder what's come over him. Good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was directed by Claude Sweet. And this is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The greatest of these. The program of kindness, tolerance, and goodwill. Starring Tom Collins as Harvey Desmond, an unusual person who believes in his fellow men. The greatest of these. This is the story of Harvey Desmond, a young attorney whose deep conviction is that one should believe in and practice the spirit rather than the letter of the law. Occupying a ramshackle office in the very poorest section of the city, Harvey's chief concern is to help his fellow man and woman of the neighborhood, to cheer them, and to help in some small measure to brighten their drab and colorless lives. He believes with the Apostle Paul when he wrote to the Corinthians, "And now abideth faith, hope, charity, these three, but the greatest of these is charity." And now to our story. In our opening episode, we told how Harvey Desmond had been employed to recover the sum of $1 million by an eccentric old client who died and left Harvey the money he had so quickly recovered. Aided by his fiancée, Betty Crane, a young heiress who shares his ideals, Harvey resolves to use his newly acquired fortune, not for himself, but as a trust fund, to be known as the Helping Hand for the purpose of assisting those who have met with misfortune or adversity. Today's story begins some 3 weeks later in the rather stuffy old offices of Harvey in the downtown district.
Harvey, what are we going to do with all these old filing cabinets? Look at them. I'm getting reconciled to your not wanting to move out of this part of the city because you were born here, but, well, I still don't see why you should keep letters and waste paper baskets and folders that must have been here for 50 years or so.
Efficiency stuff, eh? Well, let me tell you something, young lady. You can't streamline the law. And always remember, there's no wisdom in the destruction of documents.
Oh. Okay, Chief. I'm learning something every day. Oh, there's the afternoon mail. I'll get it. Harvey. Harvey, it's the new stationery for the Helping Hand Trust.
Oh, fine.
Here, you'd better open it. You're the president.
No, my dear, I'll let you have that pleasure. You're the secretary.
It's because I am secretary that I hate to see all those old correspondence files cluttering up the office. Do you realize there's no room for a desk for me? Unless the secretary sits on the president's knee.
Say, that's not a bad idea.
I'm sorry I hadn't thought of that.
Says you. Here, look these over while I telephone to old Mrs. Wilson for some cakes. I want my tea.
Okay. You know, you're getting me into bad habits drinking tea every afternoon like this.
Do you good. Keeps you lively in the late afternoon.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Wilson. This is Betty Crane. Could you send us some of those nice cakes of yours? The crumbly ones we had the other day.
Well, I'd be glad to, miss, but I haven't anyone I can send. You see, Johnny's missing.
Missing? Well, how do you mean, Mrs. Wilson?
Well, he went out the night before last and never came back. He's never done such a thing before, not since he's been living here, and I'm worried to death about it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, don't bother about the cakes, and I hope Johnny comes back safely tonight. Goodbye.
Something wrong with the widow, Wilson?
Yes, Johnny's missing. She's very disturbed about it. Well, we'll have to have tea without cakes. I'll make the tea. Harvey, is Johnny a relative of hers?
Not at all. Johnny was born in this district, but got off to a bad start. When he was about 20, he got too smart and had to go to prison for 3 years. When he came out, Mrs. Wilson was waiting to give him a hand. The only one who was willing.
Oh, that was kind of her.
She's like that. She felt he needed a home. She treats him like a son, and he runs errands for her. Say, this helping hand stationery is quite impressive, isn't it?
Oh, lovely. Well, now the hand is all ready to start helping.
Come in. Oh, Mrs. Wilson, come in. How are you today?
Pretty well, thank you, Mr. Desmond. I brought the cakes, Miss Crane. I got the woman who lives next door to look after the shop for a few minutes while I came around here.
Oh, that's very kind of you. But you shouldn't have bothered.
Oh, that's all right, miss. I want to see Mr. Desmond anyhow.
Well, sit down, Mrs. Wilson. Tell me what I can do for you.
Well, I got a letter I don't understand, Mr. Desmond, from Homer and Bickle, the real estate people.
Mm-hmm.
Here it is, sir. You see, they're the agents for Mr. Timmons that owns the house, and they're giving me notice to leave by the 15th of next month.
Oh, that is a pity, isn't it? You've been there a long time.
More years than I care to remember, sir. You see, it isn't every place that has a shop and a house and a small bakehouse all in one. But that isn't it, Mr. Desmond. They've no right to turn me out.
I'm afraid if they own the house...
But Mr. Timmons signed an agreement 6 or 7 years ago giving me the opportunity to buy the house on easy terms and taking the rent as part of the money I had to pay to buy it.
Spike Timmons did, huh? That was surprising of him. What made him do that, do you suppose?
Well, sir, I looked after his mother in her last illness, and he was very grateful to me accordingly.
I see. Have you the agreement with you? The one he signed?
No, Mr. Desmond, I haven't. It's gone.
Gone?
Yes, sir. I kept it in an old cash box under my bed, and when I got this letter today, I went to get the agreement to see how wrong this letter was, and the agreement had gone. It's just disappeared. The same as poor Johnny's disappeared.
Have you the rent receipts?
No, sir. They've gone, too, with the agreement. They all were gone together.
That's strange. Do you remember who signed the receipts?
Yes, sir. They were always signed by Mr. Timmons. I always sent the money direct to him at the Fleetwood Hotel.
I see. Well, Mrs. Wilson, don't you worry any more about it. We've practically a month, so let me see what I can do.
Oh, thank you, sir. And I'd feel a lot more relieved in my mind if I knew where Johnny was. I tell you, Mr. Desmond, I miss Johnny and his whistle. Always whistling.
Yes. I remember him at school. He was always getting in trouble with his teachers for whistling.
Ah, poor little feller. Well, goodbye, sir. Goodbye, miss.
Goodbye, Mrs. Wilson.
Your tea, Harvey. Hey, fella, your tea. Dreaming again?
Oh, sorry, dear. Thank you. No, I was just thinking over Mrs. Wilson's problem.
Got an idea?
Sort of.
Johnny, huh?
Maybe, but I wouldn't like to tell her so. I have a vague idea.
Oh, going vague on me again,
I have a vague recollection of seeing that agreement somewhere. Just about the time I came here as a very junior partner to old man Manning. Yeah, you talk about me being vague. Now, there was somebody who was really vague. But the finest book lawyer I ever knew.
More tea?
Thanks.
Harvey, what can we do for Mrs. Wilson?
Well, I can go and talk to Spike Timmons. I haven't seen him since I passed my law exams.
Oh, is he some local celebrity?
Oh, indeed he is. I knew him in high school. At 17, he had the finest mathematical mind they'd come across in years. But now he's the local king of policy and numbers racket.
Oh.
Up to his neck in politics, too. Let's see, what's the Fleetwood Hotel's number? Oh, yes.
Harvey Desmond to see you, Spike.
Bring him in.
Come in, please, mister.
Thank you.
Well, Harvey Desmond. Long time no see. Shake hands with Lefty Schwab, one of my associates.
How are you, Lefty?
Okay, Lefty, beat it.
Huh?
Beat it.
Oh.
Gee, Harvey, it's a long time since high school, ain't it? And how's the old mouthpiece? Still giving him the old Latin and Greek E pluribus unum habeas corpus, eh? Sit down. Have a drink?
No, thank you, Spike. Too early in the evening.
Well, I will. Well, what have you been doing yourself? Suppose you're still sticking to those moldy old law offices and earning just about enough to keep you in hamburgers and peanuts when a guy with your brains and appearance should be in the big time with the big boys. And helping yourself to some real dough. Well, here's how.
Yeah, okay.
You know, Harvey, you and me always got on all right at school, and I don't see why we shouldn't make a go of it now. Look, fella, I can put you right in any direction you want to go. Politics, contracting, finance. What do you say?
Well, Spike, it's very kind of you, but I don't think I'm cut out for that kind of work. I'm more of an office lawyer.
Okay, fella. Well, what's on your mind?
I've come on behalf of a client, an old lady named Mrs. Wilson.
Mrs. Wilson, eh? Do I know her?
Well, she runs a little homemade cake and cookie shop near the yards.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
She's had a letter from your real estate people giving her notice to quit, and she feels she's entitled to stay there as she's already paid part of the purchase price.
Purchase price? Well, Harvey, that's just plain dumb. What makes her think that she can buy it from me?
Well, she has an agreement with you with an option to buy.
Oh, now, Harvey, she's just getting old and a bit weak in the head if she says that.
Oh, but there is an agreement.
Sure there's an agreement. An agreement to rent the house. Like to see it?
Well, yes, I would, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I have it right here. I was just looking at it this afternoon. Yeah, here it is. If you find a word in it about buying, I'll eat the agreement and the house and the old lady, too. Take a gander at it while I mix myself another drink. Sure you won't join me?
No, thanks, Spike.
Well, here's how.
Oh, yes. Well, you're right. Nothing about any option to purchase in this document.
What did I tell you?
Well, Spike, much obliged. Here.
Okay, Harvey, old boy. Well, now, what else can I do for you? I'd like to throw some business your way if I can.
That's very kind of you, Spike, but I'm not taking on any litigation.
Okay, pal. But you can't say I didn't ask you.
Thanks, Spike. I'll have to run now.
Wait a minute, Harvey. It isn't done as fast as that. I have to notify the gang that you're all right before they'll pass you through. They seem to think I need protection. Come in, Lefty, and tell the boys that Harvey's all right. Lefty, anytime Harvey wants to see me, he can come straight up, get it?
Sure, Spike, sure.
Yeah, goodbye, Harvey. Don't be such a stranger in the future.
Hey, goodbye, Spike, and many thanks.
Lefty, you stay here. I want to talk to you. Where's that rat, Johnny?
In the other room.
Bring him in.
Come in, Johnny. Spike wants you.
Stop whistling, Johnny.
Okay. What is it,
You've been blabbing to somebody about the snatch of the old lady's papers?
Oh, me? I take my oath I haven't, honest, Spike.
Shut up. They smell something. They sent a lawyer over here just now. Were you drunk last night?
Oh, no, Spike. No, I wasn't. Honest, I wasn't.
Where'd you go?
Only to Jake's pool room, a movie, and the flop house.
You must have talked to somebody.
I never, I swear.
Well, take care you don't. That's all. Now beat it.
Okay, Spike. You got a couple of dollars that ain't working?
Here's a fin. Now get out.
Oh, thanks, Spike.
You know something, Lefty?
No, what?
We'll have to do without Johnny in the future.
Eh?
I said let's do without Johnny in the future.
Oh, I get you. That fog's coming on. When it gets thick, later on. Tonight.
You Lefty?
Where are you, Johnny?
Under the lamp here. Here.
And now to Act Two of The Greatest of These. We resume our story in Harvey Desmond's office the following day, as he and Betty are listening to the 12 o'clock news.
The body picked up in the river by the police early this morning has now been identified as that of a young man named Johnny Noonan. It was at first thought that he had fallen into the water in last night's fog, but the official autopsy shows that he has been shot before being tossed into the river. Police under Captain Feely expect to make an arrest shortly. Stay tuned to this station for...
Poor Johnny. I wonder who the police have in mind, Harvey.
Well, that's just official eyewash. Means they haven't any idea just yet.
Oh, you know, I haven't seen you since you left the office last night. How'd you make out with Spike Timmons?
Well, it's a curious sensation being taken for a complete fool, I can tell you.
Who did that to my Harvey?
No, only Spike Timmons. He showed me what he said was a carbon copy of the agreement between himself and Mrs. Wilson. The lawyer for Mrs. Wilson was my old partner, Manning. His name was there, oh, yes. But not a word about options. And then suddenly I knew I was looking at a forged document.
Forged?
Sure. The document that Spike showed me was on the wrong kind of stationery. It was on plain paper instead of the high-class rule paper, which, with each line numbered, that Manning insisted on using for everything. Well, that's probably Mrs. Wilson. I asked her to come over at noon. Come in. Oh, Mrs. Wilson, please come in.
Thank you, Mr. Desmond.
Oh, take this chair, Mrs. Wilson. More comfortable.
Thank you, miss. I'm sorry if I'm late, Mr. Desmond, but with the police and all that.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mrs. Wilson.
Asking all them questions. What difference does it make now? Poor little feller's gone.
It's just that we must find whoever did it and punish them. There's one question I'd like to ask, if you don't mind.
Oh, sure, sir, of course.
Who cleans your bedroom windows?
Why, Johnny used to do them, sir.
Inside as well as out?
Oh, yes, sir.
I see. How long is it since he cleaned them last?
Let's see. It was last Monday, Mr. Desmond.
4 days ago. I see. Well, that's all I need to know.
Have you any further news about the agreement, sir?
Well, not at the moment, but I expect to have very soon. By the way, you still keeping the cash box under the bed?
Oh, yes, sir. I haven't moved it since I told you.
Fine. Don't move it or touch it. I may want to look at it sometime today.
Very good, Mr. Desmond. Well, I'll be getting along now. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Miss Crane.
Bye, Mrs. Wilson.
So Johnny was in Mrs. Wilson's bedroom the day before he disappeared.
I'm afraid that's the answer. But I'll find out for sure.
How?
Woman, am I to have no secrets from you?
Not so long as I love you and I'm secretary of the trust.
Well, this is how it's done, if you must know.
Hello?
Harvey Desmond calling Captain Feely. I used to go to school with him. Hello, Captain.
Hello, Harvey. How are you? What's doing?
Captain, I have a hunch I've got something that may be as important to you as it may be to me.
Anything to do with that Johnny Noonan murder last night?
Could be.
Spill it.
Could you meet me at Mrs. Wilson's bakery? You know the place.
Sure, I've known the old lady for years.
Swell. Can you meet me there in 15 minutes?
If you say you got something, I'll be there.
Oh, and bring along that pocket printing apparatus of yours for fingerprints. And, oh, yes, a copy of Johnny's fingerprints.
Okay, see you in 15 minutes.
This is my bedroom, Captain Feely. I'll just let the shades up and you'll have more light.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilson.
Oh, I hope you don't think I had anything to do with this.
Oh, no, of course not, Mrs. Wilson. The fingerprints I took of you just now are only to compare with what I expect to find on the box. Nothing to worry about. Now, if you'll get the box out from under the bed and put it, let's see, on this table.
I'll move the table near the window. Give me a hand, Captain.
Here, let me draw these curtains back all the way.
There. Now, Mrs. Wilson, you hold this card with your own fingerprints. I'm going to dust the surface of this cash box of yours with this powder. This gadget's called
An insufflator, a blower in my kind of language. Now, we got it covered. We'll blow it off. You see? Fingerprints showing up.
Yes, just like developing a photograph.
Now, you see this fingerprint and this on the top and sides and here near the lock? Those are all Mrs. Wilson's, as you'll see if you compare them with her card. Now, here's the card with Johnny's fingerprints. You see these prints of Johnny's on top near the lock? All Johnny's. Nobody else's prints are here.
Not much doubt who took the documents then.
Not a bit. Except, of course, that's nothing to do with me, not directly. He's dead.
Oh, it's terrible to think of Johnny doing such a thing. I can't believe it.
Miss Crane.
Oh, yes?
If you'll kindly take Mrs. Wilson downstairs, I'd like a word with Mr. Desmond.
Certainly. Come along, Mrs. Wilson.
Now, look, Harvey, since what you told me downstairs, that Spike thought so much of that paper Johnny stole that he got a substitute forged, I'm going to round up his gang.
You think Spike murdered Johnny?
No, he's not the killer type. And I have a hunch he's mixed up in it somewhere. We can possibly sweat something out of some of his gang.
I understand. In the meantime, I'll start searching my office. I have an idea I'll find something there that'll help this poor widow.
Here, have another cup of tea, Harvey.
Oh, thanks. Guess I need it. After working through all these files, I'm sick of them. This office is certainly a sight.
Yes, I know, but come on, darling. There's only one more. I'll start on this top drawer. Looks a little top-heavy, doesn't it?
Oh, be careful there, Betty. This thing looks rather... Hey, look out!
Oh, Harvey. Ooh. Oh, darling, you know, if I were a magician, the card you thought of would be face upward right on the top of this mess.
Yes. Wait. What's this? By golly, I think it's... Well, what do you know? It is. Richard Timmons to Martha Wilson. First payment hereby acknowledged. I see. Under the land grant Act of 1742. Trust old Manning to tie it up properly. Beautiful.
My pet, would you kindly stop mumbling to yourself and tell me what it means?
It means that the house is practically Mrs. Wilson's.
What?
All we have to do is pay some money, the balance she still owes, out of the trust into Spike Timmons' bank account, and she can pay us back the same way she's paying Spike now. But first, there's one thing I'm going to do. I'm going to give myself the satisfaction of shoving this copy under that loafer Timmons' nose and showing him his own signature. Here.
Come in, come in. It's about time you showed. Oh, hello, Harvey. It's you. I thought it was that bum Lefty. Ain't seen him for hours. I'm sure glad to see you. How are you, kid? Come in and tell us a good word.
Thanks.
Take that big chair. Well, did you think over the proposition I made you yesterday?
Proposition?
Yeah, I offered to put you in politics or throw a lawsuit your way, whichever you fancied.
Oh, that? No.
No?
No. You see, I couldn't feel safe doing business with a forger.
Forger, eh? That's a $64 word, Harvey. But maybe I didn't hear right.
You heard quite correctly.
You better let me know what you're talking about, pal, before I flare up.
I'm talking about that silly document you showed me yesterday. Typed on the wrong kind of paper. A plain forgery.
You're guessing him wild, Harvey.
Oh, no. No, I found a copy of the real one in my office.
Oh, smart, eh?
Spike, in the future, never treat anybody, or me, like a fool.
And does this copy of yours have my signature on it?
It does. Just like the one poor little Johnny stole from you.
How do you know he stole it from me?
You were the only one who could possibly benefit by the theft. Just as you were the only one who could benefit by having Johnny done away with.
What do you mean?
Murdered. Feel like that word better?
I don't like it no better, and I don't like this talk. I don't go in for rough stuff, see, Mr. Know-All?
Maybe not personally, but you're not beyond...
Now, look. You don't want to play, okay. No bones broken, no hard feelings. But no yap like that either. I'm very busy.
You want to see the agreement?
No, pal, I guess you win. You can't blame a guy for trying. So long, Harvey.
So long, Spike. But I've got a hunch I'm going to see you again. And not here.
Oh, yeah?
So long.
Better wait a second, Harvey. I'll get one of the boys to see you to the elevator.
No, you needn't bother.
No, but I wouldn't think of allowing you to go without an escort. Not to a dangerous place like an elevator.
Oh, so that's it, huh?
Sure, fella. All done by kindness.
Why, you dirty...
Come in. Feely.
Captain Feely to you, Spike. No, don't go near that desk.
I won't, but what's on your mind, Captain?
The murder of Johnny Noonan.
Oh, yeah? Well, I come here for it.
Lefty Schwab's gun did it, and Lefty told us all about it.
Lefty? That bum? He'll say anything.
Come in, Lefty. Okay. Now, Lefty, tell him.
Sure, Captain. It was Spike told me to get rid of Johnny.
Oh, you dirty liar, you double-crosser.
I'm not lying, nobody, Captain. Dutchy was standing just outside the door. And he heard Spike, too.
We have Dutchy also, Spike, in the cells. Rourke, the bracelets for Mr. Timmons.
Well, you can't do this to me, you...
And I got an idea, Spike. They're going to do a lot more to you. Take him along, Rourke.
Darling, how about dinner in the country? Let's get away from the city and its dust and its crime and watch the moon come up. Smell the tree.
Oh, that's a great idea. Oh, and speaking of crime, I was just thinking, Harvey, Captain Feely gets his murderers. Mrs. Wilson gets her house.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. The big reason why Spike wanted to steal it from her was that the railroad company is going to extend its yards. And they'll need to buy Mrs. Wilson's house to give them room at that corner.
Oh.
She'll be able to sell it at a figure that'll make her comfortable for the rest of her life.
Oh, wonderful. And what do we get out of it?
Why, satisfaction of doing a good turn.
Not enough for me. I've got to have something out of it. I'm going to make Mrs. Wilson give me the recipe for those scrumptious little cakes. That's my fee. Okay, Mr. President?
Okay, Miss Secretary. These three, and the greatest of these, is charity.
Harvey Desmond was portrayed by Tom Collins, Betty Crane by Mary Lansing, Spike Timmons by Hal Gerard, and Mrs. Wilson by Gwen Delano. The greatest of these was written by Charles Whittaker and was produced and directed by Edward Sloman. This is Gain Whitman.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Ladies and gentlemen, The Shadow's latest adventure will be on the air in just a moment. Don't miss any of it because it's a thriller from the word go. And if you drive a car, don't miss this. It's the biggest news of the year for motorists. It's the inside story of the safest thing on wheels, the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown tire. This remarkable tire brings you something entirely new in tire safety, the Life Saver Tread. Developed after 2 years of exhaustive research, after grueling tests of tread designs by the 100, this amazing lifesaver tread stops you quicker and safer on wet, slippery roads than you've ever stopped before. Its never-ending spiral bars, like a battery of windshield wipers, sweep water from under the tire, force it out through special deep drainage grooves, make a dry track for the rubber to grip. Thus it protects you against skids in all directions, overcomes the hazard zone of motoring. Take my word for it, you'll never know what the word stop really means until you felt the grip of the Silvertown Lifesaver tread on a wet, treacherous road. And that's not all. Silvertowns are the only tires in the world that give you golden ply blowout protection. And think of it, you get both of these priceless safety features, skid protection and blowout protection, at no extra cost. Tomorrow isn't a bit too soon to start riding on Goodrich, spelled Goodrich. Goodrich, Safety Silvertown. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Using advanced methods that may ultimately become available to all law enforcement agencies, Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard. As haunting to superstitious minds as a ghost. As inevitable as a guilty conscience. The Shadow's true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, aboard the steamship Amazon.
Randolph Todd.
Come on over, Randy.
Join the party.
Hi, children. What's the celebration for?
Jane's been lucky. She's in the money. She guessed right on the ship's run for the day.
Yeah, come on and join us. Can't let Jane take all that cash you wanted to Ricowanna when we dock tomorrow.
Don't mind me. I just supply the money. What'll it be, Randy?
Oh, nothing now, thanks. I'm looking for my stepmother. Anybody seen her?
Oh, sure. She's over there with Dr. DeVista. Oh, yes. See you later. Oh, say, we're going for a swim in the deck pool. Want to come along?
Oh, not this afternoon, thanks.
Oh, I don't think you like us.
Hey, it'd be a lot of fun, though, wouldn't it?
Hello, Mother. Afternoon, DeVista.
Sit down, Randolph.
Oh, thank you, Mother. Well, tomorrow we'll be in Ricowanna. And from there on, it's going to be one great big party.
Lower your voice, my son.
Oh, no one can hear us in this corner. Time for the hush-hush is almost over.
Well, it will be shortly.
Well, I hope your little revolution is half as much fun as smuggling those munitions out of the United States has been.
It will be more exciting, I assure you.
And when the revolution is successful, you will be a hero, Todd. My countrymen will never forget what you have done for them.
Oh, just as long as it's fun, I don't mind putting up the money.
But you will make a fortune also. The people of my blood will show their gratitude in practical ways.
You know, the more I think of it, the funnier it gets. The luxurious steamer Amazon on a pleasure cruise, with enough ammunition and guns down in its hold to overthrow 3 governments.
Be careful, Todd.
Oh, don't worry. Nobody knows about those boxes marked electric refrigerators.
No one but us and Tang Sui.
Yes. Your Japanese valet is more practical than you thought. He is interested in the money he is going to make.
Sure. Well, Mother, tomorrow should be a great day for you.
Yes. To rule the land I was driven out of, an exile.
Yes, Marie. The general has promised you great power.
Master. What is it now, Tang Sui?
Message come to stateroom. I bring it.
A message?
It is a radiogram.
Well, let's have it, Tang Sui.
Here, Master.
Well, that's all, Tang Sui.
Yes, I really love you.
Oh, blazes, it's in code.
Code? Then it's from...
Headquarters, yes. From the general.
Oh, it may be important. We'd better decode it right away, my son.
Sure. Here.
No, not here, Todd.
Oh, well, hardly. I'm not a complete fool, Doctor. Anyway, the code book's in my cabin. I'll meet you at dinner time.
Your stepson. He thinks this is all a lark. He does not count the danger.
Randolph, he is a fool.
But he will not be quite so gay if an accident happens. If he is stood against a wall and shot.
That would be unfortunate, Dr. DeVista.
Yes, for him. But if he were... you would come into all his money. Have you forgotten that?
No, my friend. I have not forgotten that.
Nice swim, Margot?
Fun, what?
Join me in a walk on deck.
I'd love to.
I can see young Todd doing his famous jackknife with debutante.
Now, Lamont, Randy's a nice boy. I've known him for years. A little too much money, but that's all.
And he travels around with a strange crew. His stepmother looks rather formidable.
Stop making deductions. You're on vacation.
Speak of the devil. Hello, Todd.
Oh, hello. Hello, Margot.
Randy! Oh, what's the matter with him?
Oh, very polite, was he?
I never saw him act like that before. He was like a man in a daze.
Did look worried. He had bad news.
Bad news?
Yes, didn't you notice? He had a radiogram in his hand, stuck in his pocket. He saw us coming.
Well, he certainly shot out of his stateroom in a hurry.
Yes, and he wasn't really going anyplace. He stopped and standing there by the rail.
All by himself. That isn't like Randy either.
Margot, perhaps he needs help. Why not talk to him?
He wouldn't talk in front of you, Lamont.
All right, you go alone. I'll duck.
And if he does need help?
Maybe we can supply it. See you later.
All right, I'll go over and talk to him. Nice day, isn't it, Randy?
Huh? Oh, hello, Margot.
Randy, what's the matter with you?
Well, I'm in kind of a jam, Margot, but don't you worry.
What sort of a jam?
Oh, it's the worst darn mess
Suppose you tell me the whole story.
I can't do that.
Of course you can.
No. I'm an awful coward, Margot.
Coward? Nonsense. What is there to be afraid of?
Oh, nothing.
Randy, I believe you are frightened. Are you in danger?
Margot, what would you do if... No, I can't tell anyone.
Tell them what?
Oh, please, leave me alone, Margot.
Randy.
Stop pestering me, will you? I can't stand it.
Randy, come back here. Randy! Shadow.
Yes, Margot.
You heard everything?
Yes, I was here beside you. Randolph Todd must have some cause for his fear. I think I must talk to that young man. Talk to him soon. As the shadow.
Dr. De Vista, have you seen Randolph?
No, Maria.
I thought surely he'd be here dancing.
No, he did not even come to dinner. Tang Sui is looking for him.
De Vista, there is something wrong. Let's go to the boys' cut. Come.
Here is Tang Sui now.
Tang Sui, my stepson?
My master has gone back to his stateroom.
Good.
He is worried. He walks up and down, up and down.
We must see about this. Please come, both of you.
That radiogram, Maria. Perhaps that is what upset you.
Here is the cabin, mister.
Open the door.
Hello? Oh, is it you?
Yes, Todd. It is us.
Shut the door, Tang Sui.
Yes, mister.
Well?
We thought you were coming to the dance.
No, I changed my mind.
Something bother, master, maybe.
No, I'm all right.
Randolph, stop handling that old dagger and look at me.
I'm interested in this knife. It's an
ancient Indian knife, we know all that.
Randolph, we want to know why you are acting like this.
What did the general say in his radiogram?
The radiogram?
Yes. What was the message?
Well, nothing important. Just good wishes.
Really? May I see the message?
Oh, no, I tore it up and threw it overboard.
You destroyed it?
Yes, it wasn't important.
That message was from the general. We had a right to see it.
I'm sorry. I just didn't think.
Randolph.
Well, what difference does it make? Hey, what are you all staring at me for?
Me think master lie.
Tang Sui is right, Randolph. You're lying.
I said I threw the message overboard.
You're a poor liar, Randolph. Give me that paper.
I tell you,
Grab him.
Oh, no, look out, he stabbed the knife.
Hold him, Tang Sui.
Tang Sui, hold master, drop a knife.
Let me go. Twist his arm, Tang Sui.
I twist the... Drop a knife.
Stop.
Drop the knife, you fool. Tang Sui's jiu-jitsu will tear your arm off. Good. Go through his pockets, Vista. I'll pick up the knife.
Hold him, Tang Sui.
No worry, Tang Sui handle.
This won't get you anywhere.
Find the radio message, Doctor, and the code book.
Here it is. In the book. And a decoded copy.
Read it.
Entire plan discovered by government. Blow up ammunition to prevent capture.
Master, lie.
Well, what if I did? You can't take that message seriously.
It is an order.
It's insane. Think of all the people on this boat. I won't do a thing like that. If you set off the ammunition, they'd all be killed.
What is that to us? Fool.
We follow the general.
Listen, this isn't what I joined. This is mass murder. Innocent people. I didn't mind fighting in your penny ante war, but this...
You are a traitor to your people.
Your people, stepmother. Not mine. The passengers on this boat are my countrymen. I won't let you slaughter them. I'll show up the whole scheme.
You dare?
Oh, watch me. Either you call the whole thing off or I go to the captain.
No, master.
You can't hold me forever, Damsui.
So, you would betray us. Enrica Guana, this is the fate of traitors.
Mother, put down that knife.
The knife, it is for the traitor's heart.
Maria! Oh, you threw the knife.
Let him fall, Tangsei.
Mistress Trowell. He is dead.
But, Maria, this is murder.
Do not be a fool, Davista. We had to silence him.
You cannot hide a murder.
It is not murder. The knife is Randolph's. His grip alone is on the handle. I threw it by the blade. My poor, distracted stepson killed himself.
Suicide?
Mistress is very wise.
Yes, we shall say when they ask questions that we three left him alone and went to dinner. Later, in the dark, we shall carry out the general's command.
Explode the...
Yes, my dear doctor. Blow up the ship.
Oh, hello, Margot. Hello, Mr. Cranston. This is Randy's cabin. He promised to throw a party. It's his last night on board, and he's walked out on us.
Doesn't answer?
No, and I'll bet he's sound asleep in there. Randy, you lubber, let us in.
I don't hear anyone inside. Oh, Steward, come here a moment.
Yes, sir? What is that?
Do you know if Mr. Todd's in his cabin?
He was till the last I knew. His valet said Todd didn't wish to be disturbed.
There, what did I tell you? I'm going to keep on knocking till he pays some attention.
Oh, just a minute, Jane. Mr. Cranston has an idea.
Steward, have a pass key? Suppose you open the door for us.
Well, no, sir, I don't know that...
Of course you will. Mr. Todd's playing a joke on the young lady, and we mustn't let him. No one will know. You let us in. Come on.
Oh, thank you, sir. Of course, if it's all in fun, sir.
Oh, it's dark. Randy, where are you?
The light switch is by the door, sir.
Oh, yes. There we are.
Lamont, he isn't here.
Oh, yes, he is, sir. Look, he's lying on the floor.
Yes, come on, Randy, wake up.
Oh! Lamont, that knife in his breast.
Yes.
Is he...
Randy Todd is dead.
Oh, my poor Randolph.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Todd.
Oh.
Stepson appears to have committed suicide.
You're sure, Captain McTeague?
Yes, I'm sure, Mr. Cranston.
There should be some reason for suicide, Captain.
I am afraid our young friend was bored with life. He was ill and depressed when we left him before dinner.
Exactly, Dr. Savista. I had the ship's doctor check the fingerprints on that knife. They all belong to the dead man. No one else had touched it.
If only he had come to me.
You must not reproach yourself, Marie.
Captain.
Yes, Mr. Cranston?
I met young Todd this afternoon. He seemed worried about something.
Yes, I, too, noticed that he was troubled.
The question is, Dr. DeVita, what was he worried about?
Who knows? He was a moody youth.
Yes, poor boy will never know his reason.
Captain, Todd had a radiogram this afternoon. It's missing now.
Randolph received many messages, Captain McTeague, concerning the estate.
Did he show you this one, Mrs. Todd?
I never interfered with his affairs.
We're wasting time, Cranston.
I think not, Captain. This message may have been important. Tangsui, did you see it?
Tangsui, no, nothing.
I'll ask the questions, Cranston.
Very well.
You might ask Mr. Cranston how he knows the radiogram is missing.
Yes, how about that, Cranston?
Todd was wearing the same suit when I found him, so I looked for it.
You mean you searched the body?
Yes, the steward was here as a witness.
Well, I must say you've got your nerve, Cranston.
Perhaps, but suicide with a knife isn't very common, Captain.
Now, look here, Cranston. It's bad enough to have a suicide on board without you trying to twist it into something worse.
No one saw young Todd after his 3 traveling companions left him.
I resent that.
Captain McTeague, this is outrageous. Must we be badgered by this young man? I can't stand his manners.
I still say...
That's enough from you, Cranston.
I'm merely trying.
I've had more than enough of your impudence. Adams, yes, Captain. Take this Mr. Cranston to his stateroom and lock him up.
Lock me up?
Yes, I am holding you as a material witness.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
And Adams. Yes, sir. Put a man on the deck outside Cranston's cabin window. He's to stay in his room.
Yes, sir. Come on, Mr. Cranston.
Coming. I'll see you again, Captain. Very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for the Shadow's hair-raising story to reach a thrilling climax, let me say something about a new kind of rainy day driving safety that may save your life. Because who knows...
The Shadow knows. When there's wet, slippery film on the highways, there's always the grim uncertainty that your car may start sliding, swerving, spinning off the road. Why gamble with fate?
Yes, motorists, and why gamble on tires when the new Goodrich Silvertown, with its lifesaver tread, offers you such marvelous skid protection? And marvelous is the word for it, because exhaustive road tests of the regular and premium price tires of America's 6 largest tire manufacturers prove that the new Goodrich Silvertown gave greater skid protection than any of the other tires tested. And don't forget, motorists, those grueling road tests weren't made by Goodrich. They were conducted by absolutely impartial engineers from America's largest independent testing laboratory, the Pittsburgh Testing Laboratory. What's more, some of the tires the new Silvertown was tested against have list prices as much as 40 to 70% more. When you consider that, then the fact that this new Goodrich Silvertown gave greater skid resistance than any tire tested is even more remarkable. Remember, when you buy Silvertowns, you get Lifesaver Tread skid protection plus Golden Ply blowout protection. 2 exclusive Goodrich features at no extra cost.
Yeah, here. Let's go in that bag, Stuart.
Right you are.
Think that is all.
Smart idea, Mr. Tangsui, packing ahead of time. Most people leave it to the last minute.
Boat docks tomorrow.
Right you are, early in the morning. That was terrible, your boss, Mr. Todd, killing himself.
Most tragic. Tang Sui, very fond of young master.
Yes, very tough break. I'll answer it. That's funny.
Funny? What is?
There's nobody at the door.
No one?
The passage is empty.
Never mind, Stuart. You can go.
Right you are.
Shut door, please. Stuart, I said go. Who laughed?
I did, Tang Sui.
You. Where are you? I cannot see you.
I am here beside you, Tang Sui.
Only voice.
Yes, Tang Sui. The shadow is a voice. Asking for the truth. The truth about Randolph Todd's death.
Tang Sui know nothing.
Tang Sui lies. The shadow knows. Where is the radiogram your young master got this afternoon?
I not know.
You are a wicked servant, Tang Sui. Where is the radiogram?
I did nothing.
Where is it?
Here in pocket.
What is on the table?
Yes, Shadow.
Why was it taken? What does it say?
I give it to you. Now, go away, please.
No, Tang Sui, not until I know the truth. Was Randolph Todd murdered?
Go away, please, go away. Tang Sui did nothing.
Tang Sui, get away from that door.
No, leave me alone. I run.
This is nonsense, Tang Sui.
Such a wild story.
No, true. Tang Sui talk with Shadow. No, man, just Shadow.
I don't believe it.
It true, mistress. Shadow take radiogram from Tang Sui.
The radiogram? You gave it to him?
You cow.
Cannot fight Shadow, cannot see.
Fool. There is the answer to not seeing him. He hid in the fog.
No fog in Tang Sui cabin.
Well, we won't mind the fog a little later tonight. Doctor, you'd better shut the window. Look at the way the curtains are blowing in.
That's funny. There has not been a breath of air all night.
But the curtains were blowing, just for a moment.
The shadow, he may prove an obstacle.
How? He cannot know our plan, or what is in the hold of the ship. Now listen, we are only about 10 miles off the Ricaguana coast.
In a section friendly to the revolution.
Yes, in the fog we can easily lower a boat and slip away.
But this is a Shadow.
You and your ghost stories, Tang Sui. He cannot do anything.
He has radio message.
Only the copy in code. I destroyed the decoded copy. How can you read the message without the code book?
And you have the code book saved, De Vista?
Of course, I have it on me.
Look in your pocket, De Vista.
Huh?
What's that? Who spoke? Shadow, he's here.
Yes, my friends. The shadow is here.
Maria, the code book. It is not in my pocket.
I took it
gone.
from you, De Vista. I took it. Now I can read the message that caused one of you to murder Randolph Todd.
Maria, if he reads that message...
First, he must decode it. By that time, he will be too late. Come, we act at once.
Half speed ahead. Half speed it is, Captain. Very good, Mr. Pearson. Keep her on the course and keep sounding that whistle.
Yes, sir. What night, sir?
Hey, blasted fog. Watch it doesn't get any closer to shore. There are shoals in there.
Aye, sir.
Captain McTeague.
What was that?
I am here, Captain McTeague. Behind you.
Where? Get off the bridge. There are no passengers allowed up here.
Your ship is in danger, Captain.
Listen, whoever you are, get off the bridge. There's no danger. I've brought the Amazon through many a fog.
The danger isn't the fog, Captain. It's below decks.
Below? Say, come out into the light so I can get a good look at you.
You cannot see me, Captain, but you must believe me. There are explosives in the hold.
You must be crazy.
There are munitions. Disguised. They're bound for revolutionaries in Ricaguana with a plan to blow them up.
Say, who are you?
They call me the Shadow, Captain. Believe me, you must go below before it is too late. Randolph Todd knew about the munitions, too. That's why he was murdered.
Murdered?
If you don't believe that, Captain, at least go down into the hold. Go now, and you will learn.
Mr. Pearson.
Yes, sir.
Take over. I'm going below. I want 2 men, armed.
Yes, sir.
Get the top of that box.
Yes, Maria. Tansui, hand me that hatchet.
Yes, sir. Here.
This one has the fuses.
Quickly, start tying one up to the powder. If one box blows up, they'll all go.
Yes, and the ship with them.
What is it?
Someone come.
What? Tansui, quick, switch out the lights.
Yes, sir. Good. Now, Tangsui, stay by the switch box. Don't turn them on till I give the word.
Yes, mister.
Quiet, quiet.
It's black as pitch in here. Got your flash, Peters?
Yes, Captain.
Find the light switch. Right. If you ask me, this is the craziest...
Now, Tangsui.
Hey, who turned on those lights?
Do not move, Captain.
Got a gun, sir.
So I see.
So is the woman.
And I am a good shot, sailors. Keep your hands up.
Mr. Todd and... Mrs. Todd and Dr. DeVista. Say, what are you doing down here?
Good evening, Captain.
And young Todd's valet, too. Put down those guns. What the devil do you mean by...
You do not command now, Captain.
That's mutiny.
Throw your guns on the floor, gentlemen.
I'll be...
You'll be dead if you don't.
Throw guns. What do you say, Captain?
Go ahead, boys. There's not much we can do now. There's my gun.
The others, please, quickly. Line up facing the wall, gentlemen. Keep those hands up, Captain.
You don't expect to get away with this.
But we do. We will. There will be a certain loud noise, and you... But never mind. Tangsui.
Yes, missus.
You will shoot the first man who turns around.
Yes.
Come, Dr. DeVista. We must hurry. Bring the hatchet with you.
Yes, I am coming.
You. What's your name? Tangsui. What does she mean by a loud noise? Are there explosives in this hold?
Captain, no talk.
If anything happens to this ship...
One more word and Captain die.
I think not, Tangsui.
Shadow! Let go! My arm!
Drop the gun, Tangsui.
The man who calls himself the Shadow's got him.
Softly, Captain. Let's get the others.
I've got his gun, sir.
Oh, let me go, Shadow. Let me go.
Right, Captain. Rush the others. They're laying a fuse.
Fuse? Grab your guns, men. Come on.
Let go, Shadow. Tangsui do nothing.
So, you don't like your jiu-jitsu when it's practiced on you. Pull on the others.
Drop your hands. Grab them, men. Hold it there. Now, easy, lady. We got you.
Oh, Shadow, this is your doing.
No, Mrs. Todd, yours. The Shadow merely helps the cause of justice.
Hey, these are munitions, all right. Look at that. Powder. High explosive shells. Enough to blow the ship right out of the water.
That was their idea, Captain.
Well, I hope you 3 are satisfied. Smuggling, piracy, assault with a deadly weapon, sabotage. You'll spend the rest of your lives behind bars.
No, Captain, not all 3. Tangsui will die for the murder of his master, Randolph Todd.
No, I did not...
You will hang, Tangsui.
I tell you truth, Shadow.
Don't you, fool.
Be quiet.
The truth, Tangsui.
Missy Todd, one time, Sucker's lady, she throw knife by blade.
You little traitor.
Look out!
She grabbed the hatchet, sir, and threw it.
We had to shoot, sir.
The hatchet just missed Tangsui.
Oh, she bad. She murder master.
The woman is dead.
Marie.
So, Captain, Mrs. Todd paid for her crime. She killed her stepson. She planned to destroy all the people on the ship. Instead, it was she who perished.
Peters and Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Take Dr. Vista and Tangsui to the brig.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, come on, now, you. Come on. Shadow, I'd like to thank you. Who are you, anyway?
Just the Shadow, Captain McTeague. I work in the shadows. Against crime.
You saved my ship.
I feel the line should thank you publicly.
My power would be lost if I were known, Captain.
Well, there's a young man upstairs I owe an apology to. A lad named Cranston.
Really? Why?
Well, he sort of figured young Todd was murdered.
Mr. Cranston must be very wise. And now, Captain, I must go back into the shadows.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Now, 3 ways you can help yourself and help the dealer who supplies you with Parkay margarine, the delicious craft quality spread for bread. First, to save valuable shopping time, know the point value of rationed foods. Parkay margarine, by the way, still requires only 2 ration points a pound. Second, plan menus a week in advance and serve the most nourishing foods available. And, of course, serve economical Parkay margarine as often as you can. It's such a splendid energy food and is fortified by Kraft so that every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. And now a third important point. To conserve paper vitally needed in the war, avoid useless wrapping. Don't ask your dealer to wrap packaged foods. And that means the attractive yellow and blue package, too. Yes, the one that contains that delicious, nourishing spread for bread, Parkay. That's P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parkay margarine. Tomorrow, buy Parkay, made by Kraft.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you, now.
A 107-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, a 107-year-old. Well, Satan, Yeah, this time for us to cheer folks up with another of our pretty little bedtime stories. Well, now, if everyone will douse out their lights, we'll be getting down to business. That's it. Make it nice and dark and cheerful. We wants gloom and shadow for this cheerful yarn. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see inside a house way down in Mexico. Mexico, where once a bunch of Indians lived. They're all dead now, them old Aztecs the Spaniards conquered, but sometimes the dead are very much alive. And now begins our story about the knife of sacrifice. The knife of sacrifice.
I'll gee, Mrs. Deegan. That's another rubber we beat there.
We're certainly the champions tonight, Mr. Meyer. Your deal.
You and I'll take him for a ride this time, Pete. I doubt it. I can't keep my mind on cards while that mestizo out there keeps up his rotten fiddling. Isn't he ever going to stop?
You're not still objecting because Mano chooses to serenade his beloved in this gorgeous moonlight.
If he puts that fat cook of ours in good humor, I hope he keeps it up all night.
So do I. Then perhaps you'll think of something else to feed us besides tortillas and frijoles. Tortillas, frijoles, and don't forget the enchiladas. If I ever get out of this infernal country, I hope never to taste, see, smell, or hear anything Mexican again as long as I live.
And that remark from a gentleman who was christened Pedro Jose Marie Morales.
Since we came to Zacatlan, Pete, you've certainly acquired a grudge against the land of your ancestors. Oh, chuck that, will you? You know the only thing Mexican about me is my name and my looks. I can't even speak the language of the blasted country. I wish you and your wife would lay off about my half-breed ancestry.
You hear that, Eunice? Pete would have us forget that on the maternal side he's a direct descendant of the Emperor Montezuma.
All right, Pete. I promise never again to mention that you resemble an Aztec king, and that I'd give anything to see your bronze beauty draped in a feathered cloak and headdress.
Well, I got the cards all dealt. Pick them up.
Oh, let's not play anymore. Bridge in this tumble-down doby shack seems more out of place than ever tonight.
You didn't expect Ritz-Carlton accommodation on an archaeological expedition in the wilderness, I hope. Oh, Pete is down in the dumps tonight. Pretty soon we find what we came here to look for. And then, you feel fine again, huh?
When we find what we came here to look for, I won't feel anything. I'll be dead.
Oh, snap out of it. How can you be so discouraging when this morning we found the proof that we're searching in the right spot?
Proof? That obsidian knife? What does that prove? Except that some Aztec lost it here 400 or 500 years ago.
But, Pete, Dr. Meyer and I have explained that it's a sacred knife. A knife of sacrifice, used only by high priests. Such things weren't carelessly lost, any more than the altar vessels of the Christian church would be. I should say not. It was buried, hidden in the ground, and by design, not chance.
You know it's a clue to what we're all seeking. It's only a question of time now before you and Carl and Dr. Meyer find the treasure.
Oh, I know I'm acting like a bad sport, Eunice. But we've been digging in this godforsaken hole for nearly 6 months now, and... Oh, well, it's all right for Carl and Doc here. They're scientists. But I'm only a greedy engineer. I want the gold that's supposed to be buried here. And we haven't seen a glimmer of it.
We saw the hammered bracelet that mestizo found. Pure gold it was. And of the age of Montezuma.
So, like fools, we all jumped to the conclusion that when Cortez sacked the city of Mexico, some of the high priests buried some of the temple treasures somewhere around Zacatlan.
History agrees that much of the city's wealth was hidden to keep it out of the Spanish hands. And this is certainly a reasonable spot to look for. I know this is the place. That bracelet proves it. And so does the picture writing Carl deciphered. Also, the geological strata in which we found that knife this morning. That knife which could only have belonged to the kind of high priest who would have hid the treasures of the temples. And think of the ancient associations of such a treasure.
Boy, even with the cut which the Mexican government will demand out of anything, we'd be millionaires if you fellows are right. Gold. Pure gold. Millions and billions of dollars worth of it might be buried here.
The historical value.
Oh, the beauty of it.
It's only what it means in American dollars that interests me.
May I see that knife again? The one you found?
I certainly did. You pass it over, Pete, you're closest.
All right. Here, take it quick. I don't like the hold of the thing.
It hasn't very pleasant associations, has it? You say it's made of glass, Dr. Meyer?
Yeah. Obsidian is volcanic glass.
You're sure it was used for human sacrifices, Carl?
I've seen too many such knives to be in doubt about it. As human sacrifice was an everyday occurrence here at the time of the Spanish conquest, ceremonial daggers such as this were very common. The gods of the Aztecs were perhaps the most bloodthirsty ever worshipped.
How was the knife used?
The victim of the sacrifice was laid prostrate on a great green stone, curved upwards in the middle to elevate the chest. Then the priest plunged the knife in his breast and tore out the living heart.
Do you wonder I don't want to be reminded that such people were my ancestors?
You know, I have a theory that when the treasure we're looking for was buried, this knife was probably used to sacrifice a victim to the spirits of the earth, or to the gods of hate and war, to gain their favor, so they'd watch over it, as it were.
What gave you that crazy idea?
That isn't crazy. That's been the custom of all peoples. Some of them possessing a much less primitive religion than the Aztecs. And with the Aztecs, anything or nothing was made an excuse for human sacrifice.
Put that knife away. Out of my sight.
Yes, it gives me the shivers, too. Here, Pete. Put it in the drawer there.
Oh, don't hand it to me. I don't want to touch it again.
Oh, don't be such a booby.
All right. Give it to me. It's funny. When I hold it in my hand, I seem to see the great green stone you spoke about. And a victim for the sacrifice. Now you take it, Doc. Take it out of my hand. Put it out of sight.
Sure, Pete. Sure. What on earth is the matter with you tonight? You haven't been yourself since we found that thing.
Oh, I'll go out and take a walk. Maybe I'll snap out of it.
Wait, my boy. I will go with you.
No. I want to be alone. I'm all right. That filthy Mexican out there has begun to play again. If he doesn't lay off, I'll kill him. You! Manuel! Stop that fiddling! Stop it, I tell you! Stop it!
Pete, you know he doesn't understand English.
You'll understand this by Pete!
Stop him!
Drop that gun!
Oh,
get the pistol! Give me that gun! Let me go! Take your hands off! Give me that gun! Doc, I've got his wrist! Knock it out of his hand! No! Help me hold him! He's fighting like a madman! No!
Pete, what is the matter with you? You don't know what you are doing.
All right, Doc. We've got him now.
Fortunately, his bullets didn't hit Manuel.
Yeah, you're wrong at the first shot.
What did I do?
What did I do?
You tried to kill a man, you fool, that's all.
I didn't. I didn't hurt him.
No, thanks to your rotten marksmanship.
Oh, thank God. Oh, keep that gun, Carl. Don't let me ever have it again.
Oh, what happened to you, Pete? You suddenly became a raving lunatic.
I don't know. Something suddenly, I just wasn't myself any longer. I was... Oh, I don't know. If I were as good a shot as you, Carl, that man would be dead. What happened to me? What happened to me?
Pete, pull yourself together.
What happened to me? Tell me what happened to me.
Make him sit down in that chair. I'll get him a drink.
What happened to me?
Quiet, old man. You're hysterical.
It's all right now. No one is hurt.
And you'll never do such a crazy thing again.
But what made me do...
Never mind. Here, drink this whiskey.
Thanks. I know what is wrong with you. You've always been used to the city. This quiet here, these woods, these mountains, they have been too different for you.
Yes, I've seen this coming for a long time. You've got to have a change. All of us have. You free men work like pack animals all day. And when night comes, the best thing we can think of to do is to sit around and play bridge.
We might play pinochle for a change.
But we don't play at anything. We all make work of everything we do. Pete's outburst just now might have happened to any of us. Carl was impossible to live with last week. And before that, no one could speak to Dr. Meyer. And I want to scream sometimes. We're all on the verge of a nervous blow-up.
Eunice is right. We've got to get out of ourselves occasionally.
But what can we do alone at night? Except play cards and talk.
We must do something it'll be impossible to take seriously. Something childish. Something... Oh, I know what we're going to do.
Where are you going?
I thought of just the thing. It's terribly infantile, but we may have some fun with it. And we can't take it seriously. I found it.
Holy smoke.
What's that?
A planchette table. I slipped it in a trunk when we left the States, and I'd almost forgotten I had it. We're all going to use it to talk to the spirits.
Talk to the spirits?
I thought of it when Carl spoke of the Aztecs making a sacrifice to the spirits so they'd guard their buried treasure. Maybe those same spirits will tell us where it's hidden.
But I don't understand.
A planchette table is like an Ouija board, Doctor. Only it writes messages with a pencil.
It's awfully silly, but a lot of fun. And a change. Here, all of you draw chairs around this table.
I'll get paper and pencil.
And put out all the lamps, Carl. It's more spooky in the dark.
All right. Here, you adjust the pencil.
Oh, such a lot of nonsense.
But Eunice has the right idea, Doc. Nonsense is what we need. There. Dark as I can get it with all this moonlight streaming in.
Now, There's all place our fingertips lightly on the little table and hold a thought. Shall we ask it the exact spot to find the Aztec gold?
Might as well. That's on all our minds.
Oh, such a silliness.
It's good of you to try and make me forget I've almost murdered a man. I'm grateful to you.
Oh, Pete, please. We're going to play now.
All right. I wonder if the spirits could tell us where the gold is hidden.
Don't you dare take this thing seriously.
No, of course not.
Isn't it spooky, though? Sitting in the shadows that the moonlight makes.
How could you have thought that moon romantic, Eunice? It's a moon of blood, shining over a bloody land.
Pete, snap out of it.
I'm trying to figure out what made me shoot at Manuel. Maybe it's the blood of my murderous ancestors who tore hearts from living bodies.
Please.
Maybe this land of theirs is making me revert to type.
Pete, you talk like a fool.
Oh, stop talking altogether and keep your mind on the question. Besides, we're doing this for fun. You give me the creeps saying things like that in this dark room and...
I won't say anything more. It is a strange moon. I see shadows in it.
Oh, stop it. Where's the fun here? This thing don't move. Come on, Planchet. Where did the Aztecs hide their treasure from the temples?
Oh, you've got to be respectful to spirits. Like this. Great spirits of the dead, give up thy secrets. Reveal to us the things that we should know.
Oh, such a lot of nonsense. Quiet. The thing is beginning to move. You're pushing. I am not.
None of it is. It's the spirits.
The planchette is going fast. I ain't pushing. Pete, are you?
Hush. Carl, look at Pete.
Pete, old man. You're sitting in the darndest shadow.
That shadow wasn't there before. What makes it?
What makes this little table move? Pete! Why don't you answer? Pete is pushing the table. I can feel.
Oh, that shadow, Carl. It makes Pete look as though he had on a feathered cloak, a feathered headdress, as though he were an Aztec.
Pete! Why are you so still?
Oh, Carl, something's wrong with him.
Yeah, light those lamps. He's choking. There's someone had him by the throat. He's struggling, fighting with something that ain't there.
Oh, Carl, that shadow. The shadow of an Indian in a feathered cloak.
It is going away from him. Light those lamps.
Oh, yes.
Doc, Pete's cold as a dead man. Yeah, but he's breathing. And his pulse is beating. I got a lamp here. Oh, this is ghastly. Oh, he's only fainted. He's coming to now. Pete!
This land, blood of my ancestors. Carl.
Doc. Pete, what's happened to you?
But now I know why I tried to shoot that man. Something's trying to steal my body.
Pete, what nonsense are you talking?
Oh, Carl, look what the planchette wrote on this paper.
Doc, it's Aztec picture writing. Pete wrote that. I felt him push the planchette. Pete couldn't write it. He doesn't know Aztec.
But I know what it means. It tells where to find the treasure. The treasure guarded by the dead.
By Jim, this is the place. Dig, you mestizos. Dig.
I knew that what I wrote that night would lead us to the treasure.
Pete, you couldn't have made that picture writing.
Well, if I didn't make it, who did?
I don't know. But I refuse to believe that there was anything supernatural about your fainting spell and the action of that planchette. I'll have to see the treasure actually uncovered before I'll believe this is really the spot.
This is the spot. And the night on which that planchette revealed it, at 2 different times, something gained possession of me. Body and soul.
This is the spot, all right. Ain't we already found a few things in the upper layers? Aztec things? In a minute, these workmen are going to lay bare the entire treasure. But I agree with Carl when he says all the rest is craziness.
Well, have it your own way. If the gold is here, and I can get out of this blasted country alive with some of it, I'll be satisfied.
What do you mean, if you can get out alive?
Just what I say. You believed a human sacrifice was made to ensure the guardianship of spirits for this treasure. I believe another must be made before those spirits will give it up.
Oh, rot. With the superstition you're talking lately, I'm beginning to think one of your Indian ancestors has set up house inside your brain. Snap out of it.
Signori, pronto!
Carl, Pete, over there. They found something.
Signori, pronto!
Quick, come on. Signori! Signori! They found the treasure. They found the treasure. What is it? What have you found? Look. Look, signores. Bones. Look what they've uncovered, Carl. A human skeleton. See, signores.
And it's lying upon a great green stone. A stone that curves upwards to elevate the chest. The stone where the priest laid his sacrifice to tear out the living heart.
There's nothing we can do with him, Eunice. Since the men uncovered that green stone and the skeleton, he's absolutely convinced that the only way we'll ever reach the gold is by means of a human sacrifice to what he calls its guardian spirits. The man's mad, mad as a March hare.
I wonder. It's been over a week since you found that stone, Carl. And that's all you found.
How can you say that when you've seen the vault of masonry it covered? Inside that vault must be the temple treasures.
But you have been unable to penetrate that vault.
Because the priests did their work so well. It's as strong as a modern safe.
You have modern tools, the sort that would force any modern safe.
We've had accidents with our tools. I've told you, one on top of another. But when we get that fresh dynamite from Mexico City tomorrow and some decent detonating apparatus...
Carl, why do you suppose the explosives you already have never failed to work before? Why will they work now anywhere excepting on that vault? Why do your tools break or lose their edges? Why?
If you're suggesting there's a supernatural reason, cut it. I hear enough of that stuff from Pete. He's got all the workmen believing it. Our failure to break open that vault has been due to simple accidents, coincidences. There's nothing supernatural in the world.
Yet, by the supernatural, you found where the vault was buried.
Pete lied to us. He moved that planchette table, and all the time he must have known the ancient picture writing.
And the location of that vault, and the great green stone that covered it? Oh, Carl, he's never been in Mexico before.
But if it was a spirit who guided his hand that night, why should it have revealed the hiding place?
Because it was blood-hungry, perhaps. Its sacrificial knife demands another victim. Oh, Carl, I've come to believe as Pete does. And remember, the spirit revealed that vault through a descendant of the race which hid it, not through us, whose ancestors destroyed that race and its religion.
If there's any truth in that bunk, Pete isn't in danger at all as he thinks.
No, but we are. Oh, Carl, I've grown afraid in the last few days. I can't bear to look at the moon at night. It seemed a moon of blood, as Peter's called it. His people worship the moon, you've told me, with their other gods. A moon of blood, shining over a land of blood. Oh, let's go away from here, Carl. Let's go away.
Before we open that vault and find the treasure?
Yes, it's not for white men.
You're talking nonsense. Tomorrow we'll have the new explosives, and then we'll see what's in that vault. I'm going to go and join Doc now. He's waiting for me.
Is Pete with him?
I don't know. I haven't seen him since this morning. Dear, where's that obsidian knife? Did you put it away somewhere? I took it from the drawer last night and laid it on the table here.
I haven't seen it. Maybe Pete or Dr. Meyer.
Doc hasn't got it. He was asking about it this morning. And Peter's afraid to even touch the thing.
I'll look for it.
Oh, don't bother now. I must run along. Be back in an hour or so. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye. A moon of blood. A land of blood.
A holy moon. An avenging lamb.
Oh, Pete. Oh, I never heard you come in. You startled me. Carl just went out the other door if you want to catch up with him. Pete, what's the matter with you? You look so different.
Like perhaps the descendant of an Aztec king.
You're like the shadow I thought I saw before your face that night. The shadow that seemed to struggle with you, that you said was trying to steal your body. You have that knife Carl was looking for. You have it in your hand.
It is the knife of holy sacrifice.
Oh, Pete, keep away from me. Pete, I'm afraid of you. Keep away, keep away. Oh, Carl, Carl!
I cannot let you scream now. And only tonight will I remove this gag, that you may scream once upon the great green stone. A scream which may reach the holy moon of blood and the spirits of death which guard my people's treasure. One scream upon the great green stone you shall have tonight, as I plunge this knife of sacrifice into your breast and tear out your living heart.
Where can Eunice be, Doc? It's 3 hours since I went home, and she was gone then.
We should have remained in the house and waited for her. Now perhaps she has come back while we are out here looking.
But we did wait in the house until it began to grow dark. She never stays outside so late. All this crazy stuff Pete has been saying has made her afraid of the moonlight.
Maybe she's with Pete. They used to take long walks together.
Not since he began to get so queer.
When one is worried, Carl, one is never reasonable. Pete has not been at the digging all afternoon. I bet anything we'll find them safe now at the house.
Well, maybe you're right.
Come on back and see.
All right. She wouldn't be over in this direction anyway. From force of habit, I suppose, we seem to have headed for the diggings.
At the diggings is the last place she would be. She don't like that big green stone she got there.
Oh, come on. We'll get back to the house. The moon is becoming bright now. She's bound to be at home. The moon of blood, she called it. It does look strange and red tonight. Wait a minute. Who's that over there?
Where?
On the bank above the buried vault.
That man, or some mestizo, perhaps.
He seems to be bowing, making queer gestures.
Yeah, bowing to that vault. Now he raises his arms and looks at the moon. That's funny. Oh, drunk, I bet you.
But no, Doc. It's Pete.
By gee, it is. And acting like a lunatic.
He's alone. I knew Eunice wouldn't be with him. Oh, she must be at the shack now. Come on.
Wait. What's Pete got there? Look, that big long bundle he's lifting from the shadow by that tree. Come closer.
Let's not waste time. I've got to get back to the house, Doc. If I don't find Eunice there...
You'll find her there. Don't worry, my boy. But that bundle, Pete has laid it on the big green stone.
Let's not bother about him. I've got to find out where Eunice is.
Wait. That bundle, Carl. It looks like a human body.
Yes?
It's tied like in a sheet. We're too far away to see, but...
I can see. It is a body. And that's not a sheet. It's a woman's dress. Good God! That color! Eunice wore a dress that shade.
It is Eunice.
And Pete has a knife in his hand. That knife of sacrifice. Quick, for God's sake!
Carl, we're too far away. We can't make it.
I have to make it. He's a madman.
You got a gun?
No, he's a lunatic. I can't shoot a man who doesn't know what he's doing. Run! We've got to stop him.
We can't make it. Because he's mad, you've got to shoot. Shoot him in the arm, in the leg. He's raising that knife above her.
Eunice! I've got to shoot, and may God forgive me. I shoot to kill.
You got him. He's fallen across your wife, across the big green stone.
Carl! Oh, Carl!
Eunice, I'm coming.
Oh, lift me up here. Untie my hands.
Yes, dear, yes. Oh, my dear, my darling.
Pete is dead, Carl. The knife of sacrifice as he fell stabbed him in the breast.
What's that?
The bullet. That dynamite we left in there. That we couldn't make go off.
It's blown the vault wide open.
The treasure. It is ours at last.
Eunice. Oh, look at that shadow by the vault.
Like we see before. An Aztec priest in feathered cloak.
It's gone now. Disappeared within that shaft of moonlight.
Carl, look into that vault. Our treasure.
Treasure? God.
Dead men's bones.
And rusty Spanish armor. White men's bones.
That is the treasure of the Aztecs that we sought. A burial vault of hate and death.
Well, that's the end of that, Satan. Come see us again and we'll tell you another pretty bedtime story. Well, you got to go home now. Satan and me's got business to tend to. Important business. Hey, Satan? Near midnight, Satan.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Got an old corpse kicking around you want identified? Know of any good murders you want solved? We've got just the girl for you. Her name is Candy Matson. Mighty cute, too. She fills out a size 12 suit to just the right proportions. Soft blonde hair, 2 sparkling blue eyes, and All in all, she looks as though she might have stepped right off a Varga calendar. And what's more, she's a private eye. You scoff? You ridicule? I'll let you see for yourselves. Listen, she's talking on the phone right now.
Hello, Candy Matson.
Hello, Miss Matson. I'm afraid you don't know me.
That makes it even. You don't know me. Let's go from there.
I've read about you in the papers, Miss Matson. You handle confidential cases.
That's right. However, there's a little matter of a fee involved.
Yes, I know. I can pay.
That's item number 1. Now to item number 2. What's the confidential case?
I can't possibly tell you on the phone, Miss Matson. I said it was confidential.
Okay. Where do you want to talk?
I am the proprietor of a restaurant, the Charlemagne in North Beach.
Oh, yeah, I ate there once.
Oh, that's nice.
No, it wasn't. I didn't like the food.
Oh.
However, I'll overlook it. Do you want to talk in about an hour?
That will be fine, Miss Matson.
Good. And your name would be?
Martinello. Carlo Martinello.
Okay, Mr. Martinello. And have some ink in your pen. It costs money just to talk. I probably sounded rough and commercial, but you have to be in this racket. Most people look on a private eye as a musician. They invite you to a party and expect you to bring your harp for free. But I learned the hard way a long time ago. So now they pay in advance and take their chances later. That's the way it was with this Martinello. I was at home in my penthouse on Telegraph Hill out on the porch taking a sunbath when the phone rings and it's this Carlo character. That part was all right because I can always use new customers. But what made me mad was the fact that I had to stop listening to the 49ers belt the bejabers out of the Cleveland Browns at Kezar Stadium. But I followed through and uncovered a couple of very done-in bodies along the way. Do you like the grotesque in your whodunit? Then follow me and we'll tiptoe lightly through the Tibbets, the Ponds, and the Baccalones. Because part of the story unfolds at the Opera House. Reluctantly, I dressed into something Charlemagne-ish, turned off the 49ers Cleveland game, and went down to talk to Martinello. His place was typical. Located on Powell Street, a garish neon sign, and as you walked in, the place was air-conditioned by eau de garlic.
Yes, miss. You wish a table?
I wish a table, yes. With the right party. I'm looking for the owner.
I am the owner.
I am Candy Matson.
Oh, Miss Matson. Walk this way, please.
If I could walk that way, I'd revive vaudeville.
Pardon?
Where's your office?
Right over here. Allow me. After you, Signorina.
Thank you, Signor.
Here, sit down, please.
Thanks. Now, Martinello, what's on your mind?
Always, all my life, I have run a very nice, respectable place.
Mm-hmm.
Until this morning.
What's with this morning?
I go down to the basement. My icebox is down there. That is where I keep all my meat.
So, you wanted some ground round?
Oh, no. Perhaps I'd better show you. Please, you will come with me.
Martinello led the way out of his office and down a flight of stairs. A cold blast hit my face. A musty aroma smothered my nostrils, and if I had had a phobia about darkness, I'd have ducked out then. But I followed the guy, and we ended up in front of a refrigerator about the size of an inquisition chamber. He opened the door, and it was the usual restaurant icebox, choice legs of lamb hanging from hooks, potential fillets, and thick New York cuts. The box was cold, and I started to shiver. Not from the refrigeration, though, because over in the corner was a man. He looked like something out of a long-lost Arctic expedition. He had a long, flowing mustache, every bristle of which was coated with ice. He was quite frozen and quite dead. I slammed the door shut and reeled out. The sight had staggered my thought processes. Martinello reached over by a salami-slicing table and turned on a Mazda, a weak affair that cast dim shadows about the damp basement. Is that your little surprise?
Yes, Mr. Matson. That is what I was greeted with this morning.
Have you notified the police?
Oh, no.
Why not?
As I told you, I have run a very respectable place. And, too, that is why I am hiring you.
You can get in trouble, you know.
Yes, that is why you must help me. Please, Miss Matson, say you will help me. I will pay you anything you say.
I stick my neck out in the strangest places. Now it's a refrigerator. Okay, Martinello, $2,000.
What?
Make up your mind. Either I freeze your assets or the police find your frozen friend.
Yes. All right. Come. I give you the money now.
Now we're getting somewhere.
What about him?
Oh, he'll keep. He's on ice. Well, this was one for the books. Refrigeration the ugly way. I had to ask a few questions if I was to get anywhere, such as like, do you know the guy?
No.
Had you ever seen him before?
No.
Who was the last one to close the icebox last night?
I was.
Does it lock from the inside?
Unfortunately, yes.
I was getting places like Wiley was with Hauser. It was inevitable. I had to take my courage in my hand and go down and look at that thing again. There it was, a male Mona Lisa etched in ice. This time I looked closer, I had to. And as I did, I realized I wasn't going to get any identification because this guy was a study in crimson. Underneath all that coating of ice, he was dressed in a devil's costume. I slammed the door once again and went upstairs. There I gave Martinello strict orders not to do a thing. Usually in cases like this, you have to wait for a break. They come along like a forcing hand in poker. So I went home to do some thinking. As I arrived, there was an old friend of mine, Rembrandt Watson.
Hello, Dove. I'd almost given up.
Rembrandt, how did you get in?
Your door was open, dear. I took the liberty of coming in.
Oh, sure, that's okay.
How are things, Candy?
All right, I guess. I'm kind of bushed, though. I feel about as devaluated as a British pound.
You look wonderful, Dove. What's wrong?
I've got a deal, but I don't know where to start.
Anything I can help you with?
No, thanks, Rembrandt. If I told you about it, you wouldn't believe it.
I've never doubted you in the past, dear.
I know. Well, I was just called in by a minestrone merchant in North Beach. The guy is stuck with a corpse.
That's about par for the course.
The deceased had been sealed in the icebox overnight. I've never seen one like that before.
That's the way it is, dear. Many are called, but few are frozen.
Oh, get out of here.
But, Dove, I just got here.
I know, but I've got to change and get down to see Mallard.
I'll wait for you, Candy. I haven't seen the gumshoe since before me vacation.
All right. I'll be with you in a few moments. I did a fast change, and Rembrandt and I climbed into my car, and we dropped off Telegraph Hill and down Kearney Street. The Hall of Justice, where Mallard hangs his star, is only a few blocks away, so we made it in about 5 minutes. Inspector Ray Mallard, Homicide, San Francisco Police. A lovable, shaggy dog type of character. Very keen with the crime, but dumb with the Dane. Me, for instance. If I want him to say yes, he says no, and vice versa.
Well, my ever-loving Candy. What's new in the private eye business?
Very little. How's the legitimate flatfoot racket?
Oh, we're holding our arches up. Well, and Rembrandt, I haven't seen you since Pup was a Hector.
Please, Inspector, you're metting your mixer-paws.
Who writes this dialogue?
I'm pretty weak, I know. What's on your mind, Candy?
A character named Carlo Martinello. Have you got anything on him? What's so funny, Mallard?
Nothing, except I eat lunch there about every day of the week.
Well, answer my question.
Well, there's nothing on Martinello. Arrested a couple of times during Prohibition. He was dabbling in grappa a la under the table. Have yous got a case against the guy, Detective Matson?
Oh, cut it out.
No, seriously. Why do you want to check on the guy, Candy?
No reason, just thought I'd ask.
Uh-huh. Well, Martinello's okay. Just trying to make a living. Only thing I don't like, he loves to sing to his customers.
That'd be enough to bankrupt him right there.
Anything else I can do?
No, that takes care of everything.
I tell you what, I'm through in about an hour. I'll take you up to Martinello's for dinner. You can see for yourself.
No, that's all right.
Okay, Candy. Give.
Why, Mallard, dear, what on earth do you mean?
You know something about something. I want in.
Mallard, and I want you to believe this. I mean it sincerely. If I knew something, you'd be the last to know about it.
He's got something there. Come, Dove, leave us a while.
I hate to do things like that to Mallard. He's been of great help to me in the past. More than once he's saved my life. But on a deal like this, you have to play it close. After all, a girl has to make a living. For the first time in a long time, I was completely baffled as to where to start. Something had to be done about that cadaver in the icebox, but what? While I was beetling my eyebrows, Rembrandt invited me up to his place for tea. He lives on California Street, just down away from Old St. Mary's, and only a bail bond broker's reach from the Hall of Justice. So I accepted.
Do forgive the looks of the place, Candy, dear. I had a meeting with my philatelist group last night.
Philatelist?
The stamp collectors, dear.
Well, I know what they are, but I didn't think they could make such a mess.
You don't know philatelists. Sit down, though. Make yourself comfortable. I shan't be a moment.
That's all right.
And Candy, dear, why the wrinkles?
I've got cause for wrinkles. This chap in the icebox, Rembrandt. There's something I didn't tell you. He was dressed in a devil's costume.
There, dear. Your tea will ready in just a minute. You'll feel better.
I know it sounds crazy, but it's true.
What are you going to do, Candy?
I don't know. I can't leave him in that refrigerator forever.
We'll get him out, dear. I hate to think of a corpse catching pneumonia. Oh, excuse me, Candy. Help yourself to the tea.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do, Rembrandt Watson Enterprises? Quiet down. Who? Oh, hello, Templeton. How are all your steamships? Oh, that's good. What? Could I use to what? To the opera? Of course I could. Righto, I'll pick them up at your office. Thank you, Templeton. Goodbye. Candy, dear, do you like the opera?
I can take it or leave it. Why?
It suddenly develops that I have 2 tickets tomorrow night for Tales of Hoffman.
Oh, Rembrandt, I don't think I can.
Come, Candy. It'll do you good. You've been working too hard. You need a little relaxation.
Tales of Hoffman, Okay. Who's the pal who gave them to you?
An old friend of mine, Templeton Woodruff. He runs a steamship to Java and other places Ezio Pinza sings about.
I finished the tea and left. Right then, the only opera I could think of was the one going on in an icebox at Martinello's. I've always tried to play straight with Ray Mallard, so I decided to tell Martinello my plan.
Miss Matson, I don't think it's such a good idea.
Good evening, Carlo. I want to talk to you.
That's what I mean. There's a gentleman here who...
Oh, you've got a gentleman. That's fine. 3 more and you've got a crowd. What I want to talk to you about is this.
You don't understand. The gentleman I'm talking about is from the police.
The police?
Yeah. Oh, hello, Candy.
Mallard.
How about some scallopini?
Well, up jumps the... Hello, Mallard, dear.
I had an idea you'd like dinner here tonight. Do you know my boy, Carlo?
Yes, we've met.
How do you do? The signorina wish something to eat?
No, thanks. I want to talk to you, though, Mallard.
Sure. Come on into my booth. We'll share some salami.
No, thanks. I want to see you downstairs.
I don't think the food's as good down there.
I agree, but it isn't the food. I'm talking about murder. Once again, I headed down into the catacombs of the Charlemagne. This time the act was a double. Mallard was right behind me. Then I looked around. We were a trio. Martinello was right behind Mallard. This is it.
This is what?
This is an icebox. Inside, you'll find a body dressed in a devil's costume.
Okay, Carlo, let's humor the lady. Open the thing, will you?
Yes, I'll open it.
Lovely view of the beef.
It's gone. The body's gone. Okay, Martinello, start talking and make some sense while you're doing it.
Please, Miss Matson, I don't know anything. I haven't been down here all day.
Get rid of those arched eyebrows, Martinello. You know something. What is it?
Wait a minute, Candy. I'll do the questioning. In the first place, Carlo, was there or was there not a body in here?
Well...
Sure there was. He can't deny it. Here's a check for $2,000 signed by Martinello himself.
Well, Carlo?
Yes. There was a body, all right.
Who was it? Friend of yours?
No, Inspector. I never saw him before.
Why did you call Miss Matson? Why didn't you come to see me about it?
Well, you know, Inspector, the police...
Just because you were once arrested for bootlegging, Carlo, is no reason to be afraid of the police. Well, I'll put a couple of my men on the job and see what we can turn up.
What? Is that all you're going to do, Mallard?
No. Right now, I'm going back upstairs and have some of Carlo's scallopini.
Mallard, are you out of your head?
Look, Candy, in order to have a murder case, you've got to have a body. Obviously, we're fresh out. And until your pal with the devil's costume turns up, I intend to live my typical everyday life. Don't forget the mushrooms, Carlo.
There are times when I get so mad at Mallard I want to scream. I didn't, though. I only scrammed. I hung on to the 2,000, however. I felt I deserved it just for getting my curiosity aroused, and it was aroused plenty. Corpses don't get up and walk out of iceboxes by themselves. But after all, Mallard had a point. There was nothing to be done without a body. So I went home and waded into a stack of dirty dishes that had been piling up. Then I fixed dinner and started a new stack of dirty dishes. Got a book and ducked into bed. In the morning, I had an idea. After breakfast, I went down to the corner of Broadway and Columbus. That's where North Beach does a neat blend with Chinatown. On the corner was a Joe who sold newspapers. I'd known him for some time, and he seemed to like me. Hiya, Butch.
Well, hello there, lady. How are you?
Good, can't complain. Who won the football game yesterday?
Yeah, funny thing. I got all the news right inside here for 7 cents.
I get your point. Give me a chronicle, will you?
Sure, here.
Thanks. Who do you like in the feature at Bay Meadows?
A goat named Candy.
What did you say?
There's a pig named Candy running in the 7th. Take it or leave it.
What a tip.
I don't get it. Well, what's really on your mind, lady?
Here's a 20. You can play it on Candy all for yourself.
Well.
Do you know a gent named Martinello, Butch? He owns the Charlemagne down the block.
Sure. What about him?
That's what I'm asking you. What about him?
Oh, he's all right. A little screwy, but he keeps his nose clean.
Is that all?
Yeah. Should there be more?
I don't know. Thanks, Butch. I hope Candy pays off. I was getting nowhere, that was for sure, and the rest of the day went the same way. Dead ends, blind alleys. I checked as many loose ends as I possibly could, but I was still stuck in a quandary. But the Crusher claimed late in the afternoon when I got a copy of the late paper and read where Candy came in at Bay Meadows and paid $32.20. And I hadn't had sense enough to get aboard. When I got home, the phone was ringing. Hello, Candy Matson.
Oh, you're Candy Matson. I should play a fanfare.
Oh, hello, Rembrandt, dear. How are you?
Like an October morning. Every single one of me pores is breathing great, huge gulps of air.
What?
I just had a facial, Dove. Most invigorating.
Oh, what on earth for? I loved your old pores just the way they were.
Candy, you've forgotten.
I had? Forgotten what, Rembrandt?
We're going to the opera tonight.
Oh, Ducky, I'm sorry. I had forgotten. I'm afraid I'll have to renege.
Now, Candy, you promised, and I don't care what you're involved in. It'll do you good.
But, Rembrandt, I'm working on it. Perhaps you're right. Okay, I'll get ready.
Wonderful, dear. Pick me up about 8:15, will you?
Pick you up 8:15? Yeah.
Oh, and another thing, Lamb. We may have to do some entertaining afterward. Do bring some cash, will you?
Mm-hmm.
That's the girl.
That Rembrandt, always stony broke. I guess photography isn't what it's cracked up to be. I didn't mind, though. He's been a friend to me on more than one occasion. Then if I was going to the opera, I had to start thinking in operatic terms. I fished around in the closet and came up with something that would have done any woman's heart good. One of those strapless affairs that you can't stop breathing in for one moment, otherwise the opera is no longer the main attraction. I powdered, perfumed, pouted, and rouged and took off after Rembrandt. But just as I started to leave... Just a moment.
Well, get a load of the Duchess.
Mm-hmm.
It won't be Halloween for another couple of weeks yet.
Oh, very funny. Come on in, Millard.
What are you decked out for, Candy?
Something you wouldn't understand. I'm going to the opera.
Oh, I love the opera. Any horse opera with Tex Acuff in it.
That's what I thought. What's on your mind, Millard? I've got to pick up Rembrandt in 10 minutes.
Well, I was just driving by, so I thought I'd stop and tell you the news.
News? About what?
We found El Diablo.
The guy in the icebox?
Yeah. Martinello identified him. He was floating in the water off Aquatic Park.
Any lead on him?
The best. He was Salavini, the second baritone with the opera company. That's all, Candy. I hope you enjoy the performance tonight.
A baritone with the opera company. Well, that explained the costume, but it didn't explain a lot of other things. I walked down the stairs with Mallard. He got in his squad car, flicked on the flashing red light, and with a burst of his siren, rolled down the street. I'd have to speak to Mallard about that. All the neighbors had their heads out of their windows as I climbed into my car and followed. What an exit. I picked up Rembrandt, and we drove up to the Civic Center. I found a place to park. A minor miracle. The last time I went to the opera, I had to drive almost to Palo Alto and come back by train. Rembrandt's friend must have been very influential. We had seats in the Diamond Horseshoe. They were presenting Tales of Hoffmann, and a friend of mine, Dorothy Warrenschold, was singing the role of Antonia. It was a fine performance, and after the last curtain, I took Rembrandt. We went backstage to see Dorothy. This is her dressing room, Rembrandt.
Yes?
Hello, Dorothy. This is Candy Matson. I have a friend with me.
Oh, do come in, please, Candy. Candy, how are you?
Couldn't be better. Dorothy, may I present Mr. Watson? Rembrandt, this is Miss Warrenschold.
I'm delighted. You're in magnificent voice tonight, dear.
Thank you. Sit down, won't you? I've only a moment. We're rehearsing some of the scenes in Faust tonight.
Rehearsing after a full evening's performance?
It has to be done, Candy. Our baritone disappeared. We've had to replace him with a new man.
Yes, I know. By the way, Dorothy, I heard you on your Standard Hour broadcast a few weeks ago. It was a wonderful performance.
I'm glad you liked it, Candy. I always look forward to those.
What are your plans, Dorothy?
Well, the season closes here, and then we open in Los Angeles.
Oh, yes, of course.
Excuse me. Come in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had guests.
That's all right. Oh, Candy, I'd like to introduce Rolf Herberts. This is Miss Matson and Mr. Watson.
Nice to know you.
Mr. Herberts is our new baritone.
Oh, yes.
That's why we're rehearsing tonight.
I won't take any more of your time, Dorothy. I just thought we'd save a few moments of rehearsal if I told you that I don't move in that last scene. I sing upstage. That will leave you free to take as much stage as you like.
Fine, Rolf. That will save time. Thanks.
Oh, not at all. Glad to have met you, Miss Matson, Mr. Watson.
Nice to have met you, sir.
See you on stage, Dorothy.
Yes, Rolf. Rolf has a wonderful voice, and he's a good actor, too. You know, I think he'll be even better than Salavini.
I've seen him before.
Oh, yes, he's been in pictures and on the concert stage, and in opera, too, but he's never really had a good break. This might be it. Uh-oh, that's it, Candy. I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave.
Certainly, Dorothy.
Say, why don't you stand in the wings? You can watch the rehearsal if you'd like.
Oh, I'd love it.
Come on, then. Follow me.
All right, the places, everyone. Places.
This is all right, Candy. You can stay right here.
Thanks, Dorothy.
Glad to have met you, Mr. Watson.
Also, as we used to say in the theater, go out there and kill them.
See you later.
Where is Miss Warrenschold? Ah, there you are. Herberts? Where's Herberts?
I saw him just a moment ago in the dressing room.
Well, it's late. We've got to keep moving. Please, somebody find Herberts.
From way up in the heights of the stage, the opera house was pierced with a blood-curdling scream. That was no ordinary scream. It was the scream of death. You wait here, Rembrandt. Keep your eyes open. I'm going up to have a look. That scream wasn't in the score of Faust. I punched the button for the backstage elevator. It's a good thing they work fast and are speedy. Once inside, I pressed the button for the fourth gallery. I got out. This was the top of the opera house. The place was loaded with old sets, props, papier-mâché alligators, gold goblets. Then, over on the other side of the catwalk, I saw it. The body of a man all crumpled and distorted. I hit the catwalk and ran over. It was 100 feet above the stage, and as I looked down, I could see a score of strained faces looking up through the darkness. I got on the other side and bent over the body. It was that of Rolf Herbert.
Candy, down here. I think your man just dumped down underneath the stage.
Again, I did a Mel Patton. The elevator shot me down to the stage level, and there was Rembrandt, wild-eyed.
He came down the elevator on the other side, Candy. Then he cut across the stage and down those steps.
Come on, Rembrandt, follow me. I may need help. We ran down the steps and into the bowels of the stage. It looked like a nightmare, a myriad of cross beams of steel for the rising stages. We cleared those and went around by the chorus dressing rooms. There was only one out. I remembered it. A door over in the corner, very seldom used, but it was open. It led into a long tunnel with giant steam pipes running overhead and to the right. This went underground over to the Veterans Building. Down by your feet, there's a stream of water flowing in a trough. It's the old Hayes Valley Creek. Our killer decidedly knew his opera house. As we entered the tunnel, I could see him up ahead running like crazy, so we took off after him. We made the other side, and it breaks into a big engine room. As we came into the opening, I looked around. The engineer was lying on the floor out like a light, blood spurting from his scalp. Then I glanced up. There was another door. This led into the Veterans Building itself and an avenue of escape onto Van Ness. I ran up. Then as we got into the long corridor, I saw Martinello breaking for the door. Stop! Stop, Martinello!
Stop! You think I am a fool?
I do if you don't stop.
Try and get me.
Okay, pal. You asked for it. It was the first time I had ever shot a man. It didn't feel good. But he lived, and later the doctors of law gave him a little pill. The cyanide kind they dropped inside the gas chamber at San Quentin. Martinello paid his debt. Details? Sure, I'll fill him in now. Martinello loved to sing. Ray Mallard had told me that. For years, Carlo had been hanging around the opera house hoping to step into a role. This season, a director had jokingly told him that if he ran out of baritones, he'd let Carlo take over. Carlo took him seriously. He lured Salavini down to his restaurant on a fake emergency call, costume and all, and did him in. But then he became frightened. That's when he called me. It was worth $2,000 to have me hush things up. But I don't operate like that. He had a hunch I was going to tip off Mallard. That's when he removed the body from the icebox and dumped him into the bay. Carlo had also been at the performance of Tales of Hoffman. That's when he learned that they'd rustled up Rolf Herberts to sing in place of Salovini. By this time, Martinello was obsessed with the idea of singing in the opera house and wouldn't stop at anything. Right after Herberts left Warrenshold's dressing room, he managed to get Herberts into the elevator and up to the fourth gallery behind the stage. That scream was produced by a 6-inch stiletto through Herbert's heart from the hands of Martinello. And that's when our chase began. I hope I never see that tunnel under the opera house again. That Mallard and his sentiment. It was he who gave me that gun just a week before, for my birthday. He said I needed protection. Well, darn it, I do. But I can't get Mallard to believe me. Instead, he just gives me guns.
Listen again at this same time next week. For excitement and adventure, just dial
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were Harry Bechtel as Rolf Herberts, Jerry Walter as Carlo Martinello. Henry Leff plays the role of Inspector Mallard, and Jack Thomas is Rembrandt. Dorothy Warrenshold, star of the Standard Hour and the San Francisco Opera Company, was heard as herself. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and produced by Monty Masters. With the exception of Miss Warrenshold, any resemblance to actual people in tonight's play is purely coincidental. Candy Matson comes to you from San Francisco. This is Dudley Manlove speaking. You are tuned for the stars on NBC.
Afraid to use a strong medicated shampoo for dandruff? Listen. Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo gets rid of embarrassing dandruff with one lathering and uses no harsh medication. In fact, only Fitch guarantees to remove dandruff with one safe, easy lathering or money back. Fitch can also make your hair as much as 35% brighter. Contains no strong medication, gentle enough for every shampoo. And then dandruff need never be a problem again. Get wonderful new Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today.
This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of the Samuel Butler novel, The Way of All Flesh, starring Tom Conway as Ernest Pontifex. Samuel Butler was a philosopher and essayist of mid-Victorian England. His literary output was large, but among all his works there was only one novel, The Way of All Flesh. Today it remains as his most important work, a brilliant satiric picture of family life and manners of the period. Two, it has the virtue of being a highly interesting story, a story drawn directly from the life of the author. In a moment, then, The Way of All Flesh, as adapted for radio by Frederick Schlick and Clarence A. Ross. But first, a word from the director of the NBC University Theater, Andrew C. Love.
A word of thanks from all of us engaged in the presentation of the NBC University Theater to the Peabody Award Committee, who last Thursday honored this program by citing it as foremost in the field of radio drama during the past year. Our sincere thanks, gentlemen.
Now, The Way of All Flesh, starring Tom Conway as Ernest Pontifex.
My acquaintance with the family of my godson, young Mr. Ernest Pontifex, who is the chief person of my narrative, dates from my earliest days. When I was a child in Palem, my father, the Reverend Overton, used to be fond of saying that old Mr. Pontifex was the finest man he had ever known, but that his son George was no fool either. George Pontifex believed with his neighbors that young gentlemen should be well thrashed 2 or 3 times a week, and young ladies kept as ignorant as possible. His youngest son, Theobald, was a complete product of this household. Thus, one hardly knows what answer he expected when in his last year at Cambridge, where he had been reading to become a clergyman, he wrote his father this letter.
My dear father, you have declared, and I heartily thank you, that no one will compel me to be ordained. I know you would not press ordination upon me if my conscience was seriously opposed to it. I have therefore resolved on giving up the idea. Your affectionate son, Theobald Pontifex.
Whatever answer Theobald expected, the one he got was distinguished at least by its promptness.
Dear son Theobald, I have received your letter, and am at a loss to conceive its motive. But I am very clear as to its effect. You shall not receive a single sixpence from me until you come to your senses. Your affectionate father, George Pontifex.
Theobald was thus enabled to interpret this outward shove as the inward call for which he had so earnestly prayed, and was ordained. He shortly provided himself with a mate who was in all things what a wife and a minister's wife should be. And from the year 1834 until the end of their lives, the Reverend and Mrs. Pontifex were established in the rectory at Battersby. And Mrs. Pontifex was established in the conviction that Theobald was always right. On my infrequent visits to the Pontifex household, I was invariably a witness to the tyranny of the Reverend Pontifex over my godson, Ernest.
Pleasant to have you with us, Overton. We'll have the children in presently. I hope you won't be too disappointed at your godson Ernest's progress.
Progress? In what?
Why, everything. He's reading, for one thing.
Reading? He's not 3 years old.
Oh, almost 3. And he can hardly put one Latin word after another.
How can you expect an infant in
These things can be hardly taught too early. Don't you agree?
Well, I would...
Of course not.
Well, come, my dear, let's have them in for the hymns. We give them a special treat on Sunday, Overton. Let them choose their own hymn.
Magnificent.
Ernest? Joey? Papa would like you to come in now.
Yes, Mama.
Ernest, you remember your godpapa, Mr. Overton?
Yes, Mama.
Ernest, Mr. Overton has heard about the happy times we have singing hymns on Sunday evening. Sing for him.
May I sing Sunset Tree, Mr. Overton?
Anything you like, my child.
Come, come, come. Come to the sunset tree.
Ernest, don't you think it would be nice if you were to say come instead of tum?
I do say come.
Ernest, don't contradict Papa.
Ernest, you say tum. Now say come as Papa does.
Tum.
That's better, Ernest.
Now, please, Overton. Ernest, that's no better. You're not taking pains. Now take your time and think and say come.
Tum.
Please don't laugh, Overton.
Ernest, you must not disobey dear Papa like this.
Now, Ernest, you have one more chance. Either say come properly, or I shall know that you are deliberately naughty.
But I...
Go on.
Tum.
Very well, Ernest. I've done my best to save you. Now come here.
Papa. No, Papa. I do say tum, Papa.
Oh, Theobald, for the love of heaven. Thus did the upbringing of my godson Ernest begin and continue. One of the more severe experiences of his life began the day that Mr. Pontifex took him to school for the first time, to a painful meeting with the headmaster, one Dr. Skinner.
I tell you in confidence, Mr. Pontifex, no Roughborough boy has failed to make Oxford or Cambridge in 20 years.
Dr. Skinner, Ernest is honored that you've accepted him. Aren't you, Ernest?
Yes. Yes, Papa. Do you always look so preternaturally grave, boy? Do you never smile? What are you staring at?
Your books, sir. There must be 1 million of them.
More like 5,000, I should think.
And do you know every word of them by heart?
Mr. Pontifex, tell me, how far has this boy of yours advanced through Euclid?
Oh, he has the first 3 books, Doctor.
What? 12 years old and not finished Euclid?
Well, he's somewhat lazy, I must admit. He has his Latin and Greek, though.
Let's see what you have in your head, boy. Tell me, who were the 3 Graces?
The 3 Graces were Aglaia, Euphrosyne, and Thalia.
What's that you said? What was that last?
Thalia.
Thalia, you audacious reptile. You dare say Thalia to me? Me, who never made a false quantity in my life? We'll see if that sort of thing will go at Roughborough.
In Ernest's 2 worlds of home and school, there was no one, really no one at all, whom he could regard with affection and who behaved toward him in a friendly fashion. There was, for a while at Battersby, a kind and smiling young servant girl whom he always looked forward to seeing, but even this bit of happiness did not last. One day, on arriving home for his holiday, Ernest learned a sad piece of news.
Cook, I've been looking for Ellen. Where is she?
Ellen? Mercy, Master Ernest. Don't you know?
Know what?
No. How could you know? And you not half an hour home. Why, Ellen's turned out.
You mean she's gone?
Gone she is. And John's even now driving her to the station. Poor girl got herself into trouble. The mistress couldn't but send her away, but the Lord only knows what she'll do now. Heaven save us, Master Ernest. Wherever be you going?
Wait, be Master Ernest. Come, get thy breath, boy.
Ellen. Yes. Ellen, must you really go away? I'll not go far, Master Ernest. There's nothing left for me but the grave. No. Don't say that. Here's a shilling and a 6. Oh, no, Master Ernest, I couldn't. Here's my watch. No, Master. And my knife. That's all I've got. Oh, Master. John, make her take it.
Come, take it, lass. Take what thou canst get, boy. Thou canst get it.
I shall never forget you, Master Ernest. Never. As long as I live.
the matter of the watch, Ernest's mother suspected something amiss in his story of having lost it, and endeavored to speak to him about it. But she learned nothing, for by that period in his life, Ernest knew better. The mangled bones of too many murdered childhood confessions lay whitening around the skirts of his mother's dress to allow any possibility of his trusting her further. And so the watch was forgotten until Theobald, on one of his infrequent trips to the city, decided to buy Ernest a new one. When he got home...
Ernest, I've sent for you to clear up a little matter for me.
Yes, Papa.
I went into several shops today looking for a new watch for you. Second hand, of course.
You're very kind, Papa.
Ah, quite so. But you can imagine my surprise when I came across the very watch you told me that you had lost.
Papa, I assure you...
Silence. I learned everything from the shopkeeper. That watch was sold him by that miserable girl, Ellen, who swore you had given it to her. Is this true or false?
It's true, Papa.
So I feared. Ernest, I shall have to ponder a really suitable punishment for this appalling misdemeanor. But meanwhile, you will have naturally to pay me back what I gave the shopkeeper for the return of the watch. I shall deduct it from your pocket money. 15 shillings.
Papa!
Surely. Listen.
Please, Papa. I've got to have my money. I owe it.
Debt? My son in debt? Idleness, falsehood, and now debt. Oh, Lord, let not thy servant's cross be heavier than he can bear. To whom do you owe this money?
Why,
Ernest, answer me.
At school, Papa. There's an old shopkeeper, Mrs. Cross. She sells hot rolls and butter. And we...
We? So I'm not the only father whose son is a disgrace to him. Dr. Skinner shall know of this.
Oh, Papa, you mustn't tell him. Mrs. Cross...
Mrs. Cross's shop shall be closed. And I'm going to present Dr. Skinner with a list of every boy who's had to have this sort of nefarious practice whipped out of him. And you're going to give me that list, Ernest. You may begin.
Let us mercifully pass over the remainder of my godson's school years and come to the end of his stay at Emmanuel College, Cambridge, when he found himself face to face with a problem which, though he did not know it, had once confronted Theobald himself.
Now, Ernest, I trust you're getting along well with your reading for orders?
Well, it seems like a long way off yet, Papa.
Oh, nonsense. It'll be on you before you know it. You certainly know you'll never get a fellowship at Cambridge.
Well, I suppose not.
Of course not. You haven't the industry. And you needn't think that I'll support you.
Oh, of course not, Papa.
Well, then, you'll have £5,000 from your grandfather's legacy. Best thing you can do with it will be to buy a curacy under a very old rector and wait for him to die. And perhaps when you're 30, you shall marry. I think that settles everything.
Yes, Papa, I believe that settles everything. My dear Papa, since my curacy is in one of the poorer neighborhoods of London, and I'm to be working among the poor, I believe I can best serve Christ by going and living among them, to familiarize myself with their habits and their thoughts. I have therefore taken lodgings with the widow of a cabman, a very respectable matron named Mrs. Jupp in Ashpit Place. I trust you will approve this step, which my conscience has bidden me take. Your affectionate son, Ernest Pontifex.
My dearest son Ernest, on the whole, your mother and I feel that the step which you have taken is a commendable one. Your lodgers will at least have the advantage of being free, cheap. Furthermore, we feel that in such a place there can be few or no temptations. and you'll be able to pass your time in reading for the improvement of your mind. I remain your affectionate father, Theobald Pontifex.
Ernest's life in lodgings might have been a happier one had it not been for the counsel of a fellow student named Pryor. As I understand it, Pryor called in upon Ernest one day, and the conversation came quickly to the issue.
Shall I ring for some tea, Pryor?
I think not, Pontifex. That landlady of yours, that Mrs. Jupp, I just as soon not have the old rummy about.
Oh, you mustn't speak of her that way. She is a good old soul. It was kind of you to come.
Well, fellow curates must stick together, mustn't they? I thought you might have called at my room sometime.
Well, frankly, Pryor, your friends, don't you think they're somewhat too inclined to be high church?
Well, it's all very well to quarrel with Rome, Pontifex, but you must admit that Rome has reduced the treatment of the human soul to a science, and our church has done nothing of the sort.
What are we to do, then?
Why, return to the practices of our forefathers, of Rome, if you like. If the priest isn't a healer of men's souls, what is he?
That's just the trouble. I've been wondering of late if I shall manage to heal my own soul, let alone anyone else's.
Ah, so the devil's been whispering to you, has he?
It may be. Can I make your confession?
Oh, pray do.
There are certain thoughts I've struggled against. I thought I should lose them when I was ordained, but I haven't. And I'm sure they're not holy.
In short, Pontifex, you've been wanting a woman.
Deplorable, isn't it? And I don't know anyone whom I care to marry. Yet the only way out of these thoughts that keep tormenting me, the only way I can see is to get married at once.
Oh, on the contrary, Pontifex. No, I'm greatly in favor of the celibacy of the clergy. At least to all appearances.
To all appearances?
My dear fellow, if you and I aspire to become true clergymen, we must familiarize ourselves with the repulsive details of all kinds of sin, so that we may recognize it in all its stages.
But what are we to do?
I understand that you received a small inheritance from your grandfather a few weeks ago.
Yes, £5,000.
Oh, pity, we shall need twice that.
What for?
To establish a college of spiritual pathology, where young men may study the nature of the sins of the soul. Of course, we might make a start with your 5,000.
But if I gave up my money for such a purpose, how should I manage to go on living?
Oh, the college would pay you a salary, of course. Meanwhile, Pontifex, I could double your money for you, you know.
How?
Let me invest it for you at the stock exchange.
Oh, that seems a little rash.
Oh, nonsense, old boy. I know more about these matters than you do.
I've been thinking. There are all these thousands of souls to be saved, and I haven't saved a single one yet. Perhaps instead of founding the college, I want to try preaching on the streets for a while.
What? Hawk Christ about the gutters? Oh, never, Pontifex. No. You give me your money, and then once the College of Spiritual Pathology is established, only then will we be on the road to saving souls.
Pryor, you're sure this venture is perfectly safe?
Safe as houses, old boy. Don't you trust me?
Yes, sir. I suppose I do.
Well, here then, take this pen and make me out a draft on your bank for £5,000.
I should think a man has to express his convictions sometime.
Oh, but of course.
Pryor, I'll do it. Here, £5,000.
Pontifex, you shall be a bishop for this. Now I must be trotting along.
Pryor, wait.
What?
These other thoughts of mine.
Oh, experience. Get experience, Pontifex.
Oh, but you said you didn't think a clergyman should marry.
I don't.
You mean that...
Precisely, my boy. Some of us must doubtless perish spiritually in such investigations. But if it be God's will that you should fall while studying what you believe most calculated to advance his glory, then you shall say, not thy will, but his be done.
Mr. Pontifex.
Yes, Mrs. Jupp?
You haven't met any of the other lodgers yet, have you?
Not yet.
Oh, well, you'll find them all very nice people, Mr. Pontifex. Very nice people indeed. Not gentlefolk like yourself, of course.
We are all alike in God's eyes, Mrs. Jupp.
You do say such nice things, Mr. Pontifex.
I wonder if you'd mind telling me, Mrs. Jupp, who is it lives directly upstairs?
Oh, that's Mr. Holt. You mustn't mind him. He gets drunk now and again and beats his missus, but he don't mean no harm.
I'm glad to hear it. If you want to know the truth, I hid under my bed last night. I expected to hear blood dripping through the ceiling.
Oh, Mr. Pontifex, you never. Now, there's some lovely people upstairs over the Holts. A Mr. and Mrs. Baxter. But, of course, they're Methodists.
That is very sad news.
Mr. Shaw now, the tinker on the ground floor, he's a free thinker.
How fortunate it is that I came here. So many souls to be saved.
Then there's the 2 back rooms on the Baxter's floor. That's Miss Snow and Miss Maitland. Single girls, Mr. Pontifex. But respectable. Believe me, perfectly respectable.
Mrs. Jupp, I see my duty clearly. I'm going to bring the word of Christ to every one of your lodgers. Oh, dear, that must be Mrs. Holt. I'm just in time.
Well?
Mr. Holt, I'm Ernest Pontifex.
You be that bloomin' clergyman, eh?
Yes, and I'd like to talk to you.
Well, whatever you've got to say, mate, I've already heard it, see? So be off with you, young puppy, before I kick you down bloomin' stairs.
Mr. Shaw, I'm Ernest Pontifex.
Oh, come in, sir. Come in. You have something you want me to repair?
I hope, Mr. Shaw, to be able to repair something of yours. Your soul.
My soul? Oh, you be the clergyman old Jupp was ranting about. Well, sit down, boy, sit down. Now, what can I do for you?
As I said, Mr. Shaw, I have come to save your soul.
Oh, now, boy, you don't want to go about bothering about my old soul. How about those 2 young sweet things upstairs? They're more in a young man's line.
Mrs. Jupp assured me, sir, that Miss Snow and Miss Maitland are perfectly respectable.
No. Well, if Miss Snow's respectable, she got a pair of brothers and cousins come to see it at all hours. I don't know about Miss Maitland, but I should think those girls are all alive.
Really, sir, I have no interest in the young ladies' private lives.
So you want to know about my soul? Well, how do I know that you're qualified to look into it?
I beg your pardon?
You Oxford and Cambridge gentlemen, you think you know everything. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh, feel free to do so, of course, sir.
Well, then. Now, give me the story of the resurrection of Christ as told by St. John.
St. John?
That's right. The Gospel of St. John.
I'm afraid, sir, that I might confuse the various versions.
You might. I'll wager you might. Since the Bible's confused them thoroughly already. Why, don't you know, young man, that none of them agree?
They don't? But they must agree. That's the very cornerstone of our religion.
So it is, Mr. Pontifex, so it is. And if you'll take another look at that religion of yours, you'll find that it can't stand many blows of my hammer. And now, sir, I wish you a very good morning.
Come in.
I've brought you your supper, Mr. Pontifex.
No, thank you, Mrs. Jupp. I shan't eat anything.
Why, you've got to eat, Mr. Pontifex. Just a little, there's a dear.
I'm very busy, Mrs. Jupp.
Busy? Oh, I should think you were with that big book. What might it be?
Dean Alford's notes on the resurrection.
Oh, gracious. That's too deep for me. And for you too, Mr. Pontifex. I expect that infidel Shaw has been bothering you.
Mr. Shaw and I had a very nice talk.
Oh, so nice it seems you've no appetite for your supper. Now, if you want to save somebody, why don't you go and save Miss Snow? She's a really nice girl, Mr. Pontifex, and she won't give you no trouble at all.
My dear Miss Snow,
Mr. Pontifex, why don't you put your Bible down on the table and come and sit beside me?
I'd like that, Miss Snow, but, I came to talk to you about your soul.
Can't you talk about it over here?
Well, really, I think I'd better be going.
Oh, Mr. Pontifex, you don't like me.
Yes, I do, Miss Snow. Believe me, I do. In fact, to tell you the truth, I have a strong temptation.
Temptation? Well, we all have to be tempted once in a while, don't we, dearie?
Oh, do you really think so?
You do like me, don't you?
Miss Snow, you don't know anything about me, but, what I'm trying to say... Who's that?
Oh, that must be one of my brothers. Oh, hello, dearie. This is Mr. Pontifex. He came to talk to me about my soul. Isn't that sweet?
Not the place one would expect to find a clergyman.
How do you do?
How are you?
I must be going.
Right, dearie. Your Bible.
Oh, yes, thank you. Good night.
Yes? What is it, please?
Oh, Miss Maitland, let me in. Please let me in.
Well, really, sir, it's rather late.
Oh, please let me in. Don't speak.
Please, sir. Who are you? What do you want?
Oh, don't speak. Just let me put my arms around you.
Will you get out of here? I'm a respectable girl, sir.
Yes, dear Miss Maitland. Don't push me away.
Get out! Get out! Please! Help! Please! Oh!
Ernest Pontifex, in all my years on this bench, yours is one of the most painful cases I have ever had to deal with. You have been singularly favored in your parentage and education. You were sent to one of the best public schools in England, where you cannot possibly have found any contaminating influences. At Cambridge, you are shielded from impurity by every obstacle which virtuous and vigilant authorities could devise. The females who were admitted within the college walls were selected mainly on the score of age and ugliness. It is hard to see what more could be done for any young man than this. For the last 5 months, you have been a clergyman, and if a single impure thought had still remained within your mind, ordination should have removed it. And it has all come only this, that you have not had the common sense to be able to distinguish between a respectable girl and one who is not. In consideration, however, of the fact that this is your first offence, I shall deal leniently with you. The sentence is imprisonment for 6 months, hard labour.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Tom Conway in a radio version of Samuel Butler's The Way of All Flesh. This play is part of a series devoted to the classic novels of Anglo-American literature. If you're interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, critic, and author of the Speaking of Books column in the New York Times, Mr. J. Donald Adams. Speaking from New York, here is J. Donald Adams.
The man who at the age of 93 is still the Peck's bad boy of literature, I mean, of course, must know no secret of the fact that most of the ideas which he has bandied about in his plays were derived from Samuel Butler. If ever one writer was the intellectual and spiritual godfather of another, Butler was Shaw's. In his preface to Major Barbara, Shaw said this: "It drives one almost to despair of English literature when one sees so extraordinary a study of English life as Butler's The Way of All Flesh, making so little impression that when some years later I produce plays in which Butler's extraordinarily fresh, free, and future-piercing suggestions have an obvious share, I am met with nothing but vague cacklings about Ibsen and Nietzsche. Really, the English do not deserve to have great men." Whether one agrees with Shaw or not, the fact remains that they do, and people are more ready to admit now than formerly that Samuel Butler was a great writer. Arnold Bennett, who at his best was no mean novelist himself, called The Way of All Flesh one of the greatest novels of the world, and many critics would not dispute him. Certainly the book which is being dramatized for you today has more readers in our own time than it had in the years immediately following its author's death. Butler worked for 13 years on this novel, from 1872 to 1885, and it was not published until 1903. He was not primarily a novelist, but a man of ideas, which novelists, popular superstition to the contrary, frequently are not. You might call him the Aldous Huxley of his period, except that his ideas were of greater originality and force. He was an iconoclast of the first order, one of the chief puncturers of Victorian complacency. His was the first lively mind to attack that most hideous of the Victorian assumptions, the divine right of parental authority. And he was one of the foremost champions of his period of the individual's right to freedom of thought and action. You'll find in the notebooks which he kept throughout his life, they comment on the family, which contains the germ of the way of all flesh. "I believe," wrote Butler, "that more unhappiness comes from this source than from any other. I mean from the attempt to prolong family connections unduly and to make people hang together artificially who would never naturally do so."
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Full flavor. The Way of All Flesh must be read. I know of no other novel that contains so many satirical but wise observations about the human comedy.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Our dramatization continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Godson, Ernest Pontifex, duly served out his term of imprisonment. I was able to carry to Ernest the intelligence that his parents were determined never to see him or know him further. This bit of wonderful news so cheered the young man as to make the term of his imprisonment seem light and pleasant. But on the morning of his release, he was conducted to a visiting room, where he learned to his sorrow that his parents had no intention of keeping their word.
Oh, my boy, my son, my dear, darling boy.
Mamma, Papa, Mr. Overton assured me that you would not come.
Oh, Ernest, you must know that the hearts of your dear Mamma and Papa beat with affection for you, no matter how you have pained them.
We were afraid that a false sense of shame might make you wish to avoid us.
Yes, Ernest, we determined to be at your side to support you as you entered again upon the world.
Thank you, but I require no support.
You cannot say that, Ernest. After the enormity of your offense.
Be that as it may, we must part.
Ernest!
Ernest, do not add to your sins by treating our forbearance in this unruly manner.
My imprisonment is over. You cannot compel me to remain here.
Don't speak to us in that way.
Henceforward, you must think of me as one dead. And I'm warning you that if you try to see me again, I shall protect myself in whatever way I can.
So you sent them away, Ernest?
Yes, Overton. Would it be all right if I pulled this chair a little nearer to the fire?
Of course, my boy.
A fire. It's been so long since I've seen one.
Stay as long as you like, my boy.
Oh, no. I'd like to stay with you, but I have things to do.
What things?
Well, I don't exactly know. You know, I did a lot of thinking while I was in prison. And I think I've discovered something.
Go on.
All my life I've let myself be humbugged. Humbugged by my parents and humbugged by my religion. Everything that's ever been told me has been a pack of lies. And now, you know, I've got nothing left.
On the contrary, you've got the beginning of all knowledge. Just keep hold of what you've got.
Oh, I shall. I pray all the time. Lord, I say, I don't believe one word of any of it. Strengthen thou and confirm my disbelief.
Excellent, Ernest, excellent. Now, we've got any plans? You've got to live somehow, you know.
Well, I shall just get back from Prior the £5,000 I gave him for the College of Spiritual Pathology. I want no more of that.
Oh, my poor Ernest. It's not quite so easy.
What do you mean?
Your friend Prior's absconded with your money. Nowhere to be found.
What? All of it?
Every penny.
Nonetheless, I'll have none of my father's money.
Tell you the truth, I'm glad.
What, then? You don't like them either?
My dear boy, I think they're odious. I've always thought so.
Oh, how wonderful. I thought everybody but me liked my father and mother.
Allow me to confess, Ernest, I think that your whole family is horrid, with the exception of yourself. If there's one good one in every family, it's all we can expect.
Oh, I can stand anything now. You know, Overton, I've an idea.
Mm-hmm.
I've lost everything. Money, friends, reputation. Why shouldn't I fall still lower?
What do you mean by that?
I won't try to cling to the skirts of respectability. I'm going out and earn an honest living. As a tailor, perhaps.
But why a tailor?
Oh, they had me doing it for a while in prison.
Oh.
It's the only practical thing I've ever learned. Yes, it's all settled. I shall look for employment tomorrow.
This may really be more than your father and mother can bear.
Well, what of that? I've had to run my chance with them for parents. Now they'll have to run theirs with me for a son. I thought perhaps a job. You might...
Sorry, no work. Get along with you now, I'm busy.
I've had experience, truly considerable experience.
No work here. It's a bad season for tailoring. Try Larkins down the street. He may have something.
Really, I'm a very excellent tailor, Mr. Larkins.
It's no use, young man.
But, Mr. Larkins, I've got to have work. Can't you try me?
Look here. Where'd you learn tailoring anyway?
Maybe
you learned tailoring in prison. Ain't that right?
Oh, truly, sir,
Now, come along now, enough of this. Just get yourself right away from my door. It's time to close the shop for the night.
But listen, I've got to... What's the use?
What's wrong, dearie? Somebody treat you bad?
Oh, please leave me alone.
Well, now you needn't... Oh, Master Ernest. Oh, excuse me.
What? Why, Ellen. Wait for me.
Go away, Master Ernest, go away.
Don't shun me, Ellen. Let me talk to you.
Let me go, Master Ernest. You're too good for the likes of me.
Oh, what nonsense you talk. You haven't been in prison, have you?
Me? Why, Master Ernest, of course not.
Well, I have.
Lord, Master Ernest, I don't believe it.
6 months with hard labor. So don't talk about how good I am. Look, there's a place over the way we can get some tripe and some beer and have a good old talk. Come on, Ellen. Please come. Go ahead, Ellen. Have another pint of beer.
But, Master Ernest,
It might make me tipsy.
Oh, Ellen, you're like an angel that's suddenly come to me out of the fog. And you're so beautiful.
Gentle folk always talk so pleasant like that.
But I'm no longer a gentleman, and I want to be something else as soon as possible.
Whatever can you mean by that?
When I was a gentleman, I learned all kinds of things I oughtn't to have learned. Now, I'm going to unlearn them.
Oh, that's too deep for me, Master Ernest.
Oh, no, don't say that. Ellen, when I was a child and my father and mother made you leave our home, remember?
I ain't forgotten what you done for me. I said I'd never forget, and I ain't.
When they made you leave, it was because you were a fallen woman, wasn't it?
Yes.
And now I'm fallen, too. In their eyes, at least. Ellen, will you marry me?
Oh, I couldn't do that, Master Ernest. The likes of me.
Oh, stop saying that, and stop calling me Master Ernest. Ellen, I love you, and you will fall no more.
No. Ernest, it won't do.
Oh, I beg you to meet her, Overton. She's wonderful.
Very well, Ernest.
Overton, she's my good angel. Why, she's already shown me how I can open a little tailor shop of my own. We've found a house. Now if I can raise £5 or £6 for second-hand clothes, we can mend them and clean them and have a business of our own. Can't you see how wonderful it is?
Yes, Ernest, I see. And I shall lend you as much money as you need.
Then with you for a friend and Ellen for a wife, I'm the happiest man in all London. Well, Overton, what do you think of our shop?
Doesn't look much like the tumble-down place it was when you moved in. You've done wonders, Ernest.
Thanks to Ellen. She's the one who knows about these things.
We had it all painted inside and out, Mr. Overton, and then I gave it a real good scrub after the painters were gone.
And what's this? Oh, I see you've got stock in the place already.
Take another look.
Well, really, my boy.
All my old clerical clothes and my school books. I'm done with those things now. I may as well turn a shilling on them if I can.
Tomorrow we'll go to Debenham's auction rooms and have a look at what's to buy. Oh, we'll get on, Mr. Overton, me and Ernest. We're a team, we are.
Ellen, I can't believe it.
What, dear?
£6 and 10 shillings. Clear profit for the week.
Oh, I knew you could turn into a businessman right enough. You just needed someone to show you the way.
I owe it all to you. It was a miracle that I met you that night.
Maybe it was. But what I say is, miracles have got to be helped on a bit, now and then.
Speaking of helping, you're not to work so hard in the shop now. In your condition...
Never you mind about my condition. I can do my work as well as ever I could. And I'll wager we'll see a week when that till'll show a profit of £10.
Indeed, his little tailor shop prospered beyond his and certainly beyond my dreams. All in all, one would have said his prospects were golden indeed. And so perhaps they would have been had his success depended on himself alone. Unfortunately, this was not the case.
Ellen, I'm back. Ellen, where are you? Ellen, where are you? What's happened? What's the matter?
Ernest! You gave me such a turn. He gave me such a turn.
Me? Oh, what's happened to you? Your hair, your face.
There was a man come in and frightened me.
Who was it? Where's he gone?
Frightened me. I got all upset. And in my condition.
Oh, heavens, I'll get the doctor right away.
No, Ernest, no doctor. I'll be all right. Just you go on out. There's a dear, and you let me rest.
can't understand what's the matter. Only £2 this week. Where has all the money gone?
I haven't spent it, Ernest. Truly, I haven't.
I didn't say you had. I did want to buy myself a few books this week, but I suppose they'll have to wait. Supper ready, Ellen?
Don't want any supper.
But I do.
Well, get it yourself, then. Haven't I got enough to take care of the baby?
Oh, yes, of course, my dear. Is the fire lighted?
I couldn't light it. I was too tired this afternoon. Ernest, could I have a bit of money?
I have hardly any. It seems to be going out all the time now. I can't imagine where it's going to.
Oh, Ernest, I did want to get a bit of ribbon to trim the baby's little hat. Just a bit of money, there's a dear.
Mr. Pontifex?
Yes?
I'm from the Crown and Bottle over the way. When's anybody going to settle for this £4 worth of gin?
£4 worth of gin? Oh, that's some mistake. No one here drinks gin.
Oh, don't they just? Why, Mr. Pontifex, your wife will drink anything she can stand up and pay for. What? Or get on credit. But she hasn't paid me a shilling in months. Now, if you'll just give me that £4, I'll get on my way.
Ernest's eyes were opened at last, and he saw what a horrible mistake his marriage had been. There was nothing to be done. Still, he staggered on, and at last, unbelievably, deliverance came. It was on a lovely, soft spring morning at the end of March that Ernest had sat down for a moment on a bench in the park to enjoy the sunshine, when he perceived a man in coachman's livery standing nearby and watching him intently.
Don't you remember me, Master Ernest?
Why, it's John. John, our old coachman. How are you, John?
Right well, my boy. It's good to see you again.
And you, John? Where are you now?
Oh, I've got fine place, Master Ernest, in West End. Oh, many's the time I thought of you, and how you ran cross fields to give that lass Ellen your watch and a shilling and sixpence.
Yes. That was long ago.
I was always main fond of that lass. A sweeter-tempered, handier, prettier girl than she I never knew. No one as knew better what a man likes and how to keep him happy. That is, if he can keep her from drinking.
You know that?
Lord love you, yes. But you can't keep her. She's that heartful. She'd get it under your very eyes without you knowing it.
John, how did you find out all this?
Why, who should know better? It wasn't a month after I left your pa's place that I married her. What's the matter with you, boy? Were you took sudden with something?
John, are you sure of what you say? Are you sure you married her?
Aye, before the registrar at Letchbury, on 15th of August, 1851.
But then you divorced her.
Not I. I were that fond of her, even with the drink. But seeing I could do nothing with her, and she was a killing of me, I left her and came up to London. And I ain't seen her since. Lord save you, boy. What is ailing of you?
John, my friend. Give me your arm. Put me into a cab and come with me to Mr. Overton's rooms at once. Think of it, Overton. And I was the man who complained that I was without hope. Why, there never was a man as fortunate as I am.
Yes, my boy. You've been inoculated for marriage, and you've recovered.
And yet, I was fond of her, you know, until she took to drinking.
Perhaps. I think it was Tennyson who said 'tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all.
Oh, you're just an inveterate old bachelor. There's nothing to be done with you.
Well, what about you?
I'll go back to my shop.
Oh, there's no need of that.
Of course there is. I want to be able to make Ellen a little allowance and pay some kind person to take care of the child.
You might keep it yourself.
Not I, Overton. I had a father. I'll not visit that curse on another mortal. You know, a man first quarrels with his father about 3/4 of a year before he's born.
True.
It is then that he insists on setting up a separate establishment. And once that's agreed to, the more complete the separation forever, the better for both. No. Let him grow up and in the country and have pure air and no parents to plague him.
But I still wouldn't see you back in your shop, Ernest. You should live like a gentleman.
A gentleman? What's being a gentleman ever done for me, except to make me miserable? Being a gentleman won't bring me money, and only money brings peace.
Yes, something in what you say.
There's a lot in it. Therefore, let me do things for people which they'll pay me for doing.
Well, Ernest, I'm afraid that won't do after all.
And why won't it?
Like it or not, I'm afraid you're to be a gentleman and have money besides.
And how is all that to be arranged, pray?
Do you remember your Aunt Alethea?
Father's sister? Yes, indeed I do. She was very kind to me always.
She loved you very much, Ernest.
Well, and then? She's been dead these 15 years.
Yes. And next month you were to receive her entire fortune. £70,000, my boy.
What?
She left the money to me as trustee.
£70,000 for me?
Ernest, control yourself.
Oh, it's all right. I'm all right.
Then what are you laughing at?
Overton, can you think what this is going to do to my parents? It'll drive them mad.
You can tell Ernest from me, Mr. Overton, to arrange everything just as he likes. This life never did suit me anyway. Ernest is too good for me.
Oh, come.
What us poor girls wants, Mr. Overton, is not to be jumped up all of a sudden and made honest women of. What we want is a regular friend or two who'll keep us from starving and force us to be good for a bit together now and again.
True, madam.
And that's about as much as we can stand. Now then, as for the money, well, if he means me to have it, I suppose I'd better have it. And there's an end on it.
Ernest, my dear boy, it is good to see you again.
It's good to be back in London, Overton. I tell you, I'm all travelled out.
I should think so. From the looks of your luggage. Why, you must have stopped at every hotel between here and Japan.
Well, a man can see a lot of the world when he travels for 4 years.
Done you some good, I hope.
I've been looking at people, Overton. That's good, I think. I've been learning how they think and feel and act.
And what will you do with your knowledge?
Indulge my tastes. You know, I've been a scribbler for years. If I'm to come to the fore at all, I'll do it by writing.
My boy, you couldn't have said anything to please me more. What should be your subject?
All the things which want saying and no one says them. All the things which want attacking and no one attacks them.
You'll be a busy man.
I intend to be. It seems to me that I can say things which not another man in England will venture. And yet they're crying to be said.
Perhaps it's because everybody else knows that they're better left unsaid.
Perhaps. But I'm bursting with them. And it's my fate to say them.
Then you'll write about...
About marriage. About families, I should say.
That's a hornet's nest indeed.
It is. But hornet's nests happen to be what I like.
People won't listen, Ernest. Think you're joking. If you're going to win any rewards, you must write like other people instead of trying to offend your readers.
They'll listen if I say it often enough. As for rewards, I don't need them. Besides, look at Milton. He got only £5 for Paradise Lost.
If I'd been there, I'd have given him twice as much not to have written it at all.
Who's trying to be shocking now? And what can it matter to me whether people read my books or no? If there's any stuff in them, it will come out by and by. I don't even know if I'll write well, Overton. What opinion can any sane man form about his own work?
What indeed?
Some people must write the stupid books. Perhaps I'll be among them.
But you're determined on this offending course?
I am indeed. If this generation won't listen to me, the next one will.
My dear Ernest, I never in my life heard of anything more impractical and imprudent.
Wait, my dear Overton. Wait.
Such is the latest development of my young friend Ernest Pontifex. I leave you to determine whether there is not even a strong family likeness between the Mr. Pontifex who insists on addressing the next generation rather than his own, and the Mr. Pontifex who once thought to found a college of spiritual pathology. He says he trusts that there is not. In politics, he has lately become a conservative. In all other respects, he is an advanced radical. His father and his grandfather could probably no more understand his state of mind than they could understand Chinese. But those of us who know him intimately do not know that we wish him greatly different from what he is.
You have been listening to The Way of All Flesh, an NBC University Theater production of the Samuel Butler novel starring Tom Conway as Ernest Pontifex. Next week at this same time, we will bring you another classic of Anglo-American literature, The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. The present semester of the NBC University Theater is devoted to the classics of Anglo-American literature from the time of Henry Fielding to that of Henry James. If you wish, you may learn more about these authors and their works by enrolling in the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. The University of Tulsa in Oklahoma, Washington State College, and Kansas State Teachers College have now completed their plans for offering such a course in the coming months, thus joining the University of Louisville, whose established home study plan is already serving listeners in another area of the nation. For information, then, as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these courses, write to the NBC University Theater in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, Washington State College, Pullman, Washington, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. The Way of All Flesh was adapted for radio by Frederick Schlick and Clara A. Ross. Our intermission commentator was Donald Adams. As Ernest Pontifex, Mr. Tom Conway, distinguished star of screen and radio. Our cast included Ramsey Hill, narrator, Crawford Kent, Guy Bellis, Doris Lloyd, John Ramsey Hill, Eric Snowden, Phyllis Morris, Alma Lawton, George Pembroke, Ben Wright, Queenie Leonard, Raymond Lawrence, Monty Margetts, and your announcer, Hal Gibney. The original music score was composed by Dr. Albert Harris and conducted by David Baskerville. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. Next week, be with us again for the NBC University Theater production of the Thomas Hardy novel, The Mayor of Casterbridge, starring Reginald Gardner. The program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
I'm Dick Powell, taking over as Richard Diamond. Today.
Radio Theater brings you Bud Abbott and Lou Costello in Buck Private. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. To a producer, one of the most gratifying sounds in the theater is what may be classified academically as the ventrorisis. But backstage, we have a slang name for it that I'll call the tummy laugh. Past masters at producing this phenomenon are tonight's stars, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, who hit Hollywood with the force of a hurricane less than a year ago. The picture that put them over was Buck Privates, which Universal made in the ordinary course of the studio schedule. Suddenly one day, everybody on the lot, from office boy to president, woke up to the fact that gold had been discovered in Universal City. Buck Privates had panned out as a bonanza. And that's the play we've picked for Abbott and Costello's debut in the Lux Radio Theater. It's a story of life in an army camp, some highly imaginary army camp, where a tent flap opens and Abbott and Costello blow in with a draft. But, of course, any similarity between this play and life in the armed forces of the Republic is purely coincidental. Hiding behind the curtain now are Abbott and Costello, so we'll raise it. For the first act of Buck Privates, starring Bud Abbott as Smitty and Lou Costello as Herbie, with Benny Rubin as Sergeant Collins, Lynn Carver as Judy, and Gene O'Donnell as Bob. September the 14th, 1940. Congress passes the first peacetime selective training act in the history of our nation. From the farms they come, and from the factories, from quiet villages, from roaring cities. The youth of America on the march, swelling the ranks with volunteers.
Step right up, fellas. Volunteers in this line, drafties over there. Keep it moving, fellas.
That's an Army recruiting station in a vacant movie theater with a long line of men outside. But just down the street are two boys who haven't heard the news yet. These two boys don't know what day it is. One of them doesn't even know what time it is. They're up to their old tricks, selling neckties on street corners.
Now, gather around me, gents. Just a little closer. Thank you. That's fine. Now, gents, I don't want to give you any sales talk, but never in my life have I ever had the opportunity of presenting such merchandise. Look at these neckties. Feel that material. Pardon me, will you please step aside, mister, and let that little fat boy in? Like to buy a tie, Sonny? Yes, sir. How much money have you got?
I got in the vicinity of $28.
Oh, you've got $28.
In the vicinity. In the neighborhood, I got $3.
Then you have $3.
Yes, sir. Roughly speaking. When you smooth it out, I got $1.
Wait a minute, just a minute. Then you have $1.
I got $1.
All right, just hand it over, please. Thank you. The gentleman buys 10 ties.
10 for $1 is cheap. I'll take 10 of them. Hey, Fatty, how can he sell ties that cheap? Oh, that's easy, mister. We ain't got no overhead. We ain't even got a license to sell ties. I get it now. You two guys are working in cahoots. The whole thing's a jib. Those ties ain't even worth a nickel. I'm going to call a cop. Hey, officer.
Now, look what you did. Grab those ties and let's get going before the cops come. Come on, hurry up.
We'll hop in that green and white taxi cab.
All right. Step on it, driver. We're trying to get away from a cop.
Now, ain't that just dandy, eh? Smitty, it's a cop. We're in a police car. Let me out of here! No, come back here! Come back here!
All right, men, keep moving. Volunteers in this line, drafties over there. Volunteers in this line, drafties over there. Drafties over there, volunteers in this line.
Oh, boy.
Come on, Herbie. You got the ties?
I got them. Boy, we sure got away from that dumb cop.
Well, come on, we've got to hide somewhere.
Hey, Smitty, let's hide in the movies.
What movies?
That line over there. They must be going in to see a picture, huh?
Looks like it. Well, let's get in line and buy a couple of tickets.
Okay. Excuse me, brother.
Hey, what's the idea?
I want to get in line.
Well, get in the back where you belong.
Oh, tough guy, huh? You want to fight? Take your coat off.
All right, my coat's off. Now what?
It's much cooler this way, ain't it?
Now, please cut it out, Herbie. No fighting. Let's get the tickets.
Okay. Hey, look. Look at the way they dress the ticket seller. Like a soldier.
Hello, fellas. What can I do for you?
Oh, that's good. We want to know how much it costs to get in.
Why, not a thing, boys. As a matter of fact, we're going to give you $21.
You're going to give us $21?
Uh-huh.
Bank night. Hey, giving any dishes away?
Nope. 10 plates.
10 plates? That's a novelty, Smitty. Now we can start a new set.
Sure. Oh, come on, step inside. Hurry up, Herbie, or we won't get a seat.
Okay. Hey, you sure?
Yeah?
What picture's playing in here?
What picture? You're in the Army now.
Oh, that's swell. I never saw that picture.
Here you are, Joe. A couple of new customers. Well, fine. Hello, boys. Drafty?
No, not a bit. You feel drafty, Smitty?
Not me.
I feel very comfortable in this joint here.
Well, good. Now, let's get you registered. Yeah, come on. Let's get registered before the drawing starts.
You think you're going to win, huh, Smitty?
Sure. Sign right here, please.
Oh, please. Oh, boy, what polite uses.
Quiet, please. And now, let me have your signature right here, please.
I'd be delighted. And I hope I win. Everybody is so happy around here.
Well, congratulations, men. We're glad to have you in the Army.
Thank you. We're very glad to be here.
Why?
Let me out of here!
Come on, gangway. Head out.
Get me out!
Just a moment,
Yeah, just a moment. Oh, Smitty, the same cop.
Yeah, it's the same cop. What's the matter, officer? I owe these guys a pinch. Come on, boy. Wait a minute. They're in the Army, officer. You can't touch them now.
There. You see, wise guy?
So you're in the Army, huh? Well, I'm joining up myself tomorrow. I'll be seeing you, boys.
Hey, Smitty, I'm laughing. What am I laughing at?
All right, men. Here are your orders. Report at the High Street Armory at 7 o'clock. You leave the railway station at 9. Until then, dismissed.
What happened?
The officer dismissed us.
You mean we're fired before we even get started?
Oh, no. We have time off till 7 o'clock. Hello, fellas. Got a match? Sure, here. Thanks. My name's Martin, Bob Martin. Hiya, neighbor. I'm Smitty. This is Herbie. Hello, Herbie. Were you drafted too?
No, sir. I'm an involuntary volunteer.
Martin, will you get my hat? I left it in the other room.
I think you'd better get it yourself, Mr. Parker.
What's that?
I'm not working for you anymore.
Now, look, Martin, I thought we had it understood. If we happen to get in the same company, I wanted you to keep right on with your job. I'll pay you, of course.
Thanks. But we're just a couple of buck privates now. You won't need a chauffeur, Mr. Parker.
All right, Martin. I won't be in very long anyhow. But maybe if you behaved yourself, I could get you out of me.
Through your father, I suppose.
Well, he has a little influence in Washington, you know. What do you say?
I'm not having any, thank you. I'll serve my time like everybody else.
Go ahead.
Mr. Parker, I've worked for you for 2 years, haven't I?
That's right.
It's been quite an experience. I've carried you upstairs and put you to bed any number of times.
Yes, but why bring that up?
Remember that night I froze both my ears waiting for you? And that accident you had when I took the rap and went to jail for you?
Look, Martin, let's not reminisce.
Yeah, but we're in the Army now, so I think it's about time I tendered my resignation.
Very well, tender it.
Yes, sir. Would you mind putting up your hands, Mr. Parker?
Anything to oblige an old friend.
So long, Mr. Parker. I'll see you at camp. Well, what do you think of that?
You know, Smitty, that gives me an idea.
Yeah, what?
I've been working for you for 6 years.
So?
Now we're in the Army.
Well?
And it's all your fault.
What do you mean?
So I'm going to tender you my resignation.
Herbie. You hit me.
Smitty, help me. I didn't mean it. I must be going out of my head.
Yeah.
You're my best friend.
Not now.
I didn't realize that I hit you.
I don't know.
Oh, Smitty.
Never mind.
I'll never get away with it again.
I know you won't.
Please, Smitty. Do me a favor, will you, Smitty?
No.
Hit me right in the chin and make me happy.
I will not.
Oh, Smitty.
No.
Don't let me go through life with that on my mind. Hit me right in the puss, will you, Smitty? Make me happy. Right in the kisser.
All right.
And I had to coax him to do it.
And when you hear that whistle, hop to it. Now fall out until train time.
Cigarette, soldier? Compliments of the Army.
Judy.
Bob!
Judy, great. What are you doing here?
Why, I joined the Army.
Go on.
No, really, I'm a camp hostess now. We're going to add the feminine touch.
Hey, that'll make being drafted more popular.
I think it's pretty popular right now.
Yeah?
Cigarettes, Bob?
Thanks.
See you later.
See you later, Judy.
Chewing gum? Apples? Oh, hello, soldier.
Hello, miss.
Like some cigarettes?
No, ma'am.
Well, how about an apple?
Have you got a lollipop?
I'm sorry. Why, you like lollipops?
Oh, I'm just a sucker for those things.
Cigarettes? Apples?
Hey, you know what, Smitty? Gee, she's a nice-looking soldier.
Oh, stop looking at her.
I was only looking at her to see if she was looking at me to see if I was looking at her.
Oh, keep quiet.
What do you always pick on me for?
How you doing, soldier?
Oh, hello.
Hello. Cigarettes?
Thanks. My name's Randy Parker.
Hi, Mr. Parker. I'm Judy Gray. Well, see you at camp.
Oh, now, wait. Don't go.
Oh, but I have to. I'm on duty.
A hostess' first duty is to keep the soldiers happy. I won't be unless we get better acquainted.
We'll have plenty of time to become acquainted.
Oh, but I'll be out of the Army in a week. Sit down.
I'm sorry.
Come on.
Will you please let me go?
Not until we're better acquainted.
Please.
What goes on here? What's the matter,
Oh,
Judy?
it's nothing, Bob. Just a fresh recruit trying out the manual of arms. Forget it.
Judy, I'm running out of gum. Do you have any?
Coming, Patty.
I better tell you something, Parker. Stay away from that girl.
I'll pick my own company, thanks.
Maybe on Park Avenue, but not in the Army. Keep away from Judy.
Company! Fall in!
Come on, Dice. Come on, Dice, do your duty. 7 for Papa, come on, just this once. And there they go. Ha! Freedom and wheat, boys. 7 a natural.
Boy, what luck.
Come on, put your money down, boys. Put your money down.
I've got another nickel. Hey, Smitty!
Let me have it.
Hey, Smitty! Hey. Hello, Smitty. How are you?
Hello, Herbie.
What are you doing?
Your pal Smitty just gave us a lesson in dice.
Oh, yeah? How do you like that? Playing dice on a choo-choo train?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. What is that?
Dice.
Dice?
Mm-hmm.
What's dice?
That's a game.
Nice game.
You ever play a game of dice?
Oh, no, not me.
You play games.
Oh, I play games, but I don't play that game of dice.
What do you play?
I play I Spy, and I play Post Office, and then I play Jacks.
Jacks?
I'm up to my foresies.
No. This is a real game. You see, there's numbers on there from 1 to 6. You roll them out. Now, if you should roll a 6 and a 1, that's 7. That's a natural. You win. If you should roll a 5 and a 2, that's 7. That's a natural. You win. If you should roll a 4 and a 3, that's 7. That's a natural. You win.
That's all you do is win.
Well, no.
Oh, you can lose, too.
Well, yes. If you throw like 2 1s, that's craps. You lose. If you throw 2 6s, that's craps. You lose. In other words, 7 you win and craps you lose.
Hey, you can win and you can lose.
That's all there is to it.
Nice game.
You want to play it?
I love to.
All right, there you are. There's the dice. Now, wait a minute before you roll them out. Of course, if you roll them out and you make a 7, what do you win?
Nothing.
Well, now, you don't want to win nothing, do you?
Not if I can help it.
Well, certainly not. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll each put $10 down. Then when you make your 7, see, you pick up $20.
Oh, we each put $10 down?
That's it.
Smitty.
What?
Don't call this gambling, will you?
No.
I don't want my mother to find out about this.
Don't worry about that.
We'll call it bank night.
All right, we'll call it bank night. Okay, go ahead.
Now, what do I do with these square things?
You just roll them out, and if you should throw a 7, you win, and craps you lose.
Throw them out?
That's all.
Here I go.
Never played the game, huh?
Put your $10 down.
There you are. It's down. There you are.
I mean, you had it in your hand. I want it down.
There it is.
Down on the floor.
Down now.
Keep it down.
All right, now, don't get
your foot off it.
All right.
Get your foot off it.
All right.
Stay clear of that 10.
All right, there you are. It's all cleared. Now, go ahead. Roll them out.
Okay, here I go.
Let them go.
Whee! 7.
Mm-hmm.
I win.
Yep. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to tell you. Don't pick up the money right away.
I got to pick up the money now.
Not now. You pick it up later.
Oh, you want me to wait until the money gets up to my chin? Then I ship it down by truck.
That's the idea, yes. Well, how do you like the game so far?
It's good.
You like it? Never played it, huh?
No, sir.
All right, well, what do you want to shoot for now?
Fade that. Keep your hands to yourself.
What do you mean, fade that?
Don't slap me in the face.
Thought you told me you never played this game.
Well, it ain't a bit nice. Now keep your hands to yourself.
Just a minute.
I don't like it, that's all.
You told me...
You got no right to slap me in the push.
Just a minute. You told me you never played this game.
I never played the game before, and that's that. And
now,
keep your hands where they belong.
Where did you get that fade that?
It just come to me out of thin air.
What do you mean out of thin air?
I just thought of it and I said it. Is it wrong?
No, it's too darn right. Are you sure you never played this game?
Yes, sir. I'm surprised at you, Smitty, for you even to doubt. Doubt! I did.
All right, never mind.
Doubt!
All right, I'll take another chance. There you are. Roll them out. Go ahead. Forget about it. 7 you win, craps you lose. Same thing.
And I want to remind you once more, now keep your hands to yourself, because I don't like that.
Don't make those remarks. I don't like them.
You can kick me. Don't slap me.
Never mind. I'll use my own judgment. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I throw them out again.
Throw them out again.
Whee! 7 again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm lucky.
Yes. Well, I guess it's beginner's luck.
Yeah.
All right, so what do you want to shoot now?
Let it ride.
Wait a minute. Just a minute.
I'm telling you, now keep your hands to yourself. I don't go for that
Don't give me that. Now, come on. Now, speak up like a man.
Now, boot me around, but don't slap me.
Just a minute. Now,
don't go for that.
Don't tell me you got that.
I'll quit the Army, so help me.
Just a minute.
I resign. I quit.
You can't quit.
I had a better offer from the Navy.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute.
Let me get out of here.
Now, wait. Don't tell me you got that out of thin air. Where'd you get it? Come on, where'd you hear it?
I heard it at the clubhouse.
No, I knew it.
I'm sorry.
And you did play the game.
Not me, Smitty. I'm not lying. Honest.
Come on, speak up.
I was at the clubhouse one night. I saw a bunch of the kids.
Mm-hmm.
And they was all around the table, and they had lumps of sugar with some numbers on them.
Yes.
Dots. And they was throwing them out. and they was yelling those kind of things.
Oh, but you didn't play in the game.
Oh, no, sir.
Oh.
I was too young. I'm just a boy.
Oh, I know that.
They wouldn't let me play.
Well, I understand it now. It's all right. No hard feelings.
No. Starting Tuesday, I'm going out with girls.
Why, sure. Why, goodness. Here you are.
You see, those kind of things, when they say those things, I'm at the age where I pick them up fast.
I know that. I appreciate that, too, because you're a smart boy.
You can't blame me for that.
No. Go ahead now,
But
roll.
keep your hands to yourself.
All right, now, no more arguing. Everything's lovely. All right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, roll them out.
The same thing?
Same thing. 7 you win, craps you lose.
It's a good game.
You like it, don't you?
Yeah.
That's the boy.
Yeah, go.
See the money piling up?
Yeah, in my direction, too.
That's right. Go ahead.
Whee! 11. You never did say nothing about 11.
Oh, that's right. Well, 11 don't mean anything.
No?
No. Personally, I don't know why they put those numbers on the dice.
I guess they had a lot of room, so they put extra dots on
Yeah,
them.
that's it.
I'll tell you what we do.
What?
We'll call 11 intermission.
Intermission. Say, that's a good name for it. But go ahead, I'll give you another chance.
Intermission. Now, I roll them out again?
That's right.
And give me another chance?
Sure.
You're a regular kid.
Sure, right. Go ahead. Everything's...
That's my pal.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go.
That's the boy.
Whee!
4.
Little Joe.
Little Joe, huh? That's right.
Now, Smitty, I'm telling you.
Don't give me that.
No more slap me in the face now. I don't go for that, that's all.
Little Joe. Clubhouse, eh? I'll fix you in that clubhouse. Pick up those dice.
Not until you say please.
Pick them up.
Say please.
Pick them up.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't say it.
Now, wait a minute. Just before you roll them out. If you should roll a 7 before you make that 4, you lose.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, what?
Yes, sir.
That's better.
You gotta be one or the other.
All right, never mind. Go ahead and roll the dice now. Don't forget, 7, you lose. 4 is your point.
Whee!
3, you lose.
How come?
Well, what did you roll the first time?
4.
What did you just roll?
3.
Well, 4 and 3 is what?
7.
You lose.
Oh, you add them up.
Oh, you didn't learn that at the clubhouse, did you?
You never said nothing about add them up, Smitty.
Never mind. Now we'll play it.
Smitty's cheating.
Never mind. No,
Smitty's cheating.
no, never mind. Now we'll play it my way.
You're going to use my money now?
Why not? You've used mine long enough.
Yes, sir.
Come on, put it down.
Okay.
Put it all down.
I'll put it all down.
Put it all down.
Can I count it?
Well, count it if you want.
$20 bill, another $20 bill,
All right.
$10 bill, another $20 bill.
Yeah. What'd you throw out there?
Somebody put a buck in here.
All right. Go ahead. Now, here they go. Watch them. There we are, Herbie. 11. That's the winner.
11.
That's a natural. See, 11 is a winner. That's...
No, leave the money down.
Now, wait a minute.
Leave the money down, Smitty.
That's a natural.
That's 11, ain't it?
Yes.
Intermission. I give you another chance. You was good to me, I'm good to you.
All right. Here they go. There you are. 6. 6 is the point. 6. Here they go again. Watch them. There you are. 6 right back. I win.
Leave the money alone.
Wait a minute.
Leave the money alone.
Now, don't
you lose.
No, I don't lose.
What'd you roll the first time?
6.
What did you just roll?
6.
6, 12, craps, boxcars, big bennies.
Our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act 2 of Buck Private. Starring Bud Abbott as Smitty and Lou Costello as Herbie. The Buck Privates, 15,000 strong, have arrived at camp. They're not an army yet, but in those straggling ranks is the raw material of a mighty fighting force. On the parade ground, Company K stands at attention as an officer passes down the line.
As I said before, I'm Captain Williams, commanding author of this company, and I'm just as new to you as you are to me. But we all have the same job ahead of us. A great many people are counting on our success. People from all walks of life who are giving to this great national defense program just as much as you or I. No one expects you to be seasoned soldiers overnight, but we're going to do everything we can to help you in every possible way. And I believe that if we all work together, that we'll make K Company a unit of which any regiment can be proud. Sergeant Callahan?
Yes, sir.
Appoint acting corporals and assign the men to their tents.
Yes, sir. All right, men. Count off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. Who's next?
All right, so it's me. 13! Who likes a number like that?
Come on, men. Come on. Get those bunks made. Caps blew 5 minutes ago. Now get to work. Come on.
That's a nice job, Parker. I never knew you made your own bed at home.
I must have forgotten to tell you.
Hurry up, Herbie. Make up that bed.
Fine thing. $21 a month to be a chambermaid.
Men, the new sergeant. What kind of a place is this? Clean up that mess.
Hey, Smitty, that voice sounds familiar.
Hey, too familiar. It's that cop, the one who was going to pinch us.
Come on, let's get out of here. Grab your stuff, quick.
Well, look who's here. So you two boys are in my section, eh?
Not anymore. We're resigning.
Come on, Herbie.
There you. Where do you think you're going?
To collect my Social Security.
You can't collect your Social Security till you're 65.
Seeing you, I aged 35 years.
Put that grip down. Put it down.
All right.
Now go over there and climb into that bunk.
Sergeant.
Yeah?
I got a confession to make.
Well?
I ain't got my nightie on yet.
Get in that bunk.
All right. Smitty, I don't think that guy likes me.
Quiet. Hey, you. What's your name?
Parker.
Where did you learn to make up a bunk?
Military school.
Why didn't you tell the first sergeant? He might have made you an acting corporal.
You can have the whole army. By next week, I'll be through with it.
You're the one they've been talking about, eh? The dude with all the drag.
That's me, Sarge.
Well, drag yourself into that bunk. You got a long day ahead of you tomorrow, and everybody quiet. Stay that way.
Sergeant.
Yeah?
Will you tell me a bedtime story?
Shut up! All right!
And this is the recreation hall. Soldiers are privileged to come to the recreation hall whenever they're off duty.
You know, it's very nice of you to show me around, Miss Gray.
Yes, I'm sure you'd never found it yourself, Private Parker.
Oh, never. Look, Judy, I want to talk to you. How about forgetting what happened at the station?
I've already forgotten it.
Well, it was your own fault, you know.
My fault?
Certainly. You shouldn't be so beautiful.
Hey, Private Parker!
Yes?
Private Parker, I got a message for you. Captain Williams wants to see you.
Oh, that's fine. Maybe he heard from the old man. I better go, Judy.
Of course.
You wait here. I'll be right back.
Say, Herbie, who gave you that message? I happen to know that Captain Williams just left camp for the weekend.
I got a message for you, too.
You have?
That guy over there, Bob Martin. He wants to see you.
Okay, Herbie, I'll take over now. Thanks, pal.
Say, what is this?
You may not know it, but you've just been rescued.
I've what?
Mm-hmm. The captain doesn't want to see Parker, but I want to see you.
Oh, the old army game, huh?
Come on outside, Judy. I want to show you the moment.
All right, Bob, but I've got to come right back.
Oh, boy. I feel just like Cupid.
Oh, there you are. Hiya, Herbie, old boy.
Hiya, Smitty.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
You know, you're looking great, fella. You know, I was just standing over there thinking, now there's a real soldier. Yes, Herbie, you are, really, Herbie. You look swell in uniform. You know, I'm proud to be your friend.
You can stop right there. I ain't got a penny.
No,
Not a penny.
No, Herbie.
Every time you talk like that, it's going to cost me something,
Now,
brother.
wait a minute, Herbie. I didn't ask you for any money.
I know, but you got that look in your eye.
No. Did I ask you for any money? Now, listen. You cleaned me up in that crap game, didn't you?
You gave me a lesson, that's all I know.
Now, by the way, will you do me a favor?
Here it comes. I know it's... What is it?
Herbie, I'm broke. You blow me a few bucks, will you?
How many bucks is a few bucks?
Very little. All I need is $50.
$50?
Mm-hmm.
Smitty, I can't lend you $50.
Oh, yes, you can.
No, I can't. All I got is $40.
All right. Give me the $40.
Okay, here.
Fine. Now you owe me 10.
Okay, I owe you 10.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Wait a minute. Smitty, how come I owe you 10?
Well, what did I ask you for?
You asked me for $50.
And how much did you give me?
And I gave you $40.
So you owe me $10.
Excuse me, that's right.
That's okay.
Well, you owe me $40.
No. Don't change the subject.
I'm not changing the subject. You're trying to change my finances. Come on now, Smitty. Give me back my $40.
No, right here. Take it. There's your $40. Now give me the $10 you owe me.
Okay, here. I'm paying you on account.
On account?
On account? I don't know how I come to owe it to you.
If that's the way you feel about it, that's the last time I'll ever ask you for the loan of $50.
Just a minute, Smitty. Don't get sore at me.
Why not?
How can I lend you $50 now? All I got is $30.
Well, give me the $30 and you'll owe me $20.
This is getting worse all the time.
What do you mean?
First I owe you 10, now I owe you 20.
Well, why do you run yourself into debt?
I'm not running in, you're pushing me.
I can't help it if you can't handle your finances. I do all right with my money.
You're doing all right with mine, too.
Now, wait just a minute. Now, look, I asked you for the loan of $50, and you gave me $30. So you owe me $20. 20 and 30 is 50.
No. 25 and 25 is 50.
All right. Here's your $30. Now, give me back the $20 you owe me.
I don't know. Something's wrong. I don't know what it is, but something's screwy.
You're a fine guy. Won't loan a pal $50.
How can I lend you 50? All I got now is 10.
Well, listen. To show you that I'm your pal, You want to double that money?
Goodbye, Smitty. I'll see you around.
Now, wait,
some other
now,
time.
listen.
Go on, I'll see you some other time.
Just
Go
a
on.
minute. Now, wait a minute. I don't want that kind of money. On the up and up with me all the time. You know that. Now, look, take a number. Any number at all from 1 to 10. And don't tell me.
I got it.
Is the number odd or even?
What's 3?
Now, don't tell me.
I told
you not to.
I'm not supposed to tell you, and I told you.
I don't want that kind
Ain't I truthful?
I don't want that kind
Ain't I truthful?
That's right. I don't want that kind of money.
I shouldn't tell him.
No.
I'm truthful, though.
I know, but I'd be cheating you that way.
Yeah.
All right, now, come on. Now, let's start all over again.
Let's start all over.
All right, now, take a number.
I got it.
Now, is the number odd or even?
Even.
Now, is the number between 1 and 3?
No.
Between 3 and 5?
I think I got him.
Is the number between 5 and 7?
Yeah.
Number 6.
Right.
All right, I win. Give me the 10. Thanks, Herbie, old boy. Thanks a lot, Herbie.
How did he do that?
Come in, Parker. You're not here to see Captain Williams again, are you?
No, sir. I'm supposed to see the general this time.
Just a minute. Private Parker's here, sir. Oh, yes. Send him in.
Private Parker reporting, sir.
At ease. Well, Parker, I believe you know this gentleman here.
I believe so. Hello, Dad.
How are you, my boy? Well, let me see you. Well, you're looking better than your letters indicated.
I feel fine. I thought you'd forgotten about me, Dad. Did you fix everything up in Washington?
Well, I had a little difficulty, but everything is arranged.
Oh, that's fine. Why don't you take a look around the grounds while I get out of my uniform?
No, I can't, son.
Why not?
Because I have to return to Washington at once, and because you're not getting out of that uniform.
But you just said that you...
And I just fixed everything up. Well, I have. Parker, it seems that your father has a little more respect for Army life and Army institutions than you have.
Excuse me, sir, I don't understand all this.
It's not very difficult, Randy. This camp may be short of sport roasters and chorus girls, but it's excellently equipped to make a man out of a playboy. You're going to stay here and put in your time, and you're going to like it.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Detail out. Well, men, in all my experience, you are the 6 dumbest monkeys I've ever had the misfortune of grilling.
Oh, gee, thanks, Sarge.
Quiet!
Oh, me?
Step out here, yes, you. Listen, how can you be so stupid?
I don't know. It just comes to me natural.
Well, there's something else coming to you, and I'm going to see that you get it. Private Smith?
Right here, Sergeant.
Smith, you seem to know what this is all about. I want you to take these men and work with them all day and see if you can work some sense into them. I'm exhausted!
Yes, sir.
Oh, boy. Hi, Smitty. You're going to be the captain, huh?
Detail. Attention.
It's all right, fellas. Don't get nervous. He's my pal. Anything I want to do, it's okay with me.
You? Wipe that smile off your face.
Are you kidding?
Attention, you.
Oh, pal. It's me, Fat Herbie.
Quiet. One more word out of you and I'll slam you into the jug.
Okay. Go ahead, Smitty. You want to be a big man? You want to be the captain?
Shut up.
Go ahead, you're the captain.
What
you're
are
the
you...
general.
What are you doing?
You're the commander.
What are you doing?
I'm promoting you in a hurry.
What are you doing?
What am I doing?
What are you doing?
I'm talking to myself.
Well, don't talk so loud.
Well, I got to hear what I got to say.
Quiet. Count off. 1, 2, 3.
Bingo.
Stop it. You behave yourself. Understand? I won't warn you again. Now get your chin up. Get it up.
All right, don't hit it. It's getting up. Don't hit it. What do you hit me under the chin for?
I'll do as I want. Throw out your chest.
Huh?
Throw out your chest.
Oh, yeah, well...
Throw it out. Get it out. Way out. Way out. Way out. Throw it out.
I'm not through with it yet.
Quiet.
What kind of talk you give me
You
here?
just keep quiet. I'll do the talking.
Go ahead. You do the talking. Go ahead.
That's right.
Report me. Go ahead.
Never mind that.
Put me in a brig.
I'll put you someplace. Right shoulder. Arm. I said right shoulder arms. That's your left shoulder.
I'm left-handed.
Get it over there.
It feels better over here.
Get it over there.
Never saw such a temper on a guy. Big man.
Quiet.
Okay, it's over there.
Keep quiet.
It's over there. I put it on the other side.
Now keep it over there.
What difference does that make what side you put it on? The
Leave it
bolts
over
are going
there.
to come out the same way
Never
anyway.
mind that.
What I know about a gun anyway? You don't know anything about a gun.
You were told how to handle a gun.
Gives me a gun. He says, go ahead, shoot at will.
That's all you have to do.
3 million guys on the other side. I got to pick out a guy named Will.
Never mind.
Why don't you give me a gun like that Sergeant Collins has got?
What do you mean?
He's got a nice gun. Shoots bullets for 3 miles and throws rocks the rest of the way.
You just... Detail. Left shoulder arms. Right shoulder around, left shoulder around, right shoulder around, left shoulder around, right shoulder around.
All right. Make up your mind. I'm going home.
Come back here.
I forgot something. I'm going home.
What'd you forget?
I forgot to stay there.
Never mind that. Get with it.
Right shoulder arm, left shoulder arm, right shoulder arm, left shoulder arm.
Quiet.
Right shoulder arm, left shoulder arm.
Do what you're told.
What do you think I'm toting here, a machine gun?
Quiet.
It's discouraging.
Quiet. Present. Arm.
Okay, take it.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm presenting it to you.
I don't want it.
Go on, take it.
I don't want it.
You asked for it.
No, I didn't ask.
Well, then I don't want it either.
Now
Throw
pick
it
up
down.
that gun. Pick up that gun. Pick that gun up. Pick it up.
Not until I get ready.
Pick that gun up.
I said not until I get ready.
And I said pick that gun up.
I think I'm ready.
Yeah, I think you are. And stop pointing that gun at your temple.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that.
Why not?
It ain't loaded. Look. See?
Herbie, take that gun away from your temple.
What's the matter? Getting scared? It ain't loaded. Look.
Herbie, drop that gun.
Okay.
Herbie! Don't faint, Herbie!
It's too late.
Hello, Judy.
Oh, hello, Private Parker.
You going my way?
Thanks, no, I'm waiting here for someone.
Oh. Well, if you're waiting for Private Martin, I'm afraid he won't be able to keep his date with you.
Oh, I think I understand. The captain wanted to see him?
Not exactly. He's shooting with the company rifle team, and they're having some sort of a contest.
Oh, yes, I heard, with those boys from Tennessee. But I thought you were the star of the team.
Well, I was until this morning, and then the strangest thing happened. My wrist, I could hardly move it. I told Captain Williams about it, and he replaced me with the sixth man on the score sheet.
Oh, and Bob was the sixth man, of course.
Of course.
Well, how does your wrist feel now?
Why, it's much better, thanks. In fact, it's completely cured.
In other words, you walked out on your teammates just to chisel a date with me, is that it?
Well, you're a lot more attractive than a target.
I think you ought to know something, Mr. Parker. I don't think it will matter to you, but the men you sold out bet every cent they had on the team. That means on you.
They did? They never mentioned it to me. All right, I'll make their losses good.
With what? Money?
What else can I do?
It's just that easy for you, isn't it? Well, I'll tell you one thing. There's no price tag on loyalty or friendship.
I didn't ask for this uniform. Why should I take it seriously?
After what you did today, the only friend you'll have in camp is a guy that looks at you out of the mirror. And if he had any sense, he'd keep as far away from you as I'm going to.
Wait a minute. Judy, wait.
We'd have won if Parker had shown up.
Yeah, that gag about hurting his hand, that was a hot one.
Cost me every nickel I had. I bet $10 on that guy. Let me see. 10 out of 21? I ain't gonna get rich that way.
Hello, fellas. I'm sorry we lost the rifle match.
What do you mean, we?
I want to make your losses good. Just tell me how much you dropped.
I think I'll take a walk. There's a strange smell around here.
Oh, wait a minute. I said I was sorry. What do you want me to do? Backflips?
Yeah, wise guy, and we're just the boys who can flip.
Don't you suck him, Harry. I had that pleasure myself once, and I'd like another crack at him now.
All right, Martin, let's go.
Go on, go get it. Go on.
Oh, wait. Don't fight. Don't fight now. No, stop. I don't want to see anybody get hurt.
Don't interfere, Herbie.
I gotta interfere, Smitty. Somebody's gonna get hurt. Stop it, will you fellas, before somebody gets hurt?
Oh, I'm sorry, Herbie.
There, you see?
He got me. He socked me right in the eye.
I told you not to interfere.
Look out, fellas. Here comes the sergeant. What's going on in there?
Hey, boys, cut it out. The Sarge.
Jiggers, the Sarge.
What is this? What's the matter in here?
Nothing at all, Sarge. Nobody was fighting in here, honest.
No? Then how'd you get that black eye?
What black eye? Have I got a black eye?
Listen, you. I don't know what's going on in here, but I'll bet you're in the middle of it.
You said it.
Cut it out, see, or you'll find yourself on KP. Now, I want it quiet in here. I don't want to hear another peep out of you guys, or there's going to be trouble.
What an army. What a sergeant. Give me liberty or give me death. Benjamin Franklin, or vice versa. I'm getting sick of it, Smitty.
All right.
I don't know why he's always picking on me.
Don't feel so bad, please.
That guy socked me right in the eye.
Well, it's your own fault.
Not around it, mind you. Right in it.
I know it. Here, Herbie. You can listen to my radio.
Thanks, Smitty.
It's all right.
You're the only friend I got around here.
Who's doing that? Who's playing that radio?
Nobody. It's playing by itself.
Well, turn it off. Turn it off! All right. The men have to get up at 5:45 in the morning. Now keep it quiet in here.
See, Smitty? See what I mean?
Go on and play the radio.
Now, wait a minute. You heard what the guy said. He said keep it quiet. Don't play the radio.
Oh, what are you worrying about? He's only the sergeant. What's the matter? You scared of him?
No.
Go on, play the radio all you like. Play it loud.
Okay. tell you they've got to get up at 5:45 in the morning? Now, don't play it. Okay. Any more noise in here? I'm going to get good and sore. Now, quiet.
Go on and play the radio.
Smitty, the man said don't play it in parentheses, he said it.
Go on, play the radio. Listen, you're an American citizen, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And this is a free country, isn't it?
Sure.
And what are you worrying about? Go on and play the radio. If he comes in here again, I'll tell him off.
You will?
Sure I will.
Don't forget now, tell him off.
You just leave it to me.
Cut that thing off. Shut it off. Listen, you. Go ahead, Smitty.
Didn't I tell you not to play that thing?
Didn't I tell you that the men were asleep? Smitty, when are you going to tell them? Shut up and you listen to me. Wait a minute, Sarge. My friend's got something to tell you. Smitty!
He ain't going to tell me anything. He's asleep.
Asleep? Smitty! Smitty, wake up. Don't go to sleep on me at a time like this. Smitty!
Leave him alone.
Okay.
Now, look, you. I'm going to give you one more chance, but don't get funny, see?
All right.
One more crack out of you, and I'll shake you up like a terrier shakes a rat.
Yeah.
I'd like to see you do it.
Oh, you never to me! I didn't say a thing, brother.
I heard you. You said you'd like to see me do it.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't.
Well, who said it then? Who said it?
Smitty, wake up! Will you wake up?
Leave him alone.
Mr. Sarge, he wants to tell you something.
Shut up.
Smitty!
Keep quiet with that whimpering. Now, look, you. Close your mouth.
I can't.
I'm getting very annoyed with you. Why don't you behave? Why don't you be quiet like your buddy here?
Yeah, he's quiet, all right. But he talks in his sleep.
Now remember, don't open your mouth, because if you do, I'm going to close it for you. Now, this is your last chance, buddy.
All right.
One more wise remark, and I'll punch you right in the nose. I'd like to see you do it.
Oh! That wasn't me! Let me go! Let me go! Smitty! Smitty! Let me
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone. Curtain rises on the third act of Buck Privates. Several weeks have gone by, and the boys from Company K are rounding into form. The sergeant says that some of them are born soldiers, but the two of them never should have been born at all. He refers, of course, to Herbie and Smitty. Now in the recreation hall, there's a boxing match about to begin. Our two Buck Privates are in the front row.
Just a minute, men. In the next match, Private Bill McGuire of L Company challenges any man, particularly any man from Company K.
Wait a minute, just a minute. All right, men of Company K, are we going to let him get away with that?
No.
Are we?
Certainly not. Somebody from our company should volunteer to fight him.
Attaboy, Herbie. All right, boys. Okay, we've got our volunteer. Let's go.
Wait a minute. What volunteer? Who volunteered?
Why, you did, Herbie.
That was only a suggestion.
Come on. Take off your shirt.
Wait a minute, Smitty, stop. I don't want to fight that fella. I ain't even mad at him.
You mean to say you're scared of that little guy over there?
I mean to tell you that I am.
Don't be silly. Here he comes now. Look at him.
Oh, hello, soldier.
Hey, who are you?
I'm the fella you're gonna fight. May the best man win, old man.
Smitty.
So long, sir.
Is that the guy?
That's the guy.
How much does he weigh?
Oh, 118.
118?
Yeah.
Let me at him. I'll murder the bruiser.
Sure you will.
Hey, Smitty.
What?
I can picture myself now. The whole place is crowded.
Yes.
I'm coming down the aisle.
Yes.
I jump in the ring.
Attaboy.
I throw off my robe,
Yes.
and the whole crowd lets out a terrific roar.
Well, what happened?
I forgot to put on my pants.
Time for trunks. Sit down in this corner.
Let me at him, will you?
Now listen, kid. When you get out there in the ring, when you get him out there alone, you understand? Give him that old 1-3, 1-3.
1-3.
Yeah.
What happened to 2?
2 you get.
That's what I was afraid of.
And
There's been a little change. A change, he says. Private McGuire's been taken sick. We're going to substitute Roaring Bill McGonigal, former contender for the heavyweight championship of the world.
let me out of here! sit down.
Smitty, don't hold on. Let go.
Stop it. You can't run now.
Just give me a chance to watch me.
Now, listen, you're staying right here. Now, quiet.
All right, Herbie. Step up here. I'm refereeing this bout.
Oh, that's fine.
McGonagall, come here.
Where's the guy I'm gonna
Let me out of here!
Bust him in little pieces.
This is the guy right here.
Him?
Smitty! I'm getting out of here before they take me away in a white wagon.
You mean an ambulance?
I don't mean the good humor, man.
All right, boys, you know the rules. No holding in the clinches, break clean, and no hitting below the belt.
You mean I can't hit him like that?
Ow! Ooh, ooh.
No, you can't hit him like that. And you cannot do this either.
Oh!
Oh, but I can do this. Can I?
Ow! They're killing me, Smitty!
Yeah, all right, but you cannot do this.
Oh!
All right, now, shake hands, boys.
I don't have to. My hands are shaking already.
Now go back to your corners and come out fighting.
Now, go ahead. Go right after him, Herbie.
Stop the fight. Stop the fight.
Well, what's the matter?
I'm winded.
Get in there and fight.
Herbie! Herbie, why don't you stop some of those punches?
You don't see any of them getting by, do you? Hey, Smitty. This guy is yellow.
What's the matter?
He won't come down on the floor and fight like a man.
Get up. Come on, get up and fight. You can't lose. You've got a horseshoe in your glove.
Then that guy must have the rest of the horse in his.
Oh, 1, 2, 3.
Herbie. Oh. Herbie, old fella, wake up, pal. Wake up.
Oh.
Come on, wake up, Herbie. Wake up. That's the boy.
Is it over?
It's all over, pal.
You know something? I hear birds singing.
Well, sure. It's morning, pal.
Oh, morning? What morning?
Tuesday.
What day was the fight?
Friday.
Friday? I had a long rest, didn't I?
Everybody out. Roll out.
Come on, Herbie, on your feet.
Company K, full marching order in 15 minutes.
Yes, sir. Company K, full marching order in 15 minutes.
Hey, what goes on?
Going on maneuvers.
What's maneuvers?
It's like a sham battle. A sham battle. I should have stayed in bed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. This is Terry Manson, speaking to you directly from the central observation point for the most extensive Army maneuvers ever attempted by the United States in peacetime. From my post, I can see several miles of the battlefield. I'm looking through my glasses now towards Skyleton Cliff, one of the points of defense for the Blue Army. It's a huge hill of granite with only one possible means of approach, the west side. The other sides are sheer drops of 100 to 200 feet. It's a neat problem for the Red Army. And now I'm looking down...
Come on, Herbie. Keep walking.
Hey, I can't walk no further, Smitty. My feet are killing me.
No wonder. You've got 2 left shoes on.
Is that wrong?
Oh, certainly. Why, you're dumb. I don't know what's wrong with you, Smitty. You certainly are dumb.
Well,
and to prove to you how dumb you really are, suppose you had $10 in one pants pocket and $5 in the other pants pocket. What would you have?
The captain's pants on.
No. Silly answers.
Ask me something with a little sense to it.
Will you answer it?
Yeah.
All right, look. All right, say you're 40 years old. You're 40 years old and you're in love with a little girl, say 10 years old.
This one's going to be a pimp.
Now, wait till I finish it.
Now I'm going around with a 10-year-old girl.
Well, wait a minute.
You got a good idea where I'm going to wind up.
Just a minute. Look, you're 40 years old and you're in love with this little girl, 10 years old. Now, you're 4 times as old as the girl. You couldn't marry her, could you?
Not unless I come from the mountain.
Now, listen. You're 40, she's 10. You're 4 times as old as the girl. So you wait 5 years. Now the little girl is 15. You're 45. Now you're only 3 times as old as that little girl. So you wait 15 years more. Now the little girl is 30. You're 60. Now you're only twice as old as that little girl.
She's catching up.
Yes. Now here's the question. How long do you have to wait before you and that little girl become the same age?
Now wait a minute. I think that whole thing is ridiculous.
Nothing ridiculous.
If I keep waiting for that girl, she'll pass me up.
What do you mean?
She'll wind up older than I am.
What are you talking
and
about?
She'll have to wait for me.
Why should she wait for you?
I was nice enough to wait for her.
Herbie, Smitty, come on.
Hiya, Randy. What's cooking?
Listen, you fellas got to help me. Bob Martin's up on Scholarton Cliff.
What's he doing up there?
He tried to climb up and pull a surprise attack on the Blue Army. He got halfway up and slipped.
Wait a minute. Don't tell me. I can't stand it.
No, he's all right, but he twisted his leg or something. He's stuck on a ledge up there.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to climb up to the ledge of the rope, but I'll need some help. Somebody's got to climb up with me. Now, who's it going to be?
Who's it going to be, Herbie?
Well, here we go again.
Almost done, Martin. Can you hold on a little longer?
Sure.
Smitty.
I'm right down here. Come on, you're doing fine. Hey, Herbie, hold on to that rope up there. I got it!
Watch it, Smitty. Well, we made it. Martin, are you all right?
Sure, I'm fine.
Come on, I'll get you back to camp.
You just about saved my life, mister.
Forget it. We're in the Army, aren't we? Anyway, I didn't want to see you miss that date with Judy.
Well, maybe we ought to keep it together, huh?
Thanks. Come on, let's go.
Hey, Smitty! Watch out for the rope.
Hey, what are you doing up there?
I'm throwing the rope down. Look out.
No. Wait, don't throw that rope.
Look out below.
Look, listen, you dope. How do you expect to get down without the rope?
I never give it a thought. Smitty!
Herbie, how did you get up in that tree?
How did I get up in a tree? I sat on it when it was an acorn.
Good boys. Here's Randy Parker.
Hello, Randy.
Hello. Come on, I'll buy you a soda.
Soda, nothing. I'll buy you a man's drink. A double malted.
I thought you guys were broke.
Broke? Hey, does this look like we're broke? Look at all that dough.
Oh, where'd you get it?
Well, we just about busted the Blue Army at 10-1.
Hey, Randy, when are you getting out of the Army?
Oh, I sort of changed my mind about that. I'll get out when my time's up.
That's the stuff.
Hello, Randy.
Oh, hello, Judy.
I've been hearing things about you from Bob. May I have this dance, soldier?
May you have this. What are we waiting for? Come on.
Very nice guy, that Randy.
Yeah, you know, that's really something, overcoming the handicap of being a millionaire. Gee, Smitty, I wish I was handicapped like that.
Well, boys, how are you? Say, did I clean out the Blue Army? Look at the dough I have, fellas.
Hey, that's not bad, Sarge. Go on, Herbie. Show 'em what we won.
Yeah. Hey, Sergeant, look what we won.
Well, that's quite a roll, too. Say, Herbie, tell me, did you ever shoot dice?
Dice?
Yeah, dice. But you know, it's a little game.
No kidding.
Yeah, would you like to step outside with me for a minute?
Thank you, Sarge. I would be very happy to accept your most cordial invitation.
Herbie, how can you do it?
I'm a bad boy.
In just a moment, our stars will return for their curtain call. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars. Company, attention. Privates Abbott and Costello, step forward for curtain call. Gentlemen, you gave a distinguished performance.
Distinguished? No, wait, no.
Yeah, Abbott, what kind of talk is that?
Oh, no, wait
Is
a
that
minute.
French or something?
No. Mr. DeMille means you were great. You were terrific, colossal, stupendous.
Only fair, huh?
No.
Oh, no, Lou. So tonight you take your place in the Lux Radio Theater beside such artists as Irene Dunn, William Powell, Myrna Loy, Ronald Coleman, and Hedy Lamarr.
I take my place beside them?
That's what he said. Right next to Ronald Coleman.
You can be next to Ronald Coleman. I want to be next to Hedy Lamarr. Lamarr!
All right.
Lou, please. Remember, you must be dignified now that you're a great actor.
I beg your pardon. I am sorry. Woo! Get the talk on me. Woo!
You should be sorry.
I'm a bad boy. I'll never win the Academy Award. Of course not. I'm answering for you, Abbott. Of course not.
The Academy Award. The Academy Award usually goes to a great dramatic performance, Lou. You're a buffoon.
Now, listen here, kid. No more cracks like that.
Now, wait.
After all, Mr. DeMille, I don't go to that kind of stuff.
Now, wait a minute. You don't.
I may be a little chubby, but I'm no buffalo. But the kid made a remark and told me I'm a buffalo.
No, wait, he did nothing of the kind. He said a buffoon. He means you're funny. Comical.
I'm afraid he's impossible. I wash my hands of him.
I knew he'd get Lux in here somewhere.
You win, Lou.
Good night, folks.
Good night. We'll tell Tyrone Power you're available. Our sponsors join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia.